Chapter 801. A God Domain Arrives. The Grand Emperor's voice shook everything like claps of thunder. Hearts and souls trembled as if vibrating in unison with the voice. That voice surpassed all dharmic decrees. It surpassed all divine abilities, and it surpassed all other wills. The voice of the Grand Emperor represented the legacy of humanity, the culture and civilization of the human species, and the will of humankind. It was domineering and shocking. The imperial capital trembled as wild winds swept back and forth. Buildings rocked, and the hearts of the people were filled with alarm. It reached the Imperial University as the stentorian voice pierced through space. All students felt reverence well up within them, and without even thinking about it, turned and bowed in the direction of the Grand Emperor's statue. They offered greetings to the only Grand Emperor who remained in revered ancient after ancient Emperor Dark Serenity left. They offered greetings to the one who had protected humankind down to this moment. It didn't matter that he had died in battle and left behind only a clone. He was still Grand Emperor Swordsage, and he still fought to keep humans safe. At the moment, everyone inside and outside the Imperial University, as long as they were human, instinctively bowed their heads. Even the Emperor and his Heavenly King subordinates had respectful looks on their faces as they bowed. Xu Qing did the same. However, there were additional words echoing in his mind. "Lend me your sword, young friend." The moment the words entered his mind, he began to shine with golden light, which spread out rapidly to become a wide sea. The Emperor's sword within him stirred, almost as if it was seeking his approval. That sword had once belonged to Grand Emperor Swordsage, but now it belonged to Xu Qing. Xu Qing was the sword wielder in this generation. Grand Emperor Swordsage could have forcibly summoned it, but in his wisdom, he wouldn't do something so violating. He wouldn't allow the person he had personally selected to wield that sword to suddenly bear ill will toward him. Thus, he asked politely. Xu Qing gave his consent, and thus, the Emperor's sword shot forth. Driven by the will of the Grand Emperor, it hung high in the sky. The tip of the sword pointed at the God Domain. Its might spread out, causing rifts to spread out in the air above the Imperial University and the capital. Sword energy abounded, filling the Imperial region. At the same time, the swords of all swordsages vibrated, flew up into the sky, and pointed toward the Imperial region. In terms of how many there were, it was difficult to estimate. Perhaps the best word was countless. Killing intent filled the 100 rings of the region, from inside to out, rising up everywhere and locking onto the Imperial University. The sound of rushing wind echoed out from planet Ancient Emperor. The sages of humankind manifested, and the planet's cloud cover seethed. The destiny aura of humankind converged, creating a massive face. It was the ancient, dignified face of Grand Emperor Swordsage. Up in the air above the Imperial University, Bai Xiaochun shivered. The projected image of the God Domain that filled the sky suddenly lurched to a halt and ceased expanding. A sense of profound crisis filled everyone. The bizarre entities in the God Domain looked up, filled with both danger as well as a sense of rising cruelty. The huge black sphere also stopped moving. Then, a gargantuan vertical eye appeared on it, pulsing with coldness as it peered toward the Imperial capital and Grand Emperor Swordsage. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Fighting could break out at any moment. Countless people instinctively held their breath as a cold voice echoed out from Grand Emperor Swordsage. "Screw off." The expressionless face of Grand Emperor Swordsage spoke in a voice that struck the God Domain like a tempest. Everything shook dramatically. The black sphere in the God Domain shivered a few times, and the eye continued to stare deeply at the Grand Emperor. Then the eye slowly started to close. That affected the God Domain itself, causing it to also shrink down until it was nothing more than a rift in the air above the Imperial University. It was choosing to back away. That, in turn, affected Bai Xiaochun below. He looked in the direction of Grand Emperor Swordsage, clasped hands, and bowed. Then he turned into a streak of light that shot into the rift above. He was planning to make his escape, That was his real purpose for summoning the god domain. It was to provide a way out for himself. Grand Emperor Swordsage didn't say anything. The Emperor's sword hanging in the air didn't stop Bai Xiaochun. Pub future ads. Just as Bai Xiaochun was about to make it into the rift, Xu Qing frowned. However, there was someone else who didn't want Bai Xiaochun escaping, and he spoke in a very deep voice. "You haven't revealed everything yet. There's no need to leave. FREE letter 1D464 EBNOVEL, com." The person who spoke was the Emperor. The moment the words left his mouth, he extended his hand toward the sky above the university and closed it into a fist. That grasping motion caused Imperial will to explode. Fluctuations that surpassed smoldering gods spread out everywhere, suppressing everything. The sky above the university went as dark as night as a huge hand appeared. Even the finger and palm prints were visible as it hung over everything like a dark cloud. It covered the rift formed by the god domain, and thus blocked by Xiaojuo's path. It seemed like, if that hand fell, it could crush the Imperial University out of existence. The 13 heavenly kings all bowed their heads. Everyone felt shaken deeply. The energy of the Emperor was not the same as that of Grand Emperor Swordsage, but it surpassed everything else. This was the power of an imperial sovereign. In the presence of this hand, all heavenly Taos were his heavenly Taos. All natural laws were his natural laws. All transformations and all power could be manipulated with a thought. If the Emperor wanted to, he could cause all cultivators beneath that hand to instantly become mortals. Destiny aura surged with great power in the hand, as scintillating light shone out, causing pressure to weigh down on the capital. Bai Xiaojuo stopped in place and hovered silently. Looking up at the Emperor's hand, blocking his path to the god domain, he sighed. "Ah, whatever." With that, he reached out and made a grasping gesture. Instantly, streaks of black light emerged. They swept around his right hand, forming together into the shape of a beating heart. Each beat of the heart was like heavenly thunder, sending mutagen and god source out everywhere. Black blood oozed out of the heart, and shockingly, its aura was perfectly consistent with the god domain. Clearly, that heart came from the god domain. Bai Xiaojuo looked briefly at the heart, then pushed it into his chest. The spot there which had previously been missing a heart was now filled in. He shivered from head to toe, and his eyes became so bloodshot they turned bright red. His aura skyrocketed. His battle prowess rose to shocking levels. Previously, he had been in the great circle of void returning, but not anymore. Boundless, immeasurable god source filled him with every beat of that heart. Where it passed, the patchy nature of his body vanished, and it became whole. His entire appearance was transforming. He was pitch black, just like the huge sphere, and also covered with countless writhing tentacles that clumped together to form limbs. Sickle-like appendages grew from his back, each one sharp enough to rip open space itself. His head no longer had a neck, but instead floated out in front of his chest. Where his head had once been was nothing but an enormous eye, its pupil made, shockingly, of flickering sparks. They were not the sparks of an ordinary fire, as they imparted a sense of both holiness and terror. Behind him stretched a long body like that of a centipede. Altogether, he didn't look human at all. In fact, to anyone who hadn't seen the broken face's true body, Bai Xiaojuo would seem very unfamiliar now. But to Xu Qing, this form was meaningful in a different way. It looked very similar to the broken face's true visage. It was profoundly distorted, but the fire in the eyes seemed incomparably harmonious. It was as if, to heaven and earth in revered ancient, this form was perfect, true, and normal. The will of heaven and earth felt that way, but that wasn't true of the heavenly Taos. As a result, there was a chaotic and gruish juxtaposition. Follow current novels on Freeweb Sigmavel. See Cyrillic letter 473M. A heavy price had to be paid to gain battle prowess like this that surpassed void returning, and became very close to the terrifying level of a smoldering god. To immortal cultivators, the identifying mark of a smoldering god was a major world. But to god cultivators, the signifying aspect of smoldering gods were the sparks of godfire. By completely igniting that fire, one could become a god. For example, Li Zihua's fourth son, the godchild of the Red Moon Cathedral, had been about to climb from the level of sparks. By using a special ceremony, he wanted to light his godfire and become a god. Sparks glittered as Bai Xiaochun in his god state pulsed with the battle prowess of a smoldering god. To many people, he was blurry, which went to show how he had some of the characteristics of a god. He could not be looked at directly. Pub Future ads. The moment Bai Xiaochun's god state was revealed, the god domain that had been blocked by the emperor's hand suddenly expanded. At the same time, a howl erupted from within it that shook the university and the capital city. As that howl echoed out, the emperor's hand shivered and was forced backward. The god domain rift was revealed, as well as the black sphere rushing out from it. The countless faces on the sphere were singing. The energy of the ultimate yang of the two polarities merges into the ancient eyes of the gods, becoming the glittering light of the starry sky over revered ancient. Let the projection fall and incarnate into the domain of a god. Respected Lord of the Sun and many heavens of the universe, the holy torchlight. As the Gruish song filled the Imperial University, many of the students seemed to go into a daze and join in the singing. If you looked, you would find that everyone who was singing was from the god-merging school. The students were shocked. As for Grand Emperor Swordsage's sword, it turned and shot toward the black sphere. At exactly the same moment, Bai Xiaochun in his god state suddenly burst into motion. His goal was not the emperor's retreating hand, nor was it to use the god domain to escape. Instead, he headed toward Xu Qing on the white Dao altar. Killing intent swirled in his eyes as he accelerated rapidly. In the time it takes a spark to fly off a piece of flint, he slammed into the Imperial University's defenses. A huge boom rang out as cracks spread out through the defenses. There was no time to repair the shields. They shattered, becoming a host of fragments that rained down, most of them heading toward Xu Qing. But Bai Xiaochun moved faster than the fragments, arriving in front of Xu Qing an instant later. Without a word, he sent countless tentacles sweeping toward Xu Qing with deadly force. Chapter 802. Emperor, please brace yourself. Xu Qing's pupils constricted, but his facial expression didn't change. In the blink of an eye, he entered his third-level god state, and was even able to summon part of his fourth-level god state. It was also possible to see a shadowy sundial. The ancient sun rested atop it, glittering as it released terrifying pressure. Up in the sky, the Emperor's sword shifted to point in the direction of the black sphere of flesh emerging from the god domain rift. Because of the godly power of the black sphere, the Emperor's huge hand began to collapse. Pressure from the god domain spread through the dimension containing the Imperial University. Most cultivators present coughed-up mouthfuls of blood, and though their minds reeled, they were unable to move. Bai Xiaochun had crafted a very specific opportunity and moved with lightning speed to take advantage of it. He appeared right in front of Xu Qing like a heavenly mountain, his tentacles pulsing with the blessing of smoldering god battle prowess. That, combined with his terrifying godliness, made him extremely deadly. However, even if he had been more specific in creating this opportunity, and even if he had moved faster and with more deadliness, there was just no possible way that he could kill Xu Qing. Truth be told, Bai Xiaochun knew that. Therefore, even though this seemed like a deadly strike, the reality was that he had a different goal. He wanted to see who would try to save Xu Qing. The Grand Emperor was preoccupied by the Lord of the God domain and had no attention left to spare. As Bai Xiaochun's Lord and Master had suggested, there was likely a third party hidden in the imperial capital ready to take action, or perhaps someone was present in the university. Regardless, this attack by Bai Xiaochun would hopefully force that person to reveal their identity, and thus give a slight advantage to his Lord and Master. Bai Xiaochun turned out to be completely right. As he closed in on Xu Qing, the face of a Grand Emperor appeared on planet Ancient Emperor, eyes blazing. Inside the shrine hall of the Red Dust Emotional Suppression Pavilion, the clay fox started glowing with bizarre demonic light. Simultaneously, the students surrounding the Tao altars in the Imperial University were not all immobilized by the power of the god domain. One of them strode forward with eyes shining coldly. However, there was one group whose interest in Xu Qing's survival surpassed all others. And as things reached ahead, they would do whatever was necessary to make sure no one killed Xu Qing. Therefore, they acted before anyone else could. An angry voice echoed within the Imperial University, almost like thunder from heaven. Stop. Retreat. Collapse. Enfeeble. Safeguard. Accelerate. Forever undying. 8 words were spoken, and each one crashed louder than thunder. They contained the will of great Taos, making them almost like the words of a heavenly thunder. The natural and magical laws they contained existed at the most exquisite level, making these words the embodiment of the idiom once given: the orders will be strictly enforced. Bai Xiaochun had smoldering god battle prowess, but even he shivered as he lurched to a stop. Then he had no choice but to retreat a full step. As the associated word rang out, a tremor passed through Bai Xiaochun, and he suddenly started to collapse. That was when his godliness erupted. Though he was being affected by the words spoken, the power of his momentum created an illusory finger in front of him that shot towards Xu Qing, shattering everything in its path. However, an instant later, Bai Xiaochun was enfeebled, causing his strength to instantly drain by at least half. The next word spoken caused an extremely tough suit of armor to appear on Xu Qing to help safeguard him against the power of Bai Xiaochun's finger attack. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the armor collapsed, taking the damage in Xu Qing's place. It also boosted Xu Qing's speed significantly, allowing him to accelerate rapidly as he backed away by about 3,000 meters. The final spoken word contained godliness. It caused the forever undying will of a god to settle over Xu Qing, becoming a golden light that formed a face in front of him. The face bore the brunt of the remainder of the finger attack from Bai Xiaochun. From a distance, it was possible to see the face's forehead slam into Bai Xiaochun's finger attack. As the face collapsed, a host of thousands of voices howled in grief. However, Bai Xiaochun's finger couldn't remain whole. It fell to pieces. Pub future ads. Xu Qing hovered in midair, completely unharmed. Truth be told, everyone was surprised by this development, not necessarily that Xu Qing was unharmed, but rather by who it was that intervened. Xu Qing is a godchild of our church, someone said in a soft and feminine voice that came out of thin air right in front of Xu Qing. A rift opened up in front of him which revealed an astonishing altar. The altar seemed to be located in a huge, open-air cave. High above the cave was the dome of heaven, within which hung the broken face. As for the altar itself, it was huge, with 999 steps leading up to it. Standing at the highest position on the altar was a cultivator in a black cloak. On the steps were more black-garbed cultivators, and there were even more of them seated cross-legged in the cave surrounding the altar. There were thousands of people in the cave. All of them had pools of fresh blood in front of them. Shockingly, they had sustained the force of Bai Xiaochun's finger attack in Xu Qing's place. Meanwhile, the black-cloaked figure on the altar took a step forward, thus stepping through the rift and into the Imperial University. The figure stood in front of Xu Qing. All of a sudden, the power of a smoldering god swept forth with dramatic brilliance, along with a scrap of the aura of the broken face. When this person stood in front of Xu Qing, it provoked quite a reaction from the various onlookers. That's one of the words of truth's grand sacrificers. The group which had intervened to save Xu Qing was the words of truth. Bai Xiaochun frowned. Though it might seem like torchlight and words of truth were similar, the reality was that they had completely different ideals, and to the former, members of the latter were insane. The emperor in the imperial palace looked on with narrowed eyes. He could have interfered earlier as well. But he had also chosen to observe. He also wanted to see who would step forward to save Xu Qing. At the moment, the emperor was even more surprised than Bai Xiaochun. Meanwhile, the grand sacrificer from the words of truth stood between Xu Qing and Bai Xiaochun, clad in that black cloak, which made it impossible to see any facial features other than two glowing red eyes. Frewebnovel, com. No one can touch a godchild of ours, the figure said, and then turned to look at Xu Qing. The red eyes glowed with greed, and it was even possible to hear the sounds of salivating. The figure continued to speak, and by now it was possible to determine that the voice was that of an old woman. I was late, godchild. Sir, are you hurt? If so, it'll influence the flavor. Adding in extra energies leads to a disgusting flavor. The sound of salivating grew more intense. Meanwhile, a similar sound could be heard coming from the other black-cloaked figures inside the rift. All of them were looking up greedily at Xu Qing. The creed of words of truth involved searching for people who survived the gaze of the broken face. They believed that such people were cherished by the broken face, and thus called them godchildren. Devouring a godchild would help them get closer to the gods. From ancient times until now, that was how they had operated. However, they had only ever been able to consume people who had survived the gaze of the broken face once. Never had they devoured someone who survived twice. There were rumors that in other distant places, words of truth had managed to devour such people. But in the congregation here, they never had. Xu Qing was currently scowling. He could never have imagined that words of truth would step out in a moment like this. What was more, he could sense that, while he had used a god magic to look back through time and learn about words of truth, it was clear that others had done the same to him. And the result was that this pack of lunatics had shown up. The black sphere of flesh in the dome of heaven howled. Because of the threat of the Emperor's sword, it didn't dare to go on the offensive. Apparently, all of its actions from before had been mere probing. Now that the probing had produced results, it was ready to retreat. The god domain rift wasn't growing larger. Instead, it was slowly shrinking and fatting. As for Bai Xiaochun, the current developments were completely outside of what he had predicted. He looked up at the Emperor. The Emperor looked back calmly, as if saying that he was still watching and waiting. As their gazes met, Bai Xiaochun suddenly found himself thinking of what Xu Qing had said back in Xixing County. You just don't deserve to be a follower of the Crown Prince of Violet and Cyan. 1. Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes. You're right, because I'm not pure. Bai Xiaochun's aura seemed to become ancient, but at the same time livelier. His eyes became clear. Then he reached out and viciously slapped himself on the chest. The heart from the god domain collapsed, and a huge shock wave of god source power swept out. None of it remained. His body burst into flames. Sparks flew around him like moths as his last bit of glory in life was revealed. That eruption, that conflagration, pushed him to the peak. His aura erupted, boundless mutagen flowed everywhere, and the sensation of a god grew intense. Because of the mutagen, the canopy of heaven over his head blurred, and within that blurriness, a fiery flower appeared. It was a lifespan flower. It started out with 1 petal, then 2 petals appeared, and then 3. In the blink of an eye, the sky over the Imperial University turned into a huge lifespan flower. Looking up, it almost seemed like a massive scroll painting had been unfurled. It was boundless and endless, and also impossible to see clearly. It was made completely of golden fire, each thread of which was exquisitely put together. Fire flowed down from the flower, spreading out on the land below. That fire was also a flower, but not a lifespan flower. Instead, it was a paramita lily. Its color was red. Boundless, endless. As the wind blew, ripples spread through the fire from the paramita lily. It was almost like the music of reincarnation played on an ancient zither. Lifespan above, paramita below. They created a sea of red and golden fire, constantly emerging, erupting, and burning. There were different ceremonies that led to godly ascension, and this was one of them. Once these fires came to exist eternally, that would be the moment Godfire was ignited. Bai Xiaochun was blurring, and every time an observer blinked, he would look different to them. With the seas of flowers around him, his battle prowess was soaring. Sadly, igniting Godfire wasn't exactly a simple task. In contrast, it was incredibly difficult. The red moon, godchild, failed, and Bai Xiaochun was in too much of a rush for success to be even remotely possible. The edges of the fiery seas of flowers began to show signs of being extinguished. That much made it clear what was happening. That said, there was no question about how impressive Bai Xiaochu's battle prowess was right now. Everyone looking on was astonished. It was hard to say if it was because of the fire, but the emperor's eyes were shining brightly. That was when Bai Xiaochu spoke, and his voice echoed like the chanting of a god through the imperial capital. Heaven and earth as the furnace, all living beings as the fuel, flames of gold and red to activate the fire of a god. Emperor, please brace yourself. Visit F.G.E. E letter 1D464 EB and Retroflex, OVEL Retroflex. CM for the best novel reading experience. Bai Xiaochuo swept up the lifespan flower, the paramita lily, and the flames of red and gold. Then, like a burning meteor, he shot toward the emperor. Clouds seethed as the lifespan flower and paramita lily combined with the red and gold fire, casting brilliant light for 5,000 kilometers in all directions. 1. Xu Qing uttered these words in Chapter 533.1. Chapter 803. Flowers bloom, flowers fall. A moth to the flame. That was what came to the minds of many observers. The emperor was currently the only member of humankind who was in the imperial sovereign level. Other than Grand Emperor Swordsage himself, any person who the emperor faced, be they in void returning or smoldering god, were a far cry from being on his level. Read 8th chapters at FGEEWYBNO, Cyrillic letter 475EL. See Sigmum only. Bai Xiaochuo had ignited the heart from the god domain, burning his god-merging body in exchange for burning power that surpassed the fiery flowers. Sadly, he was far from achieving eternal indestructibility. And this was definitely not a true igniting of godfire. It was not godly ascension. Without godly ascension, it was going to be very hard for him to defeat an imperial sovereign. In other words, the end of this fight was a foregone conclusion. However, Bai Xiaochuo didn't just give up. His eyes were clear, and his heart was calm as he accelerated. With the lifespan and paramita flowers, as well as the golden red sea of flames, he could ignore spatial conventions. The emperor was visible in the Imperial University, but that was a projection originating in the Imperial Palace. And yet, right now, there seemed to be no difference between illusion and reality as far as Bai Xiaochuo was concerned. He was like a meteor shooting through the highest heavens, speeding up as he pierced through the air to appear right in front of the emperor. There, he placed his hands together in front of him, with his 2 index fingers pointed straight out like swords. Then he took all of his power, both internal and external, and placed them into that sword of 2 fingers. That included the golden and red fire, as well as the 2 flowers. He included his life force and his time, everything about him. He closed in on the emperor, radiating heat waves in all directions. The world around him rippled, making it seem like the projected image of the imperial palace would be consumed by flames at any moment. The heavenly kings unleashed their energy and were about to take action. Before they could, the emperor stopped them. "Very amusing," the emperor said in a cool voice. He raised his right hand and pointed at the incoming meteor and the surrounding sea of flames. The movement of his finger seemed ordinary in nature, as if it didn't contain any cultivation base power at all. No shadowy projection appeared as a result. However, the moment his finger touched the dual fingers extended by Bai Xiaochuo, a deafening boom rang out. It was as if countless stars had all exploded at the same time. The entire world trembled. In fact, the Imperial University shook so violently it seemed like it might collapse. Freewebmville, calm. Outside in the capital, wild winds sprang up everywhere, and the sky turned dark. Black clouds spread out, accompanied by booming thunder and an indescribably terrifying pressure. The spot where the terrifying power originated was right between the emperor and Bai Xiaochuo. As for the emperor, he hardly seemed affected by the blast. His garments stirred, and a few strands of hair swayed. That was it. As for Bai Xiaochuo, he shivered from head to toe, then began to blur. He was like a dandelion disappearing into the wind. However, his eyes were bright. Being so close to the emperor, he spoke in a voice like a chant. between the lifespan and paramita, burns the fire of a god. The burning lifespan flower seemed to bloom again, reaching its peak. Then it withered, collapsing into ash that gathered in front of Bai Xiaochun. The paramita lily did the same, becoming incredibly brilliant, then collapsing into nothing. The red and gold seas of flames shrank down until they were right in front of him. As that happened, a special and unique flower bloomed in front of Bai Xiaochun, a flower that contained the characteristics of both the lifespan flower and the paramita lily. It was a holy flower, the fire of which burned in incredibly dazzling fashion. It instantly caught the attention of the emperor. Bai Xiaochun gently exhaled. His breath reached the strange flower, causing petals to swirl forth and surround the emperor. With the emperor in the middle of the flower petals, he looked like he had become a flower. The emperor's eyes glittered with profound light. Decease. The flower petals surrounding him swayed back and forth, before exploding into countless fragments that became drifting ash. Bai Xiaochun had apparently completed his mission. He closed his eyes. His body collapsed into smoke. Countless mirror-like memory fragments shattered and became ash. Apparently, the emperor didn't want to be tainted by such filthy remains, so he pulled his hand back and swished his sleeve. The gradually disappearing debris in front of him scattered, leaving behind no trace of its existence. An ancient sigh emerged from the god domain rift up above. Then the rift closed. It seemed everything was over. In the days of the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Xian, Bai Xiaochun had been a close follower of the crown prince of Violet and Xian. He had been appointed as the governor of Xiaxia County, but most of his history was lost in the sands of time. Today, he had met his fate. From beginning to end, the crown prince of Violet and Xian never showed up. In the outside world, the sky was no longer dark. The afterglow of evening spread out, covering the capital with amber light. The face of the Grand Emperor on planet Ancient Emperor looked at the Imperial University with a profound gaze. It was hard to say if he was looking at the Emperor or Xu Qing. Or perhaps he was looking at something in the god domain rift that no one else could sense. Xu Qing's heart pounded as he looked at the rift disappearing. After everything that happened in Xiaxia County, it had been completely unexpected to actually run into Bai Xiaochun and the crown prince here. Bai Xiaochun is first in line. Next in line is the crow. The students in the Imperial University were unable to calm down. Some were excited, some conflicted, some anxious, and some confused. All sorts of thoughts were present. The Tao debate was over. The emperor slowly sat back down on the dragon throne. The projection of the imperial palace blurred away. The emperor's sword made its way back into Xu Qing. Now that Bai Xiaochun was dead, his puppets slumped and fell to the ground. Seeing that the curtain was falling, the chancellor of the university looked around with a sigh in his eyes and opened his mouth to announce the official conclusion of the Tao debate. However, that was when some intense emotional fluctuations reached Xu Qing's mind. "My lord, eat, time soul about to flee." Hearing that, Xu Qing looked up. His eyes turned pitch black as the power of taboo poison erupted in them, giving him the vision of a god. However, looking around, he didn't see anything out of the ordinary. The sky looked normal. The rift was closing just like before. Everything looked ordinary. Little Shadow had been following Xu Qing for many years, so it naturally knew what to do. It fused with Xu Qing, converging on his eyes, almost like eyeglasses. The combination of God Source power and the Shadow's Gruish abilities provided a view that few people could ever witness. It was blurry and not very clear, but Xu Qing could still see that there was a soul drifting toward the closing rift. More precisely, it wasn't a soul. Instead, it was a fragment of time, almost like a mote of dust. It was a very unique soul, such that, without the help of the shadow, Xu Qing would never have noticed it. It was the very same fragment of time from Bai Xiaochun that the crown prince of Violet and Xian had extracted years before. That final swish of the emperor's sleeve seemed like it was scattering the ashes, but now it seemed something unusual was actually happening. Xu Qing's eyes suddenly flashed aggressively. There was no time to sit around contemplating what the emperor's actions might imply. It wasn't a moment for hesitation. Xu Qing suddenly dispersed his god state, whereupon 1,300,000 soul threads appeared and shot into the sky. "Get back here," he said coldly. The soul threads shot toward the rift, and in the blink of an eye had surrounded that soul. Little Shadow didn't want to be left out, so it shot forth as well. In the past, it wouldn't have mattered how much the shadow wanted to devour Bai Xiaochun. It wouldn't have dared. But that hunger had turned incredibly intense, causing Little Shadow to constantly be keeping an eye on Bai Xiaochun. Now, it clearly realized that this time Fragment Soul was vastly weaker than the terrifying Bai Xiaochun of before. In other words, there was no danger. To Little Shadow, it seemed even more fragrant than before. It was as if the catastrophe it had just been through purified the soul and reverted it to its original state. The reason was just as he had said: heaven and earth as the furnace, all living beings as the fuel. It was a reforging and a return to the natural state. That original state could transmigrate as a person. Or, if the conditions and circumstances were right, it could transmigrate into a natural-born god. That was why Little Shadow seemed to be going crazy. The sound of salivating could be heard as Xu Qing's numerous soul threads filled the sky and moved to snatch the time fragment soul. His actions were noticed by the various organizations and people in and out of the university. All of a sudden, the emperor's gaze emerged from the fatting projection of the imperial palace. Under Xu Qing's control, the 1,300,000 soul threads quickly formed together into a cage. Meanwhile, Little Shadow wasn't holding anything back. It stretched out, filling the gap in the closing god domain rift, thus blocking any avenues of escape. With that done, Xu Qing's eyes gleamed with cold light as he extended his right hand into the air and snapped it closed. The soul thread cage shrank down. In the blink of an eye, it became a fist-sized black sphere that shot toward Xu Qing and landed on his palm. Xu Qing didn't even look at it, nor did he give it any chance to send out a stream of thought. He crushed his hand down onto it. A boom rang out as the 1,300,000 soul threads voraciously devoured the time fragment soul. The anxious Little Shadow rushed over to take some bites. However, it clearly wasn't capable of devouring things as rapidly as the soul threads. In the blink of an eye, the time fragment soul vanished. It didn't exist anymore. The power within it turned out to be astonishingly nourishing. Xu Qing could sense his soul threads splitting apart and transforming. 1,400,000, 1,600,000, 180,000. In the shortest of moments, the soul threads reached the astonishing level of 2 million. Xu Qing hovered within the 2 million soul threads, his hair whipping around him and his garments flapping. He looked like a fiendish devil, imbued with a spirit that could conquer mountains and rivers. Bai Xiaochun had been destroyed in body and soul. The emperor looked at Xu Qing as the projection of the imperial palace disappeared. Around that time in the star-plucking tower, the imperial preceptor, who had been looking in the direction of the imperial university, closed his eyes. Chapter 804, Lamp-lit, flower blooming. The chaos in the imperial university was over. The face of the Grand Emperor on planet Ancient Emperor sank into the clouds and disappeared. The head of the Grand Emperor's statue slowly turned away as the statue returned to its normal position on the Rainbow Bridge. Light shone off the imperial palace just like before. Inside the shrine hall in the red dust emotional suppression pavilion, the clay fox smiled faintly. Eyes closing, the clay fox went back to being a normal statue. The god domain rift in the sky above the university vanished. The confusion and disorder that the Tao debate had descended into were now over. That said, the ramifications were still spreading among both the organizations outside the university and the students within it. Innumerable students had been injured to varying degrees. Silence and mixed emotions became the theme of the day in the university. That was especially true considering that the sky above the university had been severely damaged and was very weak in some spots. Some spots looked like melting ice, or corrosive black holes or blisters on skin. And the ground was in bad shape too. Although it hadn't been reduced completely to rubble, there were plenty of places that had collapsed. Overall, it was a scene of devastation. As the Chancellor looked out at the situation, the wrinkles on his face seemed to grow more numerous. Sighing, he pointed up to the sky. Reconstruct. The schoolmasters of the various schools of thought cooperated with the Chancellor. That included the Xeno-Immortal schoolmaster. All of them raised their hands and called on their privileges as schoolmasters. In the blink of an eye, beams of light shot out from the white towers, sending out waves of energy as they illuminated the sky. From a distance, the numerous pillars of light were shocking to observe. Next, a host of magical symbols appeared. Each was pure white and octagonal, and there were so many they filled the sky. The magical symbols themselves assumed the shape of an 8 trigrams diagram. There were concentric rings, all of which rotated according to a distinct rhythm. As they rotated, the shattered sky over the university began to recover. It was the same with the ground. An 8 trigrams diagram appeared there as well, also rotating. Heaven and earth rumbled as, over the course of an incense stick's worth of time, all damage to the sky and land in the Imperial University was fixed. There was no rubble visible anymore. Any towers that had collapsed were back to normal. Everything was as it had been before the Tao debate. The Tao debate is hereby over. The Xeno-Immortal school comes out victorious. The Chancellor's gaze swept the crowd, then reached the Xeno-Immortal school's Tao altar, and Xu Qing seated atop it. There was something penetrating about his gaze, almost as if he could read hearts. Regardless, his words brought an official conclusion to the Tao debate. Then he turned to leave. Third Prince, who had been accompanying the Chancellor, would normally have done no more than smile to the students and offer some encouraging words before leaving. But now, he solemnly turned to Xu Qing and bowed deeply before leaving. As they left, the silence which had gripped the Imperial University shattered as the students from the Xeno-Immortal school all started cheering. Before the Tao debate, they had been reluctant to identify themselves as students at the Xeno-Immortal school. But now they were very excited. They all knew that after this Tao debate, the Xeno-Immortal school had exposed the God-merging school in a vicious blow, and going forward, there would be nothing stopping them from reaching the highest heights. The great potential of the Xeno-Immortal school was about to be realized. That much was obvious from the pillar of light rising from the Xeno-Immortal school's Tao altar. After the events of this day, many students who had been on the fence before were now very interested in the Xeno-Immortal school. In sharp contrast, the defeat of the God-merging school had ensured its fate. The students from there, whether the chief students, the other leaders, or the ordinary students, all felt anxiety, confusion, and deep regret. Ultimately, it turned into fury toward Bai Xiaochun. Next, they would have to deal with the investigation into Bai Xiaochun that would be carried out in the Imperial University and the capital in general. Not one of the leaders of the God-merging school would be able to escape that, and unless they could prove their innocence, then the end result would be death for them. The cheering swelled as black-clad university guards and city guards from the capital marched in. As all the students looked on, the leaders of the God-merging school were arrested and taken away. The rest of the God-merging students were prevented from leaving, meaning that they would need to stay in the university for the time being, until they were all thoroughly investigated. Meanwhile, the God-merging school's White Tower became just like the Xeno-Immortal school's tower in the past. It was sealed tight. Xu Qing stood. Together with the Xeno-Immortal schoolmaster and Chen Deyaz, he left the Tao altar. Xeno-Immortal students then clustered around them as they returned to their White Tower. Outside the tower, the schoolmaster took a deep breath, then turned and announced that the Xeno-Immortal school would be open again tomorrow. Updat from FRYAEWEB, NO, Cyrillic letter 475 E Macron L, com. Amidst more loud cheering, the schoolmaster turned to Xu Qing and bowed deeply. Chen Deyaz did the same. Xu Qing knew that they must have many questions, so he turned and entered the tower. The other two followed. Once they were inside, the tower doors closed. The students outside knew that it wouldn't be appropriate to disturb them, so they bowed and hurried away excitedly. The tower was quiet inside. Lamplight illuminated the interior as Xu Qing stood in front of a shelf of jade slips. As he looked through the various ancient records, the schoolmaster and Chen Deyaz stood respectfully behind him. They had many questions, but right now, even as they stood in Xu Qing's presence, they really weren't sure where to start. Considering that the ultimate origin of the Xeno-Immortal school was Xu Qing, they couldn't help but worry about what that meant for the future. When a word from one person can determine the fate of what is most precious to you, it's only natural to feel anxious and hesitant. That was how things worked with important people. That said, the term important person wasn't necessarily unconditional. Many times it was subjective. Xu Qing understood how they felt. His experiences in Seven Blood Eyes and Sealing County had facilitated his growth from a kid raised in the slums to a grown man. When he spoke, his voice filled the White Tower. Xeno-Immortal Dao seeds are actually formed from my soul seeds. The soul seeds have advantages and disadvantages, which I explained in detail in the first jade slip I sent to the schoolmaster. It's true that I can take back the soul seeds with a thought, as well as all the cultivation-based transformations they've wrought. But there's only one circumstance in which I would do that, and that is if human morality is violated. Xu Qing turned and looked at the schoolmaster, and Chen Deyaz with fiercely gleaming eyes. The two of them ducked their heads, clasped hands, and bowed. Before coming to know who Xu Qing really was, such words would have raised their suspicions, and they would have been cautious and fully on guard. Even if they ultimately submitted to him, it would only have been because of the potential benefits to them. But things were different now. In addition to Xu Qing's ordinary identity, he had an even more important identity, and that was as the bearer of the Emperor's sword. He was approved of by the Grand Emperor and had been chosen to bear his sword. The Grand Emperor's opinion was naturally very persuasive. Because of that, both the Xeno-Immortal schoolmaster and Chen Deyaz fully trusted Xu Qing and what he said. Xu Qing waved his hand, and from his remaining 98 violet soul seeds, 3 flew out. You can select some appropriate candidates to take these violet soul seeds. You can also decide the rules that govern their usage. As for me, I'm going to make some new reference pictures and explanations here. Going forward, students can study them to help them move in the right direction. Your orders shall be followed, the schoolmaster said. After carefully collecting the violet soul seeds, he thought for a moment, then clasped hands. Regent Lord Xu on the outside, I happen to work in the administration palace. If you ever need any help there, just issue the orders. Xu Qing hadn't asked about who he really was. But given how important the schoolmaster was to the school of thought, the schoolmaster decided to take the initiative to reveal the information. After a moment of silence, Chen Deyaz said, Regent Lord Xu, I've been here in the Imperial University for 5,000 years. Thankfully, your soul seed restored my mind and gave me control of my body again. In the past, I was an operations elder in the Star Emperor Preeminence sect. Considering how things have turned out with the Xeno-Immortal school, I plan to finally return to my sect. Star Emperor Preeminence sect, Xu Qing murmured. Thinking about his speculation that the captain was currently a member of one of their branch sects, he nodded. FREE letter 1D464 EBNOVEL, com. Now that Xu Qing had started a conversation, the schoolmaster and Chen Deyaz started asking him questions about the cultivation method for the Xeno-Immortal school soul threads. Xu Qing actually didn't have much advice to give regarding the cultivation method. However, he did have information to give them about the core elements of the Xeno-Immortal techniques, as well as God states. Chen Deyaz and the schoolmaster listened intently, and as they absorbed the deep meaning of his words, they were shaken. Soul threads are actually an imitation of God source. Burning, a godly projection, can break through barriers. The so-called Xeno-Immortal means being a god with one thought or an immortal with another. So many thousands of thoughts were running through their heads that time seemed to slow down. Eventually, Xu Qing went back to the imperial capital. By that point, it was late at night. The sky was dark, and everything was quiet and peaceful. The stars glittered in the night sky, like mysterious eyes staring down at the world. As the wind blew down the empty street, the leaves on the trees rustled. Xu Qing suddenly stopped in place. The last group of people who secretly followed me around in the imperial capital ended up dead, down to the last one. A woman appeared behind him in the moonlight. She was wearing a mask, and her gaze was a mix of suspicion and provocation. "You can try," she said. It was the very same mysterious girl he had met that night outside the Star Emperor Preeminence sect's branch sect. Xu Qing turned, and the moonlight grew brighter, turning violet as it filled the street. At the same time, something very Gruish happened on planet Ancient Emperor. The cloud cover there began to move. In the depths of the imperial palace, there was a pentagonal altar with 5 golden coffins on it, all of which emanated a terrifying imperial aura. The aura was pitch black and could decay anything it touched. It was like a host of black dragons, pulsing with death as they howled. There was a lamp in the middle of the altar. It was the color violet. It had previously been extinguished, but right now, there was a flame dancing on its wick. The flame was golden, but it was so weak it looked like the slightest breeze might extinguish it. Just barely visible in the flame was something that seemed to have the characteristics of both a lifespan flower and a paramita lily. It was the very same flower that had appeared in the end for Bai Xiaochun, and it was the very last thing in his life that he had completed. Chapter 805, Withering Flame Demon Magic True Self-Tao. The night sky was like ink. The stars twinkled. The moon hung high, spilling moonlight down. However, it was only on that one street in the imperial capital that the moonlight became violet. It was like a gauzy veil. Outside that violet veil, a cold wind blew, causing dry leaves to rustle and distant trees to sway. It was as if they were telling secrets to the darkness of night. Inside the violet veil, a freezing wind screamed toward a retreating figure, as if it were infected with the momentum of superiority and wanted to challenge the night to battle. Dirt exploded as the retreating figure landed on the street. Then, 2 long furrows appeared as the figure slid backward about 30 meters before gaining a stable footing. The violet moonlight made it clear that this figure was the mysterious young woman. She didn't look like she had before. Her mask was cracked, and her eyes glowed as she looked up at Xu Qing approaching her. "People say that you stole some of Crimson Mother's god source. You haven't done much in the Imperial University, so I couldn't tell for sure. But considering how the moonlight changes color for you, I'd say the rumors are true." Xu Qing's expression remained neutral. He seemed to be in his element in the moonlight. As he approached the young woman, the violet color grew more intense, filling heaven and earth, invading everything. It turned into a terrifying godly projection that could devour anything and everything, leaving behind only moonlight on the ground. "However, that just makes me more interested in you. Last time, I didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble in the Star Emperor Preeminence sect, so I held back my secret magics. But this time..." Unfathomable light flickered in the young woman's eyes, whereupon something bizarre and demonic happened. Within her left eye was a baby in the fetal position, while in her right eye was a stooped old woman. Both emanated a different type of energy that combined into something very bizarre. It contained both life and death as it surrounded her. Behind the woman, the colors black and white appeared. Each was semicircular, one on the left, the other on the right, and as they spun, they affected the magical laws of heaven and earth and the natural laws of the world. For the first time in this clash, Xu Qing's eyes glittered. Back in the Star Emperor Preeminence sect, he had sensed that this person had a Gruish aura. It was like a god, but not. Like a cultivator, but not. He had taken note of it back then, but now it was even more evident. "You talk a lot of nonsense," he said calmly. He waved his right hand, and the violet moonlight shone brightly as it became material, transforming into long spears of light that shot toward the mysterious young woman. From a distance, it looked like tens of thousands of spears of moonlight closing in on her from all directions and moving as quickly as lightning. It seemed there was no way she could avoid it. In the final moment of crisis, the young woman's pupils constricted, and she performed a double-handed incantation gesture. All of a sudden, the two semicircles of black and white behind her enveloped her like wings. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the moonlight spears closed in with deadly, destructive force. The black and white wings shifted to block the attack, yet the force still caused blood to spray from the woman's mouth. But she still managed to block the brunt of the attack. Xu Qing's eyes glittered with fierce light as he shot forward. His third-level god state appeared behind him, its vicious form rising high into the sky as it closed in with him. However, it was right then that the young woman's voice drifted out from the black and white wings. One bloodline transformed into 3 souls, 3 souls tempered into 9 divinities, 9 divinities refined into my true self. I am Withering Flame Demon Magic True Self Tao. 1. The moment the woman's words echoed out, 3 illusory mountains appeared in midair. They were no ordinary mountains, as they hung upside down with their tips pointing down. One mountain was completely formed of ice and frost, making it light blue. It contained boundless coldness. One mountain was crimson red like blood, making it look like an immense pile of corpses. One mountain was made of molten rock, like fire, that brimmed with the most supreme dignity. 2. The moment they appeared, the 3 mountains dropped down towards Xu Qing, pulsing with a most ancient aura. What divine ability is this? It seems so ancient. Expression grim, Xu Qing exercised a thought, and more soul threads emerged from him as he summoned his first and second-level god states to stand next to his third. It was an unprecedented scene as Xu Qing and his 3 god states appeared within the violet moonlight. Before killing Bai Xiaochun, there was no way Xu Qing could have done this. His soul threads wouldn't have been able to support it. But now he had 2 million soul threads, and as a result, he could sustain all 3 god states at the same time. It was as if there were 3 gods standing in a triangular formation around Xu Qing. As they did, his hands flashed in an incantation gesture. He pointed at the 3 descending mountains. Mutagens spread out, causing everything to blur, but intensifying the violet color. Xu Qing's first-level god state slammed a fist into the mountain of ice and frost. As the boom rang out, the second-level god state neared the second mountain. Pitch-black poison erupted from it, and as it turned into a gigantic monster, it opened its mouth to devour the mountain. The third-level god state hefted the violet moon, transformed into a planet, and slammed into the mountain of molten rock. Wild colors flashed in heaven and earth. Winds screamed, and the 3 mountains trembled. Cracks spread across them, filling them, and then a boom rang out as they collapsed. They were illusory to begin with, so when they collapsed, they disappeared into nothing, leaving behind no traces of their existence. However, if you looked closely, you would see that when they disappeared, a 7-colored light flickered on all of the resulting pieces of rubble. The breaking of the divine ability caused a backlash. Blood sprayed out of the mysterious woman's mouth, and her aura became much weaker as she staggered backward. This fight should be noticed, whether by the spell formations in the capital or by people from various organizations. There's no way people haven't noticed. Xu Qing's eyes glittered with cold light. But right now, things seem just as quiet as before. Unless things are similar to the night of the assassination attempt, it means there's only one other possibility. This woman has an extraordinary background. With that thought in mind, Xu Qing burst into motion, and his 3 god states emitted godly might as he shot toward the woman. Though blood was oozing out of the mysterious woman's mouth, she obviously wasn't ready to give up. Her eyes still shone provocatively as she stared at Xu Qing. Then she shut her right eye and kept her left eye open. The infant in her left eye stirred. That motion caused the white wing behind her to unfurl, revealing an image within it. The painting was simple. It showed a boundless, watery swamp. The moment it appeared, the woman growled, "Water Swamp Kingdom." All of a sudden, heaven and earth seemed to change. The imperial capital seemingly disappeared. Xu Qing and the woman were no longer on a street, but instead were surrounded by a vast, watery swamp. 3. An incredible sense of danger filled Xu Qing at that moment. Then, deep within the swamp, the roar of a beast echoed out. A huge spike appeared, rising up from the swamp like a mountain, and shooting diagonally toward Xu Qing. Swamp water sprayed everywhere as it viciously thrust toward him. At that moment of crisis, Xu Qing didn't hesitate at all. Shooting up into the air, he threw his hands out and put his palms together as if in prayer. Instantly, his 3 god states shot toward him and merged into him. In the blink of an eye, the combination of all 3 god states appeared. Bones of crystal, flesh of soul threads, armor of poison, stamped with a heavenly Tao, 3 furnaces burning in its chest. It was all completely terrifying. The violet moon hung behind it, and even more shocking, behind the moon was an enormous sundial. At the same time, Xu Qing's shadow spread out, forming something like a forbidden region. In its depths was a dead tree upon which hung a coffin, swaying back and forth and emitting chanting sounds. This was the greatest level of strength Xu Qing could muster. He lifted his right hand, pushed down on the swamp, and then spoke in a voice that thrummed with holiness. Withering flame, demon, magic, true self, Tao. The moment the words left his mouth, 7-colored daybreak light erupted, swirling around him to form the same 3 inverted mountains from before. The mysterious woman's face fell, and her eyes shone with disbelief. You! Before she could finish speaking, 7-colored light glittered in Xu Qing's eyes, and he waved his right index finger. The icy mountain fell with unstoppable force toward the spike coming out of the swamp. A deafening boom shook the swampy lands. Next came the second mountain, followed by the third. The quick succession of 3 mountains and the crushing pressure they brought caused the swamp and the dimension that contained it to become unstable. The final attack came as Xu Qing himself shot down like a meteor to land a fist strike onto the surface of the swamp. A defiant growl echoed out from the depths of the swamp. Whatever lurked beneath wanted to unleash a full attack, yet was seemingly blocked by something, and temporarily couldn't. The dimension collapsed, and everything went back to normal. The white wing behind the woman shattered. Looking even more incredulous than before, she stared at the fiendish-looking Xu Qing and prepared to unleash the secret magic from her right eye. Fate, lives end. However, the backlash from before ensured that, just as the old woman in her right eye started moving, the black wing behind her faded from existence. 4. Blood sprayed out of the woman's mouth, and as a sense of mortal danger rose up in her, she prepared to speak again. In the blink of an eye, Xu Qing vanished. Next, she sensed an immense force rocketing toward her. By going all out, she managed to avoid sustaining a fatal blow, but she still couldn't evade Xu Qing's fist-turned palm attack. The palm hit her right on the side of the face. Her mask shattered, revealing a beautiful face. However, the blood and mud covering her marred her beauty as she was sent tumbling to the side. Before she could land on the ground, Xu Qing lunged after her. He appeared right behind her, pulled out a dagger, and slashed it toward her throat. It didn't matter who she was. She had attacked him, and Xu Qing wasn't used to letting attackers escape with their lives. Blood sprayed. A head flew. At the same time, a host of soul threads flew out toward the woman's severed head to devour it. The woman's fleshly body collapsed into ash. And yet, Xu Qing was frowning. His soul threads had not devoured any soul at all. This body didn't have a soul. Xu Qing then noticed that, in the spot where the woman had collapsed into ashes, countless motes of dust had formed into a scintillating butterfly. 5. The butterfly was illusory and dazzling, as well as extremely beautiful. As it flapped its wings, countless stars swirled down. Then it spoke in a clear voice. You. The soul threads slammed into it, and the butterfly collapsed. But only a moment later, it formed anew. Xu Qing's eyes turned cold. The woman spoke again. Kill if you must. Have you calmed down yet? Countless soul threads once again wiped the butterfly out of existence, but unsurprisingly, it returned a moment later. That's enough. Rumble. After enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn, Xu Qing was walking away, his face expressionless. The butterfly was following him. You've got quite the temper. Still mad? I was just playing around with you earlier. If you want to keep fighting, you can destroy me another 180 times if you'd like. Aya, calm down. I'm very curious about the techniques you used against me, and you're probably curious about my background. I'm from the Summer Immortal Palace. The Palace Lord ordered me to invite you to come check out the Summer Immortal Palace. Xu Qing stopped in place. 1. This line is exactly the same as the line in ISSDH chapter 584. This chapter's title is also exactly the same as that chapter title. You can read ISSDH here on Wuxia World, or you can get the edited ebook version on Amazon. FREYAWEBHOOKNOVEL.com. 2. The description of these 3 mountains is basically exactly the same as the Demon Mountains described in Chapter 585 of ISSDH. 3. Those who have read A Will Eternal will be very familiar with the Water Swamp Kingdom. It was a factor throughout that novel. It was first mentioned in Chapter 86 and came up in many dozens of other chapters, all the way up into the 1300s, which was basically the end of the novel. You can read AW here on Wuxia World, but it's also available edited in ebook format on Amazon. Freewebnovel.com. 4. Fate, Lives, and Death is something from Pursuit of the Truth. It's a bizarre translation choice, and honestly not how I would translate that set of characters. For the sake of continuity, though, I'm keeping the established version. Update. I'm copying part of my response to one of the comments in the comments section asking about how I would translate it. The reality is that I don't know. It would require research, understanding of the context, and time spent reading the novel to make a proper translation choice. Chinese is heavily contextual, and that can be the sentence a word is in, the paragraph a sentence is in, the chapter a paragraph is in, and so on. To show someone a few Chinese characters, or even a passage, and expect them to translate it can be as realistic as showing someone a picture of some food and asking if they like how it tastes. All I can say is that, just glancing at how the technique name is constructed in Chinese, it seems the existing translation was thrown together haphazardly. 5. I never read Pursuit of the Truth, but based on the comments on this part, it seems many Chinese readers think this butterfly is potentially related to Su Ming. Chapter 806, Summer Immortal Palace. Not a sound could be heard in heaven and earth. A few clouds floated past the bright moon in the sky, creating an ethereal atmosphere. The color of the moonlight on one particular street grew increasingly violet, thanks to Xu Qing. At the moment, he had stopped walking and was looking at the butterfly. The Summer Immortal Palace. It was Xu Qing's first time hearing about the place. Back when he came to the imperial capital, Princess Anhai had mentioned it. 1. He remembered her saying that humans weren't the only ones who had a summer immortal palace. There were other species in the revered ancient mainland who also had the same organization. The palace was an ancient place with a history that stretched back to the very beginning of revered ancient. In fact, the 99 ancient heavenly Taos of revered ancient were actually creations of the Summer Immortal Palace. They were the ones who gave natural laws to the world and who maintained a boundary against gods. They originated in a place called Deep Earth, which was also sometimes referred to as the lower worlds. Xu Qing's eyes gleamed with profound light. Every 1,000 years, the human Summer Immortal Palace sends out a disciple to wander the lands. Are you that disciple for this generation? The butterfly's wings flapped, causing dusty starlight to drift down from it, then fade into nothing. I can't tell you, came the crisp, clear reply. If you want to know, you'll have to. Updat FRM letter 192, GEEWEBHOOKNVEL.com. Without the slightest change to his facial expression, Xu Qing sent soul threads stabbing into the butterfly. The butterfly collapsed with a thump, but reappeared only a moment later. Xu Qing repeated the process a few dozen times. When the butterfly reformed after the final time, the designs on its wings looked like eyes, and they looked angry. Still not calmed down, you're out of control. Stop. Fine, I'll answer your question. I do want to wander the lands, but the palace lord said that I'm not strong enough yet. I guess that makes sense. Even you can beat me. The butterfly sighed. So are you coming or not? If not, then I'll just keep following you around. I really have no choice. The palace lord told me to invite you, and failing the mission isn't an option. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you. Haven't you noticed yet that, despite our fighting, the spell formations didn't activate and nobody showed up? Want to know why? It's because I represent the Summer Immortal Palace, and the Summer Immortal Palace doesn't participate in the mundane affairs of any species. We record history, that's all. We don't have any enemies. That being said, I don't really know why the Palace Lord wants to see you. So, are you going or not? Xu Qing was actually feeling a bit annoyed. After the mysterious young woman turned into a butterfly, she became something of a chatterbox. Every sentence she spoke seemed to be followed by another sentence. That said, he was very curious about the Summer Immortal Palace. Considering how many prying eyes there were in the imperial capital, he wasn't really worried about the place posing some sort of lethal threat. After mulling the matter over, he looked at the ancient sun hanging at his waist. That made him feel even better. "Lead the way," he said calmly. The butterfly squealed excitedly and started flying, leaving behind a beautiful, multicolored stream of light that served as a path through the starry sky. Xu Qing followed. After proceeding for a short time, they reached the north section of the imperial capital. The capital took up the entire inner ring of planet Ancient Emperor, which meant it was a very large place. There were a variety of terrain features scattered about, from mountains to plains. The north had more open space than average. There weren't a lot of buildings, and considering it was nighttime, it felt empty and desolate. Eventually, the butterfly stopped over a vast plain that was illuminated only by glittering moonlight. Within that faint light, it was just possible to see a temple. There were no other buildings present, just the temple. It was somewhat rundown and imparted the sensation of countless years of time. What was more, it was constructed in an unusual way that made it seem like it existed in the space between reality and illusion. Xu Qing remembered having passed through this spot once, and there hadn't been any sign of this temple. Is it like the immortal questioning bell? "There's no need for you to speculate," the butterfly said. "The Summer Immortal Palaces all look like this, regardless of the species. They exist, but at the same time, they don't exist. And if you come looking for this place, you'll never find it. The only way you'll ever see it is if the Palace Lord invites you." The butterfly then shot toward the temple and disappeared inside. A moment later, the temple's main door slowly opened. The door was mottled with age and seemed ancient. The interior of the temple seemed to emanate a sense of antiquity. Just looking at it made Xu Qing feel like he was glimpsing history. He closed his eyes and slowly tapped into his sundials. When he opened his eyes again, he could see a river of time flowing within the temple. That made the temple seem even more mysterious. After a time, he took a deep breath, straightened his clothing, and then bowed to the temple. Then, not pausing for even a moment, he walked inside. Looking around, he found that the temple seemed just as run-down on the inside as it did on the outside. It looked like nothing more than a run-of-the-mill temple. It was mostly empty and very quiet, with the only sound coming from the dancing flames on the candles. Specifically, there was an altar up front with 9 candles on it. 3 of them were extinguished, while 6 of them were lit. When the door opened, the candles flickered slightly. In front of the altar were 3 prayer mats of woven rush. They were quite worn, seemingly indicating that they were frequently used for meditation and worship. There were no divine likenesses enshrined in the temple. Instead, there were 9 ancient paintings, one behind each candle. The paintings were blurry, making it impossible to see clearly who they depicted. Other than that, the walls of the temple featured frescoes illuminated by the dim, flickering candle light. As Xu Qing's gaze shifted from the altar to the walls, his heart started pounding. The frescoes contained historical images. In one of them, Xu Qing saw Emperor Dark War ascending the throne. The image was very detailed and did a great job of imparting the majesty and grandeur of the occasion. It was easy to get sucked into it and feel like you were actually there. Eventually, Xu Qing looked at some of the other frescoes. One of them depicted another of the human emperors ascending the throne. That emperor's facial features were unfamiliar to Xu Qing, but there was a text inscription explaining who it was. Dao Life. Xu Qing walked a bit closer to the wall, and as he looked around, he saw the emperor who had come before Tao life. It was Emperor Mirror Cloud. Xu Qing stopped in front of the Mirror Cloud fresco and suddenly found himself thinking of the Crown Prince of Violet and Cyan. As he knew, Emperor Mirror Cloud and the Crown Prince of Violet and Cyan were from the same generation. That time period was considered the golden age of humankind. Xu Qing walked around some more and found Emperor Sageheaven, as well as Emperor Eastglory, who, in his thirst to accomplish extraordinary things, ended up losing almost half of all human territory. The various images of the human emperors ascending the throne depicted different levels of majesty and grandeur. Most astonishing of all was the fresco of Emperor Eastglory. He had a whole host of heavenly kings with him, as well as numerous imperial sovereigns. The prestige on display and the destiny aura seemed impossible to top. At that time, humankind had terrifying reserve powers, as well as the might of the ancient emperors. But when it came to Dark War's ascension, humans were clearly in decline. The images created something like a river of history flowing in front of Xu Qing. Thanks to the frescoes, he got a clear view of what happened to humankind after ancient Emperor Dark Serenity left. Speaking of which, what about ancient Emperor Dark Serenity? He was before Emperor Eastglory, right? Xu Qing continued following the frescoes until he encountered an image that surpassed anything from the later emperors. He saw ancient Emperor Dark Serenity ascending the throne. Planet Ancient Emperor shone with dazzling, auspicious light. Heaven and earth were dim in comparison. The 99 ancient heavenly Taos were clearly prominent and were bowing their heads to the imperial palace. A lone person stood in that palace, mightier than heaven. Beneath him were all the species of revered ancient, including their emperors, and they were prostrating respectfully. One person had conquered revered ancient. One person had campaigned across all heaven and earth. Ancient Emperor Dark Serenity. Xu Qing examined the fresco for a long time. Eventually, he settled his thoughts and decided to keep looking back. He wanted to see what humans were like before Dark Serenity. Humans had emperors before Dark Serenity. Some of them ruled for long periods of time. Others didn't reign for very long. The same went for the levels of glory they achieved. Eventually, after passing 31 emperors, Xu Qing found a fresco that depicted a ceremony that seemed to equal that of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity. Letter 192 Ge Ew Ya Bnovel, com. It was another ancient emperor. Dark Serenity was not the first ancient emperor among humankind to conquer revered ancient. The name of that ancient emperor was Banished Immortal. She was actually an empress. She had a magnificent style that was unmatched in later generations and was an object of veneration among all people. Xu Qing's heart was racing. This was history he had never learned about and was careful to look closely at all the images. He moved on and saw frescoes depicting an additional 50 emperors. Eventually, he found a fresco depicting the very first ancient emperor of humankind. He was a young man standing in front of a very ancient imperial palace. Instead of wearing imperial garments, he actually wore a Taoist robe. He was not looking down as countless species bowed to him. Instead, he was looking up into a starry sky. His expression was melancholy, conflicted, and thoughtful. There was an inscription nomming him, Ancient Emperor Heavenly Peace. Ancient Emperor Heavenly Peace was the first human emperor. He was also the first ancient emperor. The words were eloquently spoken from behind Xu Qing. He looked over his shoulder and saw that there was a woman on one of the prayer mats, facing away from him. She wore a white, homespun garment and had long black hair. Because of the dim candlelight, Xu Qing felt like he was looking at an old painting. The person depicted in that painting seemed to exist within time itself. As Xu Qing looked at her, he wasn't sure if she was in the past or the present. Her aura was like that of a god, yet was. It was like that of a cultivator, yet was. Immortal, said the trembling voice of the god's finger from within Xu Qing. I was only asleep for a bit. Why did you bring me to see an immortal? The god's finger was trembling and instinctively shut its eyes and tried to go back asleep. If it was asleep, it couldn't be afraid. Xu Qing ignored the finger and instead focused on the woman in the homespun garment. An ancient temple, a homespun garment, underworld fire. The butterfly appeared next to her, fluttering around her before landing on her shoulder. The patterns on the butterfly's wings formed an eye that looked at Xu Qing. Xu Qing, this is my master, who is also the palace lord. Xu Qing solemnly bowed. Well met, palace lord. The ancient temple was quiet for a very long moment. Then the figure in the homespun garment spoke in a voice like water droplets falling onto limestone tiles. You have the aura of a summer immortal on you. Her voice lingered in the ancient temple, too. 1. Princess Anhai mentioned the Summer Immortal Palace in chapter 749. Incidentally, Summer Immortals were also mentioned in chapter 747. 2. If you compare the line, an ancient temple, a homespun garment, underworld fire, as well as this scene in general to the final part of chapter 1313 of A Will Eternal, it's little wonder that some Chinese readers speculated that this woman could be Du Lingfei. The specific word ancient temple used in this chapter appears only 5 times in Awe, and all are in chapter 1313. What's more, there's a level of uniqueness in the Chinese characters that make the similarities very obvious. However, other readers speculated that, considering certain events which happened in a world worth protecting, plus the words about aura of a summer immortal, and how that could theoretically connect to the violet crystal, this woman could be Wang Yi from that novel. I never read AWWP, so I'm not really sure what they're talking about, but the comments were pretty clear. Right now, all of this is pure speculation. For all we know, this woman might be a brand new character, and all the theorizing about her connecting to other novels is tin hattery. Now, off to the store to replace my diminishing stockpile of tin foils. Chapter 807, 9 Summer Immortals. The ethereal voice echoed back and forth in the temple. The person who had spoken was clearly right in front of Xu Qing, yet for some reason, it seemed to him like they were separated by countless years. It was like a person in the past, plucking a zither, the sound of which carried with it the sensation of the timescape. The god's finger wasn't capable of sleeping, and could only lay there trembling. As for Xu Qing, his heart was pounding as he looked at the palace lord of the Summer Immortal Palace, whose cultivation base he couldn't read. In fact, he couldn't sense anything about her. She seemed both illusory and looming at the same time. The older Xu Qing got, the less often things like this happened. He had dealt with beings as lofty as imperial sovereigns and as lowly as grus. He had seen just about everything. He even had multiple experiences dealing with gods. In other words, he had a lot of reference points to call on when assessing someone's aura. But right now, this palace lord was impossible to read. As a result, it didn't matter what reference points he had. In fact, the sensation of the mixture between past and present, and the combination of illusory and material, was growing stronger. All of these things created even more mystery within Xu Qing's heart. Because of that mysterious sensation, the palace lord's words seemed deeply meaningful. It was as if she spoke with the voice of all living beings. Summer Immortal. Xu Qing collected his thoughts, then waved his right hand, causing Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior to fly out. The iron skewer, which now looked more like a fiendish club, landed on Xu Qing's palm. Is this what you're sensing, Senior? He asked softly. Silence reigned in the temple. The Patriarch trembled on Xu Qing's palm, terror raging uncontrollably within him. He felt like he was in the presence of a god. Little Shadow was also trembling, though it managed to contain all of its emotional fluctuations. That actually gave Xu Qing a better idea of this palace lord's cultivation base. Again, she spoke in her ethereal voice. Yes and no. The woman in the homespun garments sat with her back to Xu Qing, speaking as if from ancient times. Do you know what a summer immortal is? Xu Qing didn't answer immediately. Instead, he thought back to everything he knew about summer immortals. Finally, he said, Summer Immortal is a cultivation level. The woman in the homespun garments slowly shook her head. Correct, but also incorrect. See for yourself. She reached up and pointed to the first of the 9 paintings behind the candles. The blurriness of the painting turned into clarity, and the person depicted became visible. He was an old man, tall and burly, with white hair and a white beard. He seemed straightforward and even boorish, and in his hand he held a walking stick that was golden in color, except made from a bone. It was not an ordinary bone. It was the bone of a god. Even though it was only a painting, the shocking energy that Xu Qing could sense seemed to surpass Crimson Mother. Though it was clearly an unmoving artistic depiction, the old man was so lifelike he looked like he might step out of the painting at any moment. The shabby clothing he wore didn't do anything to diminish his character. In fact, it made him seem more profound and ancient. His eyes seemed to contain stars, as if he could understand anything and everything. As Xu Qing looked at the painting, he tried to commit the details to memory, except that even that simple act wasn't possible. It was as if the person in the painting could not be remembered by another. Once again, the voice of the woman in the homespun garment filled the temple. Gods cannot be looked at directly. Immortals cannot be remembered. You're looking at the first of the 9 summer immortals of the revered ancient mainland. He wasn't human, and no one actually knows what he looks like. That image is a depiction of the venerable master's mortal husk. FRTAP EEWEBNOVE letter 2113. Co. The woman's voice suddenly seemed to thrum with an even greater sensation of time. She reached out with her delicate hand and pointed at the second painting. It became clear. It also depicted an old man, but he was very different from the first. He was not domineering. Instead, he was scholarly and refined. He wore the garment of an academic and had a long, flowing beard. His face was ruddy, and his eyes were profound, as if they contained heavenly dows. His hair was neatly bound with a wooden hairpin, and his garment was covered with complex scholarly designs. Every stitch and thread seemed full of an aura that surpassed anything mortal. It was the aura of a god. Shockingly, every stitch and thread contained a sealed god. You said that summer immortal is a cultivation level. That's correct, but that's more like a definition applied to the past by people in the present. The people in the present are the cultivators of revered ancient. They believe that after smoldering god comes imperial sovereign, and that after imperial sovereign comes quasi-immortal, also known as grand emperor. Break through from quasi-immortal, and you'll reach summer immortal. The palace lord waved her hand, and the 3rd and 4th paintings became clear to Xu Qing. They depicted a woman and a man respectively. She was graceful and elegant, with a face as beautiful as an immortal. Beautiful hair cascaded down her like a waterfall, and her eyes seemed like ponds during spring. She was the type of person whose every frown and smile could entrance anyone who looked at her. She was surrounded by countless glowing spheres. If you looked closely at them, you would realize that the spheres were actually stars. The man in the 4th painting was middle-aged. He seemed awe-inspiring, with raven-black hair hanging down behind him. His eyes were profound, as dark as the night sky, and glittering with wisdom and insight. He had a prominent nose, thin lips, and seemed calm and thoughtful. Astonishingly, he stood atop a mountain of god corpses. Golden blood flowed into a stupefying sea at the base of the mountain. Just looking at the image caused Xu Qing's heart to race. Even though it was just a painting, he could still sense the terror imparted by those gods. Some of them seemed no weaker than Crimson Mother, and there were some that were clearly stronger. And yet, every single god in this man's presence was nothing more than a corpse. The palace lord's voice once again echoed in the temple. The truth is that, in the early days, summer immortals weren't called that. In the brilliant heaven god world, the most famous people from deep earth were called lower immortals. Later, as time went on, lower immortals came to be called summer immortals. 1. Xu Qing took a deep breath. This was information he hadn't heard before. The palace lord pointed at the 5th painting. As it became clear, Xu Qing saw a young man. He wore a white robe that swayed in the breeze, and he overflowed with immortal energy. His garment was embroidered with beautiful designs that emphasized how honorable he was. He had long, slender fingers that held a fly whisk, the strands of which also drifted in the wind. And at the tip of every single strand, there was apparently an entire star system, each of which contained countless worlds and unending life. The young man didn't seem to be very old, yet his eyes contained something profoundly ancient, as if he had seen many things in life and had experienced countless things. Despite that, he hadn't changed much. He had a smile as warm and gentle as a spring breeze, the type that would cause anyone who saw him to admire him greatly. There were 9 of them in total, all from different species. During the heyday of humankind, there were 5, and that's why humans in revered ancient produced 3 ancient emperors. Updat FRM letter 192, GEEWEB hook Envel com. The palace lord pointed at the 6th painting. It depicted a woman with a smile as kind and gentle as a blooming white lotus. Her Taoist robe swayed in the breeze, making her look like an immortal walking in the mortal world. She had long hair that flowed freely behind her, shapely eyebrows, almond eyes, and skin as fair as snow. Her eyes glittered like deep springs of clear water. Behind her floated a sword as black as ink that pulsed with a sensation of destruction and death. The other 3 perished in the ancient war. Their immortal will transformed into 54 of the 99 ancient heavenly Taos. The palace lord sighed. She waved her delicate hand again, and the final 3 paintings became clear to Xu Qing. All of them seemed faded and old. One depicted a woman with streaming black hair and fair skin. She seemed graceful and otherworldly, with crimson lips that accentuated a beautiful face. She had the most attractive smile of all the people in the paintings. It was obvious that, when she was alive, her good looks were as refreshing as the warm spring sunlight. Sadly, she had long since died. Next was a young man with ordinary facial features but profound eyes. His face seemed full of the passage of time, and he wore a simple Taoist robe that rippled freely in the wind. The final painting, despite having been revealed by the palace lord, depicted a figure that wasn't fully clear. It seemed to portray an old man. Though his features weren't possible to make out fully, the painting made him seem like the kind of person who could prevent the dome of heaven from collapsing by holding it up with his hands. He was like an unshakable mountain. The last one had no time to form a mortal husk. He could only leave behind a scrap of his aura before he perished. The palace lord looked up at all the paintings. Xu Qing, meanwhile, bowed deeply and solemnly to all of them. Then he looked back at the palace lord. "Senior, might I ask why you summoned me here today?" Most people know of the Summer Immortal Palace's mission to record the history of revered ancient. But the truth is that the Summer Immortal Palace has another mission, and that is to keep a record of the techniques that changed the immortal essence of the Summer Immortal Palace. Your soul seeds created ripples in the immortal essence, and therefore, I would like to ask if you would be willing to leave one behind here, to be stored for all eternity in the immortal essence of the Summer Immortal Palace. Consider it a contribution, and in return, you can seek enlightenment of any technique you find in the immortal essence. The eyes on the little butterfly's wings suddenly glittered. "What?" the butterfly said. "That's what this is about. Master, it was his crappy technique that caused a stir in the immortal essence. This is immortal essence we're talking about." The butterfly seemed both disbelieving and also envious. Xu Qing thought about it for a moment. He honestly could never have guessed that the Summer Immortal Palace was interested in his soul seeds. The reality was that none of this mattered much to him. That said, he was interested to learn some more about this immortal essence. "Senior, what is this immortal essence you mentioned?" The person to answer him wasn't the palace lord, but rather the butterfly. It's something created by the 9 summer immortals after they elevated revered ancient. It's the only thing that surpasses the heavenly Taos. In the never-ending worlds of deep earth, it serves as the source of all techniques and divine abilities. All magical techniques in deep earth actually come from immortal essence, although they're all propagated in different ways. At the same time, the immortal essence is also responsible for collecting all rare and unique Taos, then organizing them for later distribution. In that way, people from our homeland can practice cultivation for all eternity. This is outright preposterous. How could your soul seeds provoke a reaction from immortal essence? 1. This is the wordplay I alluded to many chapters ago. The words lower and summer are pronounced exactly the same in Chinese. The word used in Chinese that I'm rendering lower could be interpreted in different ways, but there's a line in the text that I left out because it's irrelevant linguistically due to how I'm rendering the terms, which clarifies that it was used pejoratively. In other words, lower was intended to be somewhat insulting or at least negative. In terms of the wordplay, something similar in English would be, in the early days, they were called prophet immortals, but later they came to be called prophet immortals. The pronunciation doesn't change, but the meaning does. The idea seems to be that people changed the name so that it came across as something more impressive and respectful. As of yet, there does not seem to be any further explanation of this term in Chinese, but as of releasing this chapter, I'm barely 200 chapters behind the latest release. There could theoretically be a later wordplay explanation clarifying some sort of hidden meaning for the term. If that happens, I might change summer to something else, or I might keep it and just use a footnote to explain. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. Chapter 808, Gains from Immortal Essence. Xu Qing's heart was racing. How could he ever have imagined that something as fantastic as immortal essence could exist in the world? Immortal essence surpassed heavenly Tao's, which itself seemed almost unbelievable. It's the source of all techniques in deep earth. Xu Qing took a deep breath and instinctively looked down. He knew that whatever was sealed beneath the surface of revered ancient had once been part of brilliant heaven. He also knew that the starry sky beyond revered ancient was actually a part of brilliant heaven. And what was sealed by revered ancient was only one of many god worlds of brilliant heaven. Meanwhile, deep earth, which was even further down, was the homeland of the summer immortals, and was also the true origin of all of the countless species that lived on revered ancient. It was a boundless, majestic place, filled with unending life. And now he knew that all of the divine abilities and magical techniques there actually came from the immortal essence created by the summer immortals. It analyzed, collected, organized, and disseminated. As a result, the flower of cultivation bloomed constantly in the countless worlds of deep earth. There were all sorts of techniques, and though most people acquired them by means of destined opportunities, the reality was that they all originated with immortal essence. Xu Qing was shaken just thinking about how something like that could be used. It defied description to the point that he could only think to call it amazing. All of a sudden, Xu Qing found himself thinking about the methods used by the butterfly while she was in human form. Whether it was the withering flame demon magic true self Tao or the water swamp kingdom, both obviously came from immortal essence. It's easy to imagine how people who use divine abilities like that at their highest level would be outstanding figures in deep earth. Does that mean that the revered ancient mainland has something similar to immortal essence? As Xu Qing was lost in thought, the butterfly, apparently having guessed what he was thinking, said, "I bet you're wondering if revered ancient has something akin to immortal essence. Well, I can explain. Because of the will of brilliant heaven, the reality is that immortal essence is of limited use in revered ancient. All it can do is collect. It can't evolve or disseminate. What's more, only the disciples of the summer immortal palace from the various species have the authority to use it and seek enlightenment from it. Outsiders aren't ever given that chance. In fact, even I have to provide something of value to get a chance like that. All rules regarding immortal essence are fair and balanced. Back when we clashed in the Star Emperor Preeminence sect, I put everything on the line just to get a scrap of a treasure from the immortal essence. But you're getting the chance so easily." From the butterfly's tone, she was clearly not quite convinced that Xu Qing was worthy. Somehow, that made the temple seem a bit livelier. Xu Qing looked at the palace lord. He looked at the butterfly. And then he started wondering if the butterfly's liveliness was one of the reasons why the palace lord had accepted her as an apprentice. This place was immersed in a river of time. It had sunk deep into the past. It was extremely plain and simple, and at the same time, lonely and profound. Anyone who spent a long time in an environment like this would naturally develop a sense of ancientness. But with the mission in place, the successive generations of the Summer Immortal Palace had no choice but to continue on. Maybe one day when this butterfly is the palace lord, She'll become like the current palace lord, living in the present and existing in the past, traversing the ancient as part of her mission. Xu Qing looked away from the butterfly. He wasn't interested in bickering with her. Looking at the palace lord, he clasped hands and said, "I understand what you mean, senior. I think I can agree to that, but I would like to respectfully ask to see the immortal essence first." The palace lord didn't say anything in response. She just waved her hand gracefully in the direction of the candles on the altar. Instantly, the flames on the 6 lit candles grew larger. Though they were only flames from candles, as they expanded, they turned into a spinning sea of flames. Rumbling sounds echoed out as they grew far brighter than before, driving away the darkness in the temple and illuminating everything brightly. The emperors and the frescoes seemed more lifelike than before and emanated true imperial majesty. That majesty combined with the sea of flames, ultimately creating an image therein. It was hard to say where that image truly existed. It was almost as if it was visible through a window that gave a view into a resplendent void. Growing, there was an enormous plant. It was a dandelion. The stalk of the dandelion was covered with innumerable symbols, each of which emanated terrifying might. All of it combined to make the dandelion miraculous and one of a kind. There was soil beneath it, which provided it with nutrients. If you looked closely, you would see that the soil was actually made of flesh and blood. Astonishingly, it was actually formed from the corpses of countless gods. Apparently, those 9 ancient and powerful summer immortals had overthrown one of the god worlds of brilliant heaven, then killed and buried all the gods there. They had been turned into a dandelion that provided eternal power. The god souls of these gods were trapped, forced to bow, with no choice but to howl in terror and agony. Their godly voices just helped the dandelion to grow. This was immortal essence. 9 summer immortals had buried a god world to create it. Immortal essence. The soil made of the flesh and blood of gods still had well over 100 corpses in it that had not fully decomposed. Apparently, they were such astonishing entities that it wasn't even possible to calculate how much time they needed to break down. There was one corpse that caught Xu Qing's attention. When he saw it, his mind spun, and his body shook so hard it felt like he might collapse. The god source in him vibrated violently. He even gasped. It was the largest of the corpses stuck in the soil of flesh and blood. Unfortunately, because there was no frame of reference to gauge the size of what he was seeing, Xu Qing wasn't really sure how big the corpse was. But its aura was the strongest Xu Qing had ever encountered. Compared to it, Crimson Mother was like a firefly. In fact, even Grand Emperor Swordsage was like a firefly in comparison. That god had imperial energy. That was the former god emperor of this god world, the palace lord said in her ephemeral voice. Mind spinning, Xu Qing looked back at the dandelion. It was in full bloom, with countless fluffy seeds growing out of it. They weren't white. Rather, the dandelion seeds were a mixture of red, yellow, and blue, and there were currently seeds detaching from the dandelion and drifting away into the distance. Presumably, those seeds were techniques and abilities that were being disseminated throughout the countless worlds in deep earth. Meanwhile, there were other seeds drifting from the void and merging with the dandelion. There, they would be absorbed, transformed, and then sent out again. It was an endless cycle. As Xu Qing observed it all, his respect for immortal essence grew even deeper. Taking out one of his soul seeds, he sent it drifting in front of him. The soul seed glittered with violet light. Under the command of Xu Qing's divine will, it floated through the window and into the void that contained the dandelion. Once it was through the window, its appearance became that of a dandelion seed. Moments later, it was absorbed by the dandelion. Xu Qing's divine sense in the soul seed was immediately blotted out, causing the soul seed to become blank. But then the palace lord waved her hand, and the candle light flared, interfering with the process and slowing it down. Outsiders can't directly seek enlightenment from the immortal essence, but when you make a contribution, you have a chance, albeit a fleeting one. Given the scope of my authority, I can make the will from your soul seed last for 10 breaths of time. Everything is in your hands. Whatever divine ability you acquire will be up to your personal good fortune. Xu Qing could hear the palace lord talking to him, but he couldn't respond. That was because his mind was currently in chaos. It sounded like endless thunderbolts crashing in his mind. He had entered a state that he didn't even know how to describe clearly. He felt like he was in the void with the dandelion, with the soil of flesh beneath him. Compared to the dandelion, he was like one of the seeds, insignificant. He was surrounded by an infinitude of dandelion seeds, each of which contained a host of blurry images that were divine abilities and magical techniques being used. It seemed that everyone was available for him to study. However, there were simply too many, and what was more, all the different levels of techniques were mixed together. Looking through them one by one was obviously not a realistic option. There was just no way that he would be able to identify an appropriate selection in the time at hand. Therefore, Xu Qing had no intention of looking through each one. Instead, he would survey them as a whole. Both those nearby and those far away were within the range of his divine sense, and thus, he scanned the dandelion seeds, hopping to find what he was looking for. After a few breaths of time passed, his eyes narrowed. He had found one dandelion seed that was different from the others. Instead of flying out into the void, it was returning. The most up-to-date novels are published on freyabnovel.com. There were figures inside, but unlike the other dandelion seeds which contained many figures, this only contained 2. They were sitting cross-legged next to each other. Furthermore, when Xu Qing looked closely at the dandelion seed, the violet moon power within him reacted. Time was limited, so there was no time to sit around thinking. Thus, Xu Qing decisively sent his divine sense toward that specific dandelion seed. Unfortunately, things didn't go smoothly. The seed was some distance away. Most importantly, it was floating along near the corpse of the god emperor. Though it wasn't right next to the corpse still exerted a huge influence in that area. If he waited for the seed to go along its natural course, he would run out of time. By means of his divine will, he could sense that time was running out. Time to go for broke. He accelerated rapidly, slipping past all the other seeds. As he got closer, the corpse of the god emperor became clearer. Now that he had a frame of reference, he realized that compared to the corpse, he was like one tiny hair. The might emanating from the god emperor corpse was terrifying. Despite Xu Qing being a good distance away, it still struck his mind like lightning and caused his body of divine will to nearly collapse. FRYAEWEB ETA OVELC, Cyrillic letter 473M. Before that could happen, he ignited himself and used the destruction of his own divine will body to get even closer. He touched the floating dandelion seed. The moment he did, an ancient voice echoed in his mind. This world of heaven and earth can be considered a well. Chapter 809, so you studied it for nothing. Xu Qing's mind spun, and his senses collapsed. Everything went blank. His divine will faded from the location of the immortal essence. The dandelion seed vibrated, then backed up slightly. Then it continued moving back in the direction of the dandelion. However, this time, it had 3 figures inside instead of 2. The third figure was blurry and occasionally disappeared entirely, as if it was having trouble forming fully. Xu Qing's true body stood in the ancient temple, amidst the sea of flames, right in front of the window leading to the immortal essence. His eyes were closed, and he wasn't moving. Off to the side, the palace lord sighed softly. The little butterfly heard it and knew what it meant. That Xu Qing is so greedy. He picked a returning seed that the immortal essence hadn't purified yet, which will make it a lot harder to gain enlightenment of. It would be much simpler to let the immortal essence purify it. The butterfly actually seemed pleased and even happy. Inside, she was thinking that if Xu Qing hadn't killed her over and over again before, she might have told him this secret earlier. Master, you already gave him 10 breaths of time that he normally wouldn't have. Yet he just didn't know how to take advantage of that. This is his destined opportunity, so there's no need for you to sigh. Don't worry, my powers of understanding are definitely better than his, so I won't have trouble surpassing him. The figure Xu Qing left in the seed will probably just dissipate on its own, which will prove that he failed at enlightenment. Even if his powers of understanding were on the same level as my own, he just doesn't have enough time. Besides, once that seed returns to the dandelion, any figures inside that aren't there permanently will be purified away. Therefore, Master, you really don't need to sigh with regret. The palace lord shook her head. I wasn't sighing about Xu Qing. What I regret is picking an apprentice too soon and choosing you. The palace lord's gaze came to rest on the dandelion seed that Xu Qing had chosen for his enlightenment. Visit FREEWEBNOV, letter 2113.com for the best novel reading experience. The butterfly was stunned and initially didn't understand. Then her gaze followed her master to the immortal essence seed. She was about to ask for some clarification when the eyes on her wings suddenly widened. The seed Xu Qing had picked was on its way back to the immortal essence dandelion. It wasn't very far. In fact, it looked like it would only take a few dozen breaths of time to reach its destination. But then, on the way back, the third figure inside suddenly began to become very clear. It became increasingly stable, until in the end, it clearly resembled Xu Qing. The butterfly simply couldn't comprehend such enlightenment speed. All of the seeds she had sought enlightenment from had been purified and were on their way back out. As a result, she always had plenty of time to work with. Normally speaking, it would take a day or two to figure out how to take control of it. That was the reason why she'd said all the things she just had. Based on her own frame of reference, she didn't see how Xu Qing could succeed. Therefore, what she was seeing now blew her mind. Meanwhile, an astonishing tempest was erupting in Xu Qing's sea of consciousness. He was looking at a starry sky full of ripples. It looked like the surface of some body of water. Compared to the universe as a whole, that starry sky was like a well. He suddenly heard an ancient voice speaking. Everything is inside the well. All divine abilities, magical treasure, all states exist in the well. Xu Qing immersed himself in the voice and the well water. The sensations he had experienced in the location of the immortal essence were long gone. His divine will had already disappeared from there. But that brief contact created a sensation that still lingered within him. Although there wasn't a lot, it was there. And of course, Xu Qing had incredible powers of understanding that had amazed both Master Seventh and the heir apparent on multiple occasions. Just a little scrap of something in his sea of consciousness was enough for him. Xu Qing looked at the starry sky. The ripples were fading, and everything was turning calm, creating a much clearer reflection of what was above. Gradually, Xu Qing was able to glimpse himself within the starry sky reflected in the well. Within the water, he saw all of his god states, his heavenly Tao, his magical devices, and everything from his gold core days. The god's finger, the ghost emperor mountain, D132, daybreak light, but that wasn't it. All of the martial techniques, magical techniques, and divine abilities that he had practiced from the beginning of his cultivation journey were there. Golden Crow assimilates myriad spirits within the 9 springs and everything else. As for his reflection, it was incomparably clear. At a glance, it was impossible to tell which was the reflection and which was real. That's also me. Xu Qing was experiencing a sensation that blended profundity and reality. As that sensation overtook him, Xu Qing felt like he had lost his ability to even move, as if he were fixed in place, his soul transfixed by the water. Most noteworthy of all was that the reflections in the water did not contain the violet crystal. That discovery struck Xu Qing to the core. Next, he heard that same ancient and domineering voice speaking to him. This divine ability of mine is fishing the moon in the well. The moment the words rang out, something like an enormous, blurry hand appeared in the void. It reached down into the well, causing the water and Xu Qing's reflection to ripple. Then the hand fished something out from inside. The moonlight in the well is beautiful, and I wanted some. Now I have some. Within the illusory hand was an image of Xu Qing. The hand squeezed down, forcing the image of Xu Qing to remain in the palm. He is you. Did you master it? As the words echoed out, the hand which held Xu Qing extended, revealing an entire person attached to it. It was a pale-faced, middle-aged man clad in a gray suit of armor, with eyes as peaceful as tranquil water. The armor was vicious, as if it had grown out of the man's flesh, and was part of it, based on what Xu Qing could sense. It abounded with nefarious energy. Within that nefarious energy was something very domineering. The two things conflicted, and yet were harmonious at the same time, and he was looking directly at the Xu Qing in the palm. Xu Qing wasn't capable of moving, nor could he use any magical technique. Apparently, even his god states had been taken away. The only thing he could do was think, and that meant he had no trouble seeking enlightenment. So the name of this divine ability is fishing the moon in the well. What an amazing divine ability. If there is no moon in the well, one will appear, except it's a reflection of the moon in the sky. But in the hands of this person, it's a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering magic. The process of using it involves finding the gaps between reality and illusion, then using the power of time to reach into the mirror image and create something from nothing. It's about having supreme self-confidence, a domineering will, and superb willpower. 1. As Xu Qing came to that understanding, his image in the dandelion seed grew even clearer, until it was almost complete. Soon, there would be a tripartite balance of power with the other two figures there. As of this moment, it was definitely correct to say that Xu Qing had gained enlightenment of fishing the moon in the well. But then Xu Qing's heart flip-flopped. Wait, no. Immortal essence legacies can't be this simple. Everything from just now was probably just a generalization. My thinking is a bit too one-sided. The heir apparent and Princess Brightblossom once told me that the only thing limiting a person's advancement is imagination. In other words, fishing the moon in the well might not be exactly as I just experienced. It's probably a lot more profound, a lot more useful. It's only my lack of perception and ability that prevents me from seeing it more clearly. As these thoughts went through Xu Qing's mind, the image in the dandelion seed collapsed and started fading away. When the little butterfly noticed that, she was stunned. She had assumed that Xu Qing already succeeded, which was quite a blow to her. But now it looked like his image was collapsing. Master, what's going on? The palace lord sighed again, this time more deeply. What a pity the rules of the Summer Immortal Palace clearly state that the palace can only have one successor at a time. The butterfly was completely astonished. He wasn't happy with the divine ability, the palace lord explained, so he decided to delve into its substructure. FREYAWEB com. Substructure, the butterfly's eyes went wide. The palace lord was right. Xu Qing was now probing the ability on a substructural level. He had started thinking about how his initial contact with the seed had provoked a reaction from his violet moon. Given that, and considering the name of the divine ability, a very outrageous possibility had occurred to him. What's being fished out of the well isn't just a person's soul. Perhaps it's a whole bunch of souls. And floating within the well aren't just things like divine abilities, magical techniques, and magical devices. Those things are too simplistic. If the well has a moon in it, what if that moon isn't the actual moon in the sky? Who said that this ability has to be used on an enemy? It seems perfectly possible to use it to fish the moon out of my own heart. Xu Qing's mind spun as he came to the conclusion that this new way of thinking was absolutely correct. I get it now. That's why the cultivator in the gray armor said the moon was beautiful and that he wanted some. He was warning me. What's more, he asked me if I'd mastered it. That was also a warning. In fact, when he said, "He is you," he was spelling things out for me as clearly as could be. He was basically asking me if I had mastered the substructure of the ability. As this understanding filled Xu Qing, and the concept became clearer, the figure within the palm of the middle-aged man suddenly erupted with blinding, violet light. As the light spread out, the figure vanished, turning into a boundless violet moon. It rested in the palm, emanating astonishing mightiness. Then the palm started vibrating until it collapsed. The man in the gray armor was also shredded into ash by the violet light. The entire well came to be filled with a violet moon, slowly rising up. This moon wasn't illusory. It was true and real, too. It wasn't the moon that Li Zihua had taken out into the starry sky. Xu Qing had created it. It was the second violet moon to form in the revered ancient mainland. The source was the same as Li Zihua's violet moon, but it belonged to Xu Qing. Xu Qing appeared on the violet moon and looked in the direction where the cultivator in the gray armor had disappeared. Outside, the seed was nearly at the dandelion. Just before it merged into it, the two figures inside collapsed and disappeared, to be replaced by another one-of-a-kind figure. It was none other than Xu Qing. 1. Fishing the moon in the well is an ability from Renegade Immortal. In fact, that's the title of chapter 1429 of that novel. In the Chinese comments on Kidian, someone actually shared a screenshot of that chapter. Many parts from this chapter of BTT are exactly the same as that chapter. For example, the line from above everything is inside the well, and the things after that down to this line, and some of the subsequent lines are largely the same. It seems to me the author probably copy and pasted a lot of it, then made tweaks and changes so everything made sense for Xu Qing's unique experience. That said, there are many things that are exactly the same without any changes at all. Generally speaking, I avoid critiquing the work of other translators. For one thing, I wouldn't like it if people went through my translation line by line and nitpicked it. However, there are some problems with the RI translation in this chapter. For one thing, the name of the ability is translated, not that well. The verb is to fish out or pull out. Really, it should be something more like fishing the moon from a well or out of a well. In English, if you're specifically going fishing for something, you don't say fishing XYZ. E.g., if I'm going fishing for tuna, I don't say I'm fishing tuna. That's not to mention that the point of this technique is not about going fishing, but rather about fishing something out of the water. In any case, I'm keeping the same ability name from RI to maintain continuity. Beyond that, there are other poor translation choices. For example, the voice very clearly says that he likes the moonlight in the well, but the RI translation says that he likes the moon in the well. In other words, it would actually make more sense for the ability to be named fishing moonlight from a well. All of that is not to mention issues of tense, grammar, etc. In any case, in Chinese, there are more similarities between the two chapters than you'll see in English, mostly because I can't stand to have clunky English and inaccurate translations if I can avoid it. 2. I saw some speculation from Chinese readers about who this figure in gray armor is. Considering the scant amount of evidence, I won't go into detail. Suffice it to say, if you've read Renegade Immortal, you can probably come to the same conclusions as them. Chapter 810, Erneu's Determination. In the ancient temple that was the Summer Immortal Palace, the palace lord looked into the window formed by the candlelight, and the dandelion seed connected to Xu Qing. Eventually, the dandelion seed reached the dandelion and disappeared from sight. The little butterfly watched in a daze, her mind full of chaos. When she spoke, her words were no less chaotic. What? Come on, master, he cheated. For countless years in deep earth, the palace lord said softly, exceptionally talented people have come to the conclusion that all techniques have an origin. And if someone occupies that origin, cultivating the technique to the limit will be very difficult. Of course, they're not aware of the existence of the immortal essence. That's just the result of their own personal speculation and analysis. Their speculations are correct, but also incorrect. The techniques of deep earth really do have an origin, and rarely are they solely connected to a single person. But if that does happen, and if they're connected deeply enough, the immortal essence will respect that, and will leave that mark in place for later generations of cultivators to study. That's what Xu Qing has done. The palace lord's voice seemed less empty than before, and instead had a touch of admiration in it. With a gentle wave of her hand, she sent the candle flames spinning back to the candles. She also sent the imperial energy back into the frescoes. The only thing left remaining was the faint echo of her words. The butterfly had regained her composure. After the explanation from her master, she also felt admiration. Feeling slightly flustered, she prepared to give voice to her feelings. That was when Xu Qing's eyes slowly opened. There was no blankness or confusion in them. They were bright and clear, with a hint of violet still present, and something in his pupils that was reminiscent of starlight. Or perhaps it really was starlight. "Many thanks, Palace Lord," Xu Qing said, clasping his hands and bowing with deep respect. "There's no need for that," the palace lord responded. Placing your soul seed in the immortal essence was a virtuous deed for deep earth. Going forward, your soul seed will be stripped of its will and turned into a technique to be disseminated in the countless worlds in deep earth. Hopefully, it will add a bit of colorful variety to the deep earth techniques. This virtuous deed of yours resulted in you gaining enlightenment of a divine ability from the immortal essence. As the saying goes, every sip and bite is preordained. Consider it karma. Now, do you have any questions for me? The palace lord was speaking more directly than before, a direct result of her admiration for Xu Qing. Xu Qing thought for a moment, then looked at the 9 paintings above the altar. Palace lord, I would very much like to know about the time when the revered ancient mainland was founded. The venerable summer immortals who created the heavenly Taos, where did they go? Given how much time the broken face of the god has been around, why haven't they returned? The palace lord sighed. No one knows exactly where the 6 surviving summer immortals are. There's only some cursory information in the records of the summer immortal palace. Some of them went into the depths of brilliant heaven. Some are in deep earth, recovering and healing. I don't know anything more than that. Too much time has passed at this point. The palace lord's voice seemed particularly emotional at that point. After she finished speaking, she started fading from view. The butterfly, sensing her master's dip in mood, also began to fade from view. After a moment of thought, Xu Qing realized that it was time to go. After bowing again, he turned and walked to the entrance. Before walking out, he looked over his shoulder one last time at the ancient temple. What caught his attention wasn't the fading palace lord, nor was it the altar. Instead, it was the fresco depicting the first emperor, who was also the first ancient emperor. It was the young man looking up at the starry sky. After taking one final look, Xu Qing left the ancient temple. The moment he was outside, 5 colored lights swirled around the temple, and then it popped like a bubble. After it was gone, it seemed as if it had never even been there to begin with. Looking back, Xu Qing saw nothing but empty space. It was as if the entire thing had been a dream. The sun was just about to peek over the horizon. The dome of heaven was about to awaken, turning from dark to light. The scarlet glow of morning was incomparably beautiful. A faint mist clung to the lands, like fine gauze that made everything seem mysterious and unknowable. When the sun rose and light spilled onto the lands, the mist evaporated. Sunlight reached Xu Qing. The night had passed. He looked at the red sun. As he exhaled, his breath turned into steam, and he thought about that fresco that he had examined twice. That very first ancient emperor of humankind, that young man had seemed somehow familiar when he looked at him for the first time. Upon leaving, the feeling felt even stronger. It's like I've seen him before. With such thoughts on his mind, Xu Qing walked through the morning sun to Ningyan's mansion. About 2 hours later, the sky was bright, and Xu Qing reached the lake outside the mansion. Xu Qing absent-mindedly stopped walking and looked at the water, and suddenly realized why that person seemed familiar. He sort of looks like Master. Freeweb novel, C. Sigma. Xu Qing slowly walked across the lake and into the mansion. He wasn't sure what his master looked like as a young person, but the young man in the fresco had eyes that looked very similar to his master's eyes. Even as he pondered that, the Xi County cultivators who had all been waiting for him in the courtyard burst into cheering. Ningyan was there, as was Kong Xianglong and Wu Jianwu. So was Palace Lord Li Yunshan, who had led the group here from Xi County. Plumdark was back, a smile on her face. The captain was even there. He had his arm thrown over Wu Jianwu's shoulders and was whispering something in his ear when he saw Xu Qing and smiled. They were cheering because of the revelation of Xu Qing's status in the Xeno-Immortal school and the victory in the Tao debate. They were also cheering because of how Xu Qing had executed 7th Prince and ensured that Bai Xiaochun was dead. There were no greater villains to Xi County cultivators than 7th Prince and Bai Xiaochun. Xu Qing was a bit taken aback to see so many familiar faces all cheering. A lot had happened over the course of the last day. In fact, he was only just now realizing that only one night had passed since the Tao debate. His experience in the summer immortal palace and the sensation of the passage of ancient time inside the temple had affected his perceptions. As a result, he had lost track of the actual passage of time. He quickly suppressed the sensation. Smiling, he bowed at the waist to the cheering crowd. Kong Xianglong was the first to rush forward, his eyes red and puffy. Stopping in front of Xu Qing, he prepared to drop to his knees. Xu Qing prevented him. Kong Xianglong hesitated, then threw his arms around Xu Qing and embraced him. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Li Yunxian seemed just as emotional as he walked up to Xu Qing and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Regent Lord Xu. By executing that Bai traitor and killing 7th Prince, you wreaked bloody vengeance on behalf of Xialing County. Palace Lord Kong is definitely watching from the netherworld. Finally, he can rest in peace." All of the sword sages bowed. Ningyan bowed more deeply than anyone else, although his excitement came for different reasons. 7th Prince's death and Xu Qing's awe-inspiring performance also brought glory and honor to Ningyan. Xu Qing returned all of the salutes. Then, as the Xialing County cultivators continued to revel in excitement, he walked over to Plumdark. In the morning light, Plumdark's face was like a hibiscus, her eyes were like glistening water, and her lips were like vermilion. She was as gentle and refined as flower blossoms drifting onto a stream. Her plum-colored gown made her seem graceful and gentle, like an immortal strolling through the mundane world. She was truly as beautiful as a blooming violet. "Where were you last night?" she asked with an enigmatic smile. Looking him up and down, she continued, "I sense the dust of antiquity on you, and also the faint aroma of pollen." Xu Qing opened his mouth to reply, but before he could, the captain, who had been listening in, loudly said, "Get over here, little junior brother. I have some big news for you. Really big news." He rushed over and before Xu Qing could say anything, grabbed Xu Qing's arm. Pulling him away, he looked at Plumdark and said, "My dear arch-immortal sister-in-law, the two of you will have plenty of time to catch up later. It wasn't easy for me to get back here, so allow me to share this very important news with little Ah Qing." With that, he dragged Xu Qing away. Xu Qing wasn't sure what to do other than let the captain pull him off. It didn't take long for them to reach a private chamber, where the captain performed an incantation gesture to seal the area. Then he looked excitedly at Xu Qing. "What do you think, little Ah Qing? Do I react quickly or what? Let me tell you, I could smell that pollen on you from the moment you arrived. Oh, you're just too young and inexperienced. Remember, next time you have a snack on the side, remember to clean up afterward. Luckily, I was here to help out, but I won't necessarily come running every time this happens, right?" Xu Qing really wasn't sure what to say in response to that. Looking at the immeasurably smug captain, he asked, "Where have you been all this time?" "Doing something big, what else?" The captain sat down, stretched out his legs, and took out a peach. After tossing an apple to Xu Qing, he started eating. "You listen to me, little Ah Qing. Although you did something pretty impressive, it only affects the imperial capital, nothing else. You just wait until this big job of mine is finished. I guarantee your jaw will hit the ground." Xu Qing was used to this sort of situation and knew exactly what the captain wanted to hear. Plastering a very curious look onto his face, he said, "What's the job?" The captain immediately perked up and leaned a bit closer to Xu Qing. Lowering his voice, he said, "I've been in that branch of the Star Emperor Preeminence sect. You know, the one where I went in and stole something. Well, the night we went there, I actually didn't manage to get my hands on what I wanted. But I couldn't just give up. So I came up with a method of infiltrating the sect. As of now, I'm an outer sect disciple. My assessment is coming up very soon, and I'm very confident that, once I pass it, I'll become an inner sect disciple. At that point, I can work things out to get close to my target." Hearing all of that sparked some actual curiosity in Xu Qing. Whatever the captain was after, he had obviously done a lot of work to get to it, which seemed to indicate it was something very special. "Eldest brother, what exactly are you trying to steal?" "The wordless book of stone," the captain said, his eyes gleaming with longing. "That mysterious young woman I was working with wanted the same thing, and though it seemed like she succeeded, the reality is that she's an idiot. What she stole was nothing but an empty shell, a piece of crap rock. What I want are the words in it. Read 8 chapters at FGEEWYBNO, Cyrillic letter 475EL. See Sigmum only. Wordless Book of Stone. Xu Qing looked at the captain. Yeah, that's right, the Wordless Book of Stone. The captain smiled enigmatically. Xu Qing thought about it for a moment, and then nodded. Staring at Xu Qing with keen anticipation, the captain said, "Aren't you going to ask me why something called the Wordless Book of Stone has words in it?" Xu Qing already knew the answer, but seeing the look on the captain's face, he decided it was best to play along. "I was just about to ask that." The captain laughed heartily. "The title of the Wordless Book of Stone," he said mysteriously, "is made up of 4 words. That dumb girl just stole the shell, so she has no idea that the 4 words already gained intelligence and escaped. They're hiding in the top level of the Magic Legacy Pavilion, in some random jade slip. Only by becoming an inner sect disciple can I go to the top floor of the Magic Legacy Pavilion to find them. Those 4 words are related to god domains. It doesn't matter what god domain you're talking about, they work there. And according to what I heard, it won't be long now before the Fire Moon Dark Heavens open a god domain for their great hunt." Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. Looking even more smug, the captain continued, "So what do you think? Amazing, right? Otherwise, why would your eldest brother work so hard and spend so much time racking my brains to figure out a way to infiltrate the Star Emperor Preeminence sect? I really put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into this whole thing. That said, it's not a big deal. It'll all be worth it in the end. My assessment is in 1 month. At that point, I'll definitely get into the inner sect. Afterward, I'll take a trip to the Fire Moon Dark Heavens and use their great hunt to get into that god domain." In both wording and expression, the captain was clearly full of determination. "God domain? Great hunt?" Xu Qing asked. Although he knew a bit about the Fire Moon Dark Heaven people, he didn't know much about how god domains connected to their great hunt. "Just wait until I succeed, then I'll tell you all the details." The captain took a bite of his peach, then stood and wiped the dust from his rear end. "Well, time to leave. I just came back to tell you to get nice and ready. Going forward, wish me luck." The captain took a deep breath and prepared to leave. As for Xu Qing, he hesitated briefly, then asked, "Is it really that hard to just get a jade slip from the Magic Legacy Pavilion?" The captain didn't seem pleased to hear a question like that. "You're really off your game right now, little Ah Qing. This is the Star Emperor Preeminence sect we're talking about. Granted, it's a branch division, but the Magic Legacy Pavilion is a core element of their sect. They have a real monster there guarding the place. Outsiders are absolutely not allowed inside. Otherwise, I would already have completed the heist and wouldn't need to go to all this trouble." Thinking of Chen Deya's, Xu Qing took out a jade slip and sent a message via Divine Will. "What are you doing?" the captain asked curiously. "Just wait a second, eldest brother," Xu Qing said calmly. "Let me see if I can help you get this done a bit more quickly." The captain looked stunned. Chapter 811, The Same Mother. "Get it done a bit more quickly," the captain said doubtfully. He looked at Xu Qing, then rubbed his chin. Instinctively producing another peach, he took a few bites. "Little Ah Qing, did you happen to make a friend in the Star Emperor Preeminence sect while I was away? Which girl is it? Is she good-looking? Is she hot? Could it be that this girl is the one that left the smell of pollen on you?" This chapter is updated by FRYAEWEB, Ida OVEL. See Cyrillic letter 473M. "You know, I have to offer you some constructive criticism. Don't ever forget that you're the junior brother and I'm the eldest brother." Sounding very serious, the captain continued, "Therefore, in the future, please allow me to handle things like this." Xu Qing looked at the captain and considered explaining, then decided he didn't feel like it. Therefore, he sat down, closed his eyes, and paid no further attention. Seeing Xu Qing react in that way caused the captain to blink a few times. Then he sat down across from Xu Qing. "Why aren't you saying anything?" he asked casually. "It's all good. Whether or not your idea works doesn't matter. I'll remember your good intentions either way. I'm just looking out for your best interests, that's all, little Ah Qing. Xu Qing's eyes remained closed. The captain cleared his throat. Then, trying to look even more mysterious than before, he lowered his voice again. Little Ah Qing, do you want to know the background of the Fire Moon Dark Heavens, Great Hunt, and how it relates to god domains? Xu Qing opened his eyes and looked at the captain. Seemingly very pleased with himself, the captain kept munching on his peach while he said, As you know, the Fire Moon Dark Heaven people are very powerful, right? That said, they've never been able to match what humankind did in the past, in other words, conquer all species in revered ancient. There are 4 reasons for that. First among them is that there are actually 4 other species in revered ancient who are just as powerful as the Fire Moon Dark Heavens. Among those 5 great species, the Fire Moons only rank 3rd. Second among the reasons relates to the customs and lifestyle of the Fire Moon Dark Heavens. They actually have a relatively small population compared to the vast amount of land they control. Therefore, they wander a lot, establishing colonies and enslaving other species to wage war for them. Third relates to their 3 gods of sun, moon, and star. Each one of those gods has an individual temple that influences the mortal world. Because of that, the Fire Moons aren't truly united. They have 3 factions that are constantly contending with each other. They do have something called God Mountain, where the 3 gods' temples are headquartered. Surrounding God Mountain is a god region that is considered supreme among the Fire Moon Dark Heavens. In other words, they have 3 main camps that exist in a tenuous balance, with the God Mountain in the middle. The 4th reason is that, although the Fire Moon Dark Heavens have 3 gods, when it comes to overall strength and power, they don't quite match up to other big species. Over the countless years, they've maintained a hunting tradition that they use to train members of their species like venomous bugs in a jar. That's the main way they make their species so formidable, and also raise up powerful experts. Every 60-year cycle, they have a big hunting holiday. For a long time now, they felt that weaker species aren't good prey to hunt. So years ago, they set the final hunting ground as a god domain. And then, once every 5 60-year cycles, they have their great hunt, when their 3 gods act together to open the entrance to the god domain. Then, the members of their species can enter the god domain and hunt the living beings inside. The captain looked at Xu Qing. Xu Qing considered the information. It was his first time hearing any of this, and it gave him a much better idea of how formidable the Fire Moon Dark Heaven people were. Then he thought about how humankind compared. The captain finished his peach and took out another. So now you know how their hunts correlate to god domains, right? By the way, I heard that every time the great hunt happens, the person who comes out on top of the various rounds of hunting will be conferred a special title by the God Mountain. And that title is Dark Heaven General. Xu Qing's pupils constricted. The captain's eyes glittered with dreamy longing. In one of my lives, I participated in the Great Hunt. Sadly, something unexpected happened, otherwise I would have been named as a Dark Heaven General. Even people who aren't Fire Moon Dark Heavens can win the title, Xu Qing asked. The captain nodded. It doesn't matter whether you're a Fire Moon Dark Heaven or one of their subsidiary species. In fact, you can even be an outsider from distant lands. As long as you meet the qualifications and attend the Great Hunt, you have a chance. That said, from ancient times until now, only cultivators who are actually from the Fire Moons have become the Dark Heaven Generals. My current plan is to turn the Great Hunt into my chance to get into the God domain. The captain licked his lips and then looked in the direction of the door. Little Ah Qing, has your little lover returned your message yet? I've been waiting quite a while. Remember, this is the Magic Legacy Pavilion we're talking about here. The old monster who guards it has a shocking cultivation base, as well as astounding senses. Every time I've even gotten close, I feel like there are countless needles piercing into my soul. Do you really think this lover of yours can really help me get past the monster of a guard? The captain took a bite out of his peach and looked at Xu Qing. I guess it's not very realistic. There's no way that monster will ever leave the Magic Legacy Pavilion. What's your lady friend going to do? Just escort me inside. If this isn't going to work, I really need to get going. Xu Qing looked expressionlessly at the door. "Here we go." The captain said curiously, and was about to ask some more questions when the voice of a swordsage reached them from outside, explaining that someone had come seeking an audience with Xu Qing. "Let him in," Xu Qing said calmly. "Who is it?" the captain asked, getting even more curious as he stared at the door. Before long, someone knocked on the door. Xu Qing waved his hand to open it. An old man entered the private chamber. He had white hair and was dressed in a Taoist robe. It was impossible to deduce his identity, but his void-returning cultivation base was incredibly powerful, and his eyes shone brightly. The captain's guard immediately went up. Meanwhile, the old man bowed deeply to Xu Qing, then took out a bag of holding. "They're all there," he said, putting it down in front of Xu Qing. "I don't need them back for another 7 days." With that, the old man turned and left. He only said that one thing, and hadn't even cast a single glance in the captain's direction. The captain looked on doubtfully as he left, then turned his attention to the bag of holding. Who was that, little Ah Qing? He had a very profound cultivation base. What did he mean when he said they're all there? What's in the bag of holding? The captain's breathing had turned a bit irregular, and he was starting to come up with a guess about what was in the bag. And yet, he felt like the chances of that possibility being true were minimal. All of the jade slips from the Magic Legacy Pavilion in the Star Emperor Preeminence sect are there. Xu Qing flicked his sleeve and sent the bag of holding flying toward the captain. "Impossible!" The captain leaned forward, grabbed the bag of holding, and scanned it with divine will. His eyes went wide and he looked at Xu Qing. His expression was one of pure disbelief. Upon scanning the bag, he found that there were more than 100,000 jade slips inside. Based on the information the captain had gathered earlier, they really did contain everything from the Star Emperor Preeminence sect, and were truly from the Magic Legacy Pavilion. Most importantly, within those more than 100,000 jade slips was some of the aura of the wordless Book of Stone. And that meant that the missing words were somewhere in these jade slips. "This," the dumbfounded captain said. Considering how much he knew about the Star Emperor Preeminence sect, it was obvious that clearing out the Magic Legacy Pavilion of a branch division would be monumentally difficult. The only way it could happen would be if the leader of the branch division gave approval, or word came down from the sect headquarters. And whoever gave that word would need to be very important in the sect. The captain looked blankly at the bag of holding and thought about all the hard work, and all the money he had spent, and how even with all that, he'd needed another month to be able to reach his goal. And yet Xu Qing did it by sending one single message. He didn't feel any of the elation he should have felt at succeeding early. Instead, he felt a bit depressed. Then he looked up at Xu Qing with some hidden bitterness in his eyes. "Fr ya e omega ebn retroflex ovel, calm. Why didn't you say earlier that?" "You just told me today." Xu Qing looked down, his face completely expressionless. The captain felt even more depressed than before. Who was that guy? "I don't know," Xu Qing replied. "Probably an elder in the Star Emperor Preeminence sect." "There's no way," the captain replied. "Even an elder from their headquarters couldn't get all those jade slips. He must rank higher than an elder." "It doesn't matter. You got what you want. You just need to return them in 7 days." Xu Qing stood and walked out, feeling wonderful the entire time. The captain held the bag of holding as he watched Xu Qing leave. He really was at a loss for words. Finally, feeling more depressed than ever, he started looking for the missing words in the jade slips. As of now, there wasn't any point in going back to the Star Emperor Preeminence sect. This kind of thing can't keep happening. As the eldest brother, it's too much of a loss of face. His eyes gleamed with determination, and yet, he actually wasn't sure what specifically to do. What a headache. In the past, it was all about cultivation base, so as long as I worked hard to undo my seals, I could always regain my dignity as the eldest brother. But what do I do now? As the captain continued to search for the missing letters, he tried to come up with ideas. In the end, he ground his teeth. This really can't keep happening. I guess I have no choice but to tap into the identity of my past life. 7 days had passed. During that time, the investigation of the God-merging school continued. On a daily basis, students from that school of thought were taken away. Groups and organizations throughout the imperial capital were paying very close attention to what was happening. The death of 7th Prince came about because he was found guilty and executed by the Emperor's sword. Therefore, he received no funeral. He was even stricken from the imperial records and was not interred in the imperial mausoleum. The historians were only allowed to mention something about him in passing. In the year 2936 of the Dark War calendar, 7th Prince was found guilty of heinous crimes and was executed by the Emperor's sword. That was the end of the matter. The incense stick on the rainbow bridge that represented 7th Prince collapsed into ash. Now there weren't 12 incense sticks. There were 11. Meanwhile, Xu Qing's name spread both inside and outside the imperial capital. In the aftermath of 7th Prince's execution, 5th Prince was summoned back to the capital. He had been away for many years as he followed the #1 heavenly king around the border regions. But now he had an assignment in the capital. As news of the matter spread, discussions raged. That was especially true considering the death of 7th Prince. Rumors went wild. And that was because 7th Prince and 5th Prince had the same mother. Days passed. One morning bells tolled. Outside the east gate of the capital, an ancient spell formation flared to life, sending dazzling light in all directions as an entire army teleported in. From a distance, it was possible to see war banners flapping. Leading the army was a man mounted on a mutant two-headed black dragon. He wore a black suit of armor and stared at the capital with cold eyes. His long hair flowed freely behind him, and he pulsed with a baleful aura. Clearly, he had killed a lot of people. The army he led stood in ranks behind him, not making a single sound. "I'm back," the black-armored man said softly. Chapter 812, Gaiyu Qingji. On the spell formation outside the imperial capital, the smell of blood and gore surrounded the army. It was incredibly strong, having permeated their armor, their skin, their flesh, and even their souls. So strong it was that the sky turned dark and strong winds blew. Lightning crackled and thunder boomed. Bells tolled in the capital, their sound penetrating the minds of everyone present. The weakest members of this army had nascent soul cultivation bases. None were ordinary people. And all had slaughtered countless opponents in the years they spent patrolling the border lands and defending humankind. They had led different lives than most cultivators in the capital. Most of them had been away for a full 60-year cycle. Their years of campaigning had made them apathetic to death, and as a result, hardly any emotion could be seen on their faces. And yet, the more apathetic they were, the more astonishing their killing intent became, until it was an instinct they couldn't suppress even standing right outside the capital. From the look of it, not even imperial authority was important to them. The only thing that could stir their hearts were the war banners flapping at the front of their army. There were actually 2 such banners. One of them was golden and was embroidered with the 2 characters that made up Gaiyu. The other was pitch black and had blood-red writing that read Firecrusher. Firecrusher was the moniker of the #1 heavenly king of humankind. Beneath the war banners was 5th Prince, clad in his black armor. His expression was calm as he looked at the imperial capital. He had been away for 17 years. "Scenery remains, people change," he murmured. The bells in the capital tolled 9 times, and then the east gate slowly opened. Officials from the 5 lesser celestial divisions came out to receive 5th Prince. All of them bowed deeply to him. "Congratulations, 5th Prince." 4th Prince was there, clad in a yellow robe with a 4-clawed dragon on it. He was there with an edict from the Emperor, and was representing the imperial clan to welcome his younger 5th brother to the capital. Looking very solemn, he positioned himself 3,000 meters in front of the army, and then spoke in a loud voice. "Hear this decree, Gaiyu Qingji." 5th Prince looked away from the capital and fixed his gaze on 4th Prince. Dismounting his 2-headed black dragon, he knelt on the ground. Behind him, The members of the army acted in unison to drop to their knees. Fourth Prince nodded slightly, then extended his right hand to unfurl an imperial decree. Fifth Imperial Prince Qingji hath performed outstanding services in keeping the border climatures safe. He hath martial prowess as well as moral aptitude, and is well known to be an honorable warrior. He is handsome, erudite, and skilled, respectful in serving his military superiors, filial in serving his parents, loving when dealing with his siblings, decent in serving younger family members, authoritative when dealing with officials. He is the spitting image of his father, like the shadow of the emperor cast by sunset. On this day, Fifth Imperial Prince Qingji is awarded with the right to have a majordomo manage his mansion, and the right to add 10,000 troops to his force of guards. So be it. When the reading of the decree was completed, Fifth Prince stood. The army also stood. "Congratulations, fifth brother," said Fourth Prince. No longer was a serious expression on his face. He was smiling. "Father is waiting for you. Hurry over to Kowtow and express thanks." Without a word spoken in response, Fifth Prince walked past Fourth Prince, through the East Gate, and onto the Rainbow Bridge. The army pitched camp by the spell formation. Seeing that caused Fourth Prince to frown slightly. However, the smile quickly returned to his face, and he hurried after Fifth Prince in the direction of the Imperial Palace. When the guards on the Rainbow Bridge saw Fifth Prince, they nodded and greeted him respectfully. There were a lot of commoners gathered by the bridge to watch as Fifth Prince crossed it. It was hard to say who started cheering first, but soon the entire crowd was clamoring. If someone couldn't see the circumstances, they would probably assume that an army had come back victorious from a huge battle, or perhaps that the crown prince had been chosen. That was how passionate everyone was. Fifth Prince stopped in place and looked at the crowd. He was silent for a few breaths of time, and then he bowed to the commoners before continuing on his way. Fifth Prince reached the end of the Rainbow Bridge and stood before the main entrance of the Imperial Palace. He looked at the 11 huge sticks of burning incense, most notably the spot where there had once been an incense stick, but was now empty. His expression was one of grief. "All Seventh's death caught us all by surprise," a soft voice said from behind him. He had just asked to clear his name with the immortal questioning bell, but... The person who had spoken was Fourth Prince. Shaking his head, he stopped next to Fifth Prince. Fifth Prince didn't say anything. Looking away from the spot where his younger brother's incense had once stood, he looked through the gate, past the plaza, and at the steps leading up to the palace hall. "Go in," Fourth Prince said quietly. "Father is waiting there with all the ministers, heavenly marquises, heavenly kings, and of course the region lord." "Enough with your games," Fifth Prince said calmly. It was the first time he spoke to Fourth Prince since his arrival. "All Seventh's death is my business. I don't need you trying to fan the flames. Having all the commoners show up and cheer was quite childish. I'm not returning in triumph. Father is in the prime of his life and won't easily give in to suspicion. Children's games aren't befitting of you or anyone else." Fifth Prince then strode into the Imperial Palace. The Emperor sat in his place in the hall. The 13 heavenly kings were all there in their places, as well as the heavenly marquises. Further down was the chief minister and the officials from the 5 greater celestial divisions. All were seated by rank and looked very serious. Xu Qing was present as well, sitting in his own place, his face expressionless. He had received an imperial edict the previous night indicating that he should attend court the following morning, which was when Fifth Prince would be returning. After discussing the situation with Ningyan, he came to understand a bit more about the relationship between Fifth Prince and Seventh Prince. They have the same mother. In the imperial clan, a relationship like that surpassed just about everything else. In fact, it was sometimes considered more intimate of a relationship than the love between a father and mother. Fifth Prince is the apprentice of the #1 heavenly king, and he's also the only living apprentice. He's been following the heavenly king for years to defend the border regions. As far as humankind is concerned, he's performed more meritorious services than any of the other imperial princes. His battle prowess is second only to Grand Prince, who of course is half Fire Moon Darkheaven. The two of them are equally brave and good at fighting. Xu Qing's information came partly from Princess Anhai and partly from Ningyan. As Xu Qing pondered the situation, he heard cheering from outside. So did everyone else in the palace hall. Not one scrap of emotion appeared on the faces of anyone present. It was almost as if they hadn't heard a thing. It seems he doesn't get along with all the other imperial princes. Xu Qing's gaze remained placid as he looked toward the entrance of the palace. Before long, a figure strode into view. He stood straight and tall, with a handsome face and black suit of armor that made him seem very heroic. His cultivation base fluctuations were prominent. He was in the third stage of void returning. As he walked, traces of natural and magical laws swirled around him, affecting the surroundings. He was none other than Fifth Prince. As everyone watched, he walked past all the officials and stopped in front of the stairs. Kneeling to the Emperor, he said, "Greetings, Father." The Emperor nodded. "Things have been rough for you." Fifth Prince stood. He looked at the heavenly kings, then the heavenly marquises, and then Xu Qing. He revealed no emotion whatsoever. Then he bowed at the waist to his father. "Father, the Fire Moon border has been stable over the past 17 years. During that time, I participated in 97 small-scale battles. The Fire Moons never showed up for any of them. All incursions were by minor species. With King Firecrusher there to keep things in check, everything went smoothly. Overall, the Fire Moon Darkheavens have been busy preparing for their great hunt and haven't had as much attention to spend on hunting surrounding species. As for the incursions by other species, they were primarily training missions or scouting parties. Nothing major. In terms of casualties, roughly 379,000 people lost their lives over the past 17 years. I have the name list right here. Most up-to-date novels are published on Letter 192, GEEWYAB-NOVEL.com. Fifth Prince produced a jade slip, which he handed to a guard to be given to the Emperor. Compared to the past, whether in terms of the number of incidents or the amount of cultivators who sacrificed their lives, the total number is about half. It just goes to show that your plan with the Dawning Suns succeeded in creating a meaningful threat. In response to those words, most of the officials present smiled approvingly. Freewibben Sigmavel, see Cyrillic letter 473M. However, Fifth Prince continued, there's bad news as well. First of all, the Fire Moon's subsidiary species have, for some unknown reason, improved their battle prowess. This isn't just one species we're talking about. All of them have become inexplicably stronger. This presents a long-term disadvantage for humans, and the clues need to be examined thoroughly by the relevant government department. The second bit of bad news is that every time the Fire Moon's great hunt is over, they pick a subordinate species to elevate to a higher status. Because of that, it's highly possible that the subordinate species will provoke military conflict in order to attract attention. Now that I'm back, Father, I would like to submit an official request to the court to increase troop levels on the border. The Saya species, which is one of the top 3 most powerful subordinate species, seem to be getting restless. We should really be keeping a close eye on them. The third bit of bad news is that in recent years, the mutagen levels in Fire Moon territory have tripled. King Firecrusher's assessment was that the Fire Moons are grooming a fourth god. When he was finished speaking, silence prevailed. The officials were shaken, as news from the border regions was usually top secret, and few people knew much in the way of details. Most people had a general understanding at best, so for most people present, it was their first time hearing such specific information. As the officials pondered the new information, Fifth Prince once again bowed to the Emperor. Normally speaking, the proper procedure would be for him to return to his spot in the hall. But after bowing, he didn't do that. Instead, he softly said, "Father, I know that all Seventh committed heinous crimes and was executed by the Emperor's sword. He was guilty, so he deserved to die. However, he was still my blood brother. If I don't speak up about this subject, my conscience will bother me. As a human, I value bloodline and familial love. That's what makes us human." As your own edict stated, Father, I am loving when dealing with siblings. Therefore, if I disregard familial love, then I might as well not have family. Those are the ideals I've fostered since childhood. Therefore, Father, I would like to invite Regent Lord Xu to fight. That way, regardless of who wins, I can stand by my ideals. With that, Fifth Prince turned to look at Xu Qing, his eyes flashing coldly. Shall we fight, Regent Lord Xu? Chapter 813. Corpse Fire Ignites All. The hall was silent. No one spoke as the echoes of Fifth Prince's words died away. There were no negative reactions to Fifth Prince's actions. After all, he had spoken in a very clear and direct manner as opposed to speaking placidly, but with hidden malice. In an open and honest way, he had directly extended an invitation to fight. What was more, his wording was sound. He had stated clearly that Seventh Prince made mistakes and deserved his fate. But he also pointed out that as Seventh Prince's older blood brother, he had to take some sort of action, lest he develop internal hindrances. And considering how he'd argued that familial love was what made everyone human, his points couldn't easily be refuted. As a result, the Emperor chose not to say anything, thus overtly giving Xu Qing the power to decide how things would turn out. Xu Qing looked down at Fifth Prince. When their gazes met, it was as if black flames surged in Fifth Prince's eyes, filled with an inauspicious sensation of death. That said, he clearly kept the effect under control as he looked at Xu Qing. This fight has nothing to do with your status and identity, Fifth Prince continued. It's simply an older brother acting on behalf of his younger brother. When we were young, I was always the one to step in and handle matters when he was bullied by other princes. Xu Qing, my brother made mistakes and deserved to die. But since you killed him, I have to fight you. The desire to do battle surged within him as he waited for Xu Qing's answer. A few breaths of time passed. Inside, Xu Qing's heart was pounding as he thought back to his own childhood, and the times when he believed himself to have an older brother like this. Closing his eyes, he calmly said, "Okay." Instantly, Fifth Prince ceased to suppress the battle's spirit in his eyes, and it erupted. Black fire spread out around him, creating a sea of flames. At the same time, the entire imperial palace transformed. As if by astral redirection, it disappeared. The only things visible were Xu Qing seated above and Fifth Prince standing below. Apparently, they now occupied a standalone dimension of unlimited size. As a result, the black fire from Fifth Prince continued to spread without cease, creating an infinite sea of black flames. The temperature soared as the flames continuously climbed higher. Fifth Prince himself also grew larger, and his aura skyrocketed as he unleashed all of his cultivation base power and started walking toward Xu Qing. His black suit of armor also burst into flames, making him like a human torch that could devour mountains and rivers. Every step he took caused the dimension to tremble violently, and with every step, he accelerated until he was like a shooting star closing in on Xu Qing. Meanwhile, soul threads streamed out of Xu Qing, weaving together in the blink of an eye to form his third-level god state. He had bones of crystal and flesh of soul threads, with a blood-red cape, plus a violet moon hovering overhead. Mutagens spread out, blurring the surroundings and filling the area with the will of a god. The third-level god state was an independent entity, separate from Xu Qing, which allowed him to stride forward and meet Fifth Prince's attack. They clashed, and an intense rumbling sound shook heaven and earth. Fifth Prince staggered backward in shock. At the same time, Xu Qing's third-level god state fell back. Fifth Prince was in third-stage void returning. That was the same level of battle prowess as Xu Qing's third-level god state, and as a result, in a simple clash between the two of them, neither one would clinch a victory. Follow current novels on FRTEP, Emacron, EWEB, and Sigma V E-letter 2113.com. About 300 meters away, Fifth Prince stopped moving and looked up. Both of his hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, whereupon one of the long hairs on his head turned gray as the black color drained from it and turned into a mist in front of him. Seething, the mist became a black oil lamp with a flame burning atop it. The flame was golden. The shape of the lamp was simple and utilitarian. Something about it imparted the sensation of the underworld, as if this lamp wasn't intended for use by the living. It was something normally enshrined to the dead. As for the flame, it was turbid and ancient, and also contained a godly sensation. Astonishingly, this oil lamp had obviously been crafted from the corpse of a god. Fifth Prince inhaled deeply, and then exhaled onto the wick of the lamp. Instantly, the fire jumped higher, then spread out in all directions, provoking a reaction from the surrounding sea of flames. The sea of flames began to pour into the oil lamp. Ultimately, the fire converged into a shadowy figure. The shadowy figure constantly changed forms. It shifted between being a human, an animal, a grue, or sometimes just an incorporeal form. Regardless, the aura it emanated was shocking and ghastly. The godly aura became like oil thrown onto the fire as Fifth Prince used his divine ability, sending the shadowy figure accelerating rapidly towards Xu Qing's god state. As the figure neared, a tremor passed through Xu Qing's god state, and then it erupted. Countless soul threads danced as the first-level god state and the second-level god state formed and merged with the other god state. With its energy surging, it raised its right hand and pointed at the shadowy figure. The two clashed and blurred. Afterward, Xu Qing's god state returned to normal, while the shadowy figure disappeared. A popping sound rang out from the oil lamp in Fifth Prince's hand. 7 cracks appeared on its surface, out of which blood flowed. However, the battle spirit in Fifth Prince's eyes only grew stronger. After falling back, Fifth Prince shouted and crushed the oil lamp between his 2 palms, then shoved his hands toward the ground. Flame to sacrifice, earth altar rises, seal divine will, suppress heavenly heart. As his words rang out, the shattered bits of the lamp landed on the ground and exploded, adding a significant blessing to the surrounding sea of flames. Rumbling sounds echoed out and flames raged. At the same time, its form changed as it became churning lava which swept out in all directions. Then a white altar slowly rose up from the middle of the lava. There was something on top of the altar. It was a black funerary urn. It was sealed with a corroded sealing strip, and it emanated a very gruish sensation. At the same time, it seemed profoundly inauspicious. 1. A brutal and tyrannical will pulsed from the urn, which locked onto Xu Qing's god state. Meanwhile, the expanding lava rapidly filled the dimension. Xu Qing had never seen any divine ability like this before. It seemed like a magical technique, but at the same time, incorporated a magical treasure. Is this the Tao of King Firecrusher? As the thought occurred to Xu Qing, he sent his external god state shooting up into the air. There, it looked down and extended its right hand toward the altar. Intense rumbling sounds echoed out, causing the dimension's dome of heaven to blur as 3 mountains appeared. One was made of burning flames, one was made of frosty ice, one was made of crimson blood. As the 3 mountains appeared, the sea of lava below was whipped into a frenzy. This was the very same withering flame demon magic true self, Tao, that Xu Qing had learned from the little butterfly. As the god state's hand dropped, the 3 mountains descended, bringing with them terrifying pressure and impressive grandeur as they dropped down toward the sea of lava. Fifth Prince's eyes glittered with cold light as he shot forward, both of his hands waving out in front of him as he prepared to use the lava to create a defensive barrier. Before he could accomplish that, the god state performed an incantation gesture and pointed out. In response, a spiderweb of cracks spread out to cover the 3 mountains, and then they exploded. A rain of rubble turned into meteors that shot down toward the sea of lava. Fifth Prince had led with an aggressive onslaught, yet he had still underestimated what Xu Qing's god state was capable of. The god state quickly performed another incantation gesture, and then 3 new mountains appeared in the dome of heaven. After that came another 3. All of them exploded and created a mass of rubble. After that came yet another 3. Xu Qing's god state ultimately used the magic 10 times. No matter how Fifth Prince tried to put up a defense, it didn't work. The lava exploded, and the flames went dark. Countless bits of rubble smashed down onto Fifth Prince. Ultimately, the sea of lava and the altar were completely buried. But then a furious howl erupted from underneath the uneven surface of the rubble. An instant later, the rubble exploded upward. However, Xu Qing's god state then slammed down onto the field of rubble. The god state's right hand shoved down violently, causing a mass of innumerable soul threads to spread out everywhere. Wherever it passed, the rubble was cleared, until everywhere was flat and level. The soul threads then continued to expand, forming a magical ceiling symbol. That was when it occurred to Xu Qing that things were too simple. The power of the funerary urn hadn't yet been fully revealed, until now. "You were careless, Xu Qing," Fifth Prince said, his voice calm. As the words echoed out, the sealing mark on the ground vibrated. Then, over 100 locations on its surface collapsed as the ashes from the urn turned into bone chains that shot up from the soil. 2. Most of the chains swept out over the lands to suppress the soul threads and lock them in place. The remaining bone chains shot toward Xu Qing's seated true form. They moved with incredible speed, quickly surrounding him and turning into a vortex. Freewa Beetoval, CM. "Xu Qing, as a region lord, you're very important to humankind, so I won't kill you. However, I will extract your god soul. I will also take 1 spiritual soul from among your 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls to burn in my god corpse lamp. Whenever you feel capable of defeating me in combat, you can come take it back." As Fifth Prince's words echoed out, he appeared in midair. However, there wasn't just one of him. There were 8 of him, and each of them was holding one of the bone chains that surrounded Xu Qing. All of them yanked forcefully on the chains. A mysterious and profound power emanated from the bone chains, and in some unknown manner, they borrowed power from Xu Qing's soul threads to start extracting his god soul from within him. All Fifth Prince had to do was maintain balance and control. Instantly, afterimages of Xu Qing sprang up around him as his god soul prepared to emerge from within him. Except, his expression remained completely calm as he opened his eyes and looked at Fifth Prince. "That's a nice magical technique. Since you want to extract my soul, I might as well do a little test." Xu Qing extended his hand from within the bone chain vortex. Pushing out gently, he spoke in a voice that might as well have been a simple exhalation. "This world of heaven and earth can be considered a well. 1. Chinese funerary urns don't really look much different than funerary urns from the West. That said, the ceiling strip aspect interested me, so after quite a few minutes of image searching to find an example of what it would look like, I found a good picture. I don't think the urn in the picture is actually a funerary urn, but close enough. You can at least see how the ceiling strip would probably be applied. It's not all that different from the picture of ceiling strips I included in a footnote a few hundred chapters ago. 2. It's notable that the word for funerary urn in Chinese has the character for bone in it. It's literally a bone ash urn. So when the ashes from it turn into bone chains, it makes a lot of sense visually and linguistically. Chapter 814, Blood Red Dark Swallow. Xu Qing's voice seemed to come from ancient times or to pass through deep waters. Every word contained meaning, and as they combined, they created a mysterious water droplet of Taoist magic that landed on the surface of the water. It created a very crisp and clear sound. Ping. The sound expanded, creating ripples that spread through the dimension. It was almost as if the entire place had become the surface of a body of water. Fifth Prince was on that surface of water. All 8 versions of him looked absolutely shocked to the core. He had never seen any divine ability like this, nor had he experienced any sensation like this before. However, the majestic aura that filled the dimension gave him the sensation that it was some type of Tao essence. But what was most astonishing to him was that he realized that, all of a sudden, he had lost his ability to move. He was locked in place, even his cultivation base and magical techniques. Everything about him had turned completely still. His look of astonishment was also frozen in place. His mind still worked, but that didn't help him much. Next, Xu Qing spoke again, and an even more shocking scene unfolded. "Everything is inside the well. All divine abilities, magical treasures, all states exist in the well. That includes the true you. As even more ripples spread out on the surface of the water, Fifth Prince looked down to see himself reflected there. It wasn't just him. It was all of his magical treasures, as well as the flames from his magical technique. And there were other magical techniques, including everything he had ever cultivated. Even his heavenly Tao was there, as well as all of the natural and magical laws he had gained enlightenment of. He also saw the altar and the funerary urn. Everything that belonged to him, and all his secrets were there, whether they were illusory techniques or material items. Fifth Prince was shaken to the core as he suddenly came to the conclusion that if his reflection sustained damage, the same would happen to his true form. That premonition prompted him to struggle to free himself, except that he couldn't move a muscle. The version of himself in the water grew clearer. Meanwhile, though it seemed like he and Xu Qing were fighting in a standalone dimension, the reality was that they were still in the Imperial Palace. It was just that the palace's spell formation had interfered to keep the effects of their fighting isolated. As a result, everyone in the palace could both sense and watch everything that was happening. They saw Fifth Prince's gruish corpse fire, and they saw the bizarre bone chains from the funerary urn. They also saw Fifth Prince attempt to extract one of Xu Qing's souls. At the same time, they saw Xu Qing's actions. On the day of the Tao debate, Xu Qing had done some fighting, but all he had done was reveal his god state. Now, seeing his god state unleash magical techniques was a big shock to many people. And the 3 falling mountains was only one reason for that. After all, on the day Xu Qing clashed with the butterfly, there had been people who sensed what was happening. But what really shocked everyone was the ability currently being unleashed. Not one person had ever seen anything like it. The 13 heavenly kings were moved, and the emperor leaned forward slightly, a strange light flickering in his eyes. As everyone paid close attention, Xu Qing's voice echoed out again. "Hey, as you." The words caused Fifth Prince's mind to spin, and his view of the world to blur. It felt like water was flowing around him, obscuring his vision. Within that blurriness, he looked at himself, unmoving and surrounded by all of his magical techniques, natural laws, and magical treasures. What shook him even further was the realization that what he was looking at wasn't under the surface of the water. He was looking at his true form outside the water. Unbeknownst to him, he had somehow come to be in the body beneath the surface of the water. In other words, he had become part of the reflection of himself. He couldn't fight back. He couldn't resist. Fifth Prince felt shaken to the depths of his being. He wasn't willing for this to happen, and yet there was no way for him to stop it. He wanted to struggle, yet had no will to make it happen. Then he saw a hand. It was Xu Qing's hand, slowly reaching down into the water to fish something out. That simple motion seemed to contain a boundless Taoist magic. There wasn't a scrap of any technique aura. It seemed like a fresh breeze. After all, Xu Qing had gained enlightenment of how to use fishing the moon in the well to fish the moon out of his own heart. After that, using it to extract souls from other people was downright simple. He had been spending time recently thinking about what other transformations existed within fishing the moon in the well. To some extent, it was a Taoist magic that could be used to fish out anything that existed, not just moons. The moon was just a reference point. And thus, he reached his hand into the water to Fifth Prince and gently fished out his soul. The rumbling dimension collapsed. The bone chains locked onto Xu Qing's souls had no one controlling them, so they crumbled into nothing. The same thing happened to the chains swirling around Xu Qing himself. The 7 projected versions of Fifth Prince faded from midair as the entire dimension disappeared. As the astral redirection concluded, Xu Qing once again saw the imperial palace around him. Fifth Prince stood motionless in the same spot as before, his face pale and his eyes listless. His soul was gone. His fleshly body remained, but without a soul, he was like a walking corpse. Xu Qing had not even stood up from his chair, and his expression had hardly changed. He was currently looking down at the palm of his hand. He wasn't the only one. Everyone else in the palace hall had shifted their gazes to look at the same spot. Fifth Prince's soul rested on his palm. Freeweb novel, CM. Gayu Kingji, Xu Qing said quietly, As an imperial prince who guards the border regions, you're very important to humankind. Nor have you committed any grave crime. Therefore, I won't give you a hard time. I'll simply take one of your magical techniques. Whenever you feel capable of defeating me in combat, you can come take it back." Xu Qing waved his hand, and Fifth Prince's soul became a host of threads that shot back to Fifth Prince. The only thing that remained behind was a funerary urn. Xu Qing's hand closed around it. Fifth Prince shivered. The blankness in his eyes faded, and he looked at Xu Qing with a complicated expression. Then he bowed at the waist, took a few steps backward, then returned to his assigned spot in the hall. There, he closed his eyes. The palace hall was absolutely silent, but everyone present was deeply shaken. The events that had just played out changed what many of these members of the human nobility thought of Xu Qing. He seemed more mysterious than before. Turning heaven and earth into a surface of water, then fishing a soul from within it, was virtually incomprehensible to them. Unless you have a higher cultivation base than this Xu Qing, or have some very unique item. A divine ability like that clearly has a very profound Tao accumulation. It contains a very ancient will. I'd say it's not a magic from any recent era. What a majestic divine ability. There's no way something like that could have appeared in history and yet not be mentioned in any historical records. As the people in the hall pondered the situation, some people thought about the summer immortal palace. The source of this content is Freewabitoval, CM. One of the heavenly kings attending court was a woman wearing a Taoist robe, and she had a blurred face. Looking at Xu Qing, she said, "Does that Taoist magic have a name?" "Fishing the moon in the well," Xu Qing replied with a neutral facial expression. "Good name," she replied, nodding. She asked no further questions. This session of court was reaching its end. The chief minister, who was officiating, looked at the sky outside, then at the gathered officials. "Ladies and gentlemen, if there's anything further, please submit your petitions to the emperor. Otherwise, court will be adjourned." Everyone bowed their heads. The chief minister scanned the crowd again, then turned to the emperor. After a short moment passed, he said, "In that case." The chief minister nodded and was about to proclaim court adjourned. But then, a blood-red beam of light appeared in the dome of heaven outside the imperial capital. It was visible first, but a moment later, a deafening scream filled the air. Everyone heard the intense sound, which was so loud it shook the entire imperial capital. It shot toward the imperial palace with incredible speed that bordered on teleportation. It didn't seem as if any spell formation or defensive obstacle would block its progress. As a matter of fact, the imperial capital's grand spell formation didn't just open up, it actually blessed it with further speed. Within the blood-red beam was the aura of a dawning sun, which made it seem completely unstoppable. Anything that tried to block it would be reduced to ashes. The first people to notice what was happening were those in the imperial palace. The emperor looked up, and in very rare fashion, his gaze flickered dramatically. In humankind, there was a very high-level communication method that resembled a blood-colored dark swallow. As long as it was used within human territory, it could span any distance to carry a secret message to its target. The blood-red beam in the sky was exactly that. The heavenly kings' auras surged. The heavenly marquises' expressions flickered. The other officials were visibly moved as they turned to look at the blood-red beam of light that shot screaming into the imperial palace, where it transformed into a blood-colored dark swallow that landed on the emperor's hand. Then it surged with light like blood as it turned into a blood-red jade slip. The emperor looked closely at it for a long moment. Then his expression turned grim, and a stifling pressure weighed down on the imperial palace. Simultaneously, more blood-red dark swallows appeared on the horizon, all flying toward the palace. There were a total of 9 of them, all of which entered the palace and turned into jade slips. The emperor flicked his finger, sending one of them into the hands of the chief minister. The chief minister scanned it, and then his eyes glittered. He crushed it. Voice hoarse, he said, "One of the 3 major subsidiary species of the fire moon dark heavens, the Saya. have amassed an army 10 million strong and have encroached on our northwestern border to wage war. Also, the White Marsh species, another of the Fire Moon's subsidiaries, has mobilized for war. They teleported to the front lines of our conflict with the Nightshades to provide backup. As a result, King East Cauldron was severely injured. The Nightshade War has reached a critical point, while the northwest border is in severe danger. Chapter 815. The Wind Stirs the Fire Moon God. The chief minister's words resulted in complete silence in the palace hall. Then, a moment later, auras erupted everywhere. The 13 heavenly kings all stood. Further down on the stairs, the heavenly marquises did the same. The northwest border was a very important and significant area. That was where human lands connected to the territory of the Fire Moon Darkheaven people. For an area to be directly facing such a powerful species was a big weight. That was especially true considering that the Saya were one of the top 3 subsidiary species of the Fire Moon Darkheavens. In other words, there was no way they would take any important action without the endorsement of the Fire Moon Darkheavens. If this situation wasn't handled properly, it could lead to widespread destruction. Furthermore, the armies of humankind had commanded the upper hand against the Nightshades for some time now. But with the White Marshes added into the mix, things were clearly going to get much more difficult. Now the armies were entrenched and couldn't easily retreat. Clearly, this was going to have a big effect on the overall situation for humans. The gathered officials exchanged glances, from the heavenly kings on high to the ordinary officials below. Humankind was made up of all sorts of disparate forces and contained many important clans. As a result, there was always secret infighting going on. But right now, even officials who were in conflict with each other could see the determination in each other's eyes. No words needed to be spoken. Every person who had somehow managed to earn a place in this hall knew where they stood in a situation like this. At certain times, power struggles needed to be put to the side, and ideological differences with political rivals needed to be forgotten. Personal vendettas had to be temporarily sidelined. A crisis on the border and on the Nightshade battle lines superseded all. With enemies surrounding them, everyone had to pay the price to achieve some unity. Neither personal nor clan affairs were important in comparison. If humankind ceased to exist, then profits or losses of any kind would be meaningless. Members of the imperial court could never accept the option of seeking asylum with some other species. Therefore, requests for war assignments immediately filled the palace hall. Your Majesty, I'm willing to accept a combat post. Please send me to the northwest border to lend a helping hand to King Firecrusher. Your Majesty, my clan has 80,000 death commandos ready to sacrifice their lives on the battlefield. I can personally lead them to the Nightshade front lines to fight for humankind. Your Majesty, sending armies onto the campaign trail is very costly. I'm willing to contribute all of our clan resources. This war is the #1 priority. The 5 lesser celestial divisions will devote all available resources to the war effort. Whatever. I might not like King East Cauldron very much and have clashed with him numerous times, but right now, I'm willing to personally lead troops to the Nightshade front lines and serve under his command. Numerous such declarations could be heard. Xu Qing was increasingly moved as he realized that the words being spoken were all sincere. This was what they really thought, and this was what they were really willing to do. It went beyond anything he could have predicted. He had previously believed the imperial capital to be a place of chaos, with the emperor keeping a tight grip on the populace, but with everyone constantly at odds with each other. As a result, he was touched by what he was seeing. Is this just another side to humankind that I never saw before? When there's no big crisis, everyone is out for their own good. It makes it seem like they all have evil intentions and are only seeking their own profit. But when crisis looms, every person and every group can put all of that aside and work together. Xu Qing was visibly moved. Of course, words were words. What really mattered was actions. That said, Xu Qing's intuition was telling him that, in all likelihood, these people were being sincere. It wasn't just the court officials who were speaking up. The imperial princes were also stepping forward. Fifth prince walked out and bowed to the emperor. "Father, please permit me to return to the northwest border forthwith." Fourth prince took a deep breath and also bowed. "Father, I'm willing to go fight the Nightshades. I'll die in battle with them if I must. As an imperial prince, I have the warrior spirit of humankind." He was speaking with full sincerity. Though the succession struggle between the princes was still on, the prospect of war changed everything. As of now, it wasn't important to highlight who was right or wrong in various aspects. What was more important was meritorious service. Third prince, 10th prince, Princess Anhai, and all of the other imperial princes stepped forward and said similar things. That included Ningyan. "Your Majesty, I'm willing to fight the Nightshades." Free Webenville, com Hook. The emperor didn't seem surprised at all by this. He was well aware of what humans were like, which was why he allowed internal struggles. That was his way of ruling. Looking off in the direction of the Fire Moon Darkheaven people, his eyes flickered with deep meaning. Inside, he sighed. This happened sooner than expected. Only the emperor himself could hear his sigh. Others could not. They just saw the emperor sitting there with the same expression as usual. After all, being in the position he was, he had long since learned to prevent others from seeing what he was thinking. Any change in expression on his part would be analyzed by everyone who saw it. Most people who reached high positions were like that. Oftentimes, one's facial expression was one of the most important factors in one's method of ruling. "I have heard your petitions," the emperor said calmly. "And now, the 5 greater celestial divisions will hear my orders." Cultivators from the 5 greater celestial divisions immediately stepped out from the officials and bowed. At the same time, in the central headquarters buildings of the 5 greater celestial divisions, majestic figures rose up and bowed in the direction of the palace. The 5 divisions will work with the chief minister to form war plans based on everything known about Nightshade war practices. Arrange for 3 potential war plans, to be referred to as War Plan I, War Plan II, and War Plan III. Deliver them to the palace within a day. "Your orders shall be followed," the 5 figures said in unison, along with the chief minister. "Now the 5 lesser celestial divisions will hear my orders," the emperor continued. The cultivators on duty at the 5 lesser celestial divisions appeared. They were also extraordinary in aura and appearance. "You will assist in all matters related to preparation for war, as well as any follow-up issues. No negligence will be tolerated. All human territories are now officially in a state of war." The emperor's voice resonated in heaven and earth. At the same time, the imperial capital's grand spell formation rumbled to life, causing all spell formations in the imperial region to do the same. As their powers combined, human territories were sealed off and protected from the outside. Court was not adjourned. No one left. Everyone waited for the chief minister and the 5 greater celestial divisions to release the plans for the war. There was a lot of work involved, including the overarching strategy, various calculations and inferences, as well as assessments. Time slipped by slowly but surely. 12 hours later, war plans I, and III were presented to the emperor. After 2 hours of discussion, the emperor selected one of the war plans. Xu Qing observed the entire process, but didn't say anything. This was his first time participating in anything like this. After the war plan was approved, a series of imperial edicts were issued. First, the emperor issued 5 edicts related to the Nightshade War. Imperial Edict A: 4 heavenly kings shall lead an army to provide backup to King East Cauldron. The goal is to reverse the situation of the human forces pinned down by the Nightshades. Instead, they will pin down the White Marsh forces. When a stalemate exists, no one can take the initiative. Third Prince will join the action. Imperial Edict B: the forces in Sea Sealing County, the Night Spirit region, and the Holotide region will work together. Sea Sealing County will lead. They will be the primary force operating against the Nightshades. Their mission is to take advantage of the moment when the White Marshes are pinned down to mount an invasion of the Nightshade region. Imperial Edict C: 5 heavenly kings, along with 12th Prince Ningyan, will lead reinforcements to support Xixing County. They will bear with them 3 dawning suns. Imperial Edict D. King Wildmist will work with the Special Operations Division to form a Spec Ops Corps. They will infiltrate the Whitemosh ancestral land. Considering that the entire Whitemosh species is mobilized for war, they will destroy the ancestral land. 6th Prince will participate. 1. Imperial Edict E. Xu Qing will travel to the Moonright region and petition the heir apparent and his siblings to provide assistance if a crisis arises. This will be the primary backup plan in case something goes wrong. Those 5 edicts covered all aspects of the Nightshade War. They seemed simplistic, but the reality was that they were quite comprehensive. When it came to the Saya invasion of the northwestern border, 6 imperial edicts were issued. Imperial Edict 1. 5th Prince will lead an army of 10 million to the border. Imperial Edict 2. 4 heavenly kings will form a unified army that they will lead to the northwestern border to support King Firecrusher. Their mission is to secure the border. Imperial Edict 3. 4th Prince is authorized to participate in operations in the northwest. Furthermore, he will request that the Imperial Preceptor erect a star-plucking tower in the northwest. As long as the Imperial Preceptor lives, the northwest will not fall. Imperial Edict 4. 7 lines of defense will be erected around the imperial capital. Every line of defense will be overseen by an imperial prince or princess. All requests for assistance shall be honored by all parties. Forces on the lines of defense will remain on permanent standby to ensure no one attempts to mount an invasion. Imperial Edict 5. Grand Prince will leave immediately on a diplomatic mission to the Fiamoon Dock Heavens to investigate the reason behind the military activity. He will do everything in his power to end the war while there. If he can't, he will at least buy time. Imperial Edict 6. All important Fiamoon representatives in human territory, as well as all commercial operations, will be put on immediate lockdown. They will not be freed until the war is over. As a result of the 11 imperial edicts, humankind became like a huge weapon of war. A buzz of activity immediately ensued. The 5 greater celestial divisions took action, and the 5 lesser celestial divisions cooperated. Everyone acted according to their assigned role, putting aside any personal conflicts to work together. This was completely different from the previous war with the Nightshades. This time, virtually all of the imperial princes joined in the action. In fact, they were pillars of the war effort, drawing out the best of all the parties involved. Before long, the imperial capital's teleportation portals were activated. In line with the various imperial edicts, the armed forces began teleporting away. Ningyan bid farewell to Xu Qing, although he would be representing Xu Qing on the way back. Xu Qing made preparations to leave. Before departing, he looked out at the wartime atmosphere of the imperial capital and decided to visit the Red Dust Emotional Suppression Pavilion. The place was completely locked down at the moment and seemed empty and desolate. As he stood outside, a jovial voice reached his ears. "You and your humans are suddenly very busy, you naughty little boy. Did you come here to plead for help from me?" Updat FRM Freewib Sigmavel, CM. Xu Qing thought for a moment. He was familiar with gods, and because of that, he knew full well that gods weren't swayed by emotion. To gods, other living beings were like bugs. He himself was just a fleeting shadow in the very long lifespan of such figures. He shook his head. The clay fox smiled. "You just get me to like you more and more, naughty boy. Truth be told, despite the fact you said no to my question, I wouldn't mind helping you if it was a personal matter and you agree to give me your primal yang. But this is a war between 2 species, and there's some major karma involved. Unless you offered something even more incredible, then I would have to refuse to help." 1. King Wildmist was mentioned in chapter 750. She is the female heavenly king who is rumored to be in a relationship with 6th Prince. I'd say it's highly likely that she's the woman who spoke from among the heavenly kings in the last chapter. Chapter 816, not as good as Yanyan. The dome of heaven over the imperial capital was like a mass of spilled ink, dark and monotonous. The afterglow of the setting sun was just as dim. What sunlight remained filtered onto the lands like a gray cloak. The entire world seemed to sink down under the pressure. Even the clouds melted into the darkness of the sky. Pedestrians on the streets hurried on their way. Few people knew the details of the imperial edicts which had been issued, but they saw the blood-red dark swallows and could thus guess that catastrophe loomed. And when the armies started moving, those guesses turned into reality. Humans of this time period had to deal with a lot of grief and sorrow. Darkness and gloom became the primary color theme in human lands. Then lightning crashed through that darkness, and heavy rainfall began. Though the wind did not contain the icy cold of winter, it did indicate that seasons were changing. Spring was coming, and yet those who it touched still felt like the freezing winter would continue. Xu Qing felt it, but he had grown used to the cold. As he stood outside the red dust emotional suppression pavilion, he wasn't surprised at all by what the clay fox said. He was more familiar with the behavior of gods than most people. He had other reasons for coming here. Crimson Mother already perished, Xu Qing said calmly. I'm obviously aware of that, the clay fox said, sounding as seductive as usual. What is it you want to say, naughty boy? But, Xu Qing continued, his expression placid, the red moon is still around. His voice provoked a ripple from the building in front of him. As you can sense, it's on its way back. I stole Crimson Mother's authority, so my senses can't be deceived in that regard. It won't be long before the red moon once again appears in the sky over the revered ancient mainland. When that happens, the person standing atop it will be Li Zihua, or perhaps it will be someone else. Regardless of who it is, Thay will want to be complete, and it's likely that those of us who split up Crimson Mother's flesh will be Thea target. We will be like seeds that have sprouted and grown, and are ready to be harvested. A moment later the clay fox laughed. That's very fascinating, naughty boy, except that I can't see the future. Xu Qing didn't quibble about gods being able to see the future. Voice calm, he continued, Crimson Mother was Li Zihua's little sister. They were both post-heaven gods, which are different from pre-heaven gods. For example, Fifth Prince, despite knowing I was justified in executing Seventh Prince, was an older brother, and thus, he had no choice but to fight me. I also have an older brother, and if someone else tried to kill me, he wouldn't stop them. But if I did die, I'm fairly certain that he would take action to sever karma. The clay fox thought for a moment, then spoke in a voice that was less seductive and more businesslike. That's a very interesting deduction. Though it seems very unlikely, you do make some good points. In that case, why did you come here today? Xu Qing bowed at the waist. High God, Staphia, I hereby request that you grant me the right to participate in the Fiamun Dock Heavens, Great Hunt. The clay fox smiled. It seems I was right to be interested in you. You're very fun sometimes, naughty boy. You actually thought of a way to break the stalemate. If you can win the title of Dockhaven General in the Great Hunt, then you'll have a reputation among the Fiamun Dockhaven people. Dockhaven generals always get an opportunity to request a boon from the three major powers. I suppose you want to use that boon to stop the war between the Fiamun Dockhavens and the humans. Sadly, that isn't going to work. The clay fox spoke in a teasing voice. To her, life was little more than a flower. Xu Qing shook his head. If I succeed, that won't be what I ask for. Then what will you ask for? The clay fox asked curiously. Looking calmly at the building, Xu Qing softly said, Just wait until I succeed, then you'll find out. Laughter drifted out from inside. You rogue! Well, fine. For the sake of that primal yang of yours, I think I can agree to your request. F Otap E Macron E W E B N Sigma V E Letta 2113, com. Follow current novels on Freeweb Sigmavel. See Cyrillic Letta Fa 73M. A pink stream of light emerged from the building and shot toward Xu Qing. It stopped right in front of him, where it coalesced into the form of a pink identity medallion. On the front was etched the image of a fox, while the back was a scene of mountains and rivers. Xu Qing took it and looked at it. Pub future ads. Meanwhile, A languid yawn could be heard from inside the red dust emotional suppression pavilion. I guess I might as well explain to you how the Great Hunt works. Just remember, I'm doing this because I happen to like you so much. I wouldn't provide such details to anyone else. The clay fox suddenly seemed a lot more seductive than before. Xu Qing took a deep breath and cupped hands respectfully. He knew that the information to come was going to be very important. As he had previously stated directly, this was the only reason he had come here. Xu Qing didn't plan to go directly to the Moonlight region. Given his relationship with the heir apparent and his siblings, it seemed a foregone conclusion that if he pleaded for help, they would agree to step in. Considering what he knew of the aspirations of the heir apparent and his siblings, Xu Qing felt it would be better to try to handle the situation on his own. If it didn't work, he could always go to Moonlight afterward. There was another reason why Xu Qing wanted to go to the Fire Moon Dark Heavens first, and that was Ningyan's meritorious service. Only if Ningyan became the crown prince would Xu Qing have an opportunity to enter the ancestral planet to get the plum-dark evergreen lamp. And from what Xu Qing could tell, Ningyan's assignment in the Nightshade War wasn't going to be enough for him to earn that spot. But if Xu Qing could somehow arrange for Ningyan to resolve the situation with the Fire Moon Dark Heavens, that might be enough meritorious service. As Xu Qing thought about those things, the clay fox spoke in a languid voice. The Great Hunt of the Fire Moon Dark Heaven people consists of 3 rounds. If you want to become a Dark Heaven general, you need to take first place in at least one of those rounds. If you can take first place in all 3, then you won't just be an ordinary Dark Heaven general. You'll be the Grand Dark Heaven. Somehow there was anticipation in the clay fox's voice. That said, there hasn't been a Grand Dark Heaven for many, many years. The first round of the Great Hunt is actually already half over. In the first round, you have to move mountains. And not just any mountains, forbidden mountains. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. Forbidden mountains. That's right, any mountain from a forbidden region qualifies. The clay fox chuckled. 1 forbidden mountain is the requirement, but that's the minimum. If you want to take first place, then you'll need to have more forbidden mountains than anyone else. The process involves taking the forbidden mountains to God Mountain in the heart of Fire Moon lands. Do that, and you've succeeded, regardless of how many forbidden mountains you fuse into God Mountain. During that time, all participants are allowed to fight, rob, and kill each other. The clay fox stopped speaking for a moment, and her simple explanation seemed to cause the smell of gore to proliferate. Xu Qing nodded. The clay fox continued. The second round is a lot more interesting. It's the hunt of taming. The Fire Moon Dark Heavens have a lot of godly entities. Some are weak, and some are strong. Regardless, if you tame one and turn it into your Dark Heaven mount, then you meet the requirement for the second round. The stronger the godly beast you try to tame, the more difficult it is. But if you want to take first place, then you can imagine how difficult of a task you face. The slightest mistake and you can become food. Therefore, naughty boy, make sure you think this through clearly. Make sure you don't die before giving me your primal yang. And remember, I can't really interfere to help you during the Great Hunt. Xu Qing was finding these different rounds of the event to be very unique and interesting. The third round is actually very simple, but it's the most important. Inside the shrine hall, the clay fox licked her lips, and her eyes shone with a bewitching glow. And that's the hunt of the God domain. When the time comes, my 2 older sisters and I will act together to open the entrance of a God domain. As for which specific God domain, I can't really tell you, but I'm fairly certain you'll like it. The clay fox laughed softly. After the God domain is opened, all participants enter and kill the things inside to earn points. The more you kill, the better your chances of winning. At the same time, it's still a God domain. Therefore, every great hunt involves about 80% of participants dying. Some of them end up mutating and turning into god flesh. Such god flesh makes great treats for the little cutie pies inside. In fact, if something really delicious comes along, I might even take a bite. It's a banquet designed for the pleasure of gods. And if you're there, I'll definitely be paying much closer attention than usual. That said, I hope that if you do die, no one else gets your flesh. Therefore, I might use my god authority to lay claim to your flesh. What do you think about that, naughty boy? Pub future ads. The clay fox's words were spoken gently, but they were chilling enough to be spine-tingling. Xu Qing wasn't surprised. He nodded. Sure. Inside the shrine hall, the clay fox laughed and the shrine vibrated. In fact, the entire shrine hall shook. Then her eyes glittered and she licked her lips. This time, naughty boy, I've come to realize that I really do just like you more and more. Xu Qing looked at the red dust emotional suppression pavilion and thought about how he had heard words like this and felt something similar when dealing with Yanyan in the past. In fact, in some ways, the clay fox worded things more conservatively than Yanyan. Forgetting about levels of power, he actually thought that Yanyan was a bit superior. 1. Of course, he said nothing. After clasping hands, he turned and walked off, slowly merging into the darkness of night and disappearing. After he was gone, the clay fox looked up from within the shrine hall of the red dust emotional suppression pavilion. Years ago, second sister fell in love with someone. I wonder if it was like this. 1. We last saw Yanyan in chapter 726. Chapter 817, Firemoon Travelogue. The Imperial region was a vast location that went on seemingly without end. It was the 5th day of war. A great wall had long since been constructed on the northwestern border of human territory, like an enormous dragon that kept non-humans out. Known as the Black Wall, it was majestic, stretching from the west to the north, angling across the lands, pitch black in color and profoundly somber and desolate. With the advent of war, the wall had been locked down tightly. Without orders from a heavenly king, no one was allowed to pass through it. Beyond the Black Wall were lands governed by the Firemoon Darkheaven people. They weren't the actual ancestral lands of the Firemoons. Instead, there were various regions controlled by subsidiary species. Only by passing through 7 such regions would one arrive at the ancestral lands of the Firemoon Darkheavens. The Firemoon Darkheavens were truly an impressive species. A languid voice reached Xu Qing. The Firemoons and their subsidiary species control a total of 87 regions. Although the total geographic area actually can't compare to the imperial region we humans control, it's still astounding. About 5,000 kilometers away from the Black Wall was a huge flying ship pulled along by 7 dragons. As the dragons roared, the wind whistled by. There were hundreds of cultivators on the ship. All were dressed in crisp uniforms and had somber facial expressions. They were clearly extraordinary. In front of them all was a man who appeared to be middle-aged, with a burly frame and a much higher stature than ordinary humans. He had inky black hair bound with golden bands of cloth. He wore a brocade robe covered with intricate golden dragons. A pendant of white jade hung at his waist, making it clear how important he was. He did not have a delicate and pretty face. Instead, he seemed crude and straightforward. He had large eyes and bushy eyebrows with thin lips. He seemed awe-inspiring, and from a distance, resembled the emperor of humankind to an uncanny degree. He was Grand Prince. There was no one else who resembled the emperor more closely than him, whether in facial features or disposition. He stood at the prow of the ship looking off into the distance. His energy and blood surged so mightily, he was like a burning red sun that caused those behind him to shield their eyes from the stinging radiance. Grand Prince was carrying his orders from the Emperor to act as an envoy to the Firemoon Darkheavens. Other than the troops already under the command of Grand Prince, those present included officials from the 5 lesser celestial divisions plus their associated guards. The person who had just spoken wasn't Grand Prince, but rather someone else on the ship who was dressed like an ordinary bodyguard. This person had a serious expression and vigilant eyes, and looked like the type of soldier who wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice his life in the line of duty. The words he had spoken were not directed outward, but instead were transmitted into his belly. Inside of his belly was a field of bright red light, within which Xu Qing sat cross-legged, his expression a bit helpless. "Eldest brother, are you dead set on sneaking in like this?" Xu Qing asked, looking at their surroundings. A few days earlier, after leaving the red dust emotional suppression pavilion, He had sent a voice message to the captain letting him know about his travel plans. After all, the captain was planning something big in the lands of the Fire Moon Dark Heavens. Thanks to Xu Qing's efforts, the captain had already resolved a big issue with his plan, so he was quick to agree to travel together. That said, Xu Qing was working on his own, separate plans. Of course we need to sneak in. You listen to me, little Ah Qing. My belly is a very safe and secure location. I would only allow someone I'm very close with to hide in my belly. The guard vigilantly looked around while simultaneously having a conversation in his own belly. Little Ah Qing, given your status, it won't attract much attention if you go to Fire Moon Dark Heaven territory. But think a minute about me. I'm different. I'm actually quite famous among the Fire Moons. In fact, there's no one there who hasn't heard about me. If we just went strolling in, I'm worried that there would be far too much fanfare. As you know, I like to keep a low profile. Xu Qing nodded. He knew exactly what the captain was talking about. Long story short, if the captain revealed himself to the Fire Moons, he would be summarily killed. Presumably, the captain had done something extremely offensive and infuriating in Fire Moon Dark Heaven territory in a past life, and people were still angry about it. That made Xu Qing think about what the captain had said about his relationship with High God Moonfair. 1. Pub future ads. Xu, that's why we have to sneak in. Look at this secret identity of mine. It's perfectly safe. I have ways of passing any inspections and fooling any spell formations. Add in the shields protecting the Imperial Prince's guards, and it's a guarantee that nothing will go wrong. The captain sounded very pleased with himself. Xu Qing became even more vigilant. As the captain talked to Xu Qing, the gigantic ship slowly got closer to the black wall. Xu Qing couldn't see that far, but the captain could, and he had a perfect view of the majestic wall. It seems higher than the last time I saw it. Before long, the black wall's grand spell formation activated and scanned the ship. It didn't matter that Grand Prince was in charge. During wartime, inspections like this were mandatory. Grand Prince didn't react visibly. He just let the spell formation scan his ship. As that happened, the captain secretly bit down on a blood capsule hidden in his tooth. The spell formation fluctuations persisted for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. After that, everything went back to normal. A small gap opened in the black wall, turning into something like a tunnel that led to the other side of the wall. It didn't matter that the spell formation had cleared them. Grand Prince's orders indicated that he wasn't allowed to camp or even stop at the border. He had to go through the wall without pausing. Numerous auras had locked onto the ship. Because of those auras, even the 7 golden dragons pulling the ship were locked down so tightly they couldn't move their scales. And in that manner, the ship entered the tunnel and headed toward the other side. After 10 breaths of time passed, the ship emerged into what was no longer human territory. Behind them, the passage opened by the black wall's spell formation closed tightly. No one spoke the entire time. Without so much as glancing backward, Grand Prince said, "Hoist the flag of humankind." A huge flag rose up from the ship and started flapping in the wind while simultaneously exuding immense pressure. Depicted on the flag were all of the successive emperors of humankind since ancient Emperor Dark Serenity. Each one seemed profoundly dignified. The mere hoisting of the flag seemed to cause heaven and earth to dim. At the same time, the 7 golden dragons issued draconic roars as they accelerated, turning the ship into a golden streak that shot off into the distance. It was going to be a very long journey to the main parts of Fire Moon territory. The golden dragons could fly without rest, and the cultivators didn't need to rest either. But they were forced to make stops in various regions to handle paperwork and other formalities. If it had been any other diplomatic mission, they would have had to deal with all sorts of difficulties and delays. But with Grand Prince present, such things didn't happen. Although Grand Prince wasn't regarded very highly among humans, that wasn't the case with the Fire Moon Dark Heaven people. Because he was half Fire Moon, his bloodline ensured that he was treated with veneration by the subsidiary species they encountered. In fact, after leaving human territory, Grand Prince seemed more willing to reveal the true nature of his aura. FREYAWEB hook NOVEL, com. The repeated stops for paperwork gave the captain plenty of opportunities. It was after they had passed through the 4th region and had once again dropped to the ground that the captain concealed his aura and snuck off. He wasn't worried about whatever investigation resulted. A few hours after he'd made his escape, he spat Xu Qing out of his belly. Xu Qing reverted to his normal appearance, then turned to look at the captain, who was preening proudly. "What do you think?" the captain asked. "Is your eldest brother reliable, or is he reliable? If it wasn't for the fact that I was worried I'd be discovered after Grand Prince reaches his destination, I would have gone with them the whole way." Xu Qing knew exactly what the captain was waiting for, so he quickly plastered a look of admiration onto his face. The captain smacked his chest happily. "Let's go, little Ah Qing. I'll take you to look for a forbidden region. You probably don't know the different rounds that make up the Great Hunt, but I can explain. There are 3 rounds. Later on, I'll tell you how I personally did in each round years ago. I came so close to becoming a Darkheaven general. But let's not talk about such trivial things. The important thing here is that you need to understand that the first round is about forbidden regions. In terms of qualifications, that's simple. The words from the wordless Book of Stone can help us to change our auras. All we have to do is find 2 people who look at us the wrong way, kill them, and take their place. That's why I picked this specific location. This area has a very unique forbidden region that meets all the requirements for the first round. Come on, follow me." Pub future ads. Looking very knowledgeable, the captain started moving. Xu Qing followed. For some reason, he was getting the sense that the captain's preparations for this job were different from his preparations for past jobs. He does seem to be acting a lot more reliable than in the past. That said, given how well he knew the captain, he was still skeptical. He followed the captain through these unfamiliar lands for a few days until they spotted a red forbidden region in the distance. In the middle of it towered a blood-red mountain. At this point, Xu Qing could sense the difference in this place that the captain had mentioned. "See that mountain?" the captain said, licking his lips. "That's where we're headed." Eyes gleaming with a crazy look, he shot directly into the blood-colored forbidden region. Xu Qing kept pace, noting the excited fluctuations coming from his shadow. Given Xu Qing and the captain's current battle prowess, ordinary forbidden regions weren't dangerous to them. Therefore, after entering, they charged forward without hesitation. The forbidden region shook, and the mutant beasts inside trembled. Then a tyrannical aura in the form of a red mist swept toward them from all directions, pulsing with the force of expulsions. As it neared, the captain's blue eyes glittered, and the mist lurched to a halt. Then the mist sensed Xu Qing, and it seethed so violently it nearly collapsed. Finally, it sensed Little Shadow, and the mist rumbled loudly as it was sent spinning off to the side. The shadow pounced like a hunter, chasing the mist with glee. The captain chuckled mischievously and continued on his way. Xu Qing didn't pay attention to Little Shadow. After all, the shadow was like a natural-born enemy to all forbidden regions. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, they reached the blood-colored mountain in the middle of the place. From a distance, it was red. But as they got closer, they saw more black. As it turned out, the red color was because of the innumerable blood-colored mosquitoes that lurked on the mountain. When Xu Qing and the captain showed up, the mosquitoes all started trembling. The source of this content is Freeweb novel, Com Hook. Xu Qing looked around, and then prepared to seize the mountain for use in round 1 of the Great Hunt. But then the captain did something totally unexpected. He waved his hand, and a strange aura spread out, provoking a strange reaction from the mosquitoes. They all suppressed their awe to fly into the air and buzz right toward the captain. The captain didn't avoid them. He allowed the mosquitoes to cover him, and also let them stab into him and drink his blood. Even as he started to swell up, he said, "Little Ah Qing, years ago I flubbed the first round because my body wasn't sturdy enough. Later on, I came up with this idea. By using the strange powers of these mosquitoes, I can temporarily bolster my fleshly body defenses. The first round is officially named Heaven Collapses to Earth. It's a test of the fleshly body. Now come on, you do the same. Just grin and bear it. The more of them you let bite you, the less your fleshly body will fear heaven collapsing. Stunned, Xu Qing watched as the captain's flesh continued to swell up. He was really at a loss for words. 1. The captain explained his relationship to High God Moonfire in Chapter 647. Chapter 818. What are you doing, little Ah Ching? What's with the blank look, little Ah Ching? As soon as we entered this forbidden region, I could sense a sealing mark of the Fire Moon Darkheaven people. This forbidden region has been claimed as personal property by someone. The captain struggled to ignore the itchiness and the sensation of his flesh swelling. Looking at Xu Qing, he continued, "Hurry up. I'm telling you, little Ah Ching, this actually feels great. And the stronger the feeling, the more it proves my body is receiving a blessing. I didn't do well in the first round in the past. Do you want to know why it's named Heaven Collapses to Earth? It's because everyone under the canopy of heaven, for 50,000 kilometers surrounding God Mountain, will feel great pressure weighing down on them, regardless of the level of their cultivation base. That's first, but there's more. Everyone involved in the first round will feel indescribable pain, from outside in and from inside out. All sorts of things will inflict incredible pain to stop you from advancing. Back then, I was too skinny, and my fleshly body wasn't ready. The pain itself nearly knocked me out. On the other hand, I saw some giants who cultivated very impressive fleshly bodies, and they had no trouble with this round. Afterward, I put a lot of thought into what I should have done. Finally, I came to realize that the mutant mosquitoes in this forbidden region I found have a special type of toxin that temporarily boosts the fleshly body. What's more, they make you lose any sensations of pain, which is a critical asset in the first round. Sadly, I ended up dying in that life, so I lost any chance I had at succeeding. You've got to trust me on this, little Ah Ching. Even as the captain spoke, he circulated his cultivation base, causing successive waves of mosquitoes to drop dead around him. Clearly, they had been poisoned by him, but the captain was very determined and was clearly not yet satisfied with his current state. Therefore, he summoned another huge group of mosquitoes. Seeing that, Xu Qing thought back to what the clay fox had told him about the rounds of the Great Hunt. It seemed to him that the clay fox was a bit more reliable than the captain in this regard. From what Xu Qing could tell, the captain had become so obsessed with his earlier experience that he didn't realize the rules had changed. It made sense considering how far from the fire moons that humans lived, and how difficult it must be to get news from such distant lands. Unless you used the resources of an entire species to gather information, it would be difficult to get timely news like that. Xu Qing opened his mouth to tell the captain about what he'd learned from the clay fox. But before he could, the captain threw out a medicinal pill bottle, which landed in front of Xu Qing. Don't ever say that your eldest brother doesn't love you, little Ah Ching. That is my love. Just open that bottle, and you'll be able to attract the mosquitoes just like me. Inside of that bottle is a rare perfume that I prepared especially for you. My version attracts female mosquitoes, while yours attracts the males. Heh. 1. FRYAEWEB ETA OVEL. See Cyrillic letter 473M. The captain looked at Xu Qing and winked mischievously. Unfortunately, his skin was swelling up so much that after he winked he couldn't open his eye again. Xu Qing looked at the bottle and then looked at the captain. He picked up the bottle and swallowed the words he had been about to speak. He no longer planned to tell the captain about what he'd learned. Turning to the blood-colored Forbidden Mountain, he looked up at its summit, then reached out and pushed his hand onto a rock in front of him that was part of the mountain. Unleashing his cultivation base, he sent terrifying energy out covering the mountain, causing it to tremble loudly. The mosquitoes on it were stunned and flew off the mountain in waves that blotted out the sky and made the forbidden region even darker. The rumbling sounds grew even louder, and they sounded completely horrendous. When the captain saw what happened and realized that Xu Qing wasn't trying to attract the mosquitoes, he wasn't sure what was going on. Hey, what are you doing? Xu Qing didn't reply. Keeping his cultivation base rotating at maximum levels, he sent out 2 million soul threads. From a distance, it was possible to see soul threads connecting to the dome of heaven, which caused innumerable lightning bolts to form a huge vortex around the mountain. Then a massive hand appeared out of nowhere, reached down, and grabbed the mountain. It seemed intent on pulling the mountain up from the ground. The entire forbidden region trembled as the mountain shook. Pub future ads. The captain's eyes went wide, but he didn't do anything as his heart pounded with doubt. He was about to speak when a sound rang out from the mountain like heavenly thunder. The mountain shook back and forth violently, and as the 2,000,000 soul threads pulled, cracks spread out in the ground. The mountain rose up by about 7 inches. A liquid like black blood started flowing out from the mountain. If you squatted down on the ground and looked at that spot, you would see that between the mountain and the ground were endless amounts of black flesh. There were also bones. This was no mountain. This was actually a fleshly body. It was the fleshly body of the forbidden region. Xu Qing was actually caught by surprise. Mountains in forbidden regions were far heavier than mountains outside. What was more, Xu Qing knew more about forbidden regions than most people. Given the pressure emanating from this mountain, it was obvious that lifting it up was going to be very difficult. What was more, messing with the mountain would cause it to unleash a lot of mutagen. Most importantly, the mountain was an important part of the forbidden region, such that taking it away would be like slicing the skin off a living person. As soon as it was lifted up by only a few inches, the entire forbidden region reacted like a living being. All of the grass, all of the trees, all of the mutagen, and even the rocks suddenly erupted with an intense will of malice and expulsion that became like a mist of blood. The soil seethed as corpses of cultivators who had died in this forbidden region from ancient times until now crawled up and then charged toward Xu Qing. It was not willing. The entire forbidden region seemed to have its own consciousness, which locked onto Xu Qing. The wind kicked up, screaming in a way that almost sounded like voices. Leave. Get out of here. Die. The voices caused Xu Qing's eyes to grow cold. He could deal with the pressure. His soul threads could handle the weight. Mutagen didn't bother him. As for the body of this forbidden region and the mountain, if you don't want to give it to me, then I guess I'll just have to take it. Eyes gleaming with icy cold, he issued orders to Little Shadow. Devour this forbidden region. Little Shadow had been waiting for those orders. Long ago, it wouldn't have done that. If it was hungry, it would eat. But after encountering Xu Qing, he became very afraid and wouldn't dare to act disobediently. Therefore, it had been following along and thinking, but hadn't dared to actually devour anything. It feared making a mistake and being punished. After receiving Xu Qing's orders, Little Shadow exulted, sending out exuberant emotional fluctuations. It turned into a massive shadow that rose straight up from the ground, like a giant black canopy. Within that canopy was a forbidden region. It was a jungle, in the depths of which was a massive tree covered with closed eyes. It was a gruish tree with a coffin hanging from it that swayed back and forth. It was the very first of the shadow's previous forms, the shadow tree. The coffin swayed like a huge bell, and from inside of it echoed chanting that sounded like fingernails scraping on wood. In unison, all of the eyes opened. It wasn't just the eyes on the tree. There were innumerable eyes throughout the black canopy that also opened, bright red with avarice. And then an enormous mouth opened that emanated a strong sense of decay. Without hesitation, it shot toward the fleeing blood mist. Shrill howls of agony filled the forbidden region, which shook even more violently. Then chewing sounds drifted about that would cause chills to run down the spine of anyone who heard them. Next came the sounds of swallowing. Little Shadow in canopy form descended to the ground, then spread out in all directions. Whether plants or animals, living or dead, whatever it reached blurred. Thanks to the shadow, the soil was changing color. It was turning gray as it lacked either life force or death energy. Gray became the background color for everything. It was like a swallowed piece of meat. The rumbling and the wind grew more intense, like screams of agony. As the shadow spread, those screams grew louder. All of these developments were astonishing to the captain. This, little Ah Qing, All we have to do is let the mosquitoes bite us a bit. Why are you trying to take the entire forbidden region? Xu Qing didn't respond. After confirming that little shadow was spreading out to devour the rest of the forbidden region, he pushed his hand harder onto the rock in front of him. Instantly, a loud rumbling sound could be heard as the mountain slowly rose up by another 7 inches. New novel chapters are published on Letter 192 REEWEB and Retroflex, OVEL.com. The soul threads surrounding it pulled up, sending out a shock wave so powerful that it shredded all the nearby zombies to pieces. The forbidden region was being assimilated. The forbidden mountain was being removed. That was when Little Shadow finally released some emotional fluctuations. It was a warning to Xu Qing. Next, the captain's eyes glittered with blue light as he shifted his now very large body to look behind them. Some distance away was a bright beam of light shooting toward them from the far end of the forbidden region. A domineering aura in the first stage of void returning became like an unstoppable flaming meteor. There was a hulking figure within it. He looked human, except he was taller and burlier. He was fully 6 meters in height, almost like a giant. He had long, golden hair and abounded with a sensation of grandeur. His eyes were also golden, which made him seem superior to others. Unlike humans, his pupils were vertical, like those of a dragon. The aura of his energy and blood was prominent. As he neared, he seemed like a volcano about to erupt, pulsing with shocking might and battle prowess that surpassed cultivators in similar levels from other species. What was more, it was apparently because of some bloodline ability that all the surrounding mutagen was pushed away. Clearly, this person was far superior to other species in the ability to defend against mutagen. "A fire moon Darkheaven," the captain said, licking his lips. Hey Deathblade, did you know that male mosquitoes don't bite? The males feed primarily on nectar. The females are the ones that need blood. Females bite and males don't. Why, yes, as a matter of fact, I did know that. Hey Deathblade, does Gen know that? I have no idea. Hey Deathblade, based on your answer to the previous question, do you think the captain knows that? Was this an intentional bit of subtle humor by the author, or rather, a simple mistake? I have no idea. But in the end, this is a mythological fantasy universe, so it doesn't really matter, right? Chapter 819, 9-Breath Submission. Xu Qing looked on coldly. This was his first time seeing a Fire Moon Darkheaven cultivator, and he knew what the captain was getting at. This was not a member of a subsidiary species, but an actual representative of the Fire Moon Darkheavens. Given what the captain had said earlier about the sealing mark, it seemed logical to conclude that this was the person who had created it. Although Xu Qing had never seen Fire Moon Darkheaven cultivators in person, he had learned a lot about them from the ancient records in the Immortal school. Therefore, he knew that because of how rare Fire Moon Darkheavens were in comparison to the subsidiary species they ruled, every single member was considered highly esteemed in their lands. That much had been obvious during their travels with Grand Prince, who was only half Fire Moon. Fire Moon Darkheavens were similarly respected even outside of their own territory. No one would dare to offend a Fire Moon Darkheaven, and because of that, their cultivators were always very confident and domineering, regardless of where they went. The source of their confidence was the strength of their species, and right now, that was even more the case inside of Fire Moon territory. Rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth as a face appeared in the sky above Xu Qing and the captain. Then the accompanying meteor slammed into the ground. The forbidden region shook violently, and incredible pressure weighed down. Humans. The words caused wild colors to flash in heaven and earth. It was as if they contained power that activated natural laws, which settled onto Xu Qing and the captain to exert control over them. In fact, the two of them could sense something about to rip them to shreds. The captain's eyes shone with blue light, while inside, he was very excited. Xu Qing's expression was as calm as if he were looking at a corpse. Little Shadow, who was in the middle of devouring the forbidden region, only paused for a moment, then continued with the devouring. When the Fire Moon Darkheaven cultivator noticed that the two humans hardly reacted at all to his arrival, his eyes flickered with impatience. He had actually just arrived in this location, specifically because of the Forbidden Mountain. He was participating in the Great Hunt, and thus needed Forbidden Mountains. The more the better. Considering how fierce the competition was, he'd ordered some of his subsidiary species' servants to travel to nearby forbidden regions and imprint them with his sealing mark. That sealing mark indicated that this area belonged to him, and anyone who tried to steal it from him would face death and destruction at his hands. On his journey to those various forbidden regions, he had experienced both successes and failures. As a result, he was in a foul mood. And now, here he was in this specific forbidden region, only to encounter two trespassing humans. Still looking annoyed, he clenched his right hand into a fist and launched a punch at Xu Qing and the captain. That blow seemed casual, but the Fire Moon Darkheaven unleashed it with immense rage. Everything trembled as a huge golden fist appeared in midair, some 30,000 meters in size. The astonishing energy and aura kicked up a violent tempest that shook the entire forbidden region. As the fist fell, the captain laughed heartily and lunged forward with his bloated body. Perfect timing. Now I can test out how this fleshly body blessing works. The captain, like a huge mountain of flesh, screamed through the air until he slammed into the golden fist. A deafening boom rang out in all directions. The captain dropped to the ground and bounced a few times. At the same time, the fist shattered into pieces. "That's all," the captain said, looking up proudly. The source of this CN is FR-YAEWEB hook ETA OVEL, COM hook. Xu Qing looked over at him and could sense that it wasn't just the captain's fleshly body that had become stronger. It was hard to say when it happened, but he now pulsed with the might of void returning. He undid more seals. Also, it seems like eldest brother is intentionally trying to piss off this Fire Moon cultivator. Meanwhile, the captain hollered up into the sky, "Bring it on." The Fire Moon Darkheaven cultivator seemed surprised as he looked at the captain. Then, seemingly taking the situation more seriously than before, he lifted his right hand and took a deep breath. That breath caused a wild wind to spring up. All of the mutagen and spirit energy, as well as the nearby natural and magical laws, rushed into his mouth. Rumbling sounds echoed out as he became the center of a shocking vortex. Frio-Mageb novel, CM. After inhaling deeply, the Fire Moon Darkheaven grew to double his previous size. Then he launched another fist strike. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the air shattered. Then a golden mountain that was vastly larger than the fist appeared and dropped toward the captain. The captain looked up in disdain as he once again shot forward to meet the attack. A boom rang out as the captain tumbled down. However, the mountain also collapsed. This time, the Fire Moon Darkheaven cultivator had a very serious look in his eyes as he glared down at the captain. He was about to speak, but before he could, the captain interrupted. Way too weak," the captain burst out laughing. That laughter caused killing intent to surge in the eyes of the Fire Moon Darkheaven cultivator. Opening his mouth, he inhaled again, this time affecting an even larger area. Everything for 500 kilometers in all directions, including mutagen and spirit energy, swirled toward him in a huge vortex. He inhaled. Meanwhile, the captain slammed into the ground and bounced back up. Being also blessed with speed, he accelerated dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, was right in front of the vortex of mutagen and spirit energy. Looking almost grateful, the captain opened his mouth and viciously inhaled in the direction of the Fire Moon Darkheaven. Instantly, the 500-kilometer vortex became like a gigantic deflating balloon as the captain devoured more than half of it. As that happened, his body expanded rapidly. His hair turned golden, as did his eyes, making him look exactly like a Fire Moon Darkheaven. The Fire Moon Darkheaven cultivator's expression flickered, and he backed up rapidly. "You're not human." "You're the one who's not human," the captain said, glaring. "Your whole family isn't human. All you can do is hit people and curse them, huh? This is just the Fire Moon Darkheaven specialty move called 9 breaths submission, right? When you use it, every breath you take causes your body to expand. What, just because I can devour some things means I'm not human?" Well, I'm not the one who said it. By the way, why can you only take 3 breaths? That's definitely not enough. Try again. Xu Qing's expression was the same as ever. He had sensed all along that there was something unusual about the captain's behavior. Now he realized it must be because the captain could use some fire moon techniques. Now that Xu Qing knew that, everything made sense. After all the time they had spent together over the years, Xu Qing was very used to how the captain operated. In fact, if one day the captain told him that he was actually a full-on god, Xu Qing wouldn't be too surprised. Therefore, Xu Qing stopped paying attention to the fight and went back to moving the mountain. Meanwhile, the Fire Moon Darkheaven cultivator looked down grimly at the captain and said, "You're probably the most interesting human I've ever encountered. Fine. Since you've obviously mastered the 9-breath submission technique, then perhaps you're familiar with our innate ability. Can you do that too?" With that, the cultivator lifted his hand to his forehead and pushed down. Instantly, his energy and blood surged, creating a blood mist that swept through the canopy of heaven. The sky vibrated as a vortex formed, complete with crashing bolts of blood-colored lightning. Within that vortex appeared something that would shock anyone who saw it. It was an unknown location in a great void, and within it was an enormous Kunpeng bird. 1. A heavenly Tao aura pulsed off it, and not an ordinary one at that. It was one of the ancient heavenly Taos of revered ancient. It was bound with countless chains, every single one of which was stabbed into its body. There was also a chain that served as an enormous whip that floated behind it and lashed it constantly. It had innumerable wounds covering its body, making it look incredibly ghastly. Every lash of the whip sounded like the crack of heavenly thunder, and it provoked moans of agony from the ancient heavenly Tao. It contained unimaginable pain, as well as a longing for death so intense it was difficult to put into words. The sound surpassed all natural and magical laws as it swept over Xu Qing and the captain. Whatever it touched caused a sympathetic resonance, which carried with it pain and the desire to die. This was the innate ability of the Fire Moon Darkheaven people. In the past, they didn't have an innate ability as a species, just extremely powerful fleshly bodies. But as the generations passed, that changed. As they grew more powerful, they generated a brand new innate ability. They could capture and enslave ancient heavenly Taos, and by whipping them could provoke howls of anguish. In turn, that anguish became destiny aura that bolstered their species. In terms of how many heavenly Taos they had chained up like this, only their leaders and gods knew. The anguished cry from the heavenly Tao ignored cultivation base or any other obstacle. It directly hit Xu Qing and the captain, filling them with a sensation of pain and the desire to die. However, Xu Qing's expression remained neutral, and the captain was actually laughing sarcastically. "Son." The Fire Moon Darkheaven clearly misunderstood, as the coldness in his eyes grew more intense. But then, a crisp squeal echoed out from the void beyond the vortex. That sound contained astonishing personhood, and it immediately negated the Kunpeng's agony and caused the vortex in the canopy of heaven to collapse. The Fire Moon Darkheaven cultivator's body went out of control, and he coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. Eyes filing with astonishment, he blurted, "What was that? What is that thing?" Gasping for breath, he started backing up at top speed. He had no desire to continue this fight. The good-looking human didn't seem very impressive, but the extremely bloated and fat one was absolutely terrifying. Without any hesitation, he chose to flee. The captain, meanwhile, shouted, "Don't go, let's fight a bit more." Frowning, Xu Qing said, "Stop fooling around, eldest brother." Xu Qing reached out with his right hand and made a grasping gesture. A black flame appeared out of nowhere, which rapidly became a sea of flames. Then a cry rang out from the golden crow tattoo on Xu Qing as it shot out into the form of a black spear. Intense rumbling sounds echoed out as the spear shot forth like a black dragon that could destroy the world. In the blink of an eye, it was flying through the air. It looked like a spear and looked like a golden crow. Trailing fire behind it, it shot toward the fleeing Fire Moon Darkheaven. I'm sure many of you are familiar with Kun and Peng, or the Kunpeng. which is a mythological creature, or you could think of it as two creatures. It has a fish form and a bird form. In ISSDH, I translated it as rock. 10 years ago, when I started working on ISSDH, I was much more inclined to localize the translations. Though I still localize, and in fact it's official WW policy to localize as best as possible when it makes sense, there are some areas in which my stance has changed over the years. And thus, in this instance, I'm transliterating this mythological creature as Kunpeng instead of calling it a rock. Chapter 820, The First Mountain. The scene from a distance was that of the canopy of heaven over the forbidden region trembling as a spear shot from Xu Qing like a dragon, surrounded by a black glow of destruction. A sea of flames spread out around it, extending into the canopy of heaven. It moved with shocking speed, like a shooting star piercing through the air. The soul threads attached to the mountain flew after it, bolstering the sea of flames and the spear, and making the weapon unprecedentedly penetrating. It made it unavoidable and unstoppable. The Fire Moon Dark Heaven's face fell. That aura, that's a taboo weapon. Coming from a major species, he had a much more complete understanding of history and related subjects. Therefore, it only took a moment for him to realize what the spear was, and that realization caused his mind and heart to reel. That said, there wasn't time to sit around contemplating the situation. An intense sensation of deadly crisis filled him, causing his flesh and blood to quiver. He felt impending death from outside in and from inside out. He wanted to dodge, but couldn't. His instincts were telling him that if he backed down an iota in front of this spear, it would overwhelm him. And if it overwhelmed him, he would die beyond the shadow of a doubt. That was because this spear was intolerable to heaven and earth, and not permitted by the heavenly Taos. It was one of the most ancient taboo weapons of revered ancient, and had been sealed inside a technique from an imperial clan. When facing an ancient taboo weapon like that, all he could feel was increasing fear as he felt destruction looming over him. The Fire Moon Dark Heaven's eyes turned crimson, and he let loose a howl accompanied by a spray of blood that was a forbidden magic. The blood spray turned into a blood mist in front of him. It created a line of defense filled with no less than 1,000 faces from numerous species, all of which were howling as they burned. But not even that was enough. In that moment of crisis, the Fire Moon Dark Heaven unleashed the full power of his fleshly body. As his arms grew massive, he shoved them forward. Golden light spread out from him, creating a halo that was a second line of defense. There was also a white glow that erupted from his forehead, which was a destiny god magic that caused a divine likeness to appear behind him. The divine likeness was humanoid, covered with feathers, and was pure white. It seemed holy as it stretched out both arms to place the Fire Moon Dark Heaven in its embrace. The Fire Moon Dark Heaven wasn't holding anything back. All of this takes a bit of time to describe, but actually happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off a piece of flint. An instant later, the black spear shattered the air as it arrived. Imbued with a spirit that could conquer mountains and rivers, and crackling like thunder, it stabbed into the blood mist in front of the Fire Moon Dark Heaven. The mist seethed violently as it tried to fight back against the might of the spear, but it couldn't do anything. Even though all the faces inside of it were burning brightly, it did no good. In the blink of an eye, anguished cries rang out as they were dispelled by the spear like dust in the wind. The blood mist itself scattered. Read Lat's chapters at FRTEP EEWEBNOV E-letter 2113. Co only. The Fire Moon Dark Heaven suffered an instant backlash. His face turned ashen, and blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth. And yet, things were just starting for him. The black spear stabbed into his second line of defense, the golden light. A boom rattled out. The golden light filled with cracks, holding strong for only one breath of time before it collapsed. The Fire Moon Dark Heaven's face was as pale as death, and he couldn't prevent himself from coughing up blood. Then, the black spear continued on with unyielding destructive power, stabbing into the destiny god magic in the form of a white statue. Immense power and majesty pulsed off the spear. Black fire, red soul threads, a taboo weapon that could conquer every obstacle. Together, they formed a destructive attack that, although it wasn't literally impossible to block, was clearly too much for the Fire Moon Darkheaven to handle. A deafening boom filled the forbidden region as the Fire Moon Darkheaven's statue collapsed like cheap pottery. It started with the arms, then continued to the torso and head. They shattered, with the bits spreading out to reveal the Fire Moon Darkheaven within. His expression was just as astonished as before, having no time to change before the black spear stabbed into his chest. It pierced deep. It sliced through skin, stabbed into his flesh, and poked out of his back. He had been completely impaled. However, it didn't come all the way out of his back. The remaining momentum of the attack carried the Fire Moon Darkheaven backward into the sky. Previously, this Fire Moon Darkheaven had been the picture of majesty and grandeur. But now he looked like a rag doll that had been viciously ripped to shreds. Then, a moment later, the black spear stopped, leaving the Fire Moon Darkheaven impaled to the dome of heaven. Freeweb novel, see Cyrillic letter 473M. It normally wouldn't make sense. The air wasn't a physical thing, so you couldn't impale people to it. But that's exactly what was playing out right now. In the presence of this spear, the canopy of heaven became like a material object. Looking up, one would see the Fire Moon Darkheaven cultivator impaled in midair, blood flowing out of his chest, down his body, and to the ground below. His complexion was dispirited, and his expression was one of bitter pain. He was hardly strong enough to keep his eyes open, yet with some struggle, was able to look down at Xu Qing standing there calmly below. He would never forget that sight. Previously, he had mistakenly assumed that the bloated cultivator was the stronger of the two, and also the most mysterious. After all, he had used the Fire Moon's own 9-breath submission technique, which was enough on its own to be mystifying. But now he realized he had been mistaken. The strongest was obviously the one with the spear. "Taboo weapon," he murmured. With one final look at Xu Qing, he closed his eyes. He was covered with countless wounds, all of which stretched back to his chest. And then he started to crumble, starting from those wounds. A thump rang out, and his body collapsed into countless chunks that rained down onto the ground below. It appeared as if he had been destroyed in body and soul. But only a moment later, Xu Qing let loose an exclamation of surprise as the black spear suddenly jerked down. At the same time, the chunks of flesh and blood that had rained down from above experienced a transformation. They suddenly erupted with very unique fluctuations. They were being teleported away. Eyes lighting up, the captain said, still trying to run. "Is that a new Fire Moon art? I want to learn it." Then the captain inhaled deeply. There was a dark shadow on the ground that had been waiting for quite some time to make a move. It was none other than Little Shadow, and the shadow was working with the captain. The black spear also flew forth. It had long been Xu Qing's custom to make sure his enemies were dead and to leave behind no survivors. The three of them erupted from 3 different directions, ultimately ensuring that there was no chance the flesh and blood could possibly escape. In the shortest of moments, about 40% of the flesh and blood in the area was removed from the teleportation effect and was funneled into the captain's mouth. Little Shadow's actions were particularly strange, as a chanting voice drifted out. 3 primordials nurture 9 energies, make up 5 earthly things form into 7 stars as apertures. All beings, souls reach the peak of 3 laws with starlight shining on me, dark nether void. The voice seemed simultaneously proud, restrained, rushed, and slow. The combination made the voice extremely gruish. Thanks to it, about 20% of the flesh and blood ignited, becoming flames that peeled away and into Little Shadow. The rest rushed toward Xu Qing's black spear. Black fire spread out, accompanied by soul threads, completely destroying it. There wasn't one scrap of flesh that managed to escape. All of it was gone. Everything went silent. Then the captain chewed a few times before looking at Xu Qing. He was just a clone. Little Shadow was also sending emotional fluctuations to Xu Qing, indicating it would be able to sense their enemy within a certain range. "It doesn't matter," Xu Qing said softly. "We'll kill him next time." With that, he turned back, reached out with his right hand, and again pushed on the blood-red forbidden mountain. As rumbling sounds spread from the mountain, Little Shadow, who was already spread through the forbidden region, resumed madly devouring the place. The forbidden region trembled, and the howls of grief slowly began to fade. The expulsion power also declined. It was now possible to see that the forbidden region was fading and becoming blurry. Its borders were gradually disappearing. However, it wasn't happening very quickly, and Xu Qing wasn't feeling patient, so he sent some soul threads to bolster Little Shadow. The captain glanced at what was happening and was clearly a bit surprised. However, he didn't ask any questions. Instead, he focused on digesting the fire moon flesh and searching for a way to negate the teleportation effects. About 4 hours later, Little Shadow was done feeding. Xu Qing and the captain were surrounded by empty space. The mountain now stood by itself, hovering about 1/3 of a meter above the ground. The forbidden region had disappeared entirely. The lands were now gray. Within that grayness was a black shadow that wriggled like a river as he flowed towards Xu Qing and collected beneath his feet. Next came a loud burping sound, after which it spat out a fingernail-sized wisp of brown flame. The flame wisp floated in front of Xu Qing, flickering dully. Occasionally it expanded, then shrank down dramatically as if it wasn't very stable. Because of its movement, the dome of heaven rapidly turned dark and rumbling sounds echoed out. Light crashed everywhere. Then a soul power as boundless as the sea spread out from Little Shadow. "Milord, full." Xu Qing nodded. Knowing full well where the fire came from and how dangerous it was, he carefully put it away. Then he waved his hand, and the blood-red mountain floated up into the air overhead. "Are there any mosquitoes left, Little Ah Qing? If so, let them out. I still felt some pain, which indicates I need more of that blessing." The captain looked at Xu Qing's shadow. Xu Qing turned to look at the bloated captain. "Eldest brother, according to what High God Starfarer told me, the first round of the Great Hunt isn't a test of the fleshly body. It's about moving mountains." Chapter 821, Darkheaven General. As the cultivator's clone died, a big fight was nearing its conclusion in the 6th region belonging to the Fire Moon Darkheavens, which was some distance away from Xu Qing and the captain, in a forbidden region in the 3rd region. 1. The combatants were Fire Moon Darkheaven cultivators. Both were dozens of meters tall, with golden hair and golden eyes that made them seem very holy. Both of them had 3 forbidden mountains each hovering above them, pulsing with strong mutagen. As they fought amidst wind and snow, the sound of their combat drifted far and wide, and the surrounding natural and magical laws seethed. There were members of Fire Moon Darkheaven subsidiary species in the area, watching the fight play out. A muffled thump could be heard as one of the combatants exploded. Blood sprayed everywhere as the other combatant grabbed the head of his defeated foe and glared at it. "You knew full well that I staked a claim to that forbidden region, yet you still dared to take the forbidden mountain from it." The surviving head looked back and growled, "Sir Cloudmortal, you can have this clone of mine, but my true form will track you down as you make your way to God Mountain. Make sure to keep all my forbidden mountains safe until then." The cultivator who had been referred to as Sir Cloudmortal didn't react visibly other than to throw the head onto one of the forbidden mountains overhead. The mountain rumbled, and the pressure coming off it caused the head to start crumbling into ash. However, the ash didn't drift away. Instead, it and the chunks of flesh below all teleported away. Sir Cloudmortal didn't pay any attention to that. He clenched his hand into a fist, and the 3 forbidden mountains that had previously belonged to his opponent now flew over to him. From a distance, it was possible to see 6 mountains, all of them producing mutagen so strong it manifested as pulsing black clouds. All of the onlookers bowed their heads. None of the subsidiary species qualified to engage in combat with actual Fire Moon Darkheavens. That was especially true during the Great Hunt. When it came to the Fire Moon Darkheavens, it was no exaggeration to say that every member of their species was outstanding, talented, and had shocking techniques at their disposal. That was one of the reasons why, over the years, the subsidiary species who acknowledged allegiance to them did so from the depths of their hearts. Sir Cloudmortal looked around at his surroundings. He didn't even bother studying the members of the subsidiary species. After scanning the area, he turned to leave. But then he suddenly lurched to a halt and looked off into the distance. His expression flickered as he sensed that his clone in another forbidden region had suddenly ceased to exist. Normally speaking, when a Fire Moon Dark Heavens clone died, it would automatically return via teleportation, just as had happened with the flesh and blood of the opponent he had just defeated. It was a tacit understanding between members of their species. Unless there was some deadly animosity between opponents, they would hold back from using full force. In most cases, they would save strength like that for going all out in the god domain round of the Great Hunt. For a clone to be wiped out of existence during the first round was relatively rare. "Who's responsible for this?" growled Sir Cloudmortal as he started moving in the direction of his lost clone. Xu Qing and the captain were flying through the air in a location a few regions away. The captain seemed to be in a bad mood, and though he would occasionally cast a glance in Xu Qing's direction, he wasn't talking at all. At first, Xu Qing didn't think much of it, but after he realized the captain kept looking at him, he took a tangerine out of his bag of holding and tossed it over. "Feel like a tangerine, eldest brother." The captain instinctively caught the fruit. However, he couldn't suppress the feeling of grievance in his heart. Finally, he gravely said, "Little Ah Ching, as a man, you need to rely on your own skills and abilities. Do you really think a true man needs to depend on a woman to succeed? Do good looks put food on the table?" Upon hearing that, Xu Qing couldn't help but correct the captain. "She's not a woman, she's a high god." The captain took a deep breath and then disdainfully replied, "High gods aren't that amazing. I banged one once, nothing special at all." 2. Xu Qing had no response to such biting words. The captain was still in a bad mood, so as they continued on their way, he would frequently say some very shocking things. "Freewabitoval, CM." And thus, half a month went by. Xu Qing and the captain had now laid eyes on the interior of Fire Moon Darkheaven lands. Their quick rate of travel was thanks to the teleportation portals in the regions. Ordinary cultivators couldn't use such portals. They were only available to people with special qualifications, for instance, those participating in the Great Hunt. According to the captain's original plan, it was supposed to take much longer to reach the interior. But all Xu Qing had to do was take out a certain identity medallion. That was another reason for the captain's sour mood. When they reached the interior, he was still bloated and swollen. Forcing out a sigh, he produced a peach and took a vicious bite. Then, before he could take another bite, his expression flickered and he looked up into the sky. Xu Qing also looked up. Even with the naked eye, it was possible to see that the dome of heaven over the interior was turning bright red. Terrifying pulses rolled out as the red color spread. Off in the distance, which was the source of the redness, there was some colossal object flying along at top speed. Before long, that enormous object became visible to Xu Qing and the captain. It was a non-human head. It had brown skin, 2 horns, an oval face, and a prominent nose ring. There were 7 eyes on the face, gray and withered, and within each it was possible to see a cultivator seated cross-legged in meditation. Each cultivator was a shocking Fire Moon Darkheaven. The head was as large as an entire city, making it easy to see even from a great distance. As for the red glow, it came from the top of the head. Xu Qing wasn't sure what species this head represented, but based on the pressure it radiated, he could sense the lingering will of a smoldering god. From the look of it, this was the head of an actual smoldering god. Of even greater significance was that there was also something about it that reminded him of actual gods, which caused fear to linger within him. At the same time, the head seemed to have been turned into a magical treasure. There was some withered hair drifting about the head, but there was one section on the very top of the head with no hair at all. In that spot, there were numerous buildings, plus crowds of bustling people. It was like some sort of market. In fact, people would occasionally fly off the head and disappear in bright beams of light that shot off over the horizon. As the head neared, it caused a strong wind to blow across the lands surrounding it. Xu Qing and the captain had no choice but to drop to the ground and stop flying. "I can't believe we ran into a Dark Moon ward," the captain said, his eyes gleaming, first with reminiscence and then with delight. "Dark Moon ward?" Xu Qing asked, looking at the captain. Upon hearing the question, the captain stuck his chin up. "That high god of yours didn't tell you." Xu Qing blinked a few times. He was aware that his eldest brother had been in a sour mood during their travels. He shook his head apologetically. The captain felt a bit better when he saw that facial expression. Sounding pleased, he said, "The Dark Moon wards are a special kind of marketplace unique to the Fire Moon Darkheaven people. Their species don't settle down and live in one specific place. Instead, they live nomadic lives as they follow the 3 steward tents that form the basis of their culture. As for the Dark Moon wards, they're special commercial operations devoted to trade with other species. The head you're looking at has the aura of a god on it. I'd say it's highly likely it originally came from a god domain. The Fire Moon Darkheavens have a beloved custom of raiding god domains during their great hunt. You might call that suicidal, but it always works out for them. And if you think it's not suicidal, well, we're still talking about god domains. You never know when one of their 3 gods of sun, moon, and star might accidentally provoke some unprovocable entity and end up getting slapped to death," the captain sighed. "If that day comes, I hope one of them slaps that shrew Moonfire to death, and another puts that slutty Starfire to death." Xu Qing didn't say anything. The captain was feeling better now that he could vent. "You have a great hunt identity medallion, so we can go in. Let's go. Maybe we can find something useful." With that, the captain shot toward the Dark Moon ward. Xu Qing followed. It was a loud, bustling place. Even from a distance, Xu Qing could spot the numerous shops and vendor stalls. It reminded him of the ghost wards. There was a head. There was a marketplace. There were definitely similarities between the two. Xu Qing wasn't sure if it was just a coincidence or if there was a deeper meaning to it all 3. He took a moment to check Little Shadow. Back in that ghost ward years ago, that severed head had seemed interested in the shadow. After absorbing that forbidden region recently, Little Shadow was focused on digestion and was in a state of hibernation. And thus, Xu Qing and the captain got closer and closer to the Dark Moon ward. When they were only about 3,000 meters away, a shocking roar erupted from the place, loud enough to split metal and rock. Follow current novels on FRTAP EEWEB Hook and Cyrillic letter 473 VEL Retroflex. Com. At the same time, a bizarre beast shot out from the Dark Moon ward. It wasn't very large, only about 300 meters long, but the pressure it emitted was on the same level as the head itself. An ordinary cultivator who encountered it would be shaken to the core and feel like their soul was being ripped out of them. The beast had the body of a wolf, was greenish-black, and had a turtle shell on its back. It had the face of an evil ghost with a head of long white hair. It looked very much like a grue of some sort. What was more, it didn't just have one evil ghost face on it. It had 6. There were faces on each of its 4 kneecaps, and one at the tip of its tail. All of them were fear-inspiring in appearance, and all of them were howling loudly. What was beneath its feet was even more shocking. It was a sea of ghostly souls. Shockingly, the beast flew along on top of that sea, as if everywhere it went it brought death and catastrophe. There was a person standing amidst the white hair on the beast's head. He was tall and burly, wore a suit of violet gold battle armor, and had flowing golden hair. His eyes were like torches, as if a look from them could immolate all living creatures. He pulsed with smoldering god fluctuations, and was surrounded by the rumbling of thunder. Steering the beast by its head, he led it away from the Dark Moon ward and off into the distance. The Fire Moon Darkheavens in the Dark Moon ward, who saw all of that play out, bowed their heads, their eyes burning with reverence. As Xu Qing reeled in surprise, the captain lowered his voice and said, "Do you know what that beast is called? It's a ghost chariot. I've never seen the guy riding it, but considering he's wearing violet gold battle armor, he can only be one type of cultivator, a Darkheaven general. 1, I have to point out that it was an oversight on my part to use region in this way. The region from forbidden region and the region county prefecture geographical distinction are different. I try my best to avoid doing this, but sometimes I'm either not paying close attention or just run out of synonyms to use. IIRC, when I originally came up with the two translation choices, they weren't used in the same context, so they had already become translation, canon, by the time I noticed how they interacted. 2. There is some wordplay here that doesn't translate directly. The character I've rendered, High, from High God is a very versatile character that can also serve as a verb. By separating High and God, and then adding another character to turn High into a past tense verb, it changes it into a somewhat vague, but also clearly vulgar phrase that carries the meaning indicated in the translation. 3 ghost wards were first mentioned in chapter 246.1 and came up in a few chapters after that. We also saw a ghost ward in chapter 388. Chapter 822. Please permit us to have a reunion. Among the Fire Moon Darkheaven people, violet gold means something different than it does to us humans. They use destiny aura to forge gold, with materials taken from slain entities in god domains. Combine that with sacrifices from their subsidiary species, they turned dark into violet. And the final result is a set of violet gold Darkheaven armor. 1. As the captain described the terrifying figure off in the distance, his expression was one of envy. Years ago, I got very, very close to getting my own set of violet gold Darkheaven armor. Believe me, little Ah Ching, among the Fire Moon Darkheaven people, that type of armor isn't just a status symbol. It's actually a magical treasure that borders on the level of being taboo. As for how high the quality is, it depends on what type of beings were slain in the god domain and used to make it. The captain was staring at the Darkheaven general, his eyes full of longing so intense it was nearly corporeal. Xu Qing was looking in the same direction. He could sense how extraordinary that violet gold armor was. In fact, the moment that armor appeared, his soul threads inside of him had reacted as if they were facing immense pressure. That also went to show how amazing the violet gold Darkheaven armor was. And then there's that ghost chariot. It's basically a treasure. The Fire Moon Darkheaven people have a very special region that they call the Mountain and Sea region. Despite the name being Mountain and Sea, the reality is that it's a place where mutant beasts gather. If you ask me, it should really be called Beast Region. For countless years, the place has been home to either native beasts or beasts that the Fire Moon Darkheavens collected from other places and relocated there. There, they breed, mutate, and proliferate. The amount of beasts there is shocking, but what's even more shocking are the outrageous mutations. All sorts of wild beasts there have developed gruish abilities. The ghost chariot beasts are just one of them. Supposedly, they can actually devour souls, and once they reach a certain level of development, they can send their souls see into one's dreams and kill you without touching you. That's why the commoners often refer to them as nightmare beasts. The captain licked his lips. The most important thing, though, is that they're delicious. Maybe my information is somewhat outdated, but I remember from a previous life that there have been only 2 instances in recorded history of people tamming ghost chariots. Xu Qing's eyes glittered as he thought back to what the clay fox had told him about the second round of the Great Hunt. Coupling that with the captain's information, it seemed highly likely that the second round would take place in the Mountain and Sea region. Considering that, Xu Qing asked, "Eldest brother, are there any other well-known types of mutant beasts in the Mountain and Sea region? Is there some kind of ranking system?" Thinking back to the wonderful flavor of ghost chariots, the captain swallowed hard. Ranking system? Sure, but too much time has passed for me to remember the details. Back in that life, ghost chariots ranked 9th. As for what ranked first, it was something called a 9-dans. Sadly, I never saw one, although from what I've heard, hardly anybody has. That's why there aren't many physical descriptions of them. Even the information from the God Mountain just says something about them having 9 lanterns. There's no more detail than that. 2-3. The captain sighed. I used to daydream about what it would be like to wear violet gold Darkheaven armor and ride a 9-dans beast as a mount, all while munching on ghost chariot flesh and returning to humankind in full glory. Anyone who saw that would be shocked to the core. What a pity it never happened, all thanks to that old shrew. The captain gritted his teeth and muttered to himself a bit. Xu Qing didn't weigh in. He knew what old shrew the captain was talking about. When the captain talked about returning to humankind, Xu Qing had a different understanding about how that would play out. As far as he could tell, returning to human lands looking like that would frighten a lot of people and probably result in a certain degree of interspecies animosity. That said, as long as the captain was happy, Xu Qing was happy. Instead of bursting the captain's bubble, he prepared to ask some questions about some other things. But then, Xu Qing's expression flickered, and he turned to look in the direction of the Darkheaven General. A deafening wind had sprung up from that direction, causing rifts to fill the air, making it look like a mirror on the verge of shattering. The clouds were ripped to shreds as an anguished cry rang out, so deafening it could rip apart metal and rock. The ground quaked, and even the Dark Moon Ward trembled. Next, a figure appeared out of the windstorm. It was made of mist, making it seem illusory, and as soon as it appeared, it fled to the southwest. The Darkheaven General was right behind it, pursuing on his ghost chariot. He wielded a spear of underworld fire and had extremely cold eyes. His body was surrounded by golden light, making him seem like a sun. Glaring at the fleeing misty figure, he said, "Go back and tell your lord that little Ghosty is living a fine life with me. In fact, it's for little Ghosty's sake that I refrained from wiping out your species 3 times in a row. Next time, I won't hold back." Each word he spoke thrummed with the power of natural laws, becoming sealing marks that landed on the fleeing figure. It struggled not to collapse, and in the end, managed to escape. After it was gone, the Darkheaven General's ghost chariot howled. Then it turned and bore its master off into the distance in the blink of an eye. Heaven and earth returned to normal. The sky above the Dark Moon Ward went back to the way it was before. The Fire Moon Darkheavens inside all had their heads bowed and respectful looks on their faces. Xu Qing, meanwhile, had a look of anticipation on his face. He was thinking about what it would be like to have smoldering god battle prowess one day. The captain looked at him thoughtfully, then clasped his shoulder. "Ah, what's so impressive about that? If I threw caution to the wind and undid some seals, I could be like that too. As for you, little Ah Ching, you've got plenty of time to work with. Don't be in a rush." The captain blinked a few times and then looked in the direction of the Dark Moon Ward. "Come on, let's go take a look around." Xu Qing nodded. Looking away from the Darkheaven General, he followed the captain into the Dark Moon Ward. Xu Qing wasn't able to hide the forbidden mountain he had taken. However, upon entering the Dark Moon Ward, the mountain marvelously shrank down and started orbiting over his head. Entering the Dark Moon Ward was simple. You could just walk right in. Of course, there were requirements. Only Fire Moon Darkheavens could enter whenever they wanted. All other outsiders required an identity medallion. Xu Qing's medallion ranked very high, and that was enough to get him inside. The captain also had an identity medallion. Though it didn't qualify him to participate in the Great Hunt, it was enough to get into the Dark Moon Ward. After the warding spells scanned them, they were able to enter without any trouble. Looking around at the crowded streets, it was possible to see a few people with forbidden mountains orbiting around them. That was enough to prove that what the clay fox had told Xu Qing was correct. The captain sighed again. "I guess the first round really is about moving mountains. Our tests along the way proved that you can't hide the mountain, but at least it shrinks down while we're in the Dark Moon Ward. I guess that just goes to show how difficult the first round is. Everyone who gets a mountain has to show it publicly, which makes it a lot easier for people to target and rob each other. Little Ah Ching, this first round is definitely going to be a bloody affair. Look, people are already giving us dirty looks for being human." Xu Qing looked around the bustling market. He could see what the captain was talking about. There were definitely some people looking at him. Well, to be specific, they were looking at the Forbidden Mountain. This content is taken from FGE E letter 1D464, EB and Retroflex, OVEL Retroflex. CM. Keep your facial expression under control. We need to look scared and subservient. That's one reason I brought you here to the Dark Moon Ward, to do a little fishing. The captain looked very nervous. After some thought, Xu Qing made sure his complexion was ashen, and thus the two of them walked along, studying their surroundings. Xu Qing quickly came to see firsthand what a bizarre marketplace this was. Though the buildings here were businesses, few people came in and out of them. Most people clustered around the vendor stalls. Just about everything imaginable could be found for sale. Xu Qing saw flesh from godly entities with impressive fluctuations. Among humankind, things like that would be considered very rare. And though they weren't available literally everywhere, there were still enough types to provide for a variety to pick from. The Fire Moon Dark Heavens just controlled too vast of a territory. Because of that, their economy was all-encompassing. There were even specialty items from other species that popped up regularly. It was the same with the species represented in the Dark Moon Ward. Just looking around, Xu Qing saw hundreds of species. If he somehow ended up in a place like this before he started his path of cultivation, he would be convinced that he was surrounded by demons and devils. The captain had a lot more experience than Xu Qing, and he knew quite a bit about the fire moons. Therefore, after they had walked around a bit, the captain shouted a quick goodbye to Xu Qing, then ran off to a vendor stall run by a green stone golem, with whom he started negotiating. Xu Qing kept walking along, scanning the various vendor stalls to look for interesting things. I see a lot of poisonous plants for sale. At one particular vendor stall, Xu Qing saw a collection of bottles as well as a host of dried medicinal plants. After looking through what was available for about an hour, he sighed. I just don't have enough spirit stones. There were plenty of interesting wares available, but unfortunately, the prices were shockingly high. Given the amount of spirit stones Xu Qing had on him, he really couldn't afford anything. That is, unless he sold some things. It had been a long time since he experienced the feeling of lacking spirit stones. It made him think back to his days in the continent of South Phoenix. Prices in this Dark Moon Ward are a bit ridiculous. Shaking his head, he was about to send a voice message to the captain saying they should leave. However, that was when he suddenly received an excited message via divine will from the head in his D-132 God Trove. O exalted, handsome, invincible, and merciful great jailer, I can sense the aura of some old friends. Please permit us to have a reunion. Xu Qing stopped in place. Despite all the years that had passed, there were still some empty spots in D-132. Two specifically, a scarecrow and a millstone. After the corrections division in Sealing County collapsed, they had escaped, never to be seen again. In response to the head's words, Xu Qing's eyebrows shot up, and he looked around, eventually coming to focus on one specific vendor stall. There were random objects laid out for sale there, representing a wide variety of cultivation levels. One of them was a scarecrow, missing an arm and a leg, laying on a pile of random things, staring up blankly into the sky. Next to it was half of a millstone. 4. As Xu Qing approached, the scarecrow evidently sensed his aura and the aura of D-132. Its glassy, seemingly dead eyes suddenly turned to look at Xu Qing. At first it was stunned, but then it was excited. 1. I stared at this passage for a while trying to decipher some deeper meaning based on the components of the Chinese characters and other things. I couldn't come up with anything. It's possible I'm just totally missing some cool point, but it seems to me like it's just supposed to sound dramatic, mysterious, and cool. In the grand scheme of things, this wordplay isn't very important, so I didn't bother asking Madame Deathblade or someone else for a second opinion. FREEWE Macron BNOVE letter 2113. Com. 2. There is a quasi-spoiler here, because the term lantern here is actually slightly more vague in Chinese. Or more specifically, it's only one of the characters from lantern. It could be interpreted in different ways, for instance basket or cage depending on what other characters are paired with it. We don't get full confirmation until later that it's meant to be a lantern. There will be more in later chapters, so I won't go into any more detail. 3. There is more behind the term I'm translating as nine dawns. If you transliterated it, it would be Geolai. If you Google that, you'll find that there was an ancient confederation of tribes in China called the Jiulai. Well, sometimes you'll find it transliterated as Jiulai, but more properly, it's the 9 Li tribe confederation, as it was made up of 9 tribes that all use the surname Li. Now, let's talk about the Li. This is not the same Li as the super common surname, i.e. Li Zihua, Li Zimai, etc. Instead, it's a character that can have numerous meanings. For one thing, it's a surname clan name, as related to what's mentioned above. But the character also has literary meanings, including black, multitude, many. The reason why I'm rendering it as dawn is twofold. 1, the specific meaning of the character is not important to the narrative, characters, plot, etc., so I feel there's wiggle room in how to render it. 2, when you combine the character Li with the character for brightness, it becomes the common literary term for dawn. For instance, remember the Swordsage Oath? It mentions dawn and uses that term. It comes up in other contexts in that way, even in other novels such as ISSDH. Of course, there is other stuff that played into my decision that comes from later in the novel, and I won't get into spoilers now. For the Scarecrow and Millstone were mentioned in chapters 406, 412, and 660. As I recall, the Millstone was actually the illusory form, while the real form was a bucket. However, it appears the author wants it to be a millstone going forward. Maybe it's an author mistake, or maybe you can assume that the millstone chose to remain in that form. Chapter 823, He's Mine. The Scarecrow's experiences over the past few years had left her feeling like D132 was nothing short of a paradise. Life there was carefree and without worries. If you died, it wasn't a big deal, as you would come back to life. There were people to talk to there, plus, all the inmates got to work together to pull off a mystifying scam. Granted, it involved sleeping next to a god's finger, but that thing spent most of its own time sleeping anyway. What was more, there were always jailers coming and going that they could mess around with. Although she had occasionally thirsted for freedom, after that freedom arrived, it didn't bring the happiness she had hoped for. Update from freewebnovel.com. Living in the outside world was pure bitterness, and once people figured out her undying characteristics, they always came up with plenty of ways to toy with her. It was almost too horrible to endure. By now, those special characteristics were fading away. She couldn't recover her lost limbs, and at best, could just hold on a bit longer until she, as well as the millstone, who wasn't in much better shape, would just naturally die. Given the rate of things, it seemed like it would only be a few dozen years until her undying characteristics were gone. When that happened, she would ultimately collapse into ashes. She was simply waiting to die. Thus, her eyes had long turned listless. Never in her wildest dreams could she have guessed that here in the interior of Fire Moon Darkheaven territory, she would actually sense Xu Qing's aura. It seemed unbelievable. After all, they were ridiculously far away from Sealing County. Thus, she gaped and then started to get excited. Using her one remaining arm, she reached over and patted the millstone. Sadly, the millstone didn't budge. However, her movement attracted the attention of the vendor who managed the stall. His head resembled a human cultivator, except his body was covered with white scales. What was more, he had 3 eyes. The centermost eye was pure white, as if it were staring into a void. Astonishingly, he had a small mountain orbiting above his head. Clearly, he was participating in the great hunt. When he saw Xu Qing and noticed the mountain orbiting his head, he sized him up, his eyes glittering mysteriously. Human. You don't see many of your kind in Fire Moon territory. Xu Qing's expression was the same as ever. He recognized what species this cultivator was. White Marsh. Xu Qing didn't have a very good impression of this species. They had recently teamed up with the Nightshades in the Night Spirit region to fight against humankind. Forgoing any conversation, Xu Qing walked up to the Scarecrow. How much for this? FRYAEWEBNO Cyrillic letter 475 Macron L. Com. The White Marsh cultivator grinned. He made a grasping motion, and the Scarecrow flew over into his scaled hand. He squeezed hard, and the Scarecrow let loose an agonized shriek. This thing has a very low level, but at the same time is very interesting. It contains some of the characteristics of a god. It also has an undying will, which is worthy of study. What's more, it has a soul sealed inside, a human soul. Specifically, it's the soul of a very good-looking female cultivator. I played around to my heart's content already, but that doesn't change the fact that she's very valuable. The White Marsh cultivator looked at Xu Qing. Nodding his facial expression, he laughed. What, is she your friend or something? How about this? Give me that forbidden mountain of yours and you can have her. That half of a millstone has the same origin as the scarecrow. Sadly, it's about to fade away into nothing. If you want, I can throw it in for free. The White Marsh's words were noticed by some of the surrounding cultivators. Many of them looked over and started whispering sarcastically among themselves. Xu Qing had noticed some malicious gazes since he arrived in the Darkmoon Ward, but more than that, people seemed derisive. Because of the decline of humankind, there were powerful species who, though they didn't dare to view humans as scum, still didn't think very much of them. Whether it was bullying them or killing them, either were on the table. That said, the Forbidden Mountain orbiting above Xu Qing's head identified him as a participant in the Great Hunt. Because of that, most people would take him a bit more seriously. Although the rules of the Great Hunt allowed for fighting and killing among participants, that was only for people who qualified to participate. Others weren't allowed to make any moves on participants. Xu Qing's facial expression remained calm despite the sarcastic whispers and derisive gazes. In the end, he shook his head and turned to leave. The price being asked for was something he couldn't accept. Seeing that Xu Qing was about to walk off, the White Marsh squeezed down harder on the scarecrow. This time, the scarecrow gritted her teeth and forced herself not to scream. Well, isn't this interesting? The White Marsh murmured. Chuckling, he looked at the departing Xu Qing, his eyes narrowed. At the same time, his third eye flickered with an imperceptible white glow. Within it appeared an image of 4 secret troves. Spirit trove, with 4 secret troves. The White Marsh cultivator's third eye returned to normal. Human fellow Taoist, I could also accept 100 caddies of high-grade flesh from a godly entity. What do you say? Xu Qing stopped walking and thought for a moment. He could sense that once D-132 was complete, it would transform in some way. Besides, completing D-132 in general was something he had long thought about. He was the jailer assigned to D-132, and the assignment had come directly from Palace Lord Kong. After some thought, Xu Qing took out a bag of holding. He had flesh from godly entities left over from the Moonright region. Although he didn't have a lot, his reserve contained a few hundred caddies. After measuring out the appropriate amount, he tossed the bag of holding to the White Marsh. The White Marsh cultivator caught it, hefted it, and then nodded in satisfaction. With that, he tossed the scarecrow to Xu Qing. He also waved his hand to send the millstone flying over. Xu Qing flicked his sleeve to collect the scarecrow and the millstone. Then he turned and left. The White Marsh watched Xu Qing walking off, then licked his lips and started packing up his wares. Meanwhile, as Xu Qing walked along, he put the scarecrow and millstone into D-132. The moment they appeared inside, the head, the stone lion, and Sir Inkwell all got excited to varying degrees. The god's finger let loose some energy that immediately healed the scarecrow and restored the missing half of the millstone. Reunion time, the head said, laughing. Next, D-132 shivered. With all the inmates back, the cell block that had been cursed by misfortune was now whole, and instantly, a sensation of transformation rose up. Seeing that, Xu Qing retracted his divine will. After briefly looking over his shoulder at the White Marsh's vendor stall, he continued on his way. 4 hours later, Xu Qing and the captain met back up. The captain looked nervous, pleased, and also a bit guilty. Grabbing Xu Qing by the arm, he hurried down the street. I hooked 7 or 8 fish, he said, and some of them I wasn't even trying to hook. What about you, little Ah Qing? Get anything good? I got something, Xu Qing replied. Something? Like what, something big? The captain blinked a few times. Xu Qing nodded. The captain looked thrilled. However, neither said anything further as they left the Darkmoon Ward, making it seem like they were in a big hurry as they did so. After they were some distance away, time passed. They were keeping their speed within the realm of what spirit trove cultivators were capable of. Half a day later, no one had caught up to them. The captain was surprised. No way. Since when did the Fire Moon Darkheaven cultivators become so well-behaved? Don't tell me I didn't make things obvious enough, or maybe I was too obvious. Sighing regretfully, he looked over his shoulder. Xu Qing looked off into the distance himself. He also couldn't sense any signs of pursuers. There's another possibility. Maybe someone did something to scare off other pursuers. You know, sort of like how that forbidden region was marked. Xu Qing lifted his right sleeve and placed some taboo poison onto it. What had looked like an ordinary sleeve moments ago now had a fingernail-sized mark on it, just barely visible. This was secretly put here by a White Marsh cultivator who's participating in the Great Hunt. He checked my cultivation base and detected my 4 secret troves. As for him, he's in the great circle of spirit trove. If we just wait a bit longer, another forbidden mountain will be delivered right to us. Xu Qing flew over to a nearby mountain peak, where he sat down to wait. The captain's eyes glittered. Licking his lips, he joined Xu Qing and stared up into the canopy of heaven. About 2 hours later, the captain's eyes lit up when he noticed 3 beams of light shooting over the horizon. They moved with rapid speed, and it seemed they were homing in on something specific. After coming over the horizon, they moved directly toward Xu Qing. When they were about 3,000 meters away, they stopped moving, revealing 3 figures. They were all White Marsh cultivators. On the right side was the very same vendor who had sold Xu Qing the scarecrow. In the middle was a cultivator with much nicer clothing than the others, and an aura that surpassed the vendor. He was in the first stage of void returning. The final person was in the great circle of spirit trove. The vendor pointed at Xu Qing, then turned and said a few things to the void returning White Marsh. Smiling just as he had back at the Darkmoon Ward, he said, "It doesn't matter that you were fishing in the Darkmoon Ward, humans. As soon as I laid eyes on you, I planned to get some friends to help me deal with you. The forbidden mountain above your head sealed your fate. Furthermore, though I have no idea how you rank among humans, I don't mind giving you some news about humankind, free of charge." The White Marsh's eyes never left the forbidden mountain above Xu Qing. He licked his lips. "You humans suffered a huge defeat on the northwestern front. Your Imperial Preceptor managed to keep things under control, but the Seiya High Priest already showed up to provide backup. I also heard that the Shadow Fiend species was persuaded to join the fighting. Your northwestern territory is in great danger. As for the Nightshade front lines, though you humans have kept my species pinned down, and though your sea-sealing county forces will soon take all of the Night Spirit region, the reality is, we wanted you to pin us down. Human casualties on the 2 lines of battle are severe. Now, think of what would happen if someone tied both of your hands behind your back, then tried to stab you in the heart. Could you avoid the blow?" The White Marsh grinned broadly. "In fact, even as I speak these words, it's possible that hundreds of humans have died on the battlefield." The White Marsh looked closely to see Xu Qing's reaction. Clearly, he had a reason for providing this news. He wanted to draw Xu Qing and the captain off the mountain peak. Given that he could sense their movements through the mark he'd left on Xu Qing, and considering his cautious nature, he had already come to the conclusion that they might have set up a trap for him. Xu Qing and the captain, who had plenty of experience in such things, knew that as well. "He's mine," Xu Qing said calmly. The captain smiled. "I'll take care of the other 2. I haven't sampled White Marsh flesh for a long time." The 2 of them vanished, and then brilliant light suddenly appeared all around the 3 White Marsh cultivators. Chapter 824, A Lamb Like a Devil. The White Marshes were a subsidiary species to the Fire Moon Darkheavens. They didn't really have a good reputation and could hardly compare to the Seiya people. There were many such species attached to the Fire Moon Darkheavens. "Normally speaking," the captain said very loudly, "species like the White Marshes have one thing in common. They're ruthless toward other species, but are more than willing to grovel and scrape to the Fire Moons. In fact, when it comes to currying favor, they don't have a bottom line. Considering they wouldn't dare try to rob other important participants in the great hunt, when they saw you, it's no wonder they took you to be a fat lamb. As the captain jested, blue light flared, and coldness spread out for 500 kilometers that could freeze even the air. Within that space, winter descended. Mountains and lands alike became covered in ice. Plants and vegetation became ice sculptures, and the clouds became so heavy they fell out of the sky. There was little need to mention the White Marsh cultivators. However, the captain continued, there's a kind of beast from certain forbidden grounds that looks like a lamb, but is called a devil by the locals. The captain lifted his hand and pushed it toward the White Marsh cultivators. These cultivators in first stage void returning and the great circle of spirit trove were visibly surprised. The former reacted most quickly. Given his void returning cultivation base, he had his ways of dealing with natural and magical laws. All the threads within him swept together to form a furnace, which raged to life. The spirit trove cultivator next to him had it worse off. No matter how he tapped into his 5 secret troves, he couldn't really stop the freezing effect. As the dramatic transformations occurred around him, he lost the ability to move and fell out of the sky along with the clouds. The two of them were stunned, and already their hearts were pounding in their chests. As for the person orchestrating all of this, the White Marsh vendor, his face fell and he started backing up at top speed. He sensed a deadly crisis looming. The developments already underway were far, far from what he had previously predicted would happen. There was no time to sit around contemplating the situation. He instantly released the power of the great circle of spirit trove. All 5 of his secret troves erupted with burning flames, and in his anxiety, he even burned some of his own life force. With that burst of speed, he quickly made it off into the distance. However, he wasn't fast enough. At the same time that the White Marsh vendor burst into motion, Xu Qing appeared right behind him. It didn't matter how much of a burst of speed was involved. It didn't do any good. There was no way he could shake Xu Qing for even a fraction of a second. Xu Qing's Taoist robe flapped in the wind, and his hair whipped back and forth. He raised his hand, but there was no explosive burst. Instead, his hand held a black dagger with a shroud wrapped around the hilt, which emanated an intense aura of death. 1. The aura spread out in all directions, causing the White Marsh cultivator's heart to pound. The sensation of death became like the tide, washing completely over him and making it impossible to move, let alone flee. He wanted to run, but the threat weighing down on him because of this human cultivator was such an intense pressure it felt like his 5 secret troves might collapse at any moment. He tried to unleash the heavenly Taos in the secret troves, but they were in embryonic form and could do nothing but remain in place, trembling. Cultivation base, heavenly Taos, and energy alike were all subject to immobilizing pressure. The White Marsh's heart filled with alarm as Xu Qing viciously slashed the dagger through his throat. It was just like back when Xu Qing was young. Blood sprayed everywhere. There was no agonized shriek, only a gurgling sound as the head tumbled away from the torso. As it landed on the ground, soul threads shot out from Xu Qing, stabbed into the head and extracted the White Marsh's soul. In moments the head withered into a husk, while the soul was madly extracted, turning into more soul threads in Xu Qing's collection. The torso collapsed into ash. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, the captain laughed ferociously as he suddenly exploded, turning into countless beams of blue light, within each of which was a blue worm. The worms swept out and then closed in on the void, returning White Marsh from all directions. Struggling and fighting back didn't do any good. In the blink of an eye, so many blue worms had smacked into the White Marsh that he looked like a huge blue ball of flesh. Only when looking closely was it obvious that the ball of flesh was made from worms. To accompany the ghastly sight were horrifying chewing sounds and miserable screams. Xu Qing looked over and could tell that the captain's current battle prowess was stronger than when they had clashed with the Fire Moon cultivator recently. Obviously, the captain had made some progress in their recent travels. Smiling, Xu Qing waved his right hand to retract all of his soul threads. Meanwhile, the screaming faded away to nothing inside the ball of flesh. The flesh then wriggled and changed back into the captain, who licked his lips as he looked at Xu Qing. White marshes still taste delicious, little Ah Qing. By the way, I learned 2 interesting things from his memories. First of all, the one you picked just now was actually considered a chosen among white marshes and is an expert at concealment. The one I killed seemed stronger, but the reality is that he just stepped into void returning and hardly had any success with his heavenly dows. In fact, he was recently beaten in an ambush when fighting with the one you killed. But the most worthless of all of them is this guy. The captain made a grasping gesture, and the final immobilized white marsh flew over to him. Xu Qing nodded. He could already sense that there was something wrong with the returning soul threads. There seemed to be some missing. Given what the captain had said, it seemed the white marsh vendor had some life-saving techniques and had faked his own death. There were no fluctuations in the area, such that just about any other person would have been incapable of tracking down the concealed party. But things weren't that difficult for Xu Qing. His eyes turned pitch black, and taboo poison spread out everywhere, filling the surroundings. The captain's eyes went wide. Throwing around more poison. Don't spoil my meal, it's delicious. The captain performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, causing blue light to flicker as the last white marsh cultivator collapsed into roughly 100 green apples. As they tumbled down, the captain swished his sleeve to collect them up. Then he turned completely blue and disappeared into thin air. As Xu Qing's poison spread, the air rippled, and a fist-sized eyeball appeared, white in color. The eye looked astonished, but at the same time determined. He had been so close that he didn't dare to try to teleport away, for fear of the teleportation being noticed. He had previously planned to just wait until Xu Qing left, then stealthily sneak away. How could he have guessed that he would be discovered so quickly? Feeling no reason not to, he quickly resorted to a teleportation. As the teleportation fluctuations built up, the eye began to turn blurry. Xu Qing's gaze remained calm as he waved his right hand, sending out a host of soul threads. In the blink of an eye, they formed into the shape of a huge sundial. The gnomon was in motion as natural laws of time descended. Xu Qing looked at the spot where the eye was about to teleport away, and time reversed there. The blurry eye became very clear. Its expression was again one of astonishment. When the sundial's power faded, the eye trembled as it tried to initiate another teleportation. It failed. It tried to go invisible. That also failed. And then Xu Qing was in front of it. He pulled his hand back and then swatted the eye. The eye turned bloodshot and shrieked, but it didn't do any good. Resistance meant nothing. A pop could be heard as the eye exploded. The sundial collapsed into soul threads, which then bored into the eye, causing more soul threads to appear in Xu Qing. From a distance, it was possible to see countless crimson soul threads swirling around Xu Qing, making him look like a devil. The captain materialized next to him. Chuckling, he retrieved a green apple and took a bite. "You don't look like one of the good guys at all, little Ah Qing." Xu Qing looked at the apple in the captain's hand. He said nothing. The captain took out another apple and tossed it to Xu Qing. Xu Qing caught it and took a bite. It was very sweet. From a very young age, Xu Qing had always refused to eat human flesh, but he would eat just about anything else. Xu Qing's actions caused the captain to clasp his shoulder happily. The source of this content is FREYWEBNOVEL.com. I got more news. There's a member of the Firemoon Darkheaven nobility who wanted to commemorate the Great Hunt by opening up his personal forbidden regions. Now they're available to all cultivators participating in the Great Hunt. This particular noble has 5 forbidden regions in his territory, one of which has more than 20 forbidden mountains in it. Based on the information I just got, they'll be opening up very soon. We should hurry over there. Since you have Great Hunt qualifications, we can definitely fuck them up. That way, it'll be much more reasonable for us to enter the god domain later to handle my big job. Besides, who knows, maybe you could end up as a Darkheaven general. Little Ah Qing, your eldest brother is going all out to help you. The captain emphasized his words by smacking his chest. His eyes glittered. Just remember, if we ultimately succeed, and you become a Dark Heaven general, you'll need to lend me your new outfit for a few years." Xu Qing nodded, then waved his hand, causing the Forbidden Mountain, which had previously belonged to the White Marsh vendor, to fly over to him. Now he had 2 Forbidden Mountains orbiting over his head. Occasionally, red lightning bolts would crash between them. Occasionally, the lightning bolts would hit each other, causing showers of sparks to illuminate the surroundings. Looking up at the 2 mountains, Xu Qing suddenly said, "Eldest brother, how many Forbidden Mountains do you think it would take to earn first place?" Fr Ya EWEB NO Cyrillic letter 475 E Macron L. Com. "Oh, I don't know, 100 maybe," the captain replied casually. "All right, 100. Xu Qing's eyes flared with cold light as he burst into motion. The captain blinked a few times, grinned, and then followed. The 2 of them disappeared over the horizon as they headed toward the Fire Moon Darkheaven Noble's forbidden regions. 1. The Shroud Hilt dagger was created by Xu Qing in Chapter 347. He used it subsequently in Chapters 416 and 420. Its foundation was a dagger the captain gave to him as a gift in Chapter 338. Chapter 825. This time it's God Herald of Starfear. The Great Hunt was a very important event for their species. Participants included not just their own subsidiary species, but outside cultivators as well. Everyone had a chance to earn the qualifications. Xu Qing was a good example. Because of that, there was no set number of participants. However, there were a limited number of Forbidden Mountains. With so many cultivators participating, securing one of those Forbidden Mountains was no easy task. That wasn't to mention that the requirement to pass the round was 3 mountains. At a certain point, the only way to collect enough Forbidden Mountains was to fight with other participants. That was the only way to meet the basic standard. Of course, the Fire Moon Darkheavens didn't want people who merely met the basic standard. They valued strength, and as a result, there would always be very fierce fighting. As the Fire Moon Darkheavens tried to raise venomous bugs in a jar, things would happen such as what Xu Qing and the captain had just heard about. Special forbidden regions were being opened. In the first round of the Great Hunt, there would always be participants who were members of the nobility subservient to one of the Fire Moon Darkheavens, 3 Grand Stewards. Depending on the requirements from the temples of the gods, they would open their personal forbidden regions for use in the competition. And instead of discouraging fighting and robbing, they actually promoted it. FREEWE Macron BNOVE letter 2113. Com. Vortexes of flesh and blood could be found throughout Fire Moon Darkheaven regions, which would lead directly to those forbidden regions. As a result, the first round of the Great Hunt was widely promoted and would attract chosen among chosen. That said, due to terrain and travel limitations, it was almost impossible for all the participants to show up at one specific forbidden region at the same time. Normally speaking, local cultivators would get the news first and would flock to be the first to enter. Right now, a vortex of flesh and blood had appeared in the northwestern part of the 8th region, in the territory of a Fire Moon noble. The area was normally kept sealed, with an outer layer that shone with golden light and indicated that the area was private property. The forbidden region inside was so large it took up about half of an entire prefecture. The mutagen was so dense it formed a mist. There were a large number of mutant beasts as well. Taking in the forbidden region as a whole, it was actually not very far from becoming a forbidden ground. It was filled with jungles, rivers of poison, villages of grus, as well as some astonishing forbidden mountains. Hovering in the air above the tallest of the mountains was a magnificent palace. There were 2 rows of statues leading into it, and in the depths of the palace hall, seated on a throne, was a hulking figure with his forehead resting on his palm. He seemed to be dozing. He appeared to be middle-aged and glowed with golden light. He was mighty, with smoldering god fluctuations that could crush worlds. He was the Fire Moon noble who owned this forbidden region. He had opened the place to honor the orders given by the temples of the gods. He also happened to be somewhat interested in the chosen cultivators participating in the event. That was why he had come in person to see what promising individuals might rise to prominence in his forbidden region. Of course, there were also some unwritten rules that everyone had to comply by, which included him. As the appointed time neared, the Fire Moon Noble opened his eyes and sighed. That exhalation caused heaven and earth to dim and kicked up intense winds. The golden barrier that covered the forbidden region then collapsed. It turned into a golden mist that swept inward toward the palace hall. A moment later, it entered the hall, and the Firemoon Noble inhaled it. Then the Firemoon Noble spoke in a cool voice that echoed out in all directions like heavenly thunder. "The forbidden region is now open. Put on a good show, you little punks." Chosen Firemoon cultivators, who had been waiting in the area, immediately started moving into the forbidden region at top speed. Almost instantly, fierce fighting broke out. No one would interfere with them, no matter whether they were fighting, stealing, or killing. Even the Firemoon Noble in the palace just watched. Before long, there were deaths. Not everyone had chosen to instantly go after a forbidden mountain. After all, you could get the forbidden mountains by killing others, and hunting down others was a lot simpler than defending against mass onslaughts. That said, all of the shockwaves of combat were kept within the forbidden region. No one on the outside could even see what was happening. The forbidden region was like a black hole that devoured everything and didn't release even the tiniest fluctuation. Everything was quiet. Before long, 7 days passed. More Great Hunt participants showed up on a daily basis and disappeared inside. There were also some people who chose to leave. Strangely enough, not much happened to any of the forbidden mountains. The Firemoon Noble in the palace yawned and shook his head. This is actually kind of boring. That was around the time that Xu Qing and the captain appeared in the canopy of heaven, about 50 kilometers away from the forbidden region. They had been traveling nonstop for about 7 days. Instead of having 2 forbidden mountains orbiting above his head, Xu Qing had 3. He had acquired another one along the way. That took a bit too long. The journey took too long, and it also took too long acquiring that extra forbidden mountain. Xu Qing was getting the feeling that unless he managed to get a lot of forbidden mountains all at once, there was no way he would manage to collect 100 in time. With such thoughts on his mind, he looked at the distant forbidden region, his eyes gleaming coldly. Then he started moving again, with the captain in tow, his expression one of anticipation. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the two of them reached the border of the forbidden region. Within moments, the dense mist of mutagens swallowed them up. Once inside, Xu Qing concealed his aura. He would no longer move about so openly, and would instead favor stealth as he slipped through the jungle environment. He had spent so much time in forbidden regions in the past, and had interacted with so many of their denizens, that such behavior had long since become an instinct for him. Once inside the forbidden region, his forbidden mountains shrank down again, just as they had in the Dockmoon ward. A strange light gleamed in the captain's eyes as he watched Xu Qing. It wasn't his first time witnessing how Xu Qing moved in forbidden regions, but it was the first time he had paid close attention. Gradually, he changed his own movements in imitation of Xu Qing, and before long, he was speeding through the trees of the forbidden region like a predatory cat. Because of the way they kept to the shadows and moved stealthily, they didn't run into anyone. This chapter is updated by freeweb novel, Com. Xu Qing quickly came to realize that this place had a restrictive effect on divine will. Its current maximum range was only about 300 meters. Most cultivators were used to using divine will to scan their surroundings, and thus felt out of sorts in such circumstances. Little Shadow was still asleep and couldn't help. That said, Xu Qing wasn't too worried. He was familiar with how forbidden regions worked. What was more, he could pick up a lot of information from the surrounding plants and vegetation. As they hurried on their way, Xu Qing paid close attention to everything around him, including the mutant beasts. And it wasn't long before he noticed the mountains, and especially the golden palace floating in the air. "That palace looks very out of place," the captain said in a low voice. "I'd say it probably belongs to a Firemoon noble. Someone important must be here to watch the show. There have already been a lot of deaths here in the past 7 days, little Ah Qing. I can smell the blood." Xu Qing nodded. He had just spotted some blood spirit weeds nearby that looked unusually healthy. It was a plant that thrived by absorbing death auras. When things died near them, their leaves would automatically turn in that direction. In fact, as Xu Qing was looking around at the blood spirit weeds, their leaves stirred and all pointed in one specific direction, whereupon they started wriggling as if absorbing something. Xu Qing didn't do anything in response. However, the identity medallion the clay fox had given him pulsed, and then caused him to turn invisible. Meanwhile, the captain squatted next to a tree and transformed into a worm. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, they detected sounds from not too far away. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed as he waited. A figure appeared, racing in their direction. It was a young Fiamoon Dockheaven with a cultivation base in Spirit Trove. That said, his cultivation base was unstable, and he was clearly injured, with a listless expression and a mouth stained with blood. He looked anxious. As he got close to Xu Qing, he suddenly stopped and looked around. Seeing nothing seemed to make him even more nervous, and he opened his mouth to speak. That was when a sound rang out that sounded like metal grating against stone. A figure neared in a bright red sea of flames. "Since we happen to run into each other, Master Gravesparrow," he said in a sinister voice, "why don't we settle our old grudge once and for all? Where do you think you're going to run to?" The speaker stopped in midair, revealing himself to be another young Fiamoon Dockheaven. Flames covered him, which was something Xu Qing hadn't seen among other Fiamoon Dockheaven cultivators. Astonishingly, he had 2 forbidden mountains orbiting above his head. "Old grudge," snapped Master Gravesparrow, his eyes burning with fury. "You know full well which of us started that grudge." Master Gravesparrow suddenly turned to the side and bowed, his expression one of piety as he loudly said, "I, Master Gravesparrow, Chief Legate of Steward Deep Spirit of the Staffia Temple, offer respectful greetings to the God Herald of Staffia." The pursuing cultivator looked around in surprise. However, there was nothing more than silence after that. Master Gravesparrow's complexion turned a bit more ashen. At the same time, the pursuing cultivator chuckled softly. The Fiamoon noble in the Golden Temple opened his eyes. "Well, isn't this interesting?" As the words left his mouth, he slowly pointed at the spot where Xu Qing stood invisibly in the forbidden region. Chapter 826, Crown Prince Brightsouth. Xu Qing didn't want to reveal himself. Although the identity medallion given to him by the clay fox was vibrating so violently it was heating up, he chose to ignore it. In fact, he even intensified the concealing effects. There was no purpose or need to interfere in the affairs of the irrelevant. In terms of one of these people being a so-called God Herald, Xu Qing was used to such rankings. Ever since he had impersonated a godchild in the Holotide region, and both a God Herald and a godchild in Moonlight, he had seemed to develop a special affinity for things like that. Now that he was in the territory of the Fiamoon Dockheaven people, if similar circumstances arose, he wouldn't hesitate to do the same thing again. After all, he even had an identity medallion from the clay fox. That said, Xu Qing was still somewhat interested in this Fiamoon Dockheaven cultivator with the 2 forbidden mountains orbiting overhead. Therefore, he had immediately come up with the plan to just wait until the 2 of them dealt with each other, then step in to take the mountains. But when the Fiamoon noble in the palace pointed at him, he had to do something different. That gesture caused the concealment effects hiding Xu Qing and the captain to slowly fade away. The captain reverted from worm form to human form, and as he squatted at the base of the tree, he muttered to himself inaudibly. Xu Qing went from being invisible to visible. He stood beneath the tree, his expression calm, but his heart racing. The sensation of being forcibly revealed by someone else put him fully on guard. The 2 Fiamoon Dockheaven cultivators, who had been just on the brink of fighting, were understandably taken aback. Being the one with a disadvantage, Master Gravesparrow naturally sped up until he was behind Xu Qing and the captain. Chest heaving, he clasped hands and bowed deeply at the waist. "Well met, God Herald." In a moment like this, it wasn't important that he was dealing with a human and not a member of his own species. The most important thing was this person's identity, which he had confirmed with his own senses. As far as he was concerned, someone with an identity like this might be able to save his life. As he bowed, his pursuer's face darkened. However, he was a member of a different temple, and thus his senses weren't as acute as Master Gravesborough, especially considering that Xu Qing had been attempting to stay hidden. Furthermore, he couldn't help but be a little suspicious of the identities of Xu Qing and the captain. He had never seen or heard of any humans that were god heralds in Starfair Temple, and the Fire Moon Dark Heavens viewed almost all other species in revered ancient as inferior. That included these humans here. If a member of an inferior species became a god herald, it would cause a big stir. What was more, Xu Qing had 3 forbidden mountains orbiting overhead, which obliquely proved some things. But if this person was really a god herald, why was he participating in the Great Hunt? That said, this Fire Moon Darkheaven didn't want to take any unnecessary risks. Regardless of anything, the term god herald was something that caused fear to well up in his heart. Therefore, he just backed up and looked at Xu Qing with glittering eyes. He still wanted to kill Master Gravesborough, but he also wasn't sure if he should press the attack. The captain looked at what was happening with no small amount of amusement. Here they had 2 Fire Moon Darkheavens, one that was bowing to them, and one that was backing away hesitantly. Plus, there's someone up there watching the excitement. The captain looked up at the floating palace. Xu Qing was annoyed. Ignoring the bowing Master Gravesborough, he looked at the other cultivator and coldly said, "Put your forbidden mountains down and leave." The cultivator's glittering eyes turned even colder. From what he could sense, this person was a spirit trove cultivator, as was the person standing next to him. Although he himself had the same cultivation base, the fact was that he was a Fire Moon cultivator, and there were few cultivators from other species who could match up to him while in the same cultivation level. That was especially true of humans. He had done training in human lands and had killed quite a few of their so-called chosen cultivators. Because of that experience, he knew exactly how frail human cultivators were. That led to deep disdain on his part. The only reason he was hesitating was because of this person's identity. For that reason alone, he suppressed his killing intent, looked up at the golden palace in the dome of heaven, and bowed. "Exalted One, for a god herald to show up in this round of the Great Hunt and demand a forbidden mountain is a violation of the rules. Please, Exalted One, you need to step in." Those words caused Master Gravesborough's heart to thump. He had also picked up on the same cues as the other cultivator, and his opponent's action of calling out to the Fire Moon Noble was a case of raking the firewood from beneath the kettle. It was the perfect move. According to the rules of the Great Hunt, non-participants were forbidden from meddling. There were some ways around that rule, but they were very limiting. In the golden palace above, the Fire Moon Noble smiled faintly. Then he spoke in a dignified voice. "This person is not a god herald." Before the noble could finish his sentence, the Fire Moon cultivator, who was surrounded by intense heat, suddenly glared at Xu Qing with open killing intent. Erupting like an actual volcano, he shot toward Xu Qing. Since the identity he had feared was now a moot point, all he cared about were the forbidden mountains. Oftentimes, the way things play out deviates significantly from assumptions. As the Fire Moon cultivator closed in with aggressive decisiveness, Xu Qing disappeared from in front of him. All he saw was a cold flash of light pass by his eyes. Then his head flew off his shoulders. Because it happened so quickly, his body just kept moving in the same direction as before. Before he could feel anything other than shock, a host of red threads appeared out of nowhere, sweeping over both his body and his severed head. To him, the entire world became the color of blood. Then he experienced the indescribable pain of having his soul devoured. Then his world became black. All of it happened in an instant. "Except that you can't defeat him," the noble finished. By the time the words left his mouth, everything was over. Xu Qing was visible again, his face expressionless. The cultivator whose soul he had just devoured no longer controlled his forbidden mountain, and thus they floated over to orbit over Xu Qing's head. Before, he had 3. Now he had 5. It was like a crown of mountains. As for Master Gravesparrow, his heart was now racing. What he had just witnessed flipped his world upside down. The person that had been pursuing him was an old archenemy, and also an outstanding figure in their shared cultivation level. He was vicious and merciless, with plenty of tactics ready to unleash, but he had just died in an instant at the hands of this human. It was a blow that left him feeling stunned, and when Xu Qing turned to look at him, Master Gravesparrow shivered and bowed his head respectfully. Inside, he was trembling with increasing intensity with every moment that passed, and that was because he could tell that Xu Qing's gaze brought with it an invasion. Xu Qing studied Master Gravesparrow to confirm that he really didn't have a forbidden mountain. Then he turned and walked off. The captain jumped to his feet and hurried after him. Upon passing Master Gravesparrow, he smiled and said, "You got pretty lucky." As Master Gravesparrow watched the two of them leaving, he struggled with sensations of utter disbelief. Just when they were about to disappear in the distance, Master Gravesparrow gasped as he seemingly remembered something. Raising his voice, he called, "Many thanks for your assistance, fellow Taoists. I have 2 pieces of news about humankind that I can give you." Xu Qing stopped in place and looked over his shoulder at Master Gravesparrow. Seeing that, Master Gravesparrow hurried after him. Stopping about 30 meters away, he respectfully continued, "Fellow Taoists, there are a total of 27 forbidden mountains in this forbidden region. That said, not all of them can be won by fighting. There are only 10 that are in that category. As for the other 17, they've already been set aside." Master Gravesparrow looked up at the Golden Palace, floating in the air. "Those 17 forbidden mountains are to be distributed among chosen disciples, both from my species and from other species. All they have to do is go to those mountains and take them, and no one would dare to fight with them. FREYAWEB hook NOVEL, com." Xu Qing didn't say anything. He was waiting for the Fire Moon cultivator to get to the point. After all, nothing he had said so far had anything to do with humankind, and he hadn't mentioned anything about pontificating on the rules of forbidden mountains. "Why does that matter?" the captain asked. Lowering his voice, Master Gravesparrow said, "It matters because I happen to know that one of those 17 mountains was set aside for you humans, Grand Prince." Xu Qing's pupils constricted. The captain's eyes lit up with interest. "When your Grand Prince arrived here in Fire Moon Darkheaven territory, he went around begging for help to resolve the situation with humankind. He didn't make any progress at all, so ultimately, he decided to join the Great Hunt. People from many species expressed admiration for your Grand Prince, and that includes me. In my opinion, he must want to become a Darkheaven general, after which he can request that the stewards resolve the crisis with humankind. His Fire Moon mother probably gave him some help, which is how he already has a forbidden mountain reserved for him." Considering that Master Gravesparrow was a Fire Moon Darkheaven, it was no wonder that he had access to far better information than Xu Qing, and he wasn't holding back any details. Follow current novels on letter 192 REEWEB, Eta OVE letter 2113. Com. "Is there something else?" the captain asked. Master Gravesparrow hesitated briefly, then quietly said, "The thing is, your Grand Prince hasn't come here yet. A few days ago, I was informed that while Grand Prince was on the way here to get his forbidden mountain, he ran into Crown Prince Brightsouth. King Brightsouth is king legate to Steward Heavencloud of High God Sunfire. His Crown Prince has shocking talent, battle prowess that can crush all members of his generation, and is considered one of the top chosen among us Fire Moons. He's very famous. There were witnesses who saw him take Grand Prince captive along with a bunch of other humans. All of them were forced into servitude as cart pullers." Master Gravesparrow gauged Xu Qing's facial expression before continuing. "As a result, the forbidden mountain set aside for Grand Prince here is now unassigned." Xu Qing quietly looked off into the distance. The captain's expression turned grim. A moment passed. "What's the situation with the forbidden mountains now?" Xu Qing asked. Master Gravesparrow took a deep breath and respectfully answered, "According to the rules here, 10 days have to pass before anyone can take forbidden mountains from here. The Forbidden Region has been open for 7 days so far, so all the mountains are still there. That said, the news has spread, so there's surely some participants already camping there. Chapter 827, Now That's Xu Qing. When Master Gravesparrow saw the coldness in Xu Qing's eyes, he thought back to his enemy who had just died. Taking a deep breath, he nodded and immediately led the way. Xu Qing followed, his face grim. The captain was right next to him, and he seemed to have shed the frivolity from earlier. Although the captain wasn't a bleeding heart when it came to humans, the news from just now was moving even to him. Humans, he sighed inwardly. And thus, the three of them delved deeper and deeper into the Forbidden Region. Within the golden palace above, the Fiamun noble smiled again. He seemed pleased. Things are finally getting interesting. How could the Great Hunt be the Great Hunt unless there was some blood spilled and lives lost? Time passed. 2 days later, in the depths of the Forbidden Region, Xu Qing, the captain, and Master Gravesparrow all stood atop a massive tree, looking off into the distance. The spot where they looked was covered by a faint, black mist that made the place seem locked in eternal gloom. The trees in that area were as withered and misshapen as demonic monsters. Beyond that withered jungle were numerous towering mountains. They looked like 27 crouching dragons, linked together to form a mountain range that covered nearly half of the Forbidden Region. Some of the mountains had black fire that occasionally flared, sending out black smoke everywhere. There was even black lava flowing down them. Those are the Forbidden Mountains in this Forbidden Region, Master Gravesparrow said quietly. Xu Qing sensed the heat on the wind, and his eyes narrowed. He had seen a lot of Forbidden Regions, and generally speaking, they were cold. This was actually his first time seeing volcanoes in a Forbidden Region. The last 10 are the ones the general participants of the Great Hunt can fight over. The 17 up in front are the ones that have been set aside. As for the mountains set aside for Grand Prince, it's the 9th. Master Gravesparrow pointed at one mountain in particular. Xu Qing looked in that direction. He could sense a lot of auras in the mountains, coming from the various Great Hunt participants that had gathered in the area. He sensed them on all the mountains, with the majority on the final 10 mountains, where the auras were very mixed. It was the same with the mountain Master Gravesparrow was pointing at. From what Xu Qing could sense, the cultivators who had gathered here had swords drawn and arrows nocked. Most of them seemed to be waiting instead of fighting. In one more day, the Forbidden Mountains will be free for the taking. When that happens, chaotic fighting will definitely break out. Master Gravesparrow's eyes gleamed with the desire to do battle. His mountains had been taken much earlier and were now with Xu Qing. He didn't dare to try to rob Xu Qing, so he was hopping to pick up a new Forbidden Mountain here. On the way here, he had courteously requested of Xu Qing to be able to take a mountain. Xu Qing had agreed. Although he also needed Forbidden Mountains, it was true that Master Gravesparrow had given them some very valuable information. Fellow Taoist Xu, all we need to do is be patient for one more day. Master Gravesparrow rotated his cultivation base, and his eyes gleamed. He didn't plan to make a move immediately. As far as he was concerned, that was pointless. Seizing a mountain now would require waiting around for a day, giving other cultivators plenty of time to notice and lay in wait. That would obviously make things a lot more difficult and dangerous. Just wait until the final day goes by. Once the Forbidden Mountains have been seized, we can swoop in, steal the ones we want, and get out of here. That's the most likely path to success. After all, with all the mountains up for grabs, people will be distracted. Xu Qing looked at the 9th mountain, then the other mountains. Eyes cold, he said. There's no need to make things so complicated. With that, he flew into the air and headed toward the mountains. Behind him, Master Gravesparrow's expression flickered. He knew Xu Qing was strong, as he had witnessed it personally. But it didn't seem that he had battle prowess sufficient to fight everyone here at once. Given Xu Qing's battle prowess, his plan would guarantee with nearly 100% accuracy that they could get one Forbidden Mountain. 2 wasn't out of the question, but rushing in blindly would attract too much attention and throw too many other variables into the mix. Feeling very nervous, he was about to say something when the captain laughed and flew past him. You want 1 or 2 mountains, the captain said, but my little junior brother wants all of them. All of them? Master Gravesborough's heart raced as he watched Xu Qing flying up into the air. Xu Qing reached up toward his left shoulder, then jerked his hand out. His totem tattoos flared with black fire that rapidly spread out into a sea of flames around him. At the same time, the golden crow flew out gracefully into the fire, then threw its head back and let loose a piercing cry. It was pitch black, with the general appearance of a phoenix. Its numerous tails spread out, attracting the attention of all the cultivators waiting in the 27 mountains. As that happened, Xu Qing reached out and made a grasping motion toward the golden crow. The crow cried out proudly as it turned and shot toward him. As it neared, it crumbled down until it was a black spear in his hands. The presence of that spear caused wild colors to flash and lightning to strike repeatedly in the area. It was as if the canopy of heaven would be ripped apart. A howl rippled out of nowhere, like a warning to ward off the presence of the spear. It didn't do any good. Xu Qing's eyes just got colder as he hefted the taboo spear. Then, as the noble in the golden palace looked on, as did the astonished Master Gravesborough and all the cultivators on the 27 mountains, Xu Qing hurled the spear toward the 9th mountain. The black spear was like an unstoppable dragon piercing through the sky, leaving behind a black streak. Lightning gathered around it, encircling it and bolstering it, and piercing winds swept out in all directions. It headed straight toward the 9th mountain. It was consummately domineering as it slammed into the peak of the mountain, causing intense rumbling sounds to fill heaven and earth. The mountain shook violently as a shockwave rolled out from the spot where the spear hit, and sparks flew everywhere, filling the mountain. The cultivators who had been camping on the mountain were visibly shocked as they tumbled backward. Though they were furious, none of them dared to do anything. The cultivators on the other mountains looked over with serious expressions. Quite a few of them already harbored malicious intentions. Meanwhile, Xu Qing's voice drifted down from above. Yield. In 3 breaths of time, everyone remaining on this mountain will be exterminated. The domineering spear and the cold words were enough to shake the heart of any weaker person. However, these were Fiamoon Dock Heavens participating in the Great Hunt, and thus it just stoked their killing intent. That was especially true considering they were looking at a human. A moment passed, and then roughly half of the 100 cultivators on the 9th mountain flew up into the air. Some of them spoke. It's been a long time since I saw a human as arrogant as this. You overestimate yourself. I really want to see how you plan to kill us all if we refuse to leave. Some of the cultivators charged directly toward Xu Qing as he hovered in midair. Eyes filling with more killing intent, Xu Qing lifted his right hand and pushed it toward the incoming cultivators. An explosive boom ripped through the air as 3 inverted mountains appeared above and then dropped down. One was blood red. One was frosty with ice. One was entirely aflame. Even just one of those mountains vastly surpassed any of the forbidden mountains in the area. And their inverted shapes made them seem like aggressive swords, pulsing with incredible pressure. This was none other than the withering flame demon magic true self-Tao that Xu Qing had mastered. FREEWYABNONUEL. The 3 inverted mountains descended toward the cultivators flying up from the 9th mountain. The pressure building up created a sealing function that caused blood to spray from the mouths of the weaker cultivators. However, there were quite a few stronger ones among them. In fact, there were over 20 who fought through the pressure to unleash divine abilities and magical techniques. Unfortunately, the withering flame demon magic true self-Tao was not Xu Qing's only trump card. It had some limited sealing functions, that was all. Next, Xu Qing's eyes turned pitch black. Mutagen levels in the forbidden region skyrocketed. Taboo poison rapidly built up on the 9th mountain. Some of the unlucky cultivators were hit right away and started screaming. Given the level of Xu Qing's taboo poison, it only took the blink of an eye for them to melt into bloody sludge. On the outside, Xu Qing's taboo poison might be considered ordinary in nature. But in a forbidden region, the local mutagen only bolstered it. The poison mist grew incredibly dense, spreading out rapidly. Combined with the sealing effect of the 3 mountains, it gushed everywhere. All cultivators who hadn't left the mountain earlier were now trapped. From a distance, it was possible to see 3 mountains above and the lands below. The mist was like a huge column, a giant tempest filled with howls of anguish. Xu Qing's seal wasn't limited to that, though. He waved his right hand, and a host of crimson soul threads shot out, filling the tempest of mist and blocking the path of any who were trying to flee. He was intent on killing all living cultivators on the mountain. The poison grew stronger. More mutagen rushed in from the surrounding forbidden region, bolstering it to a shocking level. The screams grew more piercing. One could imagine the despair of the cultivators trapped inside the mist as their bodies rapidly decomposed. Xu Qing's poison was the power of a god. In fact, in the right circumstances, it could even invade an actual god. Even though Xu Qing couldn't unleash all of its power, with the blessing of this forbidden region's mutagen, only someone with a smoldering god cultivation base could possibly survive its onslaught. The process didn't last for very long. Eventually, the withering flame demon magic true self Dao Mountains collapsed and disappeared, revealing that there were still 4 or 5 cultivators still alive. As the poison mist dissipated, it was revealed that all the other cultivators were pools of gore. From a distance, the 9th mountain seemed filled with a rain of blood. Combined with the black color of the mountain, it looked violet. It looked extremely ghastly. Those handful of cultivators who had escaped were now screaming in agony as their flesh rotted away. Eventually, they also melted into bloody sludges. Xu Qing ignored them. As the cultivators on the other mountains looked on in shock, he strode over to the 9th mountain with its rain of blood. Placing the spear down in front of him, he sat cross-legged. The wind blew, filled with the stench of gore. Xu Qing inhaled deeply. It was a familiar aroma that made him think of past slaughters. This chapter is updated by Freeweb novel, CM. He looked around. Everything was very quiet. Chapter 828. What do you mean all of them? There were 27 mountains in this forbidden region, and 26 of them were filled with great hunt participants who were looking in Xu Qing's direction with very serious expressions. All were people who had carried out many instances of slaughter during their years of cultivation, but even they were shocked by what they had just seen. It was killing by isolation and killing by poison. Killing by isolation was ruthless, while killing by poison was ferocious. The latter was especially noteworthy. Xu Qing's poison was ghastly to behold, and truly imparted a sense of terror into those who witnessed it. When one's cultivation base reached a certain level, it came with natural resistance to most poisons. In many cases, it made one completely immune. Theoretically speaking, the people who had just died shouldn't have needed to worry about poison. But today, they had witnessed a shocking poison that surpassed what any of them thought possible. It stirred the local mutagen. That's no ordinary poison. That's a godly poison. I heard about a magic associated with gods. It's called a god curse. Only the magic of gods can negate god curses. The cultivators looked at the 9th mountain with fear in their eyes. But in addition to the fear, they also felt greed. It was somewhat contradictory. The reason was that, as Xu Qing sat down cross-legged, numerous forbidden mountains orbited overhead. The people who had come here to lay claim to forbidden mountains included some who had already taken some forbidden mountains. Therefore, when Xu Qing killed the cultivators on the 9th mountain via isolation and poison, all of their forbidden mountains became masterless. All he had to do was wave his hand to collect them. There were a total of 22. Given Xu Qing's original group of 5, that meant that he now had 27 miniaturized forbidden mountains orbiting overhead. Lightning crackled between them, and they emanated mighty pressure. And of course, they were extremely eye-catching. Visit freewebnovel.com. As of this moment, Xu Qing himself was just as valuable as this entire forbidden region. The forbidden region had 27 forbidden mountains that people were ready to fight over. And yet Xu Qing alone already had 27 mountains. As for what was easier to take and what would be more worth it, opinions differed amongst those in the area. In the temporary silence that followed the event, The gazes locked onto Xu Qing became increasingly aggressive and greedy. That said, nobody made a move. Nobody knew how to deal with his poison, and that was enough to keep them at bay. Meanwhile, the captain and Master Gravesparrow arrived at the 9th mountain next to Xu Qing. The captain was familiar with the way Xu Qing carried out deadly slaughters, so he wasn't really surprised at all. That being said, it had been a while since anything like this played out. It actually got him a bit excited. As for Master Gravesparrow, he was stunned to the core and could only stand there wordlessly. The smell of gore shook him to the core, and when he looked at Xu Qing, his expression was one of reverence. The Fire Moon Darkheavens were a people who instinctively admired strength. In the Golden Palace, the Fire Moon noble leaned forward to look more closely at Xu Qing. I thought the little human was a hardened killer, but I never guessed that he was actually a fiendish killer. This great hunt is getting more and more interesting. I bet the little Fire Moon punks down there are really getting worked up now. The noble smiled as he pondered the poison he had just seen. I've never seen anything like it. Given the aura, it must have come from a god domain, and it's quite vicious in the hands of that kid. As the cultivators on the other mountains were looking at the 27 mountains orbiting over Xu Qing, he looked around to see how many forbidden mountains they had. There weren't many on the back 10 mountains, and the number on the others were split up randomly. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. Given how well the captain knew Xu Qing, he noticed the look in his eyes and smiled. When he mentioned all of them to Master Gravesparrow earlier, he hadn't been talking about just these 27 mountains in this forbidden region. He had been talking about all of the mountains that the cultivators had as well. A total of 213 mountains. Most of the cultivators in the area were in the Spirit Trove level. Although there were a few in Void returning, the highest among them was 2nd stage. Licking his lips, he quietly said, "How many hours until the mountains are up for grabs?" Master Gravesparrow lowered his voice and replied, "Another 26 hours." Xu Qing nodded and closed his eyes to wait. He wasn't an unreasonable person. In fact, being reasonable was a good habit. That was what Master Seventh had taught him. When you act reasonably, you can be calmer. Therefore, Xu Qing planned to wait for a bit, then ask everyone else present if they would be willing to just leave. In that manner, time passed. An entire day went by in which more and more people glanced at the 9th mountain. That was especially true of the cultivators on the mountains that had been set aside. Some were also communicating via voice message. Master Gravesparrow was getting more nervous at that realization and kept instinctively looking at the captain. When he saw how relaxed he looked, he wasn't sure how to react. None of this was playing out as he'd imagined it would. Though these two humans were obviously very strong, it was also obvious that, after seeing the forbidden mountains orbiting above Xu Qing's head, the other cultivators in the area were probably calling for help. The more time that passed, the less likely that their opponents would be limited to the cultivators present at the moment. It was entirely possible that a truly amazing chosen cultivator could show up. At a certain point, he couldn't hold back any longer and gave voice to his concerns. The captain smiled, but didn't respond. Xu Qing just sat there with his eyes closed. That said, he kept his divine will locked onto his ancient sun as he meditated. Eventually, when there were only about 2 hours left, someone chose to make a move. It wasn't one of the cultivators waiting on any of the mountains. Instead, a figure appeared off in the distance, flying at top speed. He was covered with white scales and had a third eye on his forehead. That made it obvious what species he was. White marsh. His arrival instantly attracted the attention of the other cultivators present. Sir Heavenhark of the White Marshes. I can't believe it's him. He's one of the most famous chosen among the White Marshes, and from what I've heard, has progressed rapidly in his cultivation. In less than a 60-year cycle, he reached Void returning. People say that he's guaranteed to reach Smoldering God. He even had the outstanding luck to be able to pay a formal visit to Steward Heavencloud. Letter 192 GEEWEBNOV com. As the other cultivators reacted in different ways, Sir Heavenhark's aura spread out, filled with vicious ferocity that caused everything to turn gloomy and dark. He had natural laws flowing in his eyes, which also created a projected face behind him. He was in the second stage of void returning, and in the great circle of that stage. Shockingly, orbiting above his head were roughly 100 forbidden mountains that emanated terrifying pressure. After arriving, the White Marsh Sir Heavenhark scanned the area, then looked coldly at the 9th mountain. Meanwhile, a few dozen White Marsh cultivators flew up from the surrounding mountains and joined him. After bowing in greeting, they said some things to him in hushed tones, then pointed at Xu Qing. Voice cool, Sir Heavenhark said. The poisoned curse of a god can be easily negated with an item connected to a god. He waved his hand, and a bronze incense burner appeared above his head. It abounded with a sense of ancientness, and emitted fluctuations which spread out in all directions to suppress the local mutagen. It was clearly something connected to a god. The smoke from the burner spread out for about 300 meters in all directions, creating a smoky area with Sir Heavenhark in the middle. The other White Marsh cultivators, expressions burned with zeal, and they bowed reverently. Sir Heavenhark's expression was the same as ever. He looked like a godchild as he strode toward Xu Qing on the 9th mountain. All gazes came to be fixed on him. He landed on the mountain, and the billowing poison mist couldn't penetrate the smoke from his incense burner. As a result, he was able to walk through the poison uninhibited. All of the onlookers were shaken. That included Master Gravesparrow, who had heard of this newcomer. Although Master Gravesparrow was a Fire Moon Darkheaven cultivator with a high status, he had to admit that Sir Heavenhark had an even more amazing reputation. In the past 100 years, no chosen had achieved faster cultivation progress than him. Master Gravesparrow couldn't help but look over at Xu Qing and the captain. The captain seemed as relaxed as ever, and though Xu Qing's eyes were open, he actually wasn't looking specifically at Sir Heavenhark. Instead, he was looking at the incense burner. Only after studying it closely did his gaze fall to look at Sir Heavenhark. Sir Heavenhark didn't show any reaction to that. He just kept walking forward, pressure mounting around him such that his every footfall caused the mountain to shake. The poison mist just parted for him and posed no trouble whatsoever. Killing intent and a domineering air were both very prominent on him. However, the reality was that Sir Heavenhark was secretly shocked. He could sense that this poison was actually a lot more dangerous than he'd assumed. Although it didn't appear to be causing any trouble for him, the reality was that it had already started to invade him. In fact, based on what he could sense through the incense burner, he knew that he would only have about 1 hour of protection, after which the incense burner would stop working. This god curse is extraordinary. That said, an hour should be more than enough. Sir Heavenhark's eyes grew colder, and when he was about 900 meters away from Xu Qing, he suddenly accelerated, turning into a destructive meteor that shot forward. He was like a boulder crushing a drinking glass as he smashed everything in his path. The mountain shook. Plants and vegetation were reduced to ashes, and all light seemed to fade away, making that meteor the most eye-catching thing in the area. Master Gravesparrow's face fell, and his cultivation base surged. The captain yawned. Xu Qing's expression hadn't changed at all. He simply raised his right hand and placed his finger about 3 inches in front of his forehead. A mass of black markings appeared there, some thick, some thin. They seemed to represent his blood vessels, and they soon interlocked to form a vicious ghost face. All of a sudden, the ghost face resembled a lamp, which lit up with underworld fire. From a distance, it looked like there was a ghost lamp on Xu Qing's forehead. Sir Heavenhark was still 810 meters away. Next, Xu Qing's finger moved to his left shoulder. Black blood vessels converged there to form a second ghost lamp. The underworld fire flickered as Sir Heavenhark reached a point 690 meters away. Next, Xu Qing moved his finger to his right shoulder, then his Danshan region, then his legs, and finally to the spot above his heart. All of the incantation gestures were performed in the blink of an eye. 7 lamps with the fire of the underworld were now burning within him. His aura skyrocketed as curse power emerged from the 7 ghost lamps. They became 7 ghost faces, each of which had a different facial expression, including joy, anger, anxiety, thoughtfulness, terror, and more. This was a taboo magic that Xu Qing had learned via imitation from Imperial Sovereign Li Zihua's fourth son. 1. The 7 Lamps Underworld Fire Curse, and it was the type of curse that resulted in death. Xu Qing looked with cold eyes at Sir Heavenhark, who was now about 30 meters away. Extinguish the lamp, extinguish the enemy. 1. Xu Qing encountered the 7 Lamps Underworld Fire Curse in the chapter of the same name, 688. Chapter 829, A Gate to Death. Xu Qing's cold voice echoed out into the forbidden region, bringing with it a wind of death and the glow of an underworld lamp that could attract the souls of the living. A mountain-toppling, sea-draining force built up on him as he sat on the 9th mountain, countless crimson soul threads spreading out behind him. The 7 ghost faces emerged from within him and began to orbit around him in a very Gruish fashion. That, combined with his unusually handsome features and long hair, made him look absolutely incomparable. He seemed imbued with a spirit that could conquer mountains and rivers, and it caused the sky to flicker with bright colors and gale-force winds to whip around him. Sir Heavenhark saw him and reeled inwardly. His mind filled with thunderous rumblings, and his expression flickered. All of a sudden, a sensation of deadly crisis rose up within him like the waters of the tide. It swept through his mind like a landslide, filling every inch of his flesh and every particle of his bones. Even his soul started screaming. Danger, danger, danger. All of his senses were telling him that this was a deadly crisis. The smoke from the incense burner was starting to ripple and distort. The sensation caused Sir Heavenhark to start breathing heavily. He suddenly stopped in place and then prepared to fall back in the face of this Gruish human. He was too slow. Looking at Sir Heavenhark coldly, Xu Qing dropped his hand, causing all of the taboo poison mist on the 9th mountain to rush together and form a huge vortex. The black tempest of taboo poison was destructive and terrifying as it blotted out the sun, eventually turning into the face of a vicious devil. Mouth gaping, it lunged toward the incense burner above Sir Heavenhark's head. The incense burner trembled as smoke tumbled out of it like a rippling waterfall. Things weren't over yet, though. The invasion of poison mist intensified, sweeping around to cut off Sir Heavenhark's path of retreat. Meanwhile, as Xu Qing's 7 glittering lamps shone onto Sir Heavenhark, Xu Qing extinguished the first of them. When that happened, Sir Heavenhark's pupils constricted and his heart filled with waves of astonishment. Pain erupted in his 5 yin organs and 6 yang organs, as if they were being stabbed with a sharp dagger. A scream escaped his lips. Even after coughing up 7 or 8 mouthfuls of blood, he couldn't negate the effects. He staggered backward, his aura in shambles. He no longer looked grand and majestic. Instead, his clothing was filthy as he collapsed onto the ground like an insect. Then he started to show signs of aging, as the flame of his life force began to grow dim. "Why you?" he stammered, his heart pounding. Xu Qing then extinguished the 2nd lamp. That caused another scream of anguish to erupt from Sir Heavenhark's mouth. Cracks started spreading out all over him, and the sensation was like that of being sliced apart by thousands of blades. Blood flowed out of the cracks, covering his scales and soaking his garments. His hair withered, and then the same thing happened to his scales, which began to fall off and collapse into dust. It was as if his cultivation base was being stripped away, causing his aura to diminish constantly. The sensation of death began to grow more intense within him. Thankfully, he still had his incense burner to provide some defenses, otherwise he would already have descended into ultimate despair. That said, he was still flustered, if not terrified. He felt like a little rowboat being tossed about by raging waves, and was trying as hard as he could to just get away. He even burned his own life force in his attempt to flee the 9th mountain. Xu Qing didn't try to stop him because it wasn't necessary. He looked coldly at the white mosh chosen, especially the teetering incense burner above his head. Without any hesitation, he took the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th lamps and extinguished them. With every lamp that was extinguished, the retreating Sir Heavenhark screamed again. His fleshly body and his soul were both extremely withered at this point. In the shortest of moments, 6 of the 7 lamps had been extinguished. What was more, 1 million soul threads swept out from behind Xu Qing toward the incense burner. A loud cracking sound rang out as the incense burner split down the side. Taboo poison, the 7 lamps underworld fire curse, and the soul threads were making it difficult for the treasure to hold strong. The rings of smoke surrounding it stopped moving, and then one of them disappeared. Taboo poison spread into it. Sir Heavenhawk shivered from head to toe, and then fell out of the sky to slam into the ground. He was now at the foot of the 9th mountain. He lay there sweating profusely, his sweat itself filled with rot that melted away at his body. Not only was his body and soul injured by the extinguishing of the lamp, the power of the taboo poison was eating away at his flesh and blood, delivering a devastating blow to his mind. Indescribable pain filled him, such that he was unable to even scream. The feeling of death filled him, along with an incredibly noxious odor. His mind was already overwhelmed with indecision, anxiety, and fear. It was as if there was nothing left in heaven and earth to keep him alive. The flame of his life force was now just a tiny spark. In the past, he had thought about dying, but in his imagination, it would be after he reached the smoldering god level, and he was certain he would die in battle, representing the Whitemoshes in war against other species. His death would leave a huge impression on fellow members of his species, and later generations would all talk about how once in the past, there had been an extremely powerful expert called Sir Heavenhawk. As a result of that, what was happening now seemed completely inconceivable. In his defiance and madness, the spark of his life force suddenly flickered as if to reverse the situation. Xu Qing extinguished any such hope, as he extinguished the 7th lamp, and then closed his eyes. The moment the lamp went out, a wind blew and extinguished the spark of Sir Heavenhawk's life force. All of his defiance became background noise. Every bit of his madness faded into calm. Extinguish the lamp, and thus extinguish the enemy. There was now only a corpse at the foot of the mountain. As the soul threads pierced into it, it collapsed into ashes that drifted on the wind to the other mountains. Everything was completely silent. However, this silence was different than before. It was a stifling and deathly silence. Looks of dazed astonishment could be seen everywhere. The onlookers couldn't even move. They had been watching the 9th mountain the entire time, and Xu Qing had remained seated the entire time. Then everyone started talking. Sir Heavenhawk is dead. A Whitemosh chosen. Just who exactly is that guy? When did a chosen like this show up among humans? That divine ability he used seems like something I remember reading about in one of the ancient records. That was the magic of an imperial sovereign. You have to have imperial sovereign blood to use it. It's called the 7 Lamps, Underworld Fire Curse. Back during the heyday of humankind, there was an imperial sovereign named Li Zihua. It comes from him. As one of the superpower species of revered ancient, the Fiamoon Dockheaven people were generally better informed than other species. As a result, the ancient magic Xu Qing had used in the end was quickly identified. Master Gravesborough was unable to stop from gasping in shock. As he looked at Xu Qing, he was now fully convinced it was the right decision to acknowledge allegiance to him. He had no idea what other things this human was capable of, or exactly how strong he really was. The things that had played out left him with the sensation that this person was a mysterious black hole that could devour anything and everything. Even the captain was a bit surprised and looked a bit more closely at Xu Qing. This was the first time he had seen Xu Qing use the 7 Lamps Underworld Fire Curse. The little punk has really mastered the art of being deceptive. No way, I have to work harder. The Fiamoon noble in the Golden Palace was looking down thoughtfully at Xu Qing. Even he was moved. Something big happened with Li Zihua's statue in the Moonlight region recently. There were a handful of humans who slaughtered a god there. As everyone watched in astonishment, a host of miniaturized Forbidden Mountains floated over to Xu Qing. Combined with the 27 Forbidden Mountains from before, he now had a total of 139. As they linked together via lightning, they became a unified body that emanated boundless pressure in all directions. The sight of so many forbidden mountains shocked everyone present. All of them knew that Xu Qing was strong, but the sight of more than 100 such mountains was almost too much of a temptation. The cultivators who had mountains set aside for them were feeling particularly greedy. However, all of them chose to remain in concealment and wait until later to make a move. It was at that exact same moment that the 10-day time period for the forbidden region expired. It was as if a huge cage had been lifted. The aura of the outside world flooded in, and the lands quaked as all 27 mountains were severed from the ground below. A voice rang out from the Golden Palace. "You may now begin moving the mountains." Read Let's chapters at FOTAP EEWEB NOV 2113. Co only. Those words were like a bugle call to slaughter and robbery. No one paid any attention to Xu Qing. Though they were still filled with greed, they all felt it would be better to deal with the other mountains first. And yet, even as their cultivation bases flared and killing intent filled their eyes, Xu Qing's eyes opened. The time had come. He lifted his right hand and waved it through the air. The sky went dark, and clouds converged, sending out an aura and pressure that caused the entire forbidden region to tremble. Everyone in the forbidden region looked around in surprise. A massive black cell block appeared overhead, filling the sky over the forbidden region. Countless lightning bolts danced here and there, accompanied by faint howls of grief. Everyone felt a sensation of majesty, gloom, blood, and pressure. As soon as it appeared, it dropped down toward the ground with immense force. The ground quaked as the cell block passed through the mountains and landed. All 27 of the forbidden mountains were now within its bounds, and they were all locked up inside. Vicious laughter rang out from the cell block. It was possible to see the actual cells inside, where the stone lion danced. The head rolled back and forth, crying and laughing at the same time. The millstone turned, squeezing out endless quantities of blood. The scarecrow howled in grief, all while weaving pieces of straw together into tiny figures. The crazed Sir Inkwell swept his brush back and forth as he composed a painting of all the cultivators in the Forbidden Mountains dying. There was also a huge finger that took up multiple cells. It pulsed with the explosive aura of a god. This was the complete D-132. Next, Xu Qing's voice echoed out. "In 3 breaths of time, every living person here will be dead." Chapter 830, Misfortune and Amnesia. The term, Gate of Life and Death, had multiple layers of meaning. Those who left the door within 3 breaths of time made a choice for life. Those who stayed behind were choosing death. That was the first layer of meaning. The second layer of meaning related to the fact that the completed D-132 had very unique powers. They were the godly authority of misfortune and a will domain of amnesia. The former, the godly authority, would ensure that those who remained behind after the doors closed would be thrust into infinite misfortune, which would ultimately end in death. The latter, the domain of amnesia, would make it so that they forgot their own death. Thus, even though their bodies died, the overwhelming misfortune would transform them into bizarre entities similar to the head, the stone lion, and the others. To some extent, they would be something like an accidental combination of gods and immortals. After all, godly authority was something from the gods, while will domains were the result of cultivators studying ways to defy the power of the gods. That was what happened when D-132 was completed. In addition, D-132 had supreme sealing powers. Unless someone had some ability that specifically targeted misfortune and amnesia, or had battle prowess dramatic enough to blast free, they would never be able to leave. At the same time, it all conformed to Xu Qing's very reasonable plan. First, he would leave the door open and give the cultivators a chance to leave. As D-132 dropped down, the Fire Moon noble in the Golden Palace looked on with glittering, narrowed eyes. It was only natural that he could see how extraordinary the cell block was. He could also sense a human will of slaughter inside. Therefore, he had a choice to make. Should he stop what was happening? Why should I stop it? The point of the Great Hunt is to find people with potential from any species. We live in a world where the weak are the prey of the strong, where fate comes and goes. A human as strong as this is going to light a fire under all the other species and bring out the best in the younger generation. Besides, I wonder if this human kid is under the tutelage of someone powerful. He does things in a very orderly way. He even opened the door and gave everyone a chance to flee. After some more thought, the Fire Moon noble grinned and looked at Xu Qing with even more approval than before. He had the feeling that this little forbidden region of his was soon going to be soaked with blood. Very interesting. I like it. Outside D-132, the Fire Moon noble chose not to interfere. Inside D-132, Fire Moon cultivators as well as cultivators from other species were also faced with a choice. Leave or stay. Before Xu Qing killed the cultivators on the 9th mountain via isolation and poison, most people would have chosen to stay. They wouldn't have given any stock to Xu Qing's words. But they had witnessed him slaughter all the cultivators on the 9th mountain. And then he used his gruish magic in which, extinguishing the lamp, extinguished the enemy. After putting an end to Sir Heavenhark, everyone knew that he would follow through on whatever he said. What was more, the strange behavior of the head and the others in D-132, as well as the god's finger, created a gruish sense of unease within them. In the end, about 30% of the cultivators gritted their teeth and chose to abandon the fight. They fled as fast as they could through the exit of D-132. After all, not everyone was willing to take insane risks at a time like this. Nothing blocked their path, and in short order, they flew out of the cell block. However, the remaining 70% just stood there with cold looks in their eyes. Fundamentally speaking, all of them were confident, both in themselves and in the numbers they had on their side. They were willing to fight. As a species, Fire Moon Dark Heavens were raised to fight and kill. As long as there was a potential benefit, they would put their lives on the line. Xu Qing had enough forbidden mountains orbiting overhead to be more valuable than the entire surrounding forbidden region, and that was definitely enough potential benefit. There were some of the 70% who were actually hesitant, especially when they saw the others able to leave freely. Sadly, they ran out of time. 3 breaths of time went by quickly. The entrance of D-132 closed with a loud boom, whereupon the head, the stone lion, and all the others started cheering at the new arrivals. Then a very gruish aura erupted in D-132. The god's finger suddenly shook back and forth, causing the entire cell block to shake. At the same time, the color of blood spread out from it in every direction. Wherever it went, D-132 changed, transforming into a blood-colored hell. A will of amnesia filled every inch of the cell block, seeping out into the surrounding lands. It invaded all 27 of the Forbidden Mountains. In an instant, the god's finger absorbed the local mutagen and made it part of D-132. In terms of battle prowess, it was far from being on the level of other gods, and it had lived a very depressing life, but it was still a god, and was actually much more accustomed to acting like a god than Xu Qing was. In the shortest of moments, D-132 and everything in it became one unified whole. Misfortune exploded. There were several hundred people who had remained. Of them, some instantly started exhibiting very freakish behavior. For instance, there were some people who had long struggled with old injuries that they kept under control with their cultivation base. But now their cultivation bases were operating strangely, causing the injuries to flare up. Although the probability of that happening was small, it cropped up here instantly. The injury flare-ups caused blood to spray out of the mouths of such cultivators, leaving them both surprised and confused. There were also people who had just taken out magical devices to use. Unfortunately, though such magical devices only had a 1/10000 chance of malfunctioning, there were plenty that exploded instantly. Some people had produced antidote pills to consume, but in a very gruish development, those antidote pills didn't do anything to help against the poison, and in fact, they did the opposite and poisoned those who consumed them. Some people flew up into the air only to be caught up in the explosion of magical devices. Though they evaded some of the blasts, there were dozens if not hundreds of detonations, the terrifying power of which hit many. Yet other people howled as they unleashed divine abilities. Gruish misfires occurred, which were normally a rarity, but not here. Beyond all of that, there were some people who managed to unleash extreme techniques or items that they could normally control easily. But here, they unexpectedly backfired. Within D-132, all of the Fire Moon and non-human cultivators descended into chaos. So many unexpected things happened to all of them that, when combined, it became one thing: misfortune. There were some who quickly realized that something was amiss, and there were others who were particularly experienced and knowledgeable that recognized what was going on. Misfortune, this is godly authority. Those words caused the faces of many cultivators to fall. In contrast, Xu Qing sat on the 9th mountain looking calmer than ever, while the captain sat by smiling broadly. Master Gravesparrow looked downright lifeless. The most up-to-date novels are published on FRYAEWEB, Cyrillic letter 475EL, Co. Meanwhile, the cultivators being affected quickly came up with a strategy. Kill the Gruish human, that'll fix things. Gazes full of killing intent locked onto Xu Qing as numerous cultivators flew in his direction. Unexpected things kept happening along the way. Some even got caught up in magical techniques, resulting in deaths here and there. But as a group, they were closing in on Xu Qing. Unfortunately, little did they know that misfortune was only one aspect of D-132's powers. The will domain of amnesia had already started working. And the closer they got to Xu Qing, the stronger it became. The first to get within about 600 meters of Xu Qing was a Fire Moon cultivator. Though he had dealt with numerous instances of misfortune, he was about ready to make his final charge. But then his expression became one of confusion, and he stopped in place to hover in the air. He had forgotten what he was doing. More cultivators showed up. But thanks to the will domain of amnesia, they forgot about their goal. They forgot to look for Xu Qing, and some of them couldn't remember what they were doing in this place to begin with. They even forgot about the Great Hunt. Confusion became the main theme. Some of them exchanged glances and would seem to be on the verge of recalling something important. But then the amnesia would grow stronger, and they would forget even more. Vicious misfortune once again swept over them. More deaths occurred, and corpses dropped out of the sky like dead flies. However, some of these cultivators were able to rely on innate abilities, special treasures, or unique bloodlines to strengthen them against the misfortune and amnesia. Those ones managed to stay lucid. We're dealing with both misfortune and amnesia. Everybody split up. Don't get too close, and don't use any techniques you don't have to. Just keep one thing in mind and repeat it over and over. Kill the human. Shout it at the tops of your lungs. Use the sound to keep yourself awake and drive away the amnesia. Kill the human. Kill the human. Kill the human. Thus shouted the Fire Moon and non-human cultivators in the midst of the crisis, the death, and the gruishness. Some people who had already succumbed to forgetfulness heard the deafening shouting and started to act on instinct. Once again, they charged toward Xu Qing. Suddenly, the god's finger thrashed, causing thunderous rumbling to echo out. The stone lion danced excitedly. The head cackled more piercingly. The millstone spun so rapidly it was like a vortex. The scarecrow frantically weaved straw people. And Sir Inkwell looked insane as he put the finishing touches on a painting depicting everyone present. Then he spun to Xu Qing, bowed, and said, "Oh, great and exalted jailer, the prisoners are going crazy. Please get them under control." The stone lion, the head, the scarecrow, and the millstone all used their varying methods to execute a bow, and then cried the same thing. "Oh, great and exalted jailer, the prisoners are going crazy. Please get them under control. Please get them under control." Colors flashed and winds screamed. Xu Qing got to his feet and raised his right hand. The black spear in front of him spun up into his hand, pulsing with black flames. Eyes cold, Xu Qing lifted his right foot and took a step forward. He flew off the mountain. Behind him, the captain stretched lazily and looked at Master Gravesparrow. "If you don't make a move now, little Gravesparrow, there won't be any more forbidden mountains for you to take." Licking his lips, the captain burst into motion. Chapter 831. Whoops, sorry to disturb you. Heaven and earth were a dusky amalgamation of misfortune and amnesia. Mutagen flourished, causing the surroundings to blur. Anyone who saw it would wonder if they were seeing things and would be struck to the core with shock. Howls of grief drifted about everywhere. Amnesia was like the wind, blowing here and there, dispersing the past yet not bringing the future. This was Xu Qing's battlefield. D-132 had covered all 27 of the Forbidden Mountains, and as the godly authority and will domain spread, about 60% of the remaining several hundred cultivators perished immediately. As they died, they appeared in the cells of D-132. They had clearly perished, yet they'd forgotten everything that happened and were just confused. Now they were inmates of D-132, neither alive nor dead. The only thing they had to look forward to now was an eternal nightmare. Follow current novels on Let192, geewyaBnovel.com. The roughly 100 who were still airborne were still holding strong. But as they were increasingly tormented by amnesia, they had to keep shouting loudly just to keep themselves lucid. At the same time, misfortune continued to swirl. Whether it was magical techniques or treasures, whenever they were unleashed, unexpected things would happen. The result was that for them to release even 30 or 40% of their battle prowess would have been shocking. It was now possible to see exactly how terrifying D-132 was now that it was complete. The cries from the stone lion, the head, and the others were gruishly fanatical as Xu Qing passed them with his black spear. It was time to quell the chaos. He appeared in front of a whitemosh cultivator, and without the slightest pause, slammed into him. Rumbling echoed out as the confused whitemosh instinctively unleashed some magical techniques and treasures to fight back. Unexpectedly, the techniques went wild, and the magical treasures exploded. As amnesia and misfortune combined, Xu Qing swept past him. His body exploded. Blood splattered onto Xu Qing's silky hair. Bone fragments rained down. Xu Qing's expression was the same as ever as he continued to the next cultivator. Sweeping his spear through the air, he sent a head flying. Booms rang out as some of the new prisoners tried to fight back. Others just shivered in terror, but in moments when the amnesia wore off, they tried to use various means to escape. One of them teleported away, and it worked. Except that when he materialized, he was still in D-132, right in front of the finger. The finger was waiting with an open mouth to devour him in a single bite. Teleportations were allowed in D-132, but the destination would be affected by the misfortune. Other cultivators used different trump cards to slam against the cell doors and walls, but given their battle prowess, there was no chance of them succeeding. D-132 was whole, and thus, breaking out of it would require destroying the entire thing. As of now, they were part of D-132. It was an endless cycle. Wherever Xu Qing went, screams rang out, blood rained down, and corpses fell. Heads tumbled through the air. The captain was fighting too, and was clearly identifying specific targets. He wasn't interested in the non-humans in general, but rather the Fiamoon Dockheaven cultivators. As of now, there were only a few dozen of them left. However, the captain seemed excited. He obviously had a keen interest in Fiamoon Dockheaven cultivators. His methods all revolved around fruits. It was as if he were storing up rations. He used different methods to different degrees, but the result was that, one after another, the Fiamoon cultivators were transformed into apples, grapes, pears, and the like. In the past, the captain had sealed people with blue ice. This was much more gruish. It was clear that as the captain undid more seals within him, he was slowly inching back to the cultivation base he'd had in previous lives. That sight, plus the strange circumstances in D-132, and Xu Qing's cold demeanor, created a huge impact on Master Gravesborough. He had previously believed that he was adept at slaughter, but seeing Xu Qing and the captain in action made him realize that everything from before was like child's play. Furthermore, his impression of humans had already changed completely. Who said humans are weak? Who said humans are inherently timid and unbefitting of revered ancient? Who said humans are only good at crafty plots and machinations? This is weak. This is timid. Master Gravesborough thought back to all the stories he'd grown up on, and it caused him to inhale sharply. People were dropping dead like flies in front of his own eyes in this huge cell block. Then he thought back to what the human called the captain had just said, and he suddenly started feeling a bit anxious. Without any hesitation, he flew out and joined in the slaughter. Of course, given how this slaughter was playing out, it couldn't possibly last for long. Finally, the captain slapped 2 fleeing Fiamoon cultivators into tangerines, and D-132 went quiet. Blood continued to rain down onto the lands, only to be sucked back up into the air to fall again. Not one corpse or bit of flesh was visible on the ground. All of the hundreds of cultivators were now in their cells looking confused. The cheers of the head, Sir Inkwell, and the others echoed about. Xu Qing took a deep breath and thought back to his experiences when he was younger. At the same time, he could sense that the addition of hundreds of cultivators made D-132 even more impressive than before. He looked down at the cell block. D-132 now had over 1,000 cells, and more than 30% were occupied. "Whatcha thinking about?" the captain asked, taking a bite from an apple. He tossed an apple to both Xu Qing and Master Gravesborough. Xu Qing caught the apple. "I'm just thinking about the day when this cell block will have a god as an inmate." The captain looked stunned, but then he started laughing. Master Gravesborough took the captain's apple and hesitated. He looked at these 2 terrifying humans, then looked down at the cell block. Then he unhesitatingly took a bite. It was unexpectedly sweet. Xu Qing put the apple away without taking a bite, then waved his hand, causing all of the new prisoners, Forbidden Mountains, to fly over to him. Before long, they were orbiting over his head. Master Gravesborough couldn't help but look over, and his vision swam. Despite having been prepared for the sight, it was just too shocking. There were too many mountains. There were close to 300 of them, all connected by lightning as they slowly orbited and emanated astonishing pressure. Things weren't over yet. Xu Qing's gaze swept over the 27 Forbidden Mountains in the area. When he reached out with a grasping motion, the ground shook as 26 of them flew over to him, pushing his total mountain count past 300. There was 1 mountain left. Xu Qing looked at Master Gravesborough. "You can have it." Master Gravesborough felt immense gratitude. Normally speaking, he wouldn't have felt excited about getting 1 single mountain. But given the circumstances, things were different. Having done all that, Xu Qing exercised a thought, and D-132 shivered and faded from view along with everyone in it. D-132 didn't take the blood with it when it went away. As a result, blood from hundreds of people splashed onto the ground below, filling the area with the stench of gore. As Xu Qing hovered there in the forbidden region surrounded by blood, he looked up at the golden palace and bowed. The Fiamoon noble in the palace looked down at him with even more admiration than before. In the great hunt banquet to come, everybody's going to be talking about the fiendish killer that appeared in my forbidden region. The noble smiled and said, "Human child, allow me to share some information with you. At the moment, there are a few dozen participants who have more forbidden mountains than you. Given your performance, I'm guessing you want to take first place in the first round. If so, you need to keep working hard." Xu Qing's pupils constricted, but he nodded and bowed again. "Many thanks for your advice, senior." Laughter drifted out from the Golden Palace. Then the palace faded from view until it disappeared. The excitement was over, and thus, the Fiamoon noble had chosen to leave. Xu Qing watched the palace fade away. Then he turned to the captain and prepared to leave. But then he and the captain suddenly looked off into the distance. A bright beam of light could be seen there, speeding into the forbidden region and racing aggressively toward them. This person qualified to be aggressive. From a distance, it was possible to see 8 forbidden mountains shrinking down above him. This newcomer was the true self of the Fiamoon Dockhaven cultivator Xu Qing had taken his first forbidden mountain from. Xu Qing had killed his clone and prevented it from teleporting away, but he hadn't prevented it from transmitting information about itself. This cultivator received that information and was able to determine a general direction to travel in. In the past, Master Gravesborough would have taken this situation very seriously. But now, he just shook his head. As he did, the arrogant and domineering figure in the beam of light seemed to notice them. He lurched to a halt in midair. The light around him trembled as if the cultivator were shaking. The mist in the area also moved in his direction, as if he had suddenly gasped. Clearly, he had burst into this forbidden region feeling very lofty. But then he realized that the forbidden mountains were gone, and in their place was the strong aroma of blood. Then he saw Xu Qing with over 300 forbidden mountains orbiting overhead. He wasn't an idiot, so he quickly came to a conclusion about what was going on. He killed all of them, that. As this realization struck the Fire Moon cultivator, his heart started pounding uncontrollably in his chest. He shivered from head to toe a few times, and then, without the slightest hesitation, turned and fled. He already felt regret. When he thought about how aggressively he had rushed over here, only to slam headfirst into an iron slab, he couldn't help but tremble inwardly. And now he just wished he could move faster. Xu Qing looked on indifferently while the captain's eyes lit up. Grinning, the captain said, "An old friend." Chapter 832, Grand Five Ox Merciless Tao. This makes me think of an old saying. What is it? The captain licked his lips and grinned as he looked at the figure fleeing toward the horizon. Oh right, its souls born leagues apart will inevitably connect. Am I right, little junior brother? Well, this won't do. He made a big splash on his arrival, but there's no way he'll escape now. Xu Qing nodded and waved his hand, causing black fire to flow out. The black spear that he had just put away appeared again. The tip of the spear burned with fire that could consume everything around it, all while little black holes popped into being around it. It stirred the aura of blood, causing it to rise into the air. What was more, countless resentful souls appeared around the spear, screaming in defiance and rage. They had not entered the cycle of reincarnation, and it would be no easy task to escape. The horrifying sounds echoing out made the scene even more terrifying. The spear in Xu Qing's hand was like a mountain peak from the netherworld, surrounded by ghost fire and black flame. It was so powerful it seemed about to turn the canopy of heaven into a sea of flames. At the same time, the ripples flowing out caused heaven and earth to turn gloomy. When the fleeing Fire Moon Darkheaven saw all of that, his scalp went numb, and his heart raced as his entire person was filled with sensations of deadly crisis and regret. Now he finally realized why his clone ended up dying. He definitely died because of that spear. I was being too impulsive. I shouldn't even have come here. Face ashen, he took a few deep breaths and then tried to flee even faster. He also activated some teleportation techniques, except that they needed time. Meanwhile, Xu Qing's eyes glittered with cold light as he hurled the spear out in front of him. It was like a roaring dragon, flying with heaven-rending, earth-crushing force. Thunderous rumblings echoed out as it pierced through the air toward the fleeing Fire Moon Darkheaven. The air shattered, the sky blurred. Only the spear was clearly visible, creating a vibrant streak as it closed in on its target. It was locked onto him and about to pierce him through. Meanwhile, D-132 suddenly appeared again, and the sight of all the inmates caused the fleeing cultivator's mind to tremble. As the cell block materialized, it was clearly about to seal him within it. He could well imagine what would happen when the process was complete. Just like the old saying went, if you're doomed, you're doomed. He would be killed beyond the shadow of a doubt. And thus, in that moment of deadly crisis, the Fire Moon Darkheaven cultivator did something audaciously daring. Without any hesitation, he struck himself hard on the top of his head. A boom rang out as a second version of himself appeared atop the original. He was attempting to flee in God-soul form. He left behind his fleshly body, for use as a tool to absorb the blow of the black spear. The spear slammed into his body, ripping flesh to shreds along the way. However, the spear didn't totally destroy his fleshly body. In contrast, the body clamped down onto the spear, unleashing Gruish power to lock it in place. Though the spear was already destroying the flesh around it, its momentum had been halted. Next, the Fire Moon cultivator made a second decision. He decisively abandoned his 8 forbidden mountains. His god soul exhaled forcefully, and the resulting wind hit the mountains and sent them shooting toward the descending D-132. The 8 mountains rapidly grew larger, pulsing with forbidden might as they flew forth. On the one hand, the cultivator was taking the initiative to hand over his mountains. But at the same time, he was hopping to use them to buy time when they slammed into D-132. Rumbling booms rang out as D-132 slowed down briefly. However, after only a moment, it sped back up. That moment was the only thing that turned things around for the Fire Moon Darkheaven. The teleportation he had initiated moments ago completed, and he vanished into thin air. The flesh attached to the black spear lost any power to fight back and collapsed. The 8 forbidden mountains were swept into the pressure of D-132 and were taken into the cell block. Xu Qing looked at the spot where the cultivator had vanished. The cultivator had reacted with lightning speed. If it had been even a bit slower, he would have been trapped in D-132, whereupon his teleportation ability would have been rendered meaningless. That said, Xu Qing wasn't too worried. As the captain had just said, there was no way that he would actually escape. Based on what Xu Qing knew of the captain, those words hadn't been spoken blithely. Sure enough, after seeing the enemy teleport away, the captain smiled proudly and looked at Xu Qing. I devoured some of these cultivators' flesh just now, right? After studying it just now, I figured a few things out. It made me think about an amazing divine ability I learned in a past life that was designed to target Fire Moon cultivators. It's a very formidable divine ability that restricts teleportations. The general principle is about tracing essence back to its origin. It doesn't matter where he went, I can bring him back. The captain reached out and made a grasping gesture. Instantly, 5 bloody chunks of the enemy's flesh rose up from the ground and flew toward the captain. The captain flicked his sleeve, sending the chunks into a roughly pentagonal shape. The prerequisite is to have 5 chunks of something equivalent to essence from the target. Flesh and bones are the best option. The captain performed a double-handed incantation gesture and muttered some things. Ripples began to flow out from one of the chunks of flesh, then from the second and third. Then the ripples from all 5 grew more intense, connected with each other, and rose up into the air in the form of a black vortex. The captain looked at the vortex and shouted something in a voice that seemed incredibly ancient. Souls in heaven and earth shall return to their origin. The vortex spun more rapidly, and then the god soul of the Fire Moon cultivator was drawn back and appeared in the vortex. At first, he looked blurry and distorted, but with every moment that passed, he became clearer. His expression was one of confusion, terror, and disbelief. The captain laughed viciously as he made a grasping motion in the direction of the vortex to extract the soul of the Fire Moon cultivator. You. His god soul's eyes were full of despair. He was about to say something in the hopes of staying alive, but the captain ignored him and viciously clenched his right hand into a fist. A pop rang out as the god soul collapsed into an apple that fell to the ground. Master Gravesborough was quick to react to the development and hurried over to grab the apple and respectfully present it to the captain. The captain stuck his chin up and looked at Xu Qing. Noticing the surprise in Xu Qing's eyes left him feeling very pleased with himself. What do you think, little Ah Qing? Is your eldest brother's magical technique awesome, or is it awesome? Xu Qing nodded. Looking at the 5 chunks of flesh, he suddenly realized that they were pulsing with a somewhat familiar aura. That technique. I know what you're going to ask, little Ah Qing, the captain interrupted with a wave of his hand. You want to know the name of the divine ability. It's actually got a great name. It's called the Grand 5 Ox Essence Tracing Grand Merciless Tao. The captain looked closely at Xu Qing to see how he would react. Xu Qing plastered a look on his face that indicated the name was very awe-inspiring. The captain was very pleased. Want to learn it? As your eldest brother, I can teach you. Once you master it, then you'll have a way to deal with fleeing opponents. The captain casually took out a jade slip and tossed it to Xu Qing. Xu Qing accepted it. He figured it could possibly come in useful someday, so he nodded. Many thanks, eldest brother. Ha ha ha, "You're too polite, it was nothing." This was exactly the reaction the captain had been hoping for. Seeing Xu Qing act in this way was incomparably pleasing to him. Meanwhile, the 8 masterless forbidden mountains floated over to orbit above Xu Qing. Xu Qing looked up at them, all while analyzing the situation. Most up-to-date novels are published on letter 192 REEWEB ETA OV E letter 2113. Com. Based on what that Fire Moon Senior in the Golden Palace said, if I want to take first place in this round, I probably need something like 1,000 mountains. I really do have to keep working hard. He looked at the captain. The captain grinned. He could guess what Xu Qing was thinking, and thus, the two of them turned into 2 beams of light that shot off into the distance. Master Gravesparrow struggled to control his breathing. From what he could tell, having encountered these two was some sort of destined opportunity, and he didn't want to lose out. Therefore, he flew into the air and followed them. And thus, 3 figures flew out of the Forbidden Region and continued on their way to the interior of Fire Moon territory. After they left, the Forbidden Region calmed down. The mutant beasts gradually came back out into the open. The spots which had previously been occupied by the 27 Forbidden Mountains were already filling in with blood-red grass. A few hours later, cultivators appeared in the air. They were the cultivators who had escaped earlier and had now returned to check on the situation. There were some who had regretted being scared so easily and running away, but after returning and seeing the changes to the area, their expressions turned grave. Letter 192 RE Macron EWEB Cyrillic letter 475 Yael, C Sigmum. And when they saw that the spots previously occupied by the 27 mountains were filling in with crimson grass and smelled strongly of blood, many of them inhaled sharply. This place. How many people died to make this place smell so strongly of blood? I didn't notice anyone else escaping. Don't tell me that all the other cultivators here were killed. That's impossible. Gasps filled the Forbidden Region. Some people didn't believe it could be true and tried to use communication jade slips to send messages to cultivators they knew had been here earlier. None got any responses. Gradually, they left looking astonished. Time passed. The survivors went their own way, taking with them the story about how a human cultivator had killed hundreds of great hunt participants. The story spread from 1 cultivator to 10, and from 10 to 100. The news spread like wildfire among the Fire Moon Darkheaven people. Many people were now paying close attention. Many people didn't believe the news at first. However, as people checked into the details, that changed. The White Marshes were incensed. After all, more of their people died than any others, including one of their top chosen. That said, the White Marsh experts couldn't do anything about it. Most of their forces were on the battlefield with the Nightshades, with only a small number left behind. That was less relevant, however, than the general rules of the Great Hunt, which none of them dared to defy. Only participants could attack each other. That said, it was virtually impossible to stop people from hatching devious plots. Therefore, storm clouds began to gather in the territory of the Fire Moon Darkheaven people. A tempest was coming. Chapter 833. I'll just wait for him to pull my cart. A few days later. It was a scorching day in the Fire Moon Darkheavens, 5th region. Blinding light shone down on an endless desert. These vast, desolate lands were filled with dunes, which were like waves of sand that went over the horizon. They sometimes resembled the spines of sleeping dragons. Shimmering heat waves rose up everywhere in this climate that was so hot it felt suffocating. Off in the distance, a sandstorm brewed, complete with screaming winds. There were also mirages everywhere that seemed to contain hidden hope, but what primarily prevailed was deathly silence. Frio Mageb novel, CM. It was just like the deathly silent people moving within the sandstorm. There was an enormous, blood-red chariot screaming through the tempest, some 3,000 meters from front to back. The chariot itself looked like the head of an enormous dragon, with the spine drifting behind it. As a matter of fact, this chariot actually was crafted from the bones of a dragon, and every single bone was covered in sealing marks that pulsed with a terrifying aura. Astonishingly, more than 300 forbidden mountains orbited above the dragon chariot. The interior of the skull was decorated lavishly, and someone was lounging inside. It was a young Fire Moon Darkheaven cultivator. He wore a white robe embroidered with golden thread that emanated boundless nobility. And yet, all of that was like a foil to the young man wearing the clothing. He had a beautiful face, eyes that glittered like stars, and an aquiline nose. The aura that surrounded him made it obvious that this young man was very important. The source of this intent is Freewemvel, com hook. Wherever he went, it wasn't just the subsidiary species who would prostrate to him. Most Fire Moon Darkheaven cultivators would also bow their heads. He had such a high status that one word from him could result in an entire species being wiped out. At the moment, he seemed to be in a very good mood. He rested his head in one hand while fiddling with a jade slip in the other, all while smiling broadly. After a while, he looked out in front of the chariot and said, "We're going too slow." At the front of the dragon chariot were hundreds of black chains that burned with fire that could immolate souls and flesh. Each of the chains was stretched tight, and at their ends were hundreds of human cultivators. Their clothes were in shambles, and they were wan and emaciated. Their eyes revealed the humiliation in their hearts, yet they had no choice but to drag the chariot behind them. In the very front of all the humans was someone taller and burlier than the others. He once wore a yellow robe, but it had been ripped nearly to shreds. His lips were smeared with blood, but his eyes gleamed with determination. Gritting his teeth, he pulled his chain along with everyone else. Thanks to their efforts, the dragon chariot sped through the sandstorm. If the human emperor or any of his officials were here, they would be able to instantly identify the humans pulling the chariot. They were the members of the diplomatic mission that had been sent to talk to the Fire Moon Darkheaven people. The young man in the front was none other than Grand Prince. "We're still going a bit too slow, Gaiyu Zhanghui," said the young man lounging inside the dragon's skull. He spoke neither quickly nor slowly, and yet his words were as cold as ice. "At this rate, how long is it going to take you to pull this cart of mine to God Mountain? I already told you that if you got me to God Mountain fast enough, I would help you out by asking my father the king to cast a vote in your direction, to speak up for you, but this speed is really not making me happy." 1. The hundreds of humans pulling the chariot bowed their heads to suppress their humiliation and helplessness. Grand Prince didn't say anything. After a few breaths of time, though, Grand Prince suddenly lurched forward. The chain stretching over his shoulder bit into his flesh, but the chariot sped up. The other humans gritted their teeth and also pulled harder, causing the chariot to speed up even more. Unfortunately, the harder they pulled the chariot, the more torment they endured, and the greater the weight that pulled against them. Sadly, as cart pullers, they had no options or rights. As the dragon chariot zipped through the desert, the intense heat beat down on Grand Prince and the others, further burning away their dignity. "That's better," the young man said with a chuckle. "You should know that from the moment you refused to forsake your status as a human, your mother's people gave up on you. Among all the Fire Moon Darkheavens, only I took an interest in you, and that's why you have this chance. Therefore, Gaiyu Zhanghui, you really need to do well." The humans didn't say anything. Grand Prince didn't say anything. Continuing to fiddle with the jade slip, the young man in the chariot said, "By the way, I heard that one of you humans killed a bunch of great hunt participants in our 8th region, and they were very ruthless. A few of the victims worked for me." Grand Prince was visibly surprised, as were the other humans. This was their first time hearing about what happened. The young man in the chariot smiled and waved his hand. Instantly, an additional several hundred chains appeared in front of the chariot, which began to sway back and forth like whips. Booms rang out as the chains struck the cart-pulling humans. Quite a few coughed up blood, although not Grand Prince. "But that's fine. For everyone he kills, I'll just whip you 1,000 times. That will make things a lot more interesting, don't you think?" The sounds of whipping continued as the dragon chariot moved onward. After leaving the desert, it reached a verdant stretch of land. There were also cultivators visible in the distance. Whether those cultivators were fire moons or other non-humans, Whenever they caught sight of the dragon chariot, they either dropped to their knees to kowtow or bowed deeply at the waist. The young man continued to smile. As everyone bowed and cheered, he laughed and said, "Say, Gaiyu Zhanghui, when that human kid finds out you've become a cart puller, do you think he'll come looking for you? If he joins my team of cart pullers, I bet I could get to God Mountain in just a few more days." Grand Prince's expression flickered, and the other humans struggled to breathe steadily. Because of the lack of detailed information, they had no idea who this human was, nor could they even begin to guess. However, there was no way they couldn't detect the malice in the young prince whose chariot they were pulling. The young man's jade slip glittered again as he sent out the details of his travel itinerary. Then he stretched and went back to whipping the humans. Many Fire Moon cultivators were able to see what was happening. What was more, the young man intentionally sent out messages explaining his position. Therefore, news quickly spread. A few days later in the 6th region, Xu Qing walked out of a mountain range with his black spear in hand. The number of resentful souls attached to the spear was now greater than before. He was surrounded by the strong smell of gore. The captain was smiling broadly as he occasionally checked his bag of holding. He seemed pleased with his gains. Meanwhile, Master Gravesborough was following them, and he had long since turned completely numb. During the time spent traveling, he had learned a lot more about these two humans. The one called the captain looked like an ordinary person, but used a gruish magical technique to turn non-humans into fruit that he would eat. Master Gravesborough hadn't had any choice but to sample a few of the non-humans and found that the flavor wasn't that bad. He had outright refused to eat members of his own species. In a world inhabited by gods, it wasn't surprising that the Fire Moon Darkheavens had similar techniques that he had seen before, so that was what shocked him. Rather, it was the fact that this captain referred to the other human as Little Ah Ching. He had known people proficient in slaughter, himself included. But this Little Ah Ching carried out slaughters that shocked him to the core. Unless he encountered white marshes, he rarely took the initiative to attack. In fact, he didn't even try to steal mountains from people he saw. There was no need. The hundreds of mountains orbiting overhead were enough to strike fear into the hearts of most cultivators. There were always vicious cultivators who would use a variety of methods to try to kill him. But their fate was always to end up as corpses and have their souls extracted and forbidden mountains taken. In fact, that was exactly what happened in the mountains they had just traversed. Things like that happened constantly on their journey, and as a result, Xu Qing's forbidden mountain count increased constantly. It was as if there was a massive vortex building, with Xu Qing in the middle of it. As Master Gravesborough had come to find out, one reason for that vortex was that Xu Qing and the captain were not very happy with the White Marshes. What was more, for humans to act like they were acting in Fire Moon Darkheaven territory attracted a lot of attention. The captain didn't seem to care, and Xu Qing's facial expression never changed. At first, Master Gravesborough didn't understand their attitude, but after thinking about it, he came to a realization. This guy wants to become a Darkheaven general. If it works, he could resolve the situation with humans. No wonder he's killing so many White Marshes. I bet if some Sayas show up, he'll cut them down just as quickly. Upon thinking about all of that, Master Gravesborough decided that, in order to prevent any misunderstandings, he should relay some newly acquired information to Xu Qing. Fellow Taoists, I just got some news that I thought the two of you might want to hear. It's about your Grand Prince. Master Gravesborough looked at Xu Qing. Xu Qing put away his black spear, glanced at the hundreds of forbidden mountains overhead, then started walking. Go ahead. Lowering his voice, Master Gravesborough said, Grand Prince and his entire retinue were captured by the Crown Prince of King Brightsouth. Apparently they made some sort of deal that led to Grand Prince and his people pulling a dragon chariot by hand. Fire moons everywhere are talking about it. Xu Qing didn't react visibly, and the captain didn't seem very surprised. Master Gravesborough had mentioned this situation before. What was more, if some deal had been struck, then it had nothing to do with the two of them, and there was no need for them to take action. Master Gravesborough hesitated, then explained everything he knew. Fellow Taoist, some of the cultivators you killed were subordinates of King Brightsouth's heir. So he made a public announcement that for every Fire Moon cultivator you kill, he'll whip Grand Prince and the other humans 1,000 times. In addition to that, he's publicly revealed his travel itinerary. Xu Qing stopped walking. The captain's eyebrows shot up. Now the matter did relate to them. He intentionally revealed his travel itinerary, Xu Qing asked, looking at Master Gravesparrow over his shoulder. Master Gravesparrow felt pressure just from Xu Qing's gaze. Taking a deep breath, he nodded. It's definitely intentional. He's in the 4th region right now. Fellow Taoist, he obviously wants you to come to him. Crown Prince Brightsouth has a very high standing among us Fire Moon Dark Heavens. His father is King Brightsouth, who is the king legate to Steward Heavencloud of the Sunfire Temple. The steward values him a lot, and whether it's his cultivation base or his power and influence, they're all sky high. How many mountains does he have? Xu Qing asked. Supposedly more than 400, Master Gravesparrow replied. Lead the way, Xu Qing said, his eyes glittering coldly. Off to the side, the captain grinned. Master Gravesparrow shivered and considered trying to persuade Xu Qing to change his mind. But when he saw the coldness in Xu Qing's eyes, he just nodded. 3 beams of light shot off toward the 4th region. 1. Gaiyu Zhanghui. I've already explained Gaiyu several times. Zhanghui, Zhang means loyal, devote, honest. Hui means brightness, splendor. Madame Deathblade thinks the name sounds noble and honorable. Chapter 834. 36 Immortal Constellations. Time passed. Half a month later, Xu Qing, the captain, and Master Gravesparrow had crossed the 4th region in their search for Crown Prince Brightsouth. They were now in the 3rd region. The focal point of the first round of the Great Hunt was God Mountain, and they were now only 2 regions away from that. The terrain of the 3rd region was primarily volcanic in nature. Countless volcanoes there erupted year-round, making the environment thick with black smog. Meanwhile, the lands were really just endless seas of lava. However, cold winds occasionally blew, which caused solid roads to form. They would only last for a short time before they melted back into lava. However, new roads would continuously appear based on the shifting of the wind. Because of that general instability, mortals couldn't move freely through the region. It would be logical to assume that, with terrain like that, the region wasn't suitable for habitation. But it was actually very suitable as far as the Fire Moon Dark Heavens were concerned. They considered the harsh conditions to be the perfect way to temper their fleshly bodies on a constant basis, and only tough surroundings like that could mold the hearts of truly powerful experts. That wasn't to mention that the very name of their species had the character, fire, in it, which indicated their resilience when it came to fire. In the middle of the 3rd region, where the never-ending eruption of the volcanoes created a thick black cloud cover, the sound of whipping rang out as a bone dragon screamed along. It was moving at incredibly high speed. Stretching out in front of the bone dragon were hundreds of chains being pulled by Grand Prince and his subordinates. Their clothing was dilapidated, their faces sallow, their bodies emaciated. In most cases, their eyes were full of despair. Any others simply gritted their teeth as they pulled the chariot with all the strength they could muster. Inside the chariot, Crown Prince Brightsouth smiled and said, "How amusing. Maybe it's the whipping, or maybe the lot of you just came to your senses and want to reach our destination as quickly as possible. Of course, there's another possible reason. Could it be you don't want that famous human companion of yours to catch up? Overall, you achieved an acceptably fast speed." Suddenly, a grim expression replaced his smile, and his voice turned cold. "That said, your attitude isn't acceptable at all. Right now, I want you to go slow, but you are going too fast." Countless illusory whips appeared in front of the dragon chariot and started lashing the humans. Blood sprayed out of the mouths of some of them. There were a few who had suffered so greatly thanks to the fast pace and the whips that they breathed their last and collapsed into death. Some of the corpses fell down into the lava and were swallowed up. Some landed on the solid road below, where they withered up into desiccated corpses. After a certain period of time, the road would disappear, and those corpses would sink into the lava. The dragon bone chariot slowed down. Humiliation and fury rose up in the hearts of the humans pulling the chariot, and yet they were helpless to do anything. The strength of a species was the foundation of everything. The fire moon dark heavens were extremely strong, and thus few other species could maintain any level of dignity in their presence. Falling behind in the race of species was the most fundamental of errors. Meanwhile, Xu Qing, the captain, and Master Gravesparrow were racing along beneath the same dark smog cover, some 5,000 kilometers away. "Crown Prince Brightsouth is being very flashy," Master Gravesparrow said. "He's not hiding his tracks at all. Based on the latest news, he was seen recently traveling toward the second region. By now, we shouldn't be very far away from his dragon chariot." The captain licked his lips. Xu Qing nodded and looked at the clouds stretching off into the distant smog, then down at the lava-covered lands below. The atmosphere here in the third region was hot, making it seem like a steamer basket. Whether it was the fleshly body or the soul, that invasion of heat was incomparably intense. "Fellow Taoist Xu, are you sure? You don't want to rethink this? Crown Prince Brightsouth has a shocking cultivation base. People say that he recently broke through from third stage void, returning into the fourth stage. He already has an illusory world. Also, fire moon dark heavens have stronger fleshly bodies than most other species. It's the same with magical techniques. Because of all that, plus the potential of our cultivation base, we're virtually invincible to members of other species in the same cultivation level as us." Master Gravesparrow had been holding back from giving his opinion during most of the journey, but at this point, he couldn't hold back. Furthermore, his father is King Brightsouth, an almighty expert at the peak of smoldering god. Rumor has it he's very close to the peak of the nine-world level. As a single child, Crown Prince Brightsouth was unusually talented and had great privilege growing up. Although he's not considered the #1 chosen of this generation, he definitely deserves a place in the top 10. I've never personally seen him in a fight, but I hear stories about him all the time. For example, he's really skilled in curse magic, forbidden magic, plus god magic. There's even a rumor saying that he mastered a handful of our Fire Moon Imperial class techniques, which are collectively referred to as the 36 immortal constellations. 1. Normally speaking, mastering just one of them is equivalent to a peak Imperial class technique among other species. Therefore, Crown Prince Brightsouth is not only terrifyingly strong, he also has an astonishing background. If you get in a fight with him, you'll pay a heavy price whether you win or lose. It's just not worth it. As Master Gravesparrow made his heartfelt plea, Xu Qing's facial expression was the same as ever. Meanwhile, the captain grinned and handed Master Gravesparrow an apple. "You're a good kid," the captain said. "Very easy to get along with. That said, you're only taking into consideration Crown Prince Brightsouth's background. You don't know about our background. Don't worry, that so-called King Brightsouth won't count for anything as long as little Ah Qing is willing to give up his primal yang too." Xu Qing turned and gave a look to the captain. The captain chuckled and said nothing further. Master Gravesparrow reacted with visible surprise. When it came to primal yang, it made him come up with quite a few theories. He glanced at Xu Qing, but didn't dare to ask any further questions. As he continued to speculate inwardly, their group of 3 continued to speed through the sky. Time passed. 2 hours later, they stopped in midair. A moment later, they disappeared, only to reappear on a small path in the lava below. The path had been formed by a cold wind that had recently shifted. The path was already starting to melt and would soon be gone. There were some withered corpses on the path that were still mostly whole. They were human. Xu Qing studied the corpses, and the captain eyed them closely. "I recognize him," the captain said. "He was one of Grand Prince's personal guards. It looks like he suffered a lot before dying. See the whip marks. He must have been lashed thousands of times. His flesh and blood, his cultivation base, and even his soul are all in a state of corrosion. He died after he was completely drained and had nothing left to keep him going." Master Gravesparrow didn't dare to say anything. Xu Qing studied the corpses for a few breaths of time, then collected them up. He turned to Master Gravesborough. "They should be close. You don't need to come along for now. If you don't mind, please check the area and collect any other human corpses you find." Master Gravesborough immediately nodded. Without another word, Xu Qing flew up into the air. Then rumbling sounds echoed out as he shot over the horizon at top speed. He moved much faster than he had up to this point. Clearly, he had a specific direction to go in and was not holding back. Blue light flared around the captain as he followed. Seeing Xu Qing poolsing with killing intent filled him with anticipation. Little Ah Qing is a born killer. He's been suppressing it in recent years. Except that's not a good thing to do long-term. Unleash the killing. Don't sit around thinking or suppressing. We cultivators need to have a psyche free from all shackles. About an hour later, a bone dragon chariot became visible on the horizon, being dragged along by hundreds of humans. When Xu Qing saw it, he lowered his voice and said, "Eldest brother, I want to handle this fight by myself. Let's see how strong this Fire Moon Darkheaven chosen actually is. If I'm not a match for him, then please step in and strip away his mountains." The captain grinned and nodded. Next, Xu Qing seemed to ignite like a shooting star. As he sped toward the chariot, deafening rumbling echoed out and the stars seethed. The air shattered as he passed, and the lands shook violently. Millions of soul threads swept out of him. As he closed in, they converged into his first-level god state. His energy then rose to a level equivalent to first-stage void returning. However, things weren't over yet. The first-level god state was only the foundation. Soul threads swept everywhere as the second-level god state started to form. His aura rose higher until it was equivalent to second-stage void returning. Then the soul threads converged again as his third-level god state appeared. Battle prowess equivalent to third-stage void returning pulsed in all directions. From a distance, it was possible to see a vicious, hulking figure with a blood-red cloak and bones of crystal, surrounded by innumerable blood threads. As of now, Xu Qing looked like a fiendish god. An illusory violet moon hung behind him, with a sundial on its surface, slowly spinning. Without any hesitation, Xu Qing took out a piece of Crimson Mother's flesh and devoured it. Inside his body, the flesh exploded, and his god state erupted. Now it looked somewhat like Crimson Mother. But if you looked closely, you would also sense Li Zihua. His aura climbed again, reaching fourth-stage void returning. This was Xu Qing's highest level of battle prowess. The hundreds of humans pulling the chariot reacted with visible shock. Some of them could even recognize Xu Qing as he was in his god state, and that led to further astonishment. That was especially true of Grand Prince, who was shaken to the core when he laid eyes on Xu Qing. He had never had any dealings with Xu Qing, but had glimpsed him from a distance on a few occasions. It was only natural that he knew exactly who Xu Qing was and what his current mission was. New novel chapters are published on Letter 192 REEWEB and Retroflex, OVEL.com. Therefore, it was a big surprise to see him here in the lands of the Fire Moon Darkheaven people. He was actually somewhat worried, and was about to cry out a warning when countless whips appeared and wrapped around him. His mouth was sealed tight, as was his divine will. In fact, every method of communication was locked down. Then, laughter rang out from within the chariot as Crown Prince Brightsouth disappeared from inside and materialized in midair. His eyes shone with enthusiasm as he looked at Xu Qing closing in on him. "I'm surprised you actually showed up, and how unexpected to see you using a magic to transform your state. Very, very interesting. It's normally not worth it for me to pay attention to human chosen. But for someone to kill so many fellow members of my species, and to use divine abilities like that, well, I'd say you're worthy to either pull my chariot or have your head mounted atop it as a prize." Chapter 835, Peak-Level Confrontation. Xu Qing closed in. The oppressive clouds hung overhead like a gargantuan beast, imparting a sense of impending dread to anyone who could see them. As Crown Prince Brightsouth strode forth, the clouds churned, like the ocean when huge waves rolled across its surface. Lightning bolts pierced through the sky like silver snakes, linking together to form ancient magical symbols. Intense rumbling sounds filled the sky like the roars of an awakening beast. A massive tempest sprang up, connecting earth to sky around Crown Prince Brightsouth. Wild gusts of wind sliced like blades through the sky, cutting apart the clouds and causing sprays of lava to fill the air. Even the dragon chariot was rocking back and forth because of the intense wind. The human cultivators, meanwhile, were like leaves tossed up and down in chaotic fashion. Xu Qing was heading right toward that tempest, causing a disdainful grin to appear on the face of Crown Prince Brightsouth. Without hesitation, he sent the tempest right toward Xu Qing. Heaven and earth became like a fiendish devil that could crush anything in its path as it prepared to devour Xu Qing. In his fourth-level god state, Xu Qing met the tempest head-on, slamming into it with such force that Grand Prince and his subordinates were all visibly astonished. They had fought Crown Prince Brightsouth and knew how terrifying he was. And though Xu Qing's aura wasn't weak, he seemed very tiny as the tempest swept over him. Within the tempest, rain fell in buckets, causing the world to turn into a blur. The wind was also so strong that the lands below were cleared, revealing nothing but a massive empty basin. Anyone caught within the area of this tempest would be completely insignificant, with the exception of Xu Qing. An instant later, a deafening boom rang out from the windstorm that was trying to devour him. Another mysterious power just as strong as the storm had erupted. It was a saber as high as the sky itself. It was cold and white, which made a perfect contrast with the black color of the sky. It appeared within the tempest, then swept outward like a destructive wave. Blade light shone, illuminating heaven and earth as it sliced right through the tempest. There was a psychic element to it that could cut through all bonds, slash through all natural laws, and crush all fetters. The sky trembled as countless clouds were ripped apart, creating a huge 500-kilometer mark. It looked extremely ghastly. The tempest almost seemed to solidify before it shattered, sending both rain and fire showering down everywhere. The lands shook violently as a gully opened up. If a mortal had been able to stand at the edge and look down, they would see nothing but a bottomless pit. Void-returning battle prowess was fully on display. As the tempest was destroyed by the heavenly saber, Xu Qing was revealed like a fiendish god. He burst out from inside with astonishing momentum. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Crown Prince Brightsouth. Crown Prince Brightsouth's eyes turned a shade more serious as he unleashed a fist strike. Thunderous booms rang out. The two of them clashed, moving at such blinding speed that, in the shortest of moments, they exchanged thousands of blows. During that time, Crown Prince Brightsouth could be heard inhaling 17 times. Each time he inhaled, he expanded. He was directly inhaling all of the surrounding energy of heaven and earth. As that happened, his fleshly body power visibly improved. Xu Qing had seen other Fire Moon Dark Heavens do something like this before. Whether it was the captain's explanation or things said by Master Gravesparrow about Crown Prince Brightsouth, Xu Qing knew exactly what it was. This was the Fire Moon Dark Heavens, Imperial-class technique, known as 36 Immortal Constellations. In reality, the name of the technique was supposed to convey the fact that it was a combination of 36 Imperial-class techniques, put together into the ultimate art. One of them was called 9 breaths submission. 1. There wasn't actually a limit of 9 breaths, though. Different cultivators would ultimately come to different understandings of how to use it. And thus, Crown Prince Brightsouth took 17 breaths, each of which pushed his fleshly body battle prowess to a more terrifying level. But Xu Qing still fought back with everything he had. The psychic power in the slashing heavenly blade grew more intense and clear. Every single clash between them grew more deafening, and because it was happening in such a short time, the sounds combined into something that could end the heavens and crush the earth. The dragon chariot finally couldn't take any more and was sent spinning off to the side. Countless craters opened up on the ground. The clouds in the sky continued to collapse until they were driven away, revealing the full dome of heaven. It was night, and the stars twinkled. Also visible was the broken face of the god. Beneath that broken face, Xu Qing and Crown Prince Brightsouth fought back and forth. Shockwaves spread out from them in concentric rings, each of which contained terrifying power. The captain and Grand Prince were both watching from a distance, and both were astonished. Freebnel com. That saber contains psychic power. Little Ah Qing has finally formed an embryonic Tao. It's a Tao that can cut through all bonds, slash through all natural laws, crush all things, and smash all conventions. The captain's eyes shone brightly. Grand Prince lacked the experience of the captain, so he wasn't able to assess the situation with such finesse. But he was equally moved, if not shaken, by the psychic power in the blade. He couldn't express it with words, but was feeling the same thing as the captain. It was as if he had actually longed for this type of Tao. As a result, his scalp tingled, not because of fear, but because of understanding. As the two of them felt shock deep within them, intense booms rang out in the canopy of heaven. Xu Qing and Crown Prince Brightsouth clashed again and again before backing away from each other by about 300 meters. Xu Qing was in his god state, his gaze cold as he pulsed with boundless energy. However, if you looked closely, you would see that his god state's body was covered with innumerable wounds. Thankfully, soul threads wriggled within the wounds as they stitched together. Crown Prince Brightsouth no longer looked casual and confident. His expression was serious, and that serious tone filled him from head to toe. He was also wounded, although the wounds were being healed by flickering white light. You stood up to my 9-breath submission. That god state magic of yours is very interesting, human. But the real question is whether or not you can stand up to my. Before he could finish speaking, his expression flickered and he shot backward. The instant he did, the spot he had just occupied collapsed. An iron skewer that glittered with gruish light shot through the shattered air, then curved around and returned to Xu Qing. "You," Crown Prince Brightsouth said, his face grimmer than ever. "Pipe down," Xu Qing said calmly. Then he shot forward like a lightning bolt, heading straight toward Crown Prince Brightsouth. Along the way, he waved his right hand in front of him, causing the cry of the golden crow to fill the sky. Black flames erupted all around Xu Qing, becoming a golden crow behind him that inhaled and exhaled a sea of flames. The surface of the golden crow rapidly peeled away, revealing a black spear underneath. Xu Qing grabbed it, then hurled it viciously toward Crown Prince Brightsouth. Countless black lightning bolts surrounded the skewer as it also shot forward. New novel chapters are published on Letter 192 REEWEB and Retroflex, OVEL.com. Killing intent flickered in Crown Prince Brightsouth's eyes. He knew what his weakness was. As his father had often reminded him, he was too arrogant. Because of his status and the strength that came to members of his species, he might seem like the kind of person who had done a lot of fighting through the years. But the reality was that wherever he went, very few cultivators would ever dare to truly fight him with deadly force. He had lived a smooth life full of glory and honor, and yet that also led to him having some big flaws. That was one reason why he had joined the Great Hunt. He knew that it would include tough training, which was just what he needed. Only by experiencing some truly life-threatening fights could he turn his advantages into a truly great Tao. Now he was getting the feeling that the destined opportunity he had been waiting for was right in front of him. Thus, the grim look in his eye turned into surging killing intent. And as Xu Qing got close, he lifted his hand into the sky, opened the fingers wide, and then snapped them shut into a fist. Any remaining clouds in the sky were swept clean away, as if by a huge hand. And the incoming spear and skewer lurched to a halt, as if they had run into an impassable barrier. The starry sky was now clearly visible overhead. There, 9 incomparably bright stars glittered prominently. Given their visibility, it was clear that they formed the shape of a finger. Crown Prince Brightsouth then dropped his hand. Ignoring the spear, he pointed at Xu Qing. The starlight from the 9 glittering stars surpassed everything, turning into a finger that pointed to the east of Xu Qing. The Big Dipper's handle points east. All under heaven becomes spring. The gigantic finger emanated profound majesty. To Xu Qing, it felt like he was facing the entire starry sky, with himself being minuscule in comparison. Power surrounded him, restraining him and slowing him down. The Big Dipper's handle points south. All under heaven becomes summer. Shivering inwardly, Xu Qing tried to break free, but before he could, a second finger appeared, pointing south. The power of restraint then grew dramatically stronger. Next came the third finger. The Big Dipper's handle points west. All under heaven becomes autumn. The Big Dipper's handle points north. All under heaven becomes winter. As Crown Prince Brightsouth's voice echoed out, a fourth finger appeared, pointing to the north of Xu Qing. From a distance, it was possible to see 4 fingers, each as high as heaven itself, pulsing with terrifying might in all of the directions surrounding Xu Qing. This was the star displacement combat technique from the 36 Immortal Constellations Imperial class technique belonging to the Fire Moon Darkheaven people. It was called Tao of the 9 stars killing suppression. East, south, west, and north, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the Big Dipper handle points, no living being can possibly flee. As the words echoed out, the 4 starry fingers dropped toward Xu Qing. 1. 9-breath submission was originally introduced in Chapter 819. Chapter 836, Thank You. The finger pointing east commanded life. Therefore, to Xu Qing's east, the finger of starlight pulsed with an intense sensation of life force power. Furthermore, all things can be pushed beyond their limit and bring about a sensation of nefariousness rather than righteousness. In this case, the life from the finger was pushed to the brink, making it seem demonic. The finger pointing south commanded growth. It was similar here. Fire rose high into the air, like the weapon of a god of fire that used flame to seal and destroy heaven and earth. The finger pointing west commanded withering. There was no difference here. The sensation was that of defeat and error. It also contained the passage of time, and thus it made it seem possible to see vicissitudes of time itself. Finally, the finger pointing north commanded death. It was as if death had come from the netherworld itself. As the 4 fingers pointed, they unleashed life, death, withering, and growth. When Grand Prince saw that from a distance, his face fell, and his heart filled with anxiety. That was because he had already been defeated by the star displacement combat technique of Tao of the 9 stars killing suppression. Put precisely, his bloodline had enabled him to make an opening in the star displacement combat technique. However, he had been defeated by the hidden killing move within it. In other words, Crown Prince Brightsouth is hiding a killing move on the inside. Grand Prince wanted to offer a warning, but he couldn't. Both his mouth and his divine will had been sealed tightly by Crown Prince Brightsouth, making that impossible. All he could do was watch as the 4 fingers descended. In contrast, the captain just stood waiting. He had faith that Xu Qing wouldn't be killed so easily. He was right. Just when the 4 fingers were about to hit, Xu Qing, whose body was immobilized, actually opened his eyes. Instantly, they turned pitch black. Back in the Moonlight region, he had gained enlightenment of how to put taboo poison into his gaze. Now, that ability was coming into play at a critical moment. Taboo poison swept through his gaze like water gushing through a tunnel. He looked at the finger to the east, and the power of taboo poison erupted. The massive finger shivered, and a dark spot appeared on its surface, almost like a ringworm infection, which then rapidly spread over its surface. The finger abounded with life force, yet it was like an ice cube, with the taboo poison being boiling oil. The life force melted very quickly. Things weren't over yet. Xu Qing's gaze shifted to the northern finger that represented death. Taboo poison also represented death. In the blink of an eye, the northern finger shivered, and taboo poison swept through with the ease of a fish swimming through water. With 2 fingers having been infected, Xu Qing's soul threads twitched and then broke through their fetters into freedom. Without any hesitation, he lifted his right hand and pointed into the sky. The withering flame demon magic true self Tao rumbled into life. 3 enormous mountains appeared overhead and dropped toward the finger representing withering. Then, by exercising a mere thought, he caused the black spear to swivel, then shoot toward the southern finger representing growth. All of this takes a bit of time to describe, but it actually occurred in the time it takes a spark to fly off a piece of flint. All at once, the taboo poison, the demon mountains, and the spear rumbled into action, creating a heaven-rending, earth-crushing rumbling sound that resembled heaven and earth howling into the void. The eastern finger collapsed. The southern finger was shredded to bits. The western finger shattered. The northern finger crumbled into ash. The 9 stars overhead dimmed. No longer were they prominent, and in fact, their light began to fade away amidst the light of all the other stars. Xu Qing emerged from the rubble of the 4 fingers and shot directly toward Crown Prince Brightsouth. However, though the divine ability had been destroyed, Crown Prince Brightsouth actually didn't seem surprised. Chuckling scornfully, he said, "Did you note that?" His question wasn't directed at Xu Qing, and the response came from everywhere. The sky, the land, the air, the clouds. Countless voices all spoke at the same time. Noted. The countless voices combined. They were voices of men and women, of the old and the young. Some were deep, some were piercing. There was crying and laughter, along with shouting and murmuring. All of the voices said the same thing. Ultimately, the 9 fading stars in the sky shifted, creating a circle. As the starlight connected, it formed something like a black hole, out of which spread terrifying power. It was not cultivator power. Instead, it was rife with the aura of a god. It contained boundless mutagen, the likes of which surpassed any forbidden region or even forbidden ground. It locked onto Xu Qing. He stopped in place. He suddenly sensed that he couldn't continue forward, prompting him to look up at the black hole of 9 stars. He had sensed an aura like this before. It was a god domain. At the same moment that Xu Qing realized that, something emerged from the black hole of 9 stars. It was a piece of yellow paper. It was money for the dead. The yellow paper drifted down, growing larger as it did. It seemed to move slowly, but in reality was descending with incredible speed. Even more gruish, there was a face taking shape on the yellow paper. That face was none other than the face of Xu Qing. When Grand Prince saw this happening, he got even more anxious. This was the point at which he had been defeated. Only later did he come to realize that the yellow paper was a gift to Crown Prince Brightsouth from his father. It wasn't from revered ancient, but instead was from a god domain rife with gruishness and death. The star displacement combat technique of Tao of the 9 stars killing suppression was only a facade. The deadly aspects of the technique actually weren't the point. The real objective was to use those killing aspects to make a copy of the enemy's god soul. It was all made possible by the combination of the yellow paper and the gruish voices. It would enable the god domain to remember Xu Qing's appearance. And then, his soul could be sealed and immolated. He wanted to force himself into lucidity, but couldn't. As the yellow paper descended, it started burning. In just the way that living people will make sacrifices to the souls of the deceased, the paper burned like an offering. At the same time, an intense force emerged from the black hole, wrapped around Xu Qing, and latched onto his god soul. Xu Qing lost all sensation of his fleshly body. At the same time, his god soul emerged, like an afterimage, and began to float upward. Numerous illusory chains dropped down from the black hole, which encircled his god soul, further trapping it. His god soul struggled, but more chains just kept appearing, until there were hundreds of them, all pulling his god soul out of his fleshly body. "That's all," said Crown Prince Brightsouth as he hovered in midair. "This fight has taught me something important, and that is, don't give your opponent any chances to make a comeback. Therefore, despite the fact that your god soul has no way of turning things around, I'm not going to even give you a chance to try. By the way, you're not the only one with taboo weapons." Crown Prince Brightsouth's eyes gleamed with bizarre light as he inhaled deeply, bit the tip of his tongue, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his right hand shot into the haze of blood and performed an incantation gesture. The blood mist expanded as images appeared within them. They were almost like a sea of blood, filled with 36 huge vortexes. Upon looking closely, it was possible to see 36 weapons within those 36 vortexes. Every single one emanated the same type of taboo aura as the black spear. These were the taboo weapons that were sealed inside of the 36 Immortal Constellation's Imperial class technique. Thanks to the incantation gesture performed by Crown Prince Brightsouth, 3 of the 36 taboo weapons rose up and emerged from their sealed state. One of them was a trident that emanated a raging godly might. The next was a black saber with a cold, killing glow that would shock any onlookers. The third was a blood-red battle axe, around which circled countless horrendous souls of the deceased. In order to kill Xu Qing, Crown Prince Brightsouth was willing to push any divine ability to its limit, and these 3 taboo weapons were no exception. He yanked his right hand back, and the 3 taboo weapons emerged from the illusory image. As they flew out, they materialized, causing taboo power to spread out everywhere. Normally speaking, the heavenly Taos would have interfered. Unfortunately, this was Fire Moon Darkheaven territory, and the Fire Moons had the ability to suppress heavenly Taos. New Envel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. The distant sound of rumbling thunder could be heard, but no lightning fell. As killing intent surged in the eyes of Crown Prince Brightsouth, the 3 terrifying taboo weapons swiveled to Xu Qing, whose god soul was half emerged from his fleshly body. The weapons then shot toward him. There was nothing to block their path or resist them. There was only a 7-colored light that flickered briefly a few times inside Xu Qing. Then the trident stabbed into his god soul, the black saber slashed into his neck, and the blood-red battle axe chopped into his chest. His god soul shattered into motes of light that fell to the ground. His head flew off and tumbled down into the lava. His fleshly body shattered into countless chunks of gore that rained down. Off in the distance, Grand Prince's facial expression was warped with grief. His eyes were completely bloodshot, and he was trembling from head to toe. The captain stood there with his eyes wide. Up in the air, Crown Prince Brightsouth breathed a sigh of relief, though he was actually not completely pleased. It's honestly a surprise that, other than those handful of people, nobody in my generation can stand up to this move of mine. So boring. He waved his hand, and 9 stars faded away. Everything went back to normal. Reaching out with his right hand, he made a grasping gesture toward the spot where Xu Qing had fallen. But then his expression flickered as he suddenly sensed an astonishing time power erupting from Xu Qing's mangled flesh and shattered god soul. Before the Crown Prince could figure out what was happening, a huge sundial appeared overhead, rumbling loudly as its gnomon spun. Time was revering. The chunks of fallen flesh and the remnants of the god soul all swept together. They came from the land, from the lava, from the air, and they converged in the blink of an eye. What formed was Xu Qing's god state fleshly body and his god soul. Red soul threads waved back and forth. Crystal bones glittered, the vicious body complete with its beautiful good looks. Xu Qing stood there looking like a divine likeness. Glittering light shone everywhere. He was completely unharmed. Off in the distance, Grand Prince stared in shock. The captain's expression was the same as ever as he smiled. Crown Prince Brightsouth backed up a few steps. Glaring at Xu Qing, he said, "Natural laws of time." Xu Qing's eyes opened, and they erupted with 7-colored light. Looking calmly at Crown Prince Brightsouth, he said, "This hasn't been easy, but I should definitely say thank you." Xu Qing reached out and closed his right hand into a fist. What instantly appeared was a shocking black saber, a terrifying trident, a blood-red axe filled with a sensation of slaughter, and a black spear that could conquer every obstacle. 4 taboo weapons all appeared around Xu Qing. Chapter 837, Reverse the Sky, Restore the Sun. Grand Prince and the other humans were reeling mentally, and their eyes shone with utter disbelief. Xu Qing's fighting methods really surpassed anything they could have predicted. To see the natural laws of time revering death was shocking enough, let alone the fact that Xu Qing returned and immediately took control of 4 taboo weapons. 3 of them were obviously the same weapons Crown Prince Brightsouth had used. Hardly any time had passed, yet now Xu Qing was using them. Every single observer was basically thinking the same thing. Freakish hellion. Only a freakish hellion could have terrifying powers of understanding like that. After all, according to common belief, not even daybreak light could reach such a terrifying level. It was all thanks to Xu Qing's personal godly qualities, plus his deep level of enlightenment regarding himself. All of that led to his current unbelievable level of mastery. Back in Moonlight, even the heir apparent and his sister had been shocked by what he accomplished, let alone other people. As of this moment, Crown Prince Brightsouth felt like he was being struck by countless lightning bolts. Struggling to control his breathing and remain calm, he staggered backward, looking incredulously at the taboo weapons surrounding Xu Qing. He didn't have a chance to finish speaking. And that was because Xu Qing did something that was thoroughly and completely astonishing to everyone present. He pointed up into the sky, resulting in a heaven-rending, earth-crushing sound ringing out. It was like the howl of a god, echoing through the world, reaching out into the starry sky, and causing everything to dim. The only exception were 9 stars. Starlight spilled down as 4 majestic fingers formed in the sky, surrounding Crown Prince Brightsouth from every direction. It was Crown Prince Brightsouth's very own star displacement combat technique from 36 immortal constellations. It was the Tao of the 9 stars killing suppression. "Impossible," Crown Prince Brightsouth blurted, his face falling. "Without having a Tao seed, there's no way you can master an Imperial-class technique." Xu Qing's expression was the same as ever as he took a deep breath. Rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth as boundless power swept into Xu Qing's mouth. In fact, a massive vortex sprang into being around him, which exerted a powerful gravitational force. Power flowed from all directions into Xu Qing, boosting his fleshly body dramatically. It happened 17 times in a row. Boost after boost occurred, until finally he pulsed with such might that anyone who saw him would tremble inwardly. Crown Prince Brightsouth's expression turned grim as he looked at Xu Qing. "That's not the real Imperial-class technique. It's an imitation. It's just the shape of it, not the quintessence. In any case, this fight is meaningless now." Without any hesitation, Crown Prince Brightsouth turned and fled. He wasn't interested in combat now. Although he had other techniques to employ, including trump cards, he already had the feeling that nothing he could use would result in killing his opponent. He even had methods of turning death into life, but he didn't want to use them in a fight with Xu Qing. It was a disgusting feeling, and thus he sped toward the horizon as fast as he could. Xu Qing looked at him, lifted his right hand, and waved it through the air. "In a life-or-death battle, you think you can just fight or flee whenever you wish." The 4 majestic fingers fell toward Crown Prince Brightsouth, east, west, south, and north. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, they all descended. "Be sealed." His soul had been targeted, so fleeing or even teleporting away wasn't a possibility. Next, 4 beams of light that represented death itself screamed forth from Xu Qing, piercing through the air as they headed right toward the Crown Prince. There was more to Xu Qing's counter-attack, though. The sky blurred as a massive, 500-kilometer cell block appeared overhead. It immediately dropped downward. Visit FIAEWEBN O Cyrillic Letterfa 75EL. Co for the best novel reading experience. Within the cell block were numerous jail cells, many of which were filled with inmates. Some looked around blankly, some laughed foolishly, some howled in grief, and some wailed in sorrow. The head and the others from the original group of inmates let loose bizarre cries, all while the god's finger thrashed. The sealing power of D-132 erupted. Were it not for the sealing power of the 4 fingers of the east, south, west, and north, Crown Prince Brightsouth probably would have been able to escape. After all, D-132 needed time to use, which was a weakness. But Crown Prince Brightsouth couldn't escape. The sealing of the 4 fingers wasn't impossible for him to overcome, but it provided enough of a delay. D-132 had fully entered the mortal world. Rumble. It covered a 500-kilometer area. It covered all directions, and it covered Crown Prince Brightsouth. Next, misfortune expanded and amnesia proliferated. The 4 taboo weapons closed in, and Crown Prince Brightsouth gasped for breath. As he felt the terror of the cell block, his hands flashed in an incantation gesture, giving him a boost of speed. But then the four weapons closed in with destructive force. Rumbling booms echoed out everywhere. Next, the sound of voices could be heard from the cell block, and they included the piercing sound of the head. It's a prison break. A fugitive is trying to destroy the unity of the cell block. The cell doors opened, and a host of figures blurred toward Crown Prince Brightsouth, pulsing with malice and greed. Most shocking of all was that D-132 began to shrink down, adding even more pressure to Crown Prince Brightsouth and making it even more difficult for him to move. The misfortune was fully unleashed. The amnesia was intense. At the same time, Xu Qing appeared in D-132, right in front of Crown Prince Brightsouth. Extremely disturbing fleshly body power surged as he launched a palm strike. A boom rang out, and the Crown Prince coughed up a mouthful of blood. But that didn't stop him from unleashing a divine ability counter-attack against the four incoming taboo weapons. Then the unexpected occurred. Though he successfully released the divine ability, it suddenly stopped in place briefly. Though it continued almost immediately, in such a critical moment that made it too slow. The black spear moved faster than lightning to stab right into his back with explosive power. Crown Prince Brightsouth grunted, and a vicious expression appeared on his face. Then black light erupted from him, forming a formation with an inner circle and an outer triangle that rotated in a prescribed fashion to block the other three taboo weapons. However, it couldn't do anything about Xu Qing's incoming fist. The black light shattered, and blood sprayed out of Crown Prince Brightsouth's mouth again. He wanted to perform an incantation gesture, except that blankness had filled his eyes. It was amnesia. The trident screamed through the air and stabbed right into the Crown Prince's abdomen. The black saber slashed through the air, blade light flickering as it slashed into his waist. Even as he was sliced in half, the blood-red battle-axe chopped down viciously. Intense pain filled him, along with a sensation of deadly crisis that suddenly brought Crown Prince Brightsouth back to his senses. As a result, he managed to dodge to the side, preventing the battle-axe from hitting him in the face. Instead, it chopped into his shoulder. A rumbling boom rang out as the top half of his body separated from the bottom half. Blood erupted everywhere, accompanied by a howl of grief from the Crown Prince's mouth. He again tried to perform an incantation gesture, only to have Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior swoop in and stab into his forehead. The force of the blow sent him spinning backward. Next, Xu Qing appeared behind him, eyes flashing with killing intent. A dagger appeared in Xu Qing's hand, which he viciously slashed through the Crown Prince's throat. A head flew through the air. The attack had been carried out as smoothly as flowing water, without even the slightest delay. Xu Qing struck as fast as lightning, with ruthless cruelty. He directly beheaded him. As was Xu Qing's custom, he then waved his hand and sent out the power of taboo poison to cover the Crown Prince's corpse and start corroding it. D-132 stopped shrinking down. At the same time, the inmates began to cackle madly. And yet, that was when Xu Qing's expression darkened. Crown Prince Brightsouth's soul hadn't appeared in any of the cells in D-132. That meant he hadn't actually died. As coldness rose in Xu Qing's eyes, wisps of green smoke suddenly appeared in the spot where the Crown Prince had been killed. As it converged, Crown Prince Brightsouth appeared again, accompanied by a loud voice. "Reverse the sky, restore the sun." Majestic power rose up from Crown Prince Brightsouth. It had nothing to do with time itself, but rather seemed like some sort of blessing. Xu Qing's gaze hardened as he studied the situation closely. The blessing power of D-132 trembled, and Crown Prince Brightsouth opened his eyes. At the same time, his expression turned grim, and he looked at Xu Qing with pure killing intent. "I've also mastered the Tao of revering life and death. I just didn't want to keep fighting you, but as it turns out, you have a death wish. Did you really think I had no way of dealing with you?" Crown Prince Brightsouth lifted his right hand to reveal a black coin. Stooping over, he shoved the coin downward. The ground in D-132 trembled as a green spell formation appeared around the Crown Prince. It spread outward, a circle on the inside, and a triangle on the outside. As it rotated, it looked like some type of geomantic compass. It had countless magical symbols in it, all of which glittered with golden light, causing 6 magical symbols to rise up into the air and grow larger and larger. They all looked different, and with close examination, it was clear they represented the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th of the heavenly stems, specifically Wu, Jai, Zhang, Xin, Ren, and Gui. As they appeared in formation, the air behind them rippled as black stone gates appeared. Each gate emanated something profoundly ancient, as well as a sinister wind filled with death. 1. There were 6 magical symbols representing the heavenly stems, and there were 7 gates. The last gate appeared behind Crown Prince Brightsouth, and unlike the other gates, it didn't emit death, but rather life. Since you're looking to get killed, human, let's see if your natural laws of time can prevent you from being killed by my forbidden magic, the 6 stems 7 gates hex. His voice merged with the sinister wind as the 6 heavenly stems started moving. The gates behind them opened, and voices drifted out as if from the netherworld. They were calling out to Xu Qing. At the same time, images of Xu Qing appeared in front of the 6 gates, blurry, as if the gates were devouring them. The faster the 6 heavenly stems moved, the more quickly the devouring played out. A tremor passed through Xu Qing. Cracking sounds rang out. 6 marks appeared on him, piercing all the way into his soul. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. Sitting down cross-legged, he placed his index finger 3 inches in front of his forehead. Black marks spread out from there, like blood vessels that soon formed a vicious ghost face. The moment the ghost face appeared, it lit up like a lamp in the sinister wind. This was none other than the 7 Lamps underworld fire curse. It was a curse magic that could suppress forbidden magic. It was now time to see who would die first. Or perhaps it was a test of who could hold out the longest. 1. The heavenly stems is a system of ordinal numbers that first appeared during the Shang dynasty in 1250 BCE. As for what they mean, it's complicated. Here's the link to the Wikipedia article on the subject. I don't think their meaning has any special significance in this passage, nor the fact that they are the 5th through 10th in the system. That said, maybe there's something about that specific set that didn't occur to me. If so, it's not immediately obvious. I think it's just supposed to sound cool. Chapter 838. Curse Magic, Forbidden Magic, God Magic. It went without saying that Crown Prince Brightsouth, who was a chosen among the Fire Moon Dark Heavens, had shocking battle prowess. Just about anyone else in the same generation as him would die trying to fight him. After all, his biggest superiority was his fleshly body. What was more, his magical techniques were both gruish and incisive. That was especially true of his blessing of reverse the sky, restore the sun. The result was the same as Xu Qing's time magic, and in some ways could be considered an undying magic. Opponents like that weren't easy to kill. At the same time, he had stoked Xu Qing's battle spirit. Xu Qing currently sat cross-legged, and even from a distance, it was possible to see the shocking ghost lamp on his forehead. Next, Xu Qing's finger moved to his left shoulder. A second ghost lamp appeared. The fire of the underworld flickered as Xu Qing's finger then shifted to his right shoulder, his Danshan region, his 2 legs, and finally, the spot above his heart. In an instant, 7 ghost lamps ignited. As soon as they did, the image of Crown Prince Brightsouth appeared within them. The sensation of a curse grew strong. Crown Prince Brightsouth scowled deeply as he realized how difficult Xu Qing was to deal with. It was something he couldn't have predicted when the fight started. Most unexpected of all was that, similar to himself, Xu Qing not only had amazing recovery abilities, but he also had very gruish magics. What was very concerning was that Xu Qing could apparently copy his techniques. That meant that the longer the fight went on, the more he would be at a disadvantage. That was why he'd been inclined to stop fighting. But if you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off, and thus, he had no choice other than to fight. He gritted his teeth. Clearly, this human wanted to see which of the 2 of them could hold out the longest. Put more precisely, it was going to come down to who could recover the most times. Either that or who would be first to vanquish the recovery powers of the opponent. Crown Prince Brightsouth was ready to throw caution to the wind. Eyes bloodshot, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, which caused life force to pour out of the gate of life behind him. As it entered him, the geomantic compass beneath him rotated rapidly. The 6 heavenly stems in the air did the same, and the images of Xu Qing on the death gates blurred even further. Xu Qing felt pain filling him, a deathly sensation like that of being ripped apart. Yet Xu Qing was ruthless, and he had been from a very young age. Staring coldly at the Crown Prince, he extinguished the first of the 7 lamps. Blood sprayed from the Crown Prince's mouth. Gritting his teeth, he sped up his own efforts. Xu Qing shivered as he extinguished the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of the lamps. The Crown Prince shivered as his body decayed, but the killing intent in his eyes only grew stronger. Update from freewebnovel.com. Of the blurry images of Xu Qing in front of the 6 gates, 3 disappeared. Cracking sounds echoed out from within Xu Qing as he began to split apart physically. That didn't affect the extinguishing of the ghost lamps. In the blink of an eye, the 5th, 6th, and 7th of the lamps were extinguished. It happened at the same time as the blurry figures completely disappeared from in front of the 6 gates. A boom echoed out as Xu Qing crumbled to pieces, including his fleshly body and his soul. The same thing happened to Crown Prince Brightsouth. Thanks to the curse of the 7 lamps, not even the gate of life behind him could send enough life force to sustain him. His body withered, his hair fell out, his life force was destroyed, and his fleshly body melted. He was killed in body and soul. Next, the power of blessing exploded within D-132, as well as a sundial with spinning gnomon. Crown Prince Brightsouth formed anew. Xu Qing's shattered fleshly body and soul swept back together. He was now unharmed. The 2 of them looked at each other. "Damn it!" Crown Prince Brightsouth growled. Raising his right hand, he then shoved it back down toward the coin on the ground. However, that was when a black shadow rose up next to him. Just as his hand fell, the shadow swept over the coin. Next, a howl echoed out as the shadow vanished along with the coin. When the coin reappeared, it was in Xu Qing's hand. The moment it made contact, it burst into flames, causing Xu Qing's hand to start melting. Clearly, it wasn't possible to use it for the moment. Xu Qing threw it back to Little Shadow. The shadow had been sleeping, but Xu Qing had forced it awake. Taking advantage of the time the Crown Prince needed to recover, he sent the shadow close to grab the coin in a critical moment. Unfortunately, a heavy price had already been paid to use the coin, and it was now dim. "That's not something you can use," the Crown Prince said, glaring. In response, Xu Qing raised his right hand and replied, "I also have a forbidden magic of death." He pointed his hand up to the sky above D-132. It changed color. The heavenly Dao blue-green dragon roared into being, spreading out in the sky to form a massive heavenly saber blade. Taboo poison, the curse of a god, spread out along that blade, forming its edge. Daybreak light glittered in all directions as the blade light. The moment the saber was out in the open, D-132 shivered and changed shape. It became a very long and narrow blade trough. Crown Prince Brightsouth's pupils constricted as he sensed the terrifying aura of the blade, as well as the ancient time within it. Most importantly, he could sense that this saber had actually beheaded gods. His facial expression flickered dramatically. "Is that?" A sensation of crisis filled every fiber of his being. Without a moment of hesitation, he placed one finger at his forehead and one over his heart, then inhaled deeply. His body withered dramatically, making it obvious that whatever magic he was using was actually harmful to himself as well. Curse magic, 7 impaling arrows. The Crown Prince spat up 7 mouthfuls of black blood, each of which caused him to wither even more, until he looked like little more than a skeleton. The 7 mouthfuls of blood became 7 blood arrows, each of which contained deathly curse power. Pulsing with a terrifying aura, they began to move toward Xu Qing. To play things as safe as possible, Crown Prince Brightsouth coughed up more blood to further bolster the 7 arrows. Meanwhile, Xu Qing's face was expressionless as he coldly said, "Let the golden crow be the connection. Let the violet moon be the seal. The golden crow danced in the air. The violet moon sent out rippling fluctuations. The god trove combined everything into one. Let the timescape be the container. Let the sundial life lamps be the catalyst. 5 sundials formed behind Xu Qing. Life lamp fire rose into the sky as the gnomons spun, and the aura of ancient times spread out. Next, they all stopped at noon. When the sundials hit noon, heaven and earth will be severed together. Xu Qing's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Crown Prince Brightsouth and sent the saber slashing down. The heavenly saber descended from above, like a massive waterfall or a mountain, filling the sky and shaking the lands below. At the same time, the Crown Prince howled at the top of his lungs, sending further bolstering to the 7 arrows. They expanded, growing incredibly large as they shot toward the heavenly saber. Next, the god-decapitating saber made contact with the 7 arrows. Rumbling sounds rose up as a tempest appeared in D-132. The 7 arrows erupted with force as they fought back, but it didn't do any good. One by one, they started exploding. The unending godly might of the guillotine blade sliced through the air until it struck the Crown Prince's head. Rumble. A huge gorge appeared in the lands, and a strong wind blew a baleful aura out on either side. Next, Xu Qing performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing the misfortune of D-132 to erupt, interfering with the blessing power. Amnesia spread, causing the blessing to be forgotten. Taboo poison descended, decaying everything. And sundials appeared, locking down the area and further impeding the blessing of recovery. It worked. Crown Prince Brightsouth's recovery technique didn't work immediately. It took roughly 10 breaths of time before it became effective. As his fleshly body formed anew, the heavenly saber fell again. A boom rang out as Crown Prince Brightsouth was once again killed in body and soul. Xu Qing hovered in the air, eyes cold as he performed another double-handed incantation gesture. Divine abilities descended. 100 breaths of time passed, and the blessing powers appeared again. The Crown Prince again recovered. Everything from before played out again. The Crown Prince was overwhelmed. The blade fell yet again. "Let's see how long you can keep this up," Xu Qing said, waving his arms out in front of him. D-132's godly might spread out, bolstering the ceiling effect and overwhelming Crown Prince Brightsouth with a fatal blow. The 4 fingers of east, west, south, and north appeared again. 4 taboo weapons formed. Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior prepared another mortal attack. In that manner, 2 hours passed. Crown Prince Brightsouth recovered 13 times. Every time it happened, Xu Qing unleashed everything in response. The Crown Prince used a variety of methods to try to fight back, but none of them worked quickly enough, and every time he had to wait longer before recovering. All of the onlookers were astonished to the point of being numb. They could sense how valiant Crown Prince Brightsouth was, and how difficult he was to kill. But at the same time, that only highlighted how terrifying and ruthless Xu Qing was. That was especially true when they thought back to the course of the fighting, and how it seemed that Xu Qing had been in control every step of the way. Whether it was the way he initially felt out his opponent to determine his strengths, or the adjustments he made after identifying his undying properties, Xu Qing seemed to have been guiding everything. Every attack he made had a purpose. The curse magic was a way to test the undying abilities and look for a hole in them. The deadly saber was used to create opportunities. And then, as everyone reeled, the blessing power once again appeared in D-132. As Xu Qing unleashed a host of attacks, an urgent stream of divine will emerged from the blessing and shot high into the sky. God magic, Sunfire's son. Crown Prince Brightsouth, who had been forced into a passive position and had died over 10 times, could tell that death was around the corner and had decided to go for broke. It seemed like a one-time eruption of blessing. As his voice echoed out, the blessing power surged out of D-132 and rose into the canopy of heaven. Ripples spread out through the sky of the 3rd region. Then a massive rift opened up, out of which shone golden light. It was a huge eye. It wasn't that of the broken face, but rather from High God Sunfire. Chapter 846, Professional. Xu Qing was very interested in this 9-dans. After all, taming a special and significant beast as a mount was the way to take first place in the second round. And Xu Qing's goal wasn't just to become a Darkheaven general, but to become the Grand Darkheaven. The only way to become the exceedingly rare Grand Darkheaven was to take first place in every round of the Great Hunt. Sadly, I don't see how I could tame a 9-dans. Xu Qing couldn't help but feel some regret. He tended to act decisively and was even willing to be a bit crazy. But in most cases, he liked to weigh all the factors before acting, which made him a bit different from the captain. Simply put, Xu Qing was a rational person. It was obvious that since this 9-dans beast hadn't even been seen for years, much less tamed, there was obviously some secret about it that no outsiders were aware of. It was also easy to imagine how dangerous it would be to go after one. Xu Qing retracted his divine will from the jade slip about the 9-dans and went on to study information about other beasts, hopping to find a suitable target for the next round. Around then, his expression flickered, and he looked up. It was currently night outside, and it was already past the curfew time. The night was so dark it was almost like physical ink, seeping in through the door. Then the darkness converged and formed the captain. It was definitely a special way of making an entrance. In fact, if the captain hadn't made his presence known via divine will, Xu Qing might not have noticed him. Xu Qing even did a double take, which left the captain feeling very pleased. "What do you think, little Ah Qing? Did your eldest brother make a stealthy return or what?" Xu Qing nodded. "Like I said, you don't need to worry. Those wordless words are inimitably profound. It definitely wasn't a waste of time for me to spend so much time in the Star Emperor Preeminence sect." In the end, it was a casual message from Xu Qing that got the words from the wordless Book of Stone, but apparently the captain was leaving that part of the story out. Looking very haughty, the captain sat down in front of Xu Qing. Upon noticing the jade slips, he scanned them with divine will, then smiled mysteriously. "9-dans, those little darlings are very hard to tame, little Ah Qing." Xu Qing looked closely at the captain. "Have you seen a 9-dans eldest brother?" The captain stuck his jaw out and was about to speak, when all of a sudden he looked in the direction of God Mountain and cleared his throat. Some things are best left unsaid in this city. They're too sensitive of a subject. If you had been born a few tens of thousands of years earlier, you might have been able to tame a 9-dans. But right now, don't even think about it, in terms of information about them. Pursing his lips, the captain rummaged through his bag of holding for a bit before pulling out a shrimp. He pulled the shrimp apart into 2 pieces, then blinked a few times at Xu Qing. 1. Xu Qing thought about it for a moment. The captain waved his hand to push aside the jade slip about the 9-dans, as well as all the other jade slips. Then he produced a black bamboo slip that seemed incredibly ancient. "Little Ah Qing, I didn't help you at all during the first round. To make up for that, I spent the past few days gathering some information. I also looked for some things I left lying around a while back. Trust me, I made out quite well." The captain's eyebrows danced up and down happily. "My thorough investigation has left me 100% confident that you can take first place in the second round. In fact, you don't have to worry about anything. I'll take care of it all. Next month when the second round starts, I need to go handle something alone. You can just go ahead to the mountain and see region on your own. Forget about me. Just wait until the second round is about to end and go to Hillworm Lands. I guarantee that you'll get a juvenile hillworm there. Hillworms are one of the top 5 beasts from the mountain and sea region. They're superior to ghost chariots, so if you tame one of them, you'll definitely have the top beast in the round. Your eldest brother has you covered this time." The captain looked extremely proud of himself. Xu Qing smiled. It didn't matter to him if his eldest brother followed through on his promise or not. The mere fact that someone was watching out for him left Xu Qing with a warm feeling. "Thank you, eldest brother." Freeweb novel, com. The captain looked to be in a great mood as he hummed a little tune and took out a small knife, which he used to start carving the black bamboo slip. Occasionally, he would blow the wood chips off his hands. It looked like he was trying to craft some sort of ancient-looking object. Xu Qing looked closely, but had no idea what the captain was making. All he could see was something roughly crescent moon-shaped, with a lot of mysterious magical symbols on it. "What's that?" Xu Qing asked. The captain flashed an enigmatic smile. "It's a beast tamer's medallion for the mountain and sea region. Years ago, back when that old shrew Moonfire and I were on better terms, she had me make a lot of things for her. This medallion is a very useful thing. I might not have succeeded with it years ago, but that doesn't matter. I'm going to make a total of 180 of them. I refuse to believe that if you toss them all out at once, you can't knock out one of those hillworms. You see, I'm actually very good at making these thingies. Years ago, I secretly sold quite a few of them. I even gave them an extremely badass name." At that point, the captain cleared his throat and focused on his carving work. Xu Qing looked on with a curious expression as the captain did his carving. He was about to ask another question when his transmission jade slip vibrated. Taking it out, he checked it with divine will. The captain looked up. "It's Grand Prince," Xu Qing said. "He just arrived here and asked where we are. He wants to pay a visit." Xu Qing looked at the bamboo slip in the captain's hands. "It's fine," the captain said. "He won't have any idea what this is. After all, it's from ancient times. Besides, even if he does recognize it, it'll be fine. I can just make a few extra for him." Looking very relaxed, the captain continued with his work. After a bit of thought, Xu Qing told Grand Prince where they were. It didn't take long before Xu Qing, and the captain sensed that Grand Prince had arrived outside. "Gaiyu Zhanghui is here to seek an audience with Region Lord Xu," he said, bowing at the waist. His tone was respectful and polite. Before Xu Qing killed Crown Prince Brightsouth, there was no way Grand Prince would have treated him like this. Even though the emperor wasn't very fond of him, he was still an imperial prince. But after what he had gone through, his opinion of Xu Qing had improved significantly. As such, he was more than willing to act respectfully. The door opened quietly. Grand Prince took a deep breath, quickly adjusted his clothing, then hurried inside. Upon catching sight of Xu Qing, he clasped hands and bowed. "Congratulations, Region Lord Xu. You're the champion of the first round of the Great Hunt." Xu Qing looked at Grand Prince and thought back to when they had last seen each other. Grand Prince had been severely injured by Crown Prince Brightsouth. Since then, he had matured significantly. That, coupled with the fact that he looked so similar to the Emperor, he now seemed as vigorous as a soaring dragon or leaping tiger. Xu Qing nodded and indicated for him to sit. Grand Prince sat down cross-legged and took out 3 jade slips, which he placed down in front of Xu Qing. "Region Lord Xu," he said quietly, "after we parted, my subordinates and I scoured the lands for information about the second round. We also looked for reports about the various chosen participating in the Great Hunt. I hope the information can be useful to you, Region Lord Xu. Furthermore, there's also news in there regarding the general situation in Fire Moon Darkheaven territory." The first jade slip has an introduction to quite a few beasts, plus details about their habitats. There's a lot of information there that isn't available publicly. I got it from my mother's clan. The second jade slip contains the information about the various Fire Moon chosen. I heard about your fight with Chu Shishin, who is one of the top 5 chosen. There's information there about the other 4, plus details about 17 outstanding figures from subsidiary species. Given your battle prowess, Region Lord Xu, you probably don't need to do more than take a quick look at the subsidiary species. But the handful of Fire Moon cultivators are worth paying attention to. To them, status isn't really important at this point, as they're considered the top prospects of this generation. Sir Heavenink is in the 3rd stage of Void returning, but he has battle prowess equivalent to the Great Circle. He's officially ranked 4th in the Fire Moon echelon, and is a member of the stewarded nation of High God Starfear. He has outstanding talent, and actually defeated Chu Shishin in combat once. Fan Shishwang is also in the 3rd stage of Void returning, and he ranks 3rd. He also has Great Circle battle prowess. In fact, he actually fought a battle to the death with an expert from another species who had just stepped into smoldering God and made it out alive. He's a member of the stewarded nation of High God Moonfire. Master Stillwinter is in 3rd stage Void Returning and ranks 2nd in the echelon. He's a member of the stewarded nation of High God Sunfire. Known to be vicious and merciless, he fights to kill. He's cut down dozens of cultivators from other species and refined them into blood clones that accompany him wherever he goes. He's mastered many techniques. In fact, he even successfully fought a smoldering god prisoner. Granted, the prisoner was on his last legs, but in the end, he was still a smoldering god. Finally, there's Sir Firedark. That's not his real name, of course. He inherited the Taoist name Firedark. He's considered the #1 chosen among the Fire Moon Darkheaven people. He's crushed all other members of his generation in the entire species. He's only in 1st stage Void Returning, but his battle prowess surpasses the Void Returning level. He actually has the power of the one-world smoldering god level. Grand Prince paused to take a deep breath. Xu Qing, meanwhile, was visibly moved. Although he hadn't actually fought Chu Shishin, he had felt a lot of pressure when facing him. In fact, he had often wondered if he could actually beat him in a fight. And if it was a battle to the death, Xu Qing knew he would have to pay a heavy price to win. Xu Qing felt the same sense of pressure when hearing about these other 4 chosen, especially the last one. My cultivation base is fundamentally not sufficient, Xu Qing thought. These 4 aren't like Chu Shishin. They don't care about becoming a Darkheaven general. They just want to get into the god domain to acquire the blood of godly entities, which will help them form the foundation of their major worlds earlier than usual. Grand Prince was about to go into further details about the content of the jade slips, but before he did, he glanced at the captain. At first, he had just planned to look at him briefly, but then he swallowed the words he had been about to speak as his heart started racing and his eyes went wide. Upon looking at the bamboo slip the captain was carving, his expression became one of complete and utter disbelief. Is that a godly law medallion? Grand Prince's mind reeled as he shot to his feet. He had seen medallions like this in his mother's clan, although they only had one of them. It was an ancient thing, and also considered godly, to the point where his people would consecrate them in shrines to the gods. There's some wordplay here that doesn't translate into English, but is obvious enough in Chinese that there were quite a few comments about it from Chinese readers. In Mandarin, the character shrimp is pronounced exactly the same as the character blind. What exactly does the captain mean by all this? That much isn't completely obvious from the context, not even to Chinese readers. You'll have to wait until later for a more detailed explanation. Chapter 847, The Spirit Trove Path. Grand Prince sounded completely incredulous as he looked at the bamboo slip in the captain's hands. He had to look twice just to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Although he didn't go back to visit his mother's clan very often, he was familiar enough with the special items enshrined there. And he was fully aware that the clan elders and other old-timers were very respectful of such things. And their godly law medallion came from the founder of their clan, and had a history going back some 10,000 years. It had been awarded by High God Moonfire, thanks to services rendered. It was a godly item, and in some respects it represented a god. It was also considered a reserve power of the clan, and was something outsiders weren't even permitted to look at. Therefore, even though Grand Prince was convinced he knew what he was looking at, he also didn't dare to believe it was true. It was really too monumental to see something so amazing being hacked at by Chen Erniu. And yet, the aura was unmistakable, and it felt like something truly ancient. It even emitted special fluctuations that indicated this couldn't be anything other than a godly law medallion. Grand Prince was so shocked that he completely forgot to continue explaining the jade slips to Xu Qing. And then he was suddenly overwhelmed with the sensation that something extremely precious was being wasted. Stop, fellow Taoist Erniu, that object, you can't just carve it up. The captain looked calm and even somewhat apathetic as he slowly looked up. Sticking his chin out slightly and lowering his eyelids a bit, he looked at Grand Prince. You do know a thing or two. You actually recognize this thing. He suddenly made another cut with the knife, and a cracking sound rang out. A massive wave of shock slammed into Grand Prince's heart as he realized that the knife stroke hadn't actually damaged the godly law medallion. Instead, it caused its aura and fluctuations to grow stronger. This, Grand Prince stood there stunned. Looking even calmer than before, the captain continued. The fact you recognized it indicates you've seen one before. Not many holy objects like this are around anymore. Grand Prince suppressed the confusion in his heart and clasped hands to the captain. I saw one in my mother's clan. The clan founder was given one as a gift for service. The captain's eyebrows shot up. What's the surname of your mother's clan? King Feng, Grand Prince said after a brief hesitation. We're subservient to the Moonfire Temple. The captain thought back for a moment, then smiled enigmatically and said, King Feng? You mean one of the 3 great clans of Moonfire. Your clan's founder was named King Feng Lingkong, right? Grand Prince was more than a little surprised. However, when he thought about how Chen Erniu had followed Xu Qing through Fire Moon territory, and that they had been accompanied by Master Gravesparrow, he realized it made sense that they might know some top-secret things. The captain didn't say anything further, and just kept carving. As for Xu Qing, he had an odd look on his face as he thought back to what the captain had said just before Grand Prince showed up. He said that in the past, he'd sold hundreds of copies. Xu Qing looked at Grand Prince and couldn't help but wonder where exactly the founder of his mother's clan had acquired their bamboo slip. Considering how the conversation had just been derailed, Grand Prince was having a hard time regaining his composure. That was especially true considering that the captain, whether intentionally or not, seemed to be making more noise with his carving than he had moments before. As the scrape, scrape, scrape sound echoed out, Grand Prince quickly finished his explanation about the jade slips. Then, still feeling unsettled, he stood and bid farewell. Before leaving, he gave a command medallion to Xu Qing and explained that there was a shop in the city run by his mother's clan. All he had to do was go there, and he could acquire some necessary supplies for the second round. Although Grand Prince had refused to give his loyalty to the Fire Moons, and had thus been forsaken by his mother's clan, he obviously still had a lot of connections. That much was evident from the fact that a forbidden mountain had been set aside for him. When the captain noted how circumspect Grand Prince was, he nodded. Then he tossed the bamboo slip to him. Grand Prince instinctively caught it. His expression flickered. Obviously, he knew the significance of a godly law medallion, and was thus unsure of what the captain meant by his action. Take it, the captain said proudly. Just remember not to tell anyone about it. With that, you shouldn't have any problem in the second round. Grand Prince felt like his mind was about to explode. All of a sudden, his impression of the captain changed. Now the captain seemed incredibly mysterious to him. After a moment of hesitation, he said, It's too valuable. You should give it to Regent Lord Su instead. That way. It is valuable, the captain interrupted, but you're worth it. Standing, he walked over to Grand Prince and clasped his shoulder. Never forget that you're human. Maybe this thing is invaluable, but as long as you're human, then it's worth it to give it to you. As for Xu Qing, well, he doesn't need it. He's a military man, and this whole thing counts as training for him. Therefore, when it comes to the future of humankind, I'm more interested in you. Normally speaking, words like that wouldn't have much effect on Grand Prince. But now, things had changed. A tremor passed through him. Taking a deep breath, he nodded seriously, backed up 3 steps, and then bowed deeply at the waist to the captain. The captain clasped his hands behind his back and nodded. Smiling, he watched as Grand Prince left. Only when he was gone did the captain turn to Xu Qing and blink a few times. Back in the day, that Lingkong fellow from his clan reacted the same way. Xu Qing didn't respond. Looking down at the 3 jade slips, he picked up the second, all while mentally reviewing what Grand Prince had said about the 4 chosen. Upon sending his divine will into the jade slip, he was able to get a lot more information about them, including images. Browsing all the information helped Xu Qing calm down. The fact that his journey up to this point had been very smooth didn't cause him to take things casually. even if he was on a higher level than his contemporaries. That was especially true considering that, with the exception of the captain, no one throughout the years had been able to keep up with his progress. In the end, he still wasn't satisfied. Back when he had lived in the slums, his dream had been to just find his parents and somehow stay alive, maybe improve his life a bit. But then the crown prince of Violet and Cyan came along and upended his world. That had changed Xu Qing in the depths of his being. Now he wanted to become stronger. Only by dealing with a major species that surpasses humankind can you really understand how insufficient you are. Only by going toe-to-toe with non-human chosen can you push yourself to the ultimate limit. Taking a deep breath, Xu Qing closed his eyes and went back to meditation. He was now focused on his secret troves. At the moment, he had 4 of them. He had 3 connected to his god states, plus 1 connected to the Emperor's sword. The 5th, which wasn't complete, was based on his sundials. Xu Qing thought about his path of cultivation. I need to figure out a way to complete my 5th secret trove. That will give me a big boost to battle prowess. There were some options to consider. One was to use soul threads to create an imitation of Crimson Mother. By fusing with that, he could become the true lord of the Violet Moon and would be able to have a complete 4th-level god state. However, there were side effects to consider, for instance, the unbreakable connection to the Red Moon. At the moment, it was hard to tell if Li Zihua was a friend or an enemy, and that meant there was always the possibility of a future deadly conflict. Another option would be to start a new 5th secret trove. However, that would require some additional items with godly personhood. After some thought, he started to lean in one specific direction. Another problem I have is with heavenly Daos. Right now, I have my blue-green dragon, but that's it. Thanks to my god states, my battle prowess isn't affected now. But if I don't have enough heavenly Daos, then it will pose an obstacle to reaching Void Returning. Xu Qing knew that the only way to actually reach Void Returning was to have a heavenly Dao for each of his secret troves. It was very difficult for spirit trove cultivators to form heavenly Daos on their own. That was why most of them tried to acquire minor worlds and then tame the heavenly Daos within them. Unfortunately, ordinary heavenly Daos are going to have a hard time sustaining my god troves. The blue-green dragon is connected to me, so it has a preheaven advantage in that regard. In that case, what kind of heavenly Daos can I use to support my god troves? Xu Qing rubbed the bridge of his nose as he thought about his heavenly Dao son. That didn't seem like a viable option, though. Opening his eyes, he looked at the captain, who had taken out another bamboo slip and was carving it up. After Xu Qing explained what he had been thinking about, he asked for some input. The captain thought for a moment and then smiled. Heavenly Daos associated with god troves naturally need to have something to do with gods. Aren't you planning to participate in the 3rd round of the Great Hunt after you finish the 2nd? Whatever god domain ends up being opened, it'll still be a god domain. God domains all have godly entities inside. All you have to do is capture some godly entities and put them into your god troves. Their god souls can serve as your heavenly Daos, right? Xu Qing thought about it and realized it was definitely a possibility. Days passed. There was now only half a month left until the 2nd round began. The captain was about half done with his counterfeit work. After Xu Qing combined his own realizations with the captain's suggestions, he had come up with a good direction. On one particular afternoon, Xu Qing left his residence and headed to the shop run by the clan of Grand Prince's mother. It was time to restock his medicinal pills and poisonous plants. The medallion Grand Prince had given him turned out to be very useful. Xu Qing found what he wanted and bought it with no trouble. He purchased some useful medicinal pills as well as some poisonous plants that weren't easy to find in human lands. On the way back, he heard more challenges from Fire Moon cultivators. There were also a lot of dirty looks. Xu Qing ignored all that. Sometimes, ignoring people will make them think you're weak and will only prolong the antagonism. This chapter is updated by freeweb novel, Calm. Therefore, at one point on his way back, he suddenly stopped in place. He had sensed some familiar fluctuations. Looking over, he saw an outdoor slave market. There were all sorts of species being sold, and every one of them was a cultivator. They were all weak, wounded, and in chains. They almost looked like animals. What was more, because of the wartime conditions, many of the slaves were human. Somehow, they had ended up being sent through back channels to become property to be sold here. All of them were soldiers, and were clearly in bad shape. Most had numb looks on their faces. Grand Prince was present, grimly interacting with the lead slaver in the hopes of purchasing the humans' freedom. Things clearly weren't going very well. Chapter 848, A Red Sky. The lead slaver that Grand Prince was talking to was also a fire moon Darkheaven. He wore expensive clothes and had a profound cultivation base, as well as a derisive sneer. He looked at Xu Qing standing some distance away, and then back at Grand Prince. It's not that I can't sell them to you, but I have to ask, are you human or fire moon Darkheaven? In a place like this, there's a big difference between the two. If you're human, then you don't qualify to buy slave cultivators, but if you're a fire moon, I can do a bit of business with you. The lead slaver grabbed the nearest human slave, a prisoner of war, and forced his mouth open. See, nice teeth, right? Definitely a good value. The human prisoner of war's expression went from being numb to humiliated. Finally, he just closed his eyes. That is, until the lead slaver jostled him so hard he had to open them. The lead slaver laughed, then looked over at Xu Qing in a taunting manner. Considering that this slaver had brought human prisoners from the Nightshade region here to sell as slaves, it was obvious that he had a spectacular background. As a result, he didn't care at all what the human Grand Prince thought. After all, everyone knew that Grand Prince had been forsaken by his mother's clan. What the slaver did care about was Xu Qing, the human who had taken first place in round one of the Great Hunt and become the champion. Grand Prince's expression was one of grim fury. Unfortunately, he was dealing with a fire moon Darkheaven, so he didn't have many options at hand. Taking a deep breath, he took out a jade slip and sent a message. He was prepared to use his own methods to buy the human slaves freedom. Things played out as expected. Grand Prince had friends in these lands, and they might not be able to do anything incredibly dramatic for him, but in the trivial matter of buying some human slaves, they proved useful. Before long, some fire moon Darkheaven cultivators strode up and bought the human prisoners. Xu Qing watched the event play out. In the end, he slowly turned around and walked away with the lead slaver looking on with a taunting scowl. He made sure to walk very slowly. New Envel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. The setting sun cast a red glow into the sky. As the light shone down onto the path he walked, everything looked like the color of blood. Within that red glow, two voices spoke inside of Xu Qing's heart. One voice was telling him that he didn't have some sort of deep connection to humankind. When he was young, he even saw humans eat other humans. The world was an evil place, and in most cases, people were evil toward members of their own species. The imperial capital wasn't his home. His home was Sealing County. Family and friends would always be a soft spot. In this time and place, the most important thing was to make sure those you loved stayed alive. But there was another voice speaking so softly that he couldn't hear all the words. Of those he made out clearly, there were two names: Palace Lord Kong and Grand Emperor Swordsage. Xu Qing walked back beneath that red glow. It was around the time the color left the sky that he arrived back at his residence. There were a host of jade slips piled up outside the door. They were fighting challenges from Fire Moon Darkheaven cultivators, as well as cultivators from subsidiary species. During the half-month that passed, Xu Qing hadn't accepted any challenges, and thus, now people didn't just stop him on the street, they also sent jade slips to his residence. There were actually fewer today than usual. Upon seeing the jade slips, Xu Qing stopped in place. He thought back to everything he had seen in this holy Fire Moon city: the glares, the hostility, Master Gravesparrow's loneliness, the taunting of the slaver. He thought of the numb looks he had seen on the faces of the humans, or how the slaver forced the prisoner's mouth open to assess his teeth. He closed his eyes. From a young age, he had always unleashed slaughter because of killing intent. When someone threatened him, he would kill them to save his own life. That was why he hadn't been paying much attention in this place. He didn't want to complicate matters. Before he had clinched the spot of round 1 champion, he'd had a clear goal and had killed his way to this spot. And now that he was here, he just wanted to rest until the second round started. He didn't want any complications during that time. Although some of the challenges were surely sent by individuals, it was also clear that many of them came with more complicated strings attached. There were obviously people who wanted him out of the city. Because this place was a holy city, fighting wasn't allowed. To accept a challenge to a fight, one needed to leave the city. It doesn't matter. I just need to bide my time. Xu Qing looked away from the pile of jade slips and continued on his way into the residence. However, he walked very slowly and quietly. Inside, the captain sensed him and was about to rise to his feet to go and see what was going on. Except that was when the sound of footsteps could be heard behind Xu Qing. Along with the footsteps appeared 5 or 6 Fire Moon Darkheaven youths who had stopped him on the street in recent days to issue challenges. They were all in spirit trove, and all of them had issued multiple challenges. As a result, they had earned a bit of a reputation among Fire Moon Darkheavens of their generation, and they had come here together as a group to continue that trend by issuing challenges formally by Jade Slip. Upon catching sight of Xu Qing, one of them laughed coldly and threw a jade slip that clattered onto the ground. Then he opened his mouth to speak. Before he could, Xu Qing stopped, glanced at the jade slip, and then looked over his shoulder at the youth who had thrown it. The young man shivered from head to toe. And then, Xu Qing's gaze caused him to swallow the words he had been about to speak. Xu Qing's gaze was filled with something very cold that swept over him and filled him with an explosive sense of deadly crisis. Every scrap of muscle and flesh on his body trembled with a sense of danger, resulting in the young man taking a few steps back as he struggled to breathe. His companions, who had also thrown out jade slips of challenge, also shivered as Xu Qing looked at them one by one. All of them suddenly felt profoundly uneasy. It was as if everything around them had turned into winter. Blood-red snowflakes manifested, drifting down to pick up all the jade slips and bring them to Xu Qing. He reached out and grabbed them. Around that time, the door opened and the captain appeared. Looking at Xu Qing standing there, he opened his mouth to speak, then seemed to change what he had been about to say. Do whatever strikes your fancy, little junior brother. Thinking clearly is the key. Xu Qing's hand clamped down hard, causing all of the jade slips to shatter, which officially established the terms of the fight. Then Xu Qing spoke in a voice so cold the surrounding temperature dropped. I accept. As the words left his mouth, Xu Qing started to blur into nothing. The Fire Moon cultivators who had issued the challenges also vanished. Heavenfire City itself would take note of fighting challenges that had been accepted and would teleport people out according to the details of the challenge. After Xu Qing vanished from his residence, he materialized in the air above the city. The dozens of Fire Moon cultivators who had issued him challenges in recent days also materialized there. They were all breathing unsteadily. Some looked regretful, some astonished, and some alarmed. Some even tried to turn and run. Freeweb novel, calm. Most of them had issued their challenges to boost their own reputation. It didn't make sense at all that Xu Qing would accept the challenges, or at the very least, it hadn't occurred to any of them that he would accept. For the past half-month, he had been completely ignoring any fighting challenges. However, today, something unexpected happened. As their hearts raced, some of them opened their mouths to speak. An instant later, the coldness in Xu Qing's eyes erupted, and he stepped forward, appearing right in front of the youth who had thrown his jade slip out last. The difference in battle prowess between the two of them was like an impassable ravine. Before the young man could even react, Xu Qing's left hand stabbed into his throat. The young man's fleshly body withered into a husk as Xu Qing absorbed it. His soul flickered weakly before Xu Qing devoured it. The young man deflated like a popped balloon. In only a short single breath of time, his life ended. An agonized shriek drifted out into heaven and earth. Everyone looking on was stunned. In their eyes, Xu Qing was no longer some random human who anyone could challenge. He had turned into a fiendish devil. In their astonishment, they immediately tried to flee, but it was too late. Xu Qing vanished and reappeared behind another cultivator. A dagger sliced through the cultivator's neck. Everything seemed to get even colder as the head flew through the air in a geyser of blood. From his perspective, the world was flipping end over end. A boom rang out as the body collapsed, and the head splattered onto the ground. Die. All of the inner frustration that had been building in Xu Qing was erupting. He took another step forward and appeared in front of a third Fire Moon cultivator. Xu Qing didn't bother even looking at him. He walked past, whereupon an anguished shriek rang out and all the blood exploded out of the Fire Moon's body. That blood had been taken control of by another. It became a blood-colored flower that spun in the air as it descended towards Xu Qing and started rotating around him. From a distance, it looked both monstrous and beautiful at the same time. At the moment, Xu Qing wasn't doing any thinking or analysis, and the two voices that had been speaking in his heart had combined to say one thing. Die. Flowers of blood bloomed outside the city, accompanied by screams of terror. Blood from the cultivators flowed through the air and converged around Xu Qing. He didn't stop moving, and wherever he passed, death came. Fleshly bodies exploded, heads flew. In that moment, the purpose of their lives was to be sacrificed to the blade. The dagger had a cloth made from a shroud, and it was now slick with blood. Its flashing edge became the last light in their lives, one. In the space of only about 10 breaths of time, every single one of that group of dozens of cultivators died. And Xu Qing's slaughter was the fastidious type, so he didn't leave any corpses in the air above the city. As the blood swirled down, the crimson color in the dome of heaven shone down, making things even more red. Xu Qing looked out at the city without saying a word. His actions, his gaze, his imposing manner, they said it all. Anybody want to challenge me? I'm waiting for you. Let's fight. 1. Xu Qing made the dagger with the shroud in chapter 347. Chapter 849, Top Chosen from Humankind. There was quite an uproar in the city. Fire Moon cultivators who had previously challenged Xu Qing looked on with glittering eyes. None of them did a thing. For most of them, issuing challenges was a way to earn some reputation, nothing more. When you coupled the fact that Xu Qing hadn't accepted any challenges with the reality that someone was trying to stir things up from behind the scenes, it meant that none of them had actually considered doing any fighting. They had mostly been wanting to watch sparks fly. That said, there were some Fire Moon cultivators who really did want to fight Xu Qing. They just couldn't accept having a human cultivator be superior to their species. It was a humiliation that became pure rage. Cultivators like that always had various trump cards to call on, as well as a lot of self-confidence. They had heard about Xu Qing's achievements on the road to God Mountain, and even the story about him killing Crown Prince Brightsouth. But, to them, the purpose of life wasn't necessarily to live a long time, but rather to shine brightly. They would rather go out in a huge blaze of glory than live quietly with their heads bowed. The Fire Moon Dark Heavens were an inherently valiant species, and weren't known for showing fear. Thus, it didn't take long for dozens of Fire Moon cultivators to shoot up into the air. First stage, void-returning auras pulsed as they flew outside of the city. Innate fleshly body abilities erupted, creating cyclones of energy and blood. Wild colors flashed in heaven and earth. Streaks of light shot through the air as the power of dozens of cultivators became like a huge hand crushing down towards Xu Qing. This was giving a little glimpse into what reserve powers the Fire Moons had on hand. In the remote territories occupied by humankind, void-returning experts were considered the cream of the crop. But among the Fire Moon Darkheaven people, they were considered talented, but not necessarily elite. And thus, a host of first-stage void-returning cultivators shot towards Xu Qing and unleashed destructive, crushing attacks. When Fire Moon Darkheavens issued challenges, they didn't limit themselves to one-on-one fighting. They were well aware that powerful experts, weren't always able to fight enemies one at a time. A truly powerful expert would instill confidence by fighting 1 versus 100 or even 1 versus 1,000. That was how they established dominance in their generation. Only cultivators like that were considered chosen among the Fire Moon Darkheaven people. That was why none of these cultivators hesitated for an instant. They became streaks of light shooting through the air like metallic dragons. Dozens of extraordinary magical treasures were unleashed, including a host of weapons. They also became blurred streaks heading toward Xu Qing. And of course, fleshly body power and divine abilities raged. Magical laws collapsed and natural laws faded. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning fell, while the chaotic vicissitudes of spring, summer, autumn, and winter played out. Xu Qing looked up coldly. He could sense the magical and natural laws blurring, and he could feel pressure building up around him. He could sense himself being hemmed in. It was the feeling of his heavenly Tao power being forcibly shoved away and replaced by the heavenly Taos of his enemies. However, he wasn't worried. Maybe the power of the 4 seasons was in chaos, but with enough strength, neither the wind nor the waves could shake him. Millions of soul threads shot out of Xu Qing, converging behind him in his first-level God state. Next came the second-level God state, followed by the third. Xu Qing formed them so quickly that his enemies didn't have any chance to react. Instead, he unleashed crushing pressure on them. That was his custom. As terrifying fluctuations rolled out from his third-level God state, taboo poison power erupted, combined with violet moon power and seething blood. The red glow from the sky mixed with the blood, staining everything. At the moment, numerous gazes and countless streams of divine will from Heavenfire City were all focused on what was happening above. Although it wasn't possible to see clearly what was happening in the red light there, the fluctuations were clear to the senses. There were some people who were holding back while others led the charge. All of them wanted to see Xu Qing's true battle prowess. That said, both inside and out, they were very calm and relaxed. Although they were paying attention to what was happening, they weren't exactly shocked. They were Fire Moon Darkheavens. They were one of the superpower species in the revered ancient mainland. They were backed by 3 gods, and in all of the many lands they ruled, they were superior to everyone. What was more, their great hunt always attracted ambitious members of other species. The dignity of their species led to them feeling arrogant. Therefore, they never got nervous when fighting members of other species. Xu Qing was special because he was the champion of round 1 of the Great Hunt. He had accomplished a few minor things. But their calm, tranquil behavior only lasted for about 10 breaths of time. That was when a blood-curdling scream rang out from the red glow. Then, things really started to change. 2 fire moons shot out from the red light, their faces masks of shock as they tried to flee. One of them barely moved any distance at all before a screaming sound closed in on him from behind. A blood-colored hand of countless soul threads raced up to him, and before he could fight back, wrapped around him and then burrowed inside of him. It jerked back, and the Fire Moon cultivator could only wait in despair as he was dragged into the red light. The other cultivator fled toward Heavenfire City below, a look of terror on his face. If he could get into the city, he would be safe, as fighting wasn't permitted there. However, when he was only about 30 meters away, he lurched to a halt. Then, the terrified look on his face turned into a faint, gruish grin. His eyes, though, remained as terrified as before. Suddenly, his hands shot up to his own neck, and he jerked them to the side. A popping sound rang out. Then he spun to the side as his cultivation base ignited, and his entire body burst into flames. Some more deafening booms rang out, and then the red light collapsed, revealing a host of mangled corpses. Hovering in the middle of them was a figure like a god. In the middle of a lake of blood, countless blood-red tentacles swaying around him. He was just looking calmly down at the city below, not saying a word. The Fire Moon cultivators in the city had very serious expressions on their faces. They were all in different parts of the city, but their hearts were all trembling at the sight of that one figure. One reason was because of how dozens of their fellow Fire Moons had just been killed, but also it was because of how calm Xu Qing looked. From beginning to end, he hadn't spoken, and now he was just hovering there. A subtle pressure began to radiate off him that seemed capable of crushing an entire era. At this point, some of the older Fire Moon cultivators were really starting to feel shaken. A top chosen from humankind. Humankind had once been the most powerful species in the revered ancient mainland. Now they were in a period of decline in which each generation failed to surpass the previous. And yet, the afterglow of their former glory was something members of the older generations still remembered. Some of the chosen cultivators described in the second jade slip from Grand Prince were in the city. However, none of them chose to take action at the moment. Similar to Xu Qing, they wanted to get good mounts in the second round of the Great Hunt. With that boost to battle prowess, they would have a much better shot at succeeding in the third round. Getting into a fight right now would be pointless, and they knew that if they got into a fight to the death with Xu Qing, even if they won, they would end up with injuries. That would affect things later on in the Great Hunt and wasn't worth it. Therefore, after checking the outside situation from the safety of their mansion grottos, they ultimately retracted their divine will. That included all the top chosen that Xu Qing had learned about from Grand Prince. In the sub-city devoted to Starfire, a young fire moon with a cold expression and fine clothing sat cross-legged at the top of a tall tower. A heavy black sword rested on his knees that pulsed with the aroma of blood. The fire moon wore a black robe and had long hair, as well as mysterious markings that covered his entire body, including his face. They pulsed with terrifying fluctuations. His fleshly body had surpassed the mortal and entered the saintly, and his cultivation base was too profound to read directly. But from the fluctuations coming off him, he was apparently in the great circle of void returning. Read At's chapters at FreeWebNovel, com only. This person ranked fourth among Fire Moon chosen. He was Sir Heavenink. The mysterious markings and the heavy sword were his distinctive features. He was also looking outside the city at Xu Qing. He had heard some of the stories about Xu Qing and was aware of who had been manipulating things behind the scenes. He hadn't participated. Competing with other chosen wasn't the path he walked. He was just interested in blood from a god domain. Therefore, he simply looked at what was happening and then looked away. In the sub-city devoted to Moonfire, a young Fire Moon cultivator sat in a restaurant, clad in a green scholar's robe that resembled the fashion of humankind. He seemed gentle and refined as he sat chatting with two Fire Moon girls. "Is that the human you're talking about?" he asked, taking a sample of one of the dishes from the table. "I heard about him. He's very interesting." The two girls at the table were pretty and also resembled humans to a degree. However, there was something unusual about the luster of their skin. What was more, they were sitting there completely unmoving. There were other guests in the restaurant, so many that it seemed like the place should be loud and busy. Except not one of those guests was moving. Off in the corner, the restaurant's host had his mouth open as if he were calling out something. There was even a waiter with his foot on the stairs, as if about to run up them. However, if you took a closer look, you would realize that none of these people were alive. They were all puppets made of jade. In the entire restaurant, that young Fire Moon was the only living being. There was one person among the Fire Moon Darkheaven people who was known for his love of puppets, and that was the chosen who ranked number 3, Fan Shishuang. After speaking those words so casually, he nodded. "The two of you are right. His eyes really do remind me of your eyes. In that case, do you think we should have him join you?" Chapter 850, Violet Lord Cometh. The setting sun was no longer visible. It had made its departure for this specific day. The red glow went with it. And yet the color of blood radiated off Xu Qing as the night took over. Crimson stained the sky. There was a vortex of fresh blood around Xu Qing, plus his soul threads, all of which emanated a sensation of slaughter. As he stood there, he seemed like a devilish god who represented blood and death, just waiting for a sacrificial offering to arrive. In the silence, the sacrificial offering didn't fail to live up to the slaughter that had preceded it. It arrived just on time. A middle-aged cultivator appeared. He wasn't a Fire Moon Darkheaven, but rather was a White Marsh. As he emerged from the city, his footfalls caused ripples to spread out around him like black lotuses. He pulsed with the fluctuations of fourth-stage void returning, and gave off a sensation of power that surpassed that of Crown Prince Brightsouth. Meanwhile, he pulsed with a very strong, baleful aura. That baleful aura didn't seem to come from pure slaughter. Rather, it was left behind after participation in many wars. It was very reminiscent of the veteran cultivators from back in Sealing County. The third eye on his head was only half open, and it contained cold apathy and bright self-confidence. This person was not a chosen cultivator. Instead, he had been recruited. He had been called from the Nightshade battlefield to come here and deal with Xu Qing, and his species had worked hard to make sure he had the qualifications to suddenly join the Great Hunt. This white marsh was the result of the hands that had been manipulating things behind the scenes in recent days. Normally speaking, a piddling white marsh wouldn't be enough to cause any sort of scene, but there was more to come. That much became clear when another figure emerged from the city. He was tall and skinny, and obviously wasn't human considering he had 6 arms. The natural striations on his forehead, his bright red skin, and the gruish tattoos all over his body made him easy to identify. He was the very same species that humans were dealing with in their border regions. He was a Saya. The Saya were one of the top 3 subsidiary species of the Fire Moon Dark Heavens. They had profound reserve powers, as well as very close connections to the Fire Moons. In fact, they had people directly in the service of all 3 of the stewards. They were the sacrificial lords, and they were also among the people who had been manipulating things behind the scenes. Xu Qing looked at the 2 cultivators without much surprise at all. In fact, based on his speculations, the White Marsh and the Saya were obviously just the public face. The real masterminds were still out there, and were the same ones who had backed the cultivators Xu Qing had just killed. They were probably also the ones manipulating King Brightsouth. That was one reason why Xu Qing had refrained from accepting any challenges earlier. Eldest brother said that the Fire Moon Darkheaven leadership view the Great Hunt as a way to raise venomous bugs in a jar. They use the most brutal methods to produce the strongest members of the new generation. Our role is simply to provoke the chosen. That's why they're letting all of this happen. However, if someone pushes things too far, it'll ruin their plan. In that case, if I was a Fire Moon leader, I would want the source of the provocation to stick around. It wouldn't make sense to lose it in the first round. I'd want it to stay until the last round to bring out the most potential. Xu Qing remained calm both externally and internally as he looked at the 2 cultivators. The Saya cultivator stopped only about 3 meters out of the city, where he lifted his right hand and started an incantation gesture. The White Marsh cultivator with the baleful aura and killing intent accelerated as he closed in on Xu Qing. Just as they took action, Xu Qing's 3rd-level god state swept out. Millions of soul threads swirled, and a blood-colored vortex danced. Then it tightened around Xu Qing. In the blink of an eye, it formed violet feathers, which grew more and more numerous. This was a body that differed visibly from his 3rd-level god state. It was 300 meters tall and covered with the violet feathers of flesh. It had 2 huge wings behind it, and pulsed with a sound like faint chanting. That was the voice of a god. It was not something that could be looked at directly, and thus, different cultivators throughout the city perceived it in different ways. At the same time, a violet moon appeared behind Xu Qing's strange god state, slowly rising. On its surface were innumerable figures, all of them bowing and chanting words of faith. The new moon, Lord, from the revered ancient community, all living beings far and near, as Violet Lord do address thee. Souls offered, Lord to me, paramita and actuality, sing with joy when you see, the return to our world ends happily. As the sacrificial chant echoed out, the violet moonlight shone down, full of taboo poison. The moon currently in the dome of heaven dimmed as it was replaced by Xu Qing's moon, and the world filled with violet. There was an enormous sundial in front of it, the gnomon spinning, and the power of time it exuded causing everything to ripple and distort. Beneath him appeared a lotus throne, each petal of which represented one of his abilities. The Golden Crow, the Ghost Emperor Mountain, and Daybreak Light were all represented. 1. The violet tentacles they formed swayed back and forth, making it seem like Xu Qing was atop a violet paramita lily. This was Xu Qing's fourth-level god state. It was called Violet Lord. Because of the origin of this god state's god source, it was impossible to say if it would lead to future conflict with Li Zihua. But it was a similar situation to when Xu Qing first started his path of cultivation and had to absorb mutagen. Now wasn't the time to worry about the possible danger in the future. Instead, it made more sense to focus on simply staying alive in the moment. Therefore, Xu Qing hadn't spent much time pondering the situation recently. He chose to simply use the Violet Lord as his fourth-level god state. The arrival of this state was like the arrival of a god. Wild colors flashed in heaven and earth. Winds screamed everywhere. This was Xu Qing's most powerful form. Fourth stage void returning fluctuations rolled off him, pushing his battle prowess to the absolute limit. Every cultivator in Heavenfire City was shaken. Even the fire moons from the older generation looked on with shining eyes. The older experts weren't so much interested in Xu Qing's battle prowess as they were his godly potential. This god body was like a concave lens that could amplify a cultivator's battle prowess significantly. That was what they found most noteworthy. Yet Xu Qing still wasn't completely happy, as he could tell that this new state was still half a step away from being as strong as the great circle of void returning. It was due to foundational limitations. He was still missing a secret trove, and it would take time to complete it. Only then could he turn his Violet Lord state into a god trove, which would truly place him at the great circle of 5 troves. Normally speaking, the god trove came before the god state. The reason Xu Qing could do it backwards was the Xeno-Immortal school techniques. He was also lacking a heavenly Tao, which put limitations on the magical and natural laws of void returning. It was only because of his heavenly Tao Sun that he could ignore the natural laws of enemies. In the end, using god magic should be enough to deal with these two. Xu Qing extended his hand, performed an incantation gesture, and pointed at the Seiya cultivator. All of a sudden, a projection of D-132 appeared over the Seiya's head, shining brightly as it dropped down. The Seiya's eyes glittered coldly, and he sneered. He had plenty of back-channel information about Xu Qing and knew about D-132. As a result, he didn't get flustered at all, and instead performing an incantation gesture and looked up. The tattoos on him started shining brightly, and at the same time, flowing as if alive right into his mouth. After he swallowed them up, he spoke the following words. Updat FRM letter 192, Ge-E-E-W-E-B hook Envel com. In this area, the air is sealed and everything destroyed. The air was suddenly sealed tight, and everything was locked down with destructive power. The words that had been spoken created a binding restriction. D-132 trembled, then stopped forming as if it had been completely sealed in place. Then it started cracking and crumbling. Down in the city, Grand Prince looked on nervously. In another part of the city, a cultivator sat on the eaves of a building, sipping alcohol and watching the fight playing out. There were 9 other cultivators around him, also watching the fight. When D-132 appeared and the Seiya cultivator sealed it, he laughed sarcastically. Even I fell for this tactic, and you think you're going to seal the air. Do you really think Xu Qing has remained at the same level as before? What a joke. You know, I even suspect that Xu Qing's sealing technique actually doesn't drop down from above. That guy is devious, and I wouldn't put it past him to intentionally reveal a flaw as part of his plan. As the words left his mouth, the air around the Seiya cultivator rippled and distorted as a host of prison cells rose up everywhere. Even as the Seiya looked around, the crumbling D-132 started forming anew. Where moonlight fell, something could come out of nothing. The sealing of the air had failed. Alcohol sprayed out of Chu Shishin's mouth. Well, shoot, I was right. Meanwhile, Xu Qing turned to the incoming White Marsh cultivator, who was now only about 30 meters away. Xu Qing waved 2 fingers through the air. Boundless violet light erupted from him and the violet moon, creating a sea of light that surrounded the White Marsh. A tremor passed through the white marsh as his energy and blood seethed. He tried to fight back, but blood sprayed out of his mouth as his blood circulation went out of control. Then, he started to age at an extremely rapid rate. Patches of decay broke out all over him as a result of the taboo poison in the moonlight. Most terrifying of all was that Xu Qing had closed his eyes. Then he opened his fingers to form a palm, which he gently pushed toward the white marsh. Instantly, multiple versions of the white marsh appeared superimposed over his body. They were his past and his future, all visible at the same time. They included all of his possible future deaths. Within one of those images was one in which he died and his Tao was dispelled. And that specific image began to get very clear as it was drawn out into the open. The intense sensation of deadly crisis caused the white marsh to shout at the top of his lungs. His cultivation base burned brightly, and his divine abilities raged. An illusory world appeared as well. As he fought back against Xu Qing, his eyes burned with killing intent, and his baleful aura surged. Then a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses surged out of his illusory world toward Xu Qing. Xu Qing didn't move in response. Instead, the figures prostrating to him on the violet moon began to pray with increasing fervor. Very far away, in the vicinity of the Night Spirit region, Sealing County, and the Holotide region, numerous recently constructed temples suddenly started to vibrate. The Nightshade High Priests and all other Violet Moon believers could sense what was happening and excitedly prostrated and began to pray. The Violet Moon, Lord to me, revered ancients' true trustee. The living hosts suffer, they have a blissful guarantee. Offered freely, Lord to me, no bitterness for me, from bitterness I'm free, undecayed for all to see. Countless voices offered blessings from the Violet Moon. They swept around Xu Qing and the White Marsh cultivator, turning into a great power that extracted that one image and pulled it out into the open. The White Marsh lurched to a stop in front of Xu Qing. His eyes were wide and filled with both bitterness and confusion. Next, the fleshy wings of Xu Qing's fourth-level god state spread out and wrapped around the White Marsh. They squeezed. Blood oozed out from between the feathers. 2 breaths of time passed, and the wings slowly opened to reveal some clumps of mangled flesh that fell to the ground. It was the same as the image. He had died, and his Tao had been dispelled. Everything was very quiet. Xu Qing frowned, feeling a bit regretful as he looked at the city below. A blurry figure appeared there, which rapidly turned into the dead White Marsh cultivator. The moment he appeared, blood sprayed out of his mouth and numerous wounds opened up on his body. His eyes glittered with astonishment. He couldn't control the decline of his aura, and as he staggered backward, blood sprayed from his mouth. His illusory major world vanished. His major world was what had died, and his Tao had been severed. He would never make further cultivation progress, and in fact, going forward, his cultivation base would just decline. If it weren't for the rules of the city, he would actually be dead. Given that, I wonder if Crown Prince Brightsouth is actually still alive. Xu Qing thought about it for a moment. 1. As is sort of obvious from the description, a lotus throne is a throne that resembles a lotus flower, most commonly seen in Buddhist and Hindu iconography. Here are a few examples. When I was in China recently, I went to a Buddhist temple that had a really cool lotus flower as part of a roughly 20-foot-tall statue of a Buddha. I believe it was Vairocana. Each petal of the flower, of which there were 1,000, was made of a smaller individual statue of the Buddha. It was really cool. I wanted to take a picture, but there are a billion signs posted prohibiting pictures inside any of the buildings, so I respected that and refrained. But trust me, it was cool. Okay, enough rambling.